while this young man was happily walking with his close friend. Suddenly Disung fainted face down on the ground without feeling a thing. Before losing consciousness, Disung's soul floated out of his body along with his friend's panicked call. His weak soul was pulled down as if being sucked into a deep abyss, and when he woke up, he realized with shock that Disung was already in hell itself, surrounded by desolate scenery. Cracked earth and withered skeletons scattered everywhere. Disung was terrified, unsure if this was a dream or reality. In this strange hell, he had to witness monsters tearing each other apart, the strong ruthlessly killing the weak. That is the rule here. While hiding behind a thin wall, I witnessed two monsters embracing fiercely, and I wondered why I was in this damn place. 10 days had passed, and my stomach was now bloated from hunger. There are no days or nights here, only darkness and no sunlight. The only thing to eat is the rotten meat left by monsters, and I sit down to break off a piece of its bone, chewing fiercely on the meat while thinking I must not vomit if I want to survive in this hellish place. Lost in his meal, he did not notice a huge shadow looming behind him as the giant green monster with laser claws lunged at him. Dung startled and fell forward, quickly grabbing a large bowl-sized stone and throwing it straight at the rotten beast. The stone hit its head hard, causing it to scream in pain and quickly turn around to run for its life. Seeing himself fighting alone, Dung's eyes welled up with tears, and a longing to return home to his father ignited within him. On the 39th day in hell, Dung was vigorously hitting a demon with a sturdy stick. He kept pounding on it and silently thought that to avoid getting killed, he would send all these monsters to meet their ancestors first. With a fierce vitality, he is no longer human, as the beast within rises up to erase all traces of humanity in him. On the 51st day in hell, Dung is lighting a fire in a pile of bones, ensuring food safety by eating cooked meat from the thoroughly grilled demons. I have to eat to survive. What kind of disgusting thing is this anymore? Lost in my thoughts, suddenly a level up system notification appeared saying I had reached level 3. Dung, confused and not understanding what is happening, but since he has been sitting here so long, he is not too surprised by strange things like this, so he confidently presses the confirm button. Time passes as fast as a dog running in the field, and 7 years have gone by. Now Dung has reached level 24, now he can defeat normal monsters with just one hand, making Fade unable to recognize them. In year 24, he personally forged a sword from the stones stolen from the warrior Dongsat. In year 51, he beheaded a small beast of the divine race, and on the last day of year 79, he finally met the one who dragged him down to this hellish place. At last, he has waited for this day, the day he reunites with the demon god who turned his youthful prime into a time of decay amidst smoke, fire, and scattered beast corpses and body parts everywhere. Many monster bodies are scattered across the ground, thanks to Disung, who is wildly swinging his sword amidst the demons. Daring to attack the gatekeeper of the demon god in hell is unacceptable. The two-horned red demon roars, it grips its sword, coiling its body to leap forward to cut Disung into pieces and then throw him to the monsters to devour. His giant sword slashed straight at you, but luckily Disung with his solid, muscular body blocked the attack with his best sword, creating a deafening sound echoing through hell. He arrogantly told the demon to either open the gate quickly so he could handle it or stop wasting time singing his boring song. Hearing that, the demon grew even angrier, releasing a blinding flash that erased all darkness around, accompanied by a thunderous roar, "You arrogant bastard." The demon swung its sword, knocking Disung far back, and to avoid being overwhelmed, he tried to break with his foot. The red demon says you are the one who is going to die today. Not it. Because in just a moment it will throw you into the hell of hells. That is quite interesting, but Disung is not satisfied yet, so he charges straight ahead with his top-tier sword, and the demon also prepares its attack stance. Because the monster's body was too bulky and clumsy, while Disung moved gracefully, spinning and slicing through the demon's arm, then used its abdomen as a lever to propel himself forward. As you land like a hero from a martial arts film, its arm also hits the ground, and beside Disung, flames gather into a sphere while a skull appears and steps forward to speak. That cruel bastard. Just kill it already. It only has one head but you cut its hand instead. The demon exposes its full-smelling teeth to speak. Do you dare challenge the people of the demon god? Aren't you afraid of the consequences you will face? Today you will pay for insulting the demon god. It kept spewing water from its mouth as it roared loudly, but suddenly it had to stop for about 3 seconds. And unexpectedly, it had a large hole caused by Disung's sword. I do not understand when the sword was thrown and then stuck in the ground. Why did not they fight a little more to make it more dramatic and turn it into a legendary scene? They have only met for a few minutes, and the demon has already stopped spitting and is exhausted with 1,000 times less energy. It made you taller because everything was too noisy. Out of anger, you let the broken demon go, and the huge powerless demon gradually fell down with a thud. The fire skull seems hesitant. If they kill the gatekeeper, that demon lord won't stay quiet. But it just suggested to Disung to kill the demon. So, have they already teamed up strongly? But disturbing the demon god, I had already anticipated that. It is not that I do not fear guns but I do not care at all. The fire skull asked if I was confronting the demon god to take over this place. But that is not what Disung desires. It has been 80 years since you came to hell. and you have fought many kinds of monsters to survive. That is why Sung bears a great grudge. Each of them has their own story and reason for ending up in this hell. So he asked why he was in hell and why the demon god brought his father here. This was what he really wanted to ask that damn demon god. Fire Skull, seeing you look so happy, reminds you now to kneel down and pray for forgiveness. Then ask whatever you want. This script is quite gentle and emotional, so Sung is not satisfied at all. He wants the demon god to pay the price. That is the cost for dragging him to hell, the price for making him endure suffering for the past 80 years. And that price must be paid with his life. Sung drew his sword and charged at the demon god's altar like a mad dog craving an answer, but somehow ended up in a hospital hooked up to Yves. He looked at the water bag in confusion and surprise, feeling for the first time in a long while like he was dreaming of Earth's scenery. 30 years had passed, and Sung's face was hollowed out, his body unable to move, trapped in a dream with the concept of a person in a vegetative state. As he struggles to control his body, suddenly a glass drops and shatters, or a shard falls from the woman's torn sleeve. She looks at him in stunned silence, and he has no idea who she is, but she knows him very well. More precisely, Sung is her son, and seeing her living as a vegetable for many years waking up again makes her incredibly emotional. On the other hand, Sung does not like this scene at all. The sight of a loved one waking up in the hospital and hugging or kissing makes him shudder with disgust. Can't I just keep living as a vegetable? But the truth is, he could not wake up from this dream, and Sung even felt that the dream was strangely too real. From the sounds to the images, everything felt eerily authentic. Hearing the Fire Skull lament, Sung just sighed and paid little attention. As he was busy fighting and exhausting his strength, Sung stood up straight and looked directly at the headless demon god sneering at him. That cowardly demon god. That guy pretended to talk to me but then attacked me while I was distracted. And the answer to that is I cut off his head. Then his body was split in two. According to the logic, Sung will now become the ruler of hell, the absolute ruler. He just exhaled a sigh of relief for finally giving up on that place when suddenly the system displayed a prompt asking if he wanted to return to Earth. Seeing this, he stood still, frozen, as he realized he now had the chance to go back to Earth after 80 years since falling into hell. So it turns out the system has this requirement too. But you have to defeat the boss to return. Why did not you say so from the start and make me suffer for so many more years? Why did not you ask me earlier? Earth is where people lived before going to hell. Right, after struggling and fighting for 80 years. Not a day has gone by without a desire to escape from hell. That is why he has no reason to stay in this crazy place. And Sung immediately agrees to return to Earth. The blinding white light appears. He steps into it and directly faces him, enveloping him. Once again, he finds himself in the hospital, with the doctor examining his body. This is truly no longer rain. The doctor happily informed your mother that due to being in a vegetative state for a long time, immediate movement will be quite difficult. But do not worry, with regular rehabilitation treatment, you will recover well. Sung's mother immediately burst into tears of joy, took his hand, and thanked the doctor before speaking. It seems he is dissatisfied with the cheerful atmosphere now, opening his mouth wide as if to catch medicine and gulping down oxygen like a fish out of water. Is this dream real? Or is it the moment I discover the message? Or is it now? As the children watch in fear with their eyes closed, the doctor tries to reassure, but Sung grits his teeth and yells at him, "Do not come near me." Suddenly, he bit into Toe's hand so hard that his face turned red. He did not realize whether this reckless act was a curse or a poison that numbs. Sung tried to reassure himself that it was just a terrible nightmare. The doctor's family leaves to focus on easier tasks, as if he is desperately trying to break free from something, to the point of collapsing but still acting like he is just overdosed on drugs. He screams loudly, questioning how he has lived all this time, fighting for 80 years, yet now someone tells him to obediently die. I have prayed and prayed even as I fell on the cold ground of hell. No, I absolutely cannot just give up like this. Please let me go back. In no time, 2 guards who were strong enough to lift a man and carry him upright appeared. I could not believe I had woken up after descending into hell with only a useless body, just a brain and a mouth still functioning. Struggling fiercely, my eyes caught a terrifying sight: the glowing yellow electric pit amidst the thick black clouds surrounding us. Seeing it so often made me struggle even more, yet the 2 guards easily carried me onto the bed. That electric pit is hanging above the tall buildings, spewing out countless dust particles. Why is it here? After staring at it for a while, you continue to analyze the pattern and start to panic randomly. The 2 guards had to try their best to restrain the crazy person and inject a sedative to keep him still and quiet. The hospital kept acting like a madhouse, and the crazy person gradually lost consciousness but still tried to hold on before falling asleep completely. You slept straight through until the news broadcast at around 9 a.m. today in Songbei District. Seoul reported a strange portal, and luckily the nearby shooting team was quick to arrive at the scene. The shooting team at the scene is reporting that the suppression has been completed and is in the final stages. Based on their current situation, they should be able to withdraw within the next hour. The current team leader is carrying a fruit basket in the hospital and giving instructions over the phone to the higher-ups. Please report to me immediately after the situation is over. I will handle the rest, so please bring it to a good conclusion. Inside the room, Dae-sung was still listening to the news, And thanks to the quick and timely response of the shooting team, the gate had been destroyed. He was still lying there, pondering about the cage, the gate, and the shooting team, never expecting that in 80 years in hell, the world above had changed so much. While lost in thought, the shooting team captain came to visit, and Dae-sung, confused, did not recognize who he was but seemed friendly. After many years of being immobile, it seemed his eyes also needed to be washed to recognize that this was Tran-ho. Hearing Dae-sung call out his name, Tran-ho wiped his face and asked Han if he was okay. It has been 10 years since you collapsed and fell into a coma. I do not remember like I do from high school graduation 10 years ago, but I remember very clearly, walking on the street with my best friend when I suddenly felt dizzy, staggering and finally collapsing to the ground. Since that day, he has been confined to the hospital room for 10 years, enduring 80 years of hell, but in reality, it has only been 10 years. Throughout that time, his mother has worked extremely hard, taking on 2 or 3 jobs a day to cover the expenses. Because now that you are the family's uncle, Tran-ho hopes you will recover soon and also promises to find you a suitable job. Dae-sung said he understood, but his expression seemed to darken, as if he was carrying a lot of worries. That afternoon, your mother was pushing a wheelchair to let you get outside and breathe some air, and as you walked, you thought about how in hell you had fought to survive for yourself, but in reality, your family always had to bear the burden of caring, powerless because your body could not move as you wished. Not only that, but also becoming a burden and annoyance to others. Reality is as cruel as hell. At this moment, Dae-sung's mother was panicked because she encountered 2 debt collectors demanding money, one fat and one thin, but both very rude. The fat one then said, "Why can't I get in touch with you? Huh. Are you not planning to pay back the money you borrowed from us?" The skinny guy continued, "Your aunt said she would delay until next month and promised to pay back the money. But she kept making promises and still had not paid us back." Dae-sung's mother quickly stepped forward and tried to hold the fat man's hand to ask for more time, but he pushed her away harshly, snarling and shouting, "What do you think you are touching? You bastard. If you had the guts to borrow money from others, you should also have the decency to pay them back. Do you think doing this is okay? Do you think we are fools?" Ignoring her crying and begging, the fat guy suddenly rolled up his sleeves and punched Dae-sung's mother hard. Instead of rushing to defend her, now he can only sit in his wheelchair and watch his mother get beaten, shouting at these damn bugs. This is what successfully attracted them. But it did not scare them, only brought entertainment for now, making them laugh out loud. Dae-sung continued provocatively, "What are bugs anyway? Your 2 motherfuckers are even worse than the pigs out there." Hearing that, the mother quickly stepped in to stop her full-mouthed son. The fat guy rushed over, grabbed his collar, and lifted him up, telling him to correct himself. Dae-sung's mother kept explaining to the 2 gangsters that he was still young and innocent, still a patient, and begged them to give him a chance to live. It is not easy to be released so quickly after provoking their madness. The fat guy justifies that all the money she owes is for him, lying in his hands, but still talking arrogantly, making him unrestrained and reply back, "This brat's brain must be frozen solid, or he has forgotten how to use it from lying around too long." If Dae-sung had any strength left, he would let you open your eyes and see how this disgusting bug you just spat out is beating you up. That guy threw Dae-sung like a sack of rice. Then he stepped forward and punched him a few times, while he just tried to cover his head with his hands. His huge foot kept stomping on his stomach, and through the pain Dae-sung only kept thinking to himself, "If this body is not crippled, this fat worm would not have a life. But unfortunately right now you are completely lying still, taking the hits." Seeing her son being beaten, the mother cried and begged, "If this were hell, this fat guy would have been torn to pieces by you." The system displays a notification that a mission has appeared. Do you accept this mission, or you will not receive compensation if you refuse? Unexpectedly, the mission appeared suddenly, and this might be your only hope right now. A sudden status window appeared, but it was also filled with suspicion and doubt. Suddenly, something strange happened. His eyes seemed to lose their color, while that fat guy was standing still and motionless. What on earth is going on here? Everyone is frozen as if time has stopped. Could it be that because he confirmed the mission, everything changed like this? Suddenly, the system sent a body recovery mission with the lowest difficulty, requiring him to move to the designated target point. Within an hour, the reward is a top-tier healing elixir that increases the crystal body as performance by 10%. Dae-sung still has no idea what the crystal body is, but it is something that can help him recover a bit of stamina. You can use a quick method, but for someone crippled like you, it is like 1,000 miles away. To recover quickly, Dae-sung used both hands to drag his heavy body on the ground. Hell itself is not enough to scare him off, leaving Benji behind. But with this snail's pace, it is really hard for Dae-sung to get there. The system shows 17 minutes and 46 seconds remaining. Clearly, this is not something that can be fixed by willpower, so he tells himself to stay calm and think. The system has never given an impossible mission before, and this time is no different, so he needs to carefully reconsider every word in the mission list. After some reflection, Dae-sung also realized the key to the problem. Dae-sung used his shoe-covered hand to grab the handle of the hovercraft as the clock ticked down. He exerted all his remaining strength and inner power to climb onto the hovercraft. with 35 seconds left. Then it dropped to 15 seconds, and he quickly sped toward the destination with all his might. With only 6 seconds left and the vehicle still moving in the final moments, the situation became even more urgent as he charged straight at the red arrow, causing it to shatter into 100 pieces. Finally, you completed it just 1 second before time ran out. Gasping for breath, a red bottle suddenly appeared in front of you, and the system introduced it as a top-tier restorative elixir that can improve and recover your current condition. Sitting on the land vehicle, I quickly took the entire pill, and as it went down my throat, it immediately took effect. All the pain seemed to disappear, and I could feel a surge of strength flowing through my body. Could this be the power of that divine medicine? At this moment everything has returned to normal, and everyone, including your mother and the soldiers, are very surprised by your disappearance. The fat guy was looking around, not knowing where Dung was, when suddenly 2 guards rushed over and asked loudly, "Hey you. What are you doing there?" Your mother ran over worriedly, while the soldier was confused, not understanding how you managed to fly out. The skinny one advised the fat one to let it go this time. "Today, you and your mother are lucky." As night falls and I lie in the hospital bed, countless thoughts fill my mind. How did the status window suddenly appear at that moment of rest? I have tried to reactivate the status window several times, but since there was no response, I gave up. I need to get my body back to normal quickly before those bastards come back. To do that, you need to complete a mission. But the problem is you can't reopen the status window. Suddenly, a voice echoes that the Pantheon gods are waiting for the Absolute, but you do not understand where the sound came from. Then his body floated and transitioned into a different multidimensional space. The remarkable thing was that his legs, seemingly shattered, could land gently. Before he could process the information, the system told him he was at the Temple of the Gods, and the gods had acknowledged the log of the Absolute Being. The system asked him to realize it, but since this is just a dream, he just needed to follow what the system demanded. Desung smiled confidently and began the assigned task. A recovery mission with the lowest difficulty appeared, requiring Desung to target the designated objective, and the reward was a memory chip for the Absolute and a 30% restoration of the jade body. Suddenly, a demon head with super long fangs appeared out of nowhere, and he took a deep breath to channel his energy before punching it directly, causing the demon's head to explode in an instant. Then, the third body recovery task reappeared with the lowest difficulty. You are required to run 10 kilometers with the reward being a nutrient supplement for absolute standing and a 5% increase in the gemstone body. Desung started running furiously, sweat pouring down like rain. The fifth task appears, requiring you to do 1,000 push-ups with the same reward as the previous mission. You are only halfway through, and doing more recovery tasks is gradually wearing out Desung's stamina. You have been working hard on these tasks for 10 days and only reached 45%, with rewards limited to supplements. At this rate, when will you finish? Frustrated with these missions, you hope the system will generate better ones. In response to your wish, the system assigns a new recovery task with low difficulty, requiring you to fight Demokreeing, with no time limit, and the reward is a general nutrient supplement that increases recovery by 10%. Hearing that name, you feel a strange familiarity as a series of lightning bolts shoot down, followed by a stream of green light piercing straight down. From within that light, a giant beast with glowing red eyes gradually appears, making you instantly recognize your old enemy. When it was in hell, it nearly defeated Desung. The monster appeared with a grotesque body and sharp teeth, completely overwhelming Desung. Starting with a deafening roar after a long time since they last met, he swung his arm with all his might towards you. And it was only with great effort that you managed to block it. If this kept up, sooner or later he would beat you so badly that your parents would not even recognize you. Before being thrown further away, he leapt high to face Demokreeing, clenched his fists, and prepared to deliver a powerful punch. But somehow he accidentally moved his fists into the reach of the monster and got hit down to the ground. Desung was treated like a toy by the demon, battered and even vomiting blood and flesh, but he stubbornly dragged himself up, refusing to give up. Seeing that, the monster roared fiercely, this tough bastard pretending to be crazy, and threw a straight punch down, but Desung dodged just in time. The monster kept launching relentless attacks, and as he was beaten so badly, he remembered how Demokreeing had fought him in hell and how he had fought back, all coming back to him. It grabbed him with its hand, then suddenly its hand was sliced into pieces, and Desung landed safely with his sword. I forgot I could summon the sword, so we both charged at each other like wild beasts. Damn it, your father will send you to hell. The system now reports mission complete. Current success rate with the core is 55%. Waiting until dawn. A hand gently opening the window to greet the morning sunlight wakes your mother. Soon it was time for the hospital to start work, and Desung was assisted by a nurse to check his motor functions. He easily performed all of these in front of his mother and the doctor. Your mother immediately asked the doctor. Clearly, the previous check said it would take 6 months for full recovery, so how is it possible that after only 15 days, you can move like a normal person? The doctor has nothing more to say now because the patient's condition defies any medical explanation. Hearing that, your mother also started to worry. Maybe her son really is a special case. The doctor immediately reassured her that he has different characteristics from an awakened person, so you do not need to worry. Just hearing this alone made your mother feel much more at ease. As the nurse was massaging him, he suddenly got angry and told her to stop, causing the nurse to panic and apologize quickly. His mother saw her son yelling at someone and felt lucky rather than intervening. Now Sung feels much more comfortable, and moving or using his limbs is no longer a problem. He needs to regain his original body as soon as possible. As he stepped outside for a quick walk, he saw his mother happily thanking a nurse for taking care of him for the past 10 years, but she thought her sacrifice was more precious, and his mother was crying tears of happiness and joy. He can't imagine what his mother had to endure all this time. Seeing those tears makes him want to protect her even more. He quickly hides in the bathroom, not to relieve himself, but to go to the shrine. The system confirms and sends you to the location as requested. You want to speed up the recovery process through major missions, and to meet the requirements, the system allows you to freely choose the difficulty. No matter what, this time I will finish it in one go. And you choose the difficulty of this mission as hell. As soon as he finished speaking, a giant sphere appeared, beginning to shatter into fragments, then broke apart. At that moment, a sword and a tall, muscular young man appeared, but Sung paid little attention to this unexpected presence. Suddenly, the guy grins maliciously and looks up, and I panic when I see that this guy in front of me looks just like him. The system now sends a notification. Fight the twin target in front of you and win. The two silently stared at each other, with Sung secretly regaining his composure and looking at the twin with contempt. Without giving him a chance to breathe, the clone charged wildly, startling Sung. He swings his sword to strike, while he jumps high to dodge, and when he swings down, he quickly and lightly blocks the blow. With incredible strength, he was pushed back, while the other landed softly on the ground. Just because of a few careless wires, he almost lost his head. Before Sung could catch his breath, the twin clone launched a relentless attack. The two fought fiercely, with the other constantly slashing at Sung's arms and legs. He could not withstand the strength and speed of that guy, and the longer the fight went on, the more disadvantageous it became. A single hand suddenly struck your back, sending you flying hundreds of meters backward. This is the price for underestimating your enemy. You are now hidden faintly in the white smoke, clutching your sword tightly, coughing as you speak. At this point, you could say that fake goods are even dumber than real ones. I am not satisfied because today no one will escape from me. Sung uses demonic blood, and he now seems to have transformed into a different bloodthirsty demon. The twin also began to sense something and charged forward, thinking he could split Sung in two, but Sung suddenly appeared beside him out of nowhere. To not fall behind Sung, he also uses demonic blood to fight, and the two monsters are charging at each other with equal strength. Sung shouts for him to quickly finish it so he does not have to exert himself, when suddenly he appears out of nowhere and stabs his sword into his shoulder. Not only that, he also planned to deliver a blow right to Sung's head, but overwhelmed by pain, he was logged out of the virtual world. Outside, the cleaning lady was frantically knocking on the door in worry. While inside, he remained standing there in a daze. The current situation is too much for him. If he loses now, all his previous efforts will be in vain, and he is desperately trying to find a way to defeat him. In the real world, the cleaning lady almost unlocked the door but was called up to the third floor to work. Returning to the virtual world, he reactivated the storage and reached in to find something, sending a message to him. This mission is not over yet. Sung pulled out a potion. This is the reward received after completing a mission, an item from the storage, but now it is the thing he needs most. The system notifies that this is a health potion that can restore 20% stamina and endurance. With 20%, just 5 bottles are enough to fight. Seeing this, he tries to stop him from drinking the potion, but of course Sung won't let that happen. After drinking 1 vial of the elixir, he feels as if he has regained his strength. He continued to reach into the storage area and pulled out a few more bottles. Now he would not waste any more time and just wanted to boost his strength to 100% as quickly as possible. After drinking 2 bottles, he dodged a kick to the face. After 3 bottles, he quickly recovered enough to block his attack. Then the last 2 bottles were consumed. While fighting wildly, Sung was suddenly grabbed by the neck. He intended to deliver a fatal blow to the stomach, but unexpectedly, he activated the storage system at that moment. His sword only pierced into an illusionary space, while Sung's sword had already pierced through his stomach without him realizing. He is gradually disappearing now that the mission is complete, and the system reports that your body has fully recovered, allowing you to use the hell system in the real world. Sung feels that regaining his strength is incredibly wonderful, and the scars on his body remind him of the months he spent in hell. The system notifies you of unread messages. When Sung confirms, a flood of messages appears, all from prisoners seeking help from the underworld healer. You have fought for 80 years to survive them, and now you just want to become a leader. Sung raised his middle finger in defiance and ordered the system to get him out of here. Back in the hospital room, he was doing push-ups with one hand, gently, as he trained and pondered deeply. Just then, your mother and the doctor opened the door and saw this scene. They froze and could only stand outside. The doctor said, "It seems like your brother is an awakened person." Your mother immediately became worried. But before that, the boy showed no signs of being awakened. He then said, I guess that at that time it was not because there were no signs of awakening, but because there was no other way to explain this awakening. We can only do so much. For the rest, you should go see the association. The mother was very worried, but since the doctor said so, she did not know what else to say. The boy and his mother were sitting in the taxi, but their minds were still thinking about the association and the awakened. You acted like you did not care about it just because you were on a mission. But it seems like your mother is trying to hide something. After 10 years, what exactly has happened to the earth? Soon the taxi brought the mother and child home. Their small house on the hill. The mother told him to go inside first while she went next door to buy some cucumbers. When he entered, he saw someone reaching into a drawer to take out money. Didung looked at the girl in front of her, not recognizing who she was. When her mother entered and asked what she wanted to eat so she could prepare it, turning to the girl with the ponytail, she said, "Su, where have you been these past few days? You did not answer your phone. Do you know how worried I have been?" She looked at her younger sister's hand holding her 20,000 coins, leaving the girl speechless as she quickly hid the money and walked past them. Didung was now extremely confused, even after 80 years apart. How could she not recognize her only younger sister? Jizu, with a thoughtful expression, told her brother that he looked better now, but every day for us is hell. Then she walked away, causing her mother to call out with worry. Just then, the gang arrived and pounded on the door loudly, startling both the boy and his mother inside the house. It was that skinny guy from yesterday, standing outside too recklessly. "If he does not open the door after we count to 3, we will break in." Everyone is standing silently in the yard, unsure whether to open the door, while the tension inside the house is starting to boil over. The skinny guy keeps pounding on the door despite no one coming out, adding more chaos to the scene. "Damn it, why did not you open the door earlier? Did you think that just because you took that kid home from the hospital I would not find out?" Jisoo was determined to step outside, making her mother worried and calling her back. While busy knocking on the door, the fat guy asked, "Is this really the house? Maybe that woman has run away." Suddenly, Jisoo opened the door and stepped out, brushing off the debt collectors like flies, leaving the two men standing still, watching her walk away. The fat guy guesses that she might be this family's daughter and smirks lecherously as he watches her walk away. When they realize it, Lai hurriedly apologizes for taking her son home without prior notice. "Right now, that is all the money she has on her. Take these coins for now." Daedung then threw her mother's wallet aside. Witnessing this, Daedung stepped back in shock, while the idiot son was just pointing at her mother, saying she had no manners at all. When he saw his mother being physically assaulted in the face, he suddenly lost his temper and started beating the skinny guy with a mix of blood and rage. Just then, the fat guy entered, saw the scene, and ran over to ask if he was worried about his partner. Daedung stepped forward and said, "I have wanted to see you guys for a long time, but you brought yourselves here." The fat guy stood up and asked, "Are you the bastard who could not move on his own back then and had to ride a wheelchair? You should feel lucky that your mother had to run around to pay debts for you." As he spoke to Daedung and moved closer to him, "Do you know what I had to go through to survive in hell?" Then he clenched the fat man's nose and punched him hard in the face, making him spit out blood. You want to repay this grudge 100 times over. But just after a few slaps, he already collapsed to the ground. The fat guy looked at the wooden chair over there, then grabbed it and used it to attack Daedung. But unfortunately, with one punch through the wooden chair, he hit him directly in the face, causing him to collapse to the ground. The fat guy saw this, pulled out a knife from his side, and waved it around as if he knew how to fight. Daedung gently twists his wrist, causing him to cry out in pain like a pig being slaughtered. The fat guy behind him says, "Do you think I will let you go safely when you do this to us?" Daedung did not care about the threat and stepped forward, lifting his chin and saying, "So you have another way, but for now I will send you off a bit and peel off the surface of your face." Your mother sitting behind shouted for her son to stop. Just as the two thugs quickly fell back before being further bitten, they ran into the car parked above. The fat guy asked the skinny guy about Daedung, and the skinny guy said his body seemed to have changed quite a lot. They could not understand why a plant person for 10 years would change so quickly and grow so much. And the debt collector from the company demanded they get a written commitment to give up their bodies. The fat guy thought that was not the issue. The real problem now was how to defeat Daedung. Seeing Jisoo walking outside with a dazed expression, the fat guy ordered the car to stop to do something. At this moment, at Daedung's house, his mother recounted how she sold the house and transferred ownership of the shop to get him into the hospital, thinking that this would make him wake up. But in the end, even the deposit money for the rent was gone. Someone familiar introduced your mother to a place where she could borrow money from 3 organizations for high-interest loans. But the debt became impossible to pay, with both the principal and interest increasing daily. Daedung asked her mother, "Jisoo is still a student, so why does she work so often?" My mother, tears in her eyes, said last year she was injured at work, so my sister quit school and started working part-time at a restaurant. She said she could help support the family herself. My younger sister worked hard, working at a gas station during the day and at a convenience store at night. He immediately blamed his mother for not stopping her from going to school and for letting her work part-time. His mother had already done that, but Jizu had to work extra to earn enough money to take care of her brother in the hospital. But you never saw any progress, and a few months ago something happened that made her suddenly run away from home. Your mother advised you not to do anything reckless because you are a family, but Didung remained silent, not knowing what to say. Suddenly, my mom's phone rang. It was from those thugs earlier. I told her to give me the phone so I could talk to them, and suddenly I was furious and yelled at them, as if something serious had just happened. The two thugs' car has entered the city center. Jisu is now being gagged and handcuffed, and the fat guy told Didung over the phone that you have slipped up and revealed too much, so you would better handle it properly. We give you 1 day to make 100 million and contact us again. I think your ability to do so should not be too difficult. If you want your sister to stay safe, it is best that you do not try to run away from us. Hearing Jizu's voice and the fat man's challenge, Didung was furious. Seeing this, his mother immediately sensed trouble and told him he would go out for a moment and come back later. Mom made you promise not to get into any danger. If you go to jail for intentionally harming someone or causing injury, I won't be able to live with myself. Now you realize that on Earth, you can't solve everything like you do in hell. Suddenly, the system notification appeared, causing him to stand still and look. Seeing this, his mother felt worried, but then he reassured her that nothing would happen. Only after moving to another place did he dare to check the notification, which was a one-time reward for unlocking 4 basic skills. Poison skill, invisibility skill, hellfire skill, and dark soul revival. After thinking for a moment, he realized that among the 4 skills, nothing could compare to this one. In a certain boarding house, the thugs were taking Jizu inside and escorting her to the elevator to go upstairs. Suddenly, streaks of lightning flickered inside the elevator, and the fat guy did not seem to care anymore when someone mysteriously floated up from below. You chose the Dark Soul Resurrection skill. A blue flame appeared in your hand, then transformed into a small black water droplet that dripped down the crack, forming a large circle. He tore a piece of the fat guy's bloodstained shirt and threw it into the black hole, then ordered them to follow the blood trail and lead him there. That is why he was able to appear here. The skinny guy threw a punch, but Daesung dodged quickly. He grabbed his face and punched him, causing him to foam at the mouth. The fat guy nervously asked if he was the awakened one, but Daesung did not understand what the awakened one meant. Just then, the elevator opened, and the fat man ran out calling his gang, telling them to come get the package and that he was the awakened one, then to attack together. Before he could leave, you struck him on the back of the neck, causing the fat man to smash his face into the ground. At this point, his subordinates rushed forward with weapons, but he easily dodged each attack and struck back, leaving them no time to react. After finishing, he stepped into the elevator and told Jisu, who was sitting there in a daze, that he needed to ask him something. Untie her, cover her mouth, and tell her to go home first. She worries about what her brother will do. Daesung turns to look at his sister's pleading face. Her brother will handle everything. The corridor is still lit up, and on the ground, a group of people are lying unconscious all over the place. Daesung quietly walked up the stairs, hands in his pockets. Calmly ascending, seeing the thugs smoking, he sighed again, annoyed that he still had to eliminate a few more snakes. Just a simple trick to make those guys go crazy, so I had to resort to violence, smashing a window of the mafia headquarters. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the ringing phone was answered by a heavily tattooed arm, and upon hearing it, he immediately showed anger. I told you not to call me when I was about to leave. The thugs responded, Boss, come to the office now. The boss was furious, making the guy next to him so scared he almost peed himself, wondering which dog dared to come to my place and cause trouble. There were only a few stammering voices left before they hurriedly hung up, and he, furious, crushed the retiphone with his hand, his face showing clear rage. At this moment, the headquarters glass was shattered and bodies lay sprawled across the path. In another room, he finds another guy who is extremely scared, trembling all over like a leaf. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoes with thick smoke, and he quickly turns around to see a tall, muscular man rushing toward him. He used his large hand to press hard against your face and pushed you down to the ground. The boss looked at you with contempt and said, Are you crazy little kid? Thinking back, when you used your power, neither Mother nor Jesus were surprised because they were already used to the existence of people with abilities like this. Since you were busy with the recovery mission, you have not had time to find out what happened in the real world, but to take down this big guy with a gun just by snapping your fingers. However, the boss also is not someone to take lightly, so he quickly stepped back and realized that you are not an ordinary awakened. You stood up, brushing off the dirt, and asked the boss, You are also one of the awakened they mentioned later. The boss laughed maliciously. Now it is too late to regret because I will send you to hell to face the king of hell. I never expected that with just one strike, he would be knocked flying into the wall, and he could not understand why he was defeated so easily, and he could not accept it. Daesung stepped forward and kicked him square in the face, saying, While I was gone, You kept bothering my family. Only then did the boss realize that you are also an awakened person. But at a different level. For now, he just wants to save his own life. The boss is now weak and begging, please spare me. If you want money I will give you everything. Only then does Sung stop and ask where the money is. He just points to the safe inside the cabinet. As you head toward the safe, the boss hurriedly leaves. Seeing another henchman sitting there, he quickly dismisses him. In the parking lot, the boss sits in his car, annoyed, thinking what the hell that dog is. I will come back and wipe out your entire family. At this moment, Sung suddenly appears behind him and whispers into his ear. I just remembered I forgot something, which is the safe password. He uses his devilish hands to grab his head and warns. The important thing is that from now on, no matter where you are or when, I can find you. At this moment, Sung is on the rooftop transferring all the money from the safe, totaling 532 million coins. And seeing this amount, he immediately thinks of buying a house in Seoul. With too much money and no idea what to do, Sung quickly goes into a phone shop to spend. The enthusiastic salesman introduces. This is the latest model at a special price of only 2.99 million coins. Seeing your curiosity about the masculine pink phone, the salesman quickly explains that women especially love this one, so I gave a deep discount for you. Just hearing about women made Sung seem to hesitate. But since the salesperson offered a much lower price than before, he quickly decided to buy. Even a cheap phone was sold at a sky-high price by the seller. Yet Sung still spent a large sum of money. You asked for both, and he was so happy he kept saying thank you loudly outside. Now you are back home, placing the phone bag on your sister's table. His mother's voice called out, telling him to come out for dinner. But when he opened the door, he could not understand how his son had disappeared so quickly. That evening, as the city lights turned on, he dressed up and at a pork rib and grilled pork belly restaurant. Sung waved to Chanho who was sitting and waiting. Chanho finishes his drink and praises you for having changed a lot since the hospital. His brother only asks if Sung has any plans for the future. Seeing that Sung seems a bit more mature, Chanho immediately says, we are no longer Nave High School students. You suddenly asked your friend how many floors of an apartment you could buy with 500 million. He was very surprised and then started rambling, saying with 500 million you could rent a small apartment outside the ocean. If you want to buy there, you need 1 to 2 billion. Then you should consider it. The world has changed a lot since you fell. Sung quickly gulped down the bitter drink. And Chanho also heard your mother talk about the awakening person. Since waking up, you have only heard people say you are the awakened one. And seeing that, Chanho suddenly realized you did not even know. A while later, the two of you went outside the restaurant smoking cigarettes. Chanho said that a while after you fell, a strange portal suddenly appeared. At first, bizarre phenomena occurred in some countries, but humanity managed to control it. But after a while, many monsters emerged from that gate. They were numerous and aggressive, and started attacking humans. Despite using many advanced weapons, human weapons could not affect them, and losses continued to grow both mentally and physically. Sung wondered if even guns and cannons were useless. Chanho calmly exhaled smoke and replied, all ordinary weapons are ineffective. That is what I learned during that time. Only aura weapons, weapons made from those monsters, can be used, and only awakened people can wield aura weapons. Chanho pointed seriously at Sung and said, just like you, he was just pretending to show off his new old phone. Seeing that, Chanho asked about the new phone, and he eagerly introduced it as the hottest model right now. Hearing him boast nonstop, Chanho looked at him like a fool being deceived. I heard that recently this has been given away for free along with another phone. Do not tell me you are going to spend money on this thing again. Returning to the monster issue, now without using aura weapons. Using aura to enhance physical strength is also a trait of awakened individuals. His body suddenly recovered so quickly. And moreover, the tall, dark boss of the gang was also beaten by him in a fight. Dare to breathe out a faint sigh and say, if I were an awakened person, you would give me money. Hearing this question, Chanho was stunned in surprise. He casually turned to ask about Chanho's monthly income, and maybe because the question was too sensitive. Just then a huge tornado suddenly appeared in the sky. The two immediately switched to alert mode, and Tramchu looked up. The demon lord is crawling out from the space gate, and the villagers are screaming in panic. The clothed monsters have flooded the street, stepping on the ground and causing the pavement to crack under the immense weight. The monsters marched down the street, smashing their heads into the ground, causing the frightened villagers to retreat step by step, a frontline monster wielding a club, and as it roared, the others followed suit like machines. At this moment, everyone regained their senses, shouting and fleeing chaotically. One of the two inside was panicked. The other looked tense as if a string had snapped. Not understanding, staring intently at the demons, you suddenly realize how ugly they are, even more so than those in hell. Dung stumped his foot and picked up a stone, tossing it up and down. Wanting to see what these little imps were capable of, you swung your arm back to gain momentum, then threw the stone forward, surprising Chanho. The stone seemed unable to hit the demons because they had already set up a protective barrier. Feeling a gaze lost in admiration for her beauty, she turned around with a rather cunning look. Chanho shouted in panic. Guns or cannons would not work on them, but he did not bother listening. only focused on looking ahead. The ugly legs of the demon swiftly moved back toward the two guys, swinging a stick while roaring loudly. Seeing that, Chanho, terrified, closed his eyes tightly, but a streak of bloody saliva suddenly shot straight into his face, making him curious enough to peek open his eyes. He was stunned to see that the blood belonged to the monster, which was quickly defeated by Dedung with a swift punch. Feeling both scared and amazed, Chanho's face twisted in disbelief that his friend could knock out a giant demon like Tin with his bare hands. Immediately after, the monsters behind, seeing their comrade fallen, wildly charged straight at the two of them. Seeing that, Dedung quickly and proactively rushed forward, throwing a punch right at the monster's face, and within a few seconds, its head was knocked off. But you also have to return to the main issue quickly, because the people are so scared that they are huddled together. This is Samut Street, the busiest shopping area in Seoul. The frightened chatter of the people created a loud noise that drew the attention of the demons. The green-clad demon master gathered more and more in front, causing the crowd to panic and tremble, fearing they were about to be attacked. Everyone here is definitely going home to their grandparents early. Just when the tension was at its peak, the Chanho appeared like a savior to everyone in Trannan. I know a way to the place where your uncle is hiding through the sewer here. If you want to live, follow me, but run so you can escape the sun. The green demons have already formed a blockade blocking the escape route for the people. The fierce demon with weapons stumping forward made the crowd panic and scatter, leaving a girl crying in fear calling for her mother. The demons grew more aggressive, rushing in and making the situation chaotic, while the girl stood still as the green-faced demon was right in front of her. Seeing the demon about to strike the girl with sticks, Chanho quickly rushed in to pull her away and save her from the deadly scythe. Before he could do anything else, the demon suddenly got hit and lost all its teeth. Dedung rushes forward like a hero, knocking its head away with a kick, and he realizes his friend is still the same as always, worrying about trivial things. Dedung tells Chanho to run quickly, while he stays behind to block these stupid demons. Seeing his friend risking himself for him, Chanho smiled confidently and immediately called everyone together to move to the drainage tunnel inside the barbecue restaurant. A phone mounted on a tripod was live streaming the battle with the monsters, with continuous positive comments praising his impressive fighting skills. The restaurant staff shouted in panic. Behind you, taking advantage of their numbers, the demons kept launching deadly attacks that left you no time to react, and Dedung was knocked back towards the car. The staff member was stunned, thinking he was a goner, and the internet users flooded the comments with praise as the scene showed him still slumped over without any sign of life. Inside the sewer tunnel where the group's hideout was, a mother was crying out in distress upon seeing her small daughter. Seeing the touching scene of mother and daughter embracing each other, Chanho felt warm inside for having done another good deed. Suddenly, his brother turned to ask if he still planned to go back there. The question pulled him back to reality, remembering that his friend is still there. Now, the curious demons are approaching to see if he is dead or not. A thick calf the size of a pillar is approaching him. The demon looks down with a sharp gaze then chuckles like a fool. The restaurant employee still plays the enthusiastic commentator, while the audience keeps commenting nonstop during the live. Out there, the demon raised its staff high and struck sharply at your neck, causing the one turning to fearfully cover his eyes and not look. After the fierce blow, dust filled the air but suddenly stopped because something fell off. It turned out he had only hit a car, and the person had disappeared. It was surprised to turn around and see the one who was supposed to be gasping for breath about to die, now throwing a perfect shot that decapitated one of its comrades, creating a Hollywood-style scene that made the staff member extremely excited and comment passionately. Having absorbed a lot of the monster's essence, he no longer feels any pain now. In return for the demon's kindness, he will give back both the roots and the branches, then lightly launch himself forward to gently take the heads of the nearby monsters. His movements are too fast for the live stream phone to capture those crucial moments, so netizens immediately pay a hefty 5 million coins if the staff manages to record Desung. With such a large sum of money, Jai's eyes lit up and his mind kept racing to find a way to approach that area. Desung fought off the entire pack of demons with his hands, gradually draining his magic power to quickly take down this crowd. He gathers all his strength and delivers a powerful blow to the demon's chin, causing him to soar into the air. Capturing that moment, the live streamer immediately gets a bonus of 5 million coins, with the condition that a clearer face shot will earn even more. Oh, anonymous message from the shadows. I will give you more money if you can tell me more specifically about that man's identity. The servant was both happy and worried when he saw the message keep popping up, but he still refused to go outside. To count in the bonus zone with 20 million troops. Capturing a clear face and providing basic information instantly earns 40 million troops. This made the waiter panic, eyes wide as he stared at the phone screen. At the same time at the M building, the live stream of the waiter and the chatter of the staff are playing on the computer screen. When he sees the YouTuber on the other side making a move, the employee smiles with satisfaction. And our group will head to the scene of the incident so he can join us. Although I have been doing this precisely for a long time, this is the first time I have felt like this. Dung is standing on the monster's body, coldly staring at the remaining demons. Suddenly, a demon's head was smashed by a heavy object, causing its eyes to bulge and blood to spurt out, as a tall, muscular demon struck a huge weapon against its own kind. The YouTuber was lurking behind the car to film, because he could not miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to change his fate. The swarm of demons keeps coming non-stop, and your magic power is almost depleted, so only the heavens can save you from this ordeal. As he was distracted filming, Chanho suddenly peeked out from behind and quietly asked him, "What are you doing?" causing him to panic and drop his iPhone. Chanho immediately activates his mind link technique, forcing this idiot to a dead end so he can only gape with his mouth open and listen. His phone falls to the ground, lying there useless, making viewers think the livestream is under attack. Chanho drags the waiter towards the building ahead, eyes pleading. The waiter stubbornly keeps looking forward at his phone, tears streaming down his face as he mourns the huge sum of money that has vanished. Suddenly, a foot as thick as a pillar appeared in front of them, causing the servant to panic and faint, while the demon raising its staff to strike was decapitated in an instant. Chanho luckily escaped death and quickly looked at the approaching demon. Recognizing Desung, his friend standing on the battlefield, after a moment, the two of them and the staff member dragged each other into a barbecue shop to take a temporary rest, and Desung said, "I have somewhere to go, it will take about 20 minutes, can you wait?" To reassure his friend, Chanho mentioned that the gang was about to arrive to rescue everyone. The system notified that you have completed 100% of the killing progress in the real world. From now on, you are allowed to enter the shrine with your real body and use all the items there in the real world. Desung selected and agreed, and in an instant, a teleportation gate appeared before Chanho's astonished eyes. Not understanding what kind of creature this kid really is, Desung quickly stepped through the space door to the shrine, his body wounded after a night of fighting those monsters, and he needed to immediately consult the system to assess his current mana status. The system announces that the current mana level is below 10%, and you also ask the system how to increase your mana quickly. It responds immediately that organizing your recorded journal only requires completing the mission at the designated location within the allowed time to receive an appropriate reward. Isn't the journal the thing he used to write in every day back in hell? The thing to prevent him from going crazy. The status window reappeared and asked if he wanted to systematize the journal or not. He quickly agreed, and just as he was about to speak, a red-covered journal appeared and began the systematization process. An immense burst of energy erupted from the journal, instantly causing the surrounding air to seem as if it was being sucked in. The system just announced the start of the carving, a flood of memories rushing into his mind like a dam breaking. The diary suddenly burst into flames, signaling that the carving process was complete even though his head was pounding like a hammer. Then he asked the system to go to the hunter's forest on page 16. When he was able to use magic, the system immediately replayed day 75 of the 5th year, as he stepped into thick fog, back in the real world at the barbecue restaurant. Chanho hurriedly ran up the stairs with the waiter, thinking to himself, "I wonder if this guy knows anything about the guy who just fought those monsters." Unable to contain his curiosity, he wanted to extract more information about Desung. Chanho, with a cold face, turned back and assessed the situation, thinking that his concern for him was just to make money, while that guy could only stay silent. Suddenly, a noise came from above, startling both of them and making them worry, wondering if there are still survivors on the rooftop. While walking down the street, Chanho received a message from the leader of the Sun Guild, and since it is the weekend, their movement is a bit slow, so he should leave that place quickly. Chanho grew more anxious, hoping Desung would return soon. Desung was now standing in a desolate place filled with wisps of fog. The system notification reappeared in the Predator's forest but could not display the location details due to space limitations. The eerie silence of this place made him extremely cautious, as he undertook a medium difficulty item collection mission. You are required to eliminate the invading angel within 1 hour. The goal is to destroy 10 large white statues, with a 30% increase in mana, and additional 2,000 achievement points as rewards. The system just disappeared, and a strange figure faintly appeared in the fog. That thing easily detects intruders and activates its defense mode, attacking you with laser beams. You dodge all its lasers with lightning speed and suddenly pin down the tall, bulky monster with a red cross on its face and shoulders that look like wings. The system detected a white statue standing upright, classified as a robot creature. Hearing that, you looked carefully at the so-called celestial being. While thinking, the robot suddenly strikes, using its sharp claw like a drill to stab straight down but naturally misses. To save time, Desung gathers his energy into his fist and punches directly into the robot's face. A forceful blow that causes half of its mask to disintegrate into dust. Surprised by the attack, the monster staggered and fell backward. Desung gently approached, thinking he had defeated the monster, but its fingers suddenly moved and then extended rapidly. Shooting out, Desung charged straight into the center where the long, dangling fingers were, gritting his teeth and putting all his strength into a punch. Immediately, the robot exploded, parts flying down and kicking up a cloud of white dust that blanketed the scene. You also quickly escaped from the smoke. From within the fog, a red sphere suddenly appeared, catching Desung's attention. Returning to the grilled meat shop in the real world, Chanho was carefully opening a door. The two of them stepped out onto the rooftop and saw the corpses scattered all over the place. This situation was clearly not good, and they stood still, carefully observing the disorganized bodies on the ground. A wounded man is sitting against the wall, and seeing this, the two rush like crazy towards him. Chanho quickly asked, "Are you okay?" He just kept nodding and dismissing you. But you could not hear what he was saying. It was only after he took his last breath that Chanho understood he was talking behind your back, a source of intense murderous aura. Right behind you is a huge green demon. The servant quickly urges you to move. You keep glancing back and whispering, "Do not move until I tell you to." The servant also muttered under his breath, "What the hell are you saying?" Then turned around and froze in horror when he saw the demon staring directly at us with a grin. The servant's face changed color, causing Chanho to sit aside and remind him, "Stay alert. When I give the signal, run straight to the door. If you do not want to die here, get your act together." The green monster suddenly ran out of energy to intimidate and limped down. Chanho shouted and ran immediately. In the predator's forest, that red sphere has swollen into a giant, and Disung is cautiously observing. The sphere rises high and begins to regenerate. Disung furrows his brow in frustration as if about to curse. The regeneration progress of the sphere has reached 10%. The target analysis and attack model have been completed, and the air feature has been upgraded. He dashed forward like lightning, took a deep breath, and punched the sphere with all his might, causing it to generate multiple sparks of electricity. Disung then performed a stunning backflip and landed gracefully on the sphere. The reconstruction progress only dropped by 3%. And you are annoyed with this annoying thing. So you put all your strength into punching the sphere. That reconstruction speed suddenly skyrocketed to 40%, and its destructive power shattered the surface of the sphere. The progress rose to 55%, then the crack spread further, then increased to 65%. The system kept reporting errors due to overload from the rapid increase. The regeneration speed reached 70%, and he delivered a fierce punch, causing countless laser beams to shoot out and scorch his sleeve. A group of robots is hidden in the fog, and when he turns around, he finds himself in their sights. Suddenly, a barrage of laser beams is fired from the robots, and continuous laser streams intertwine to form a laser net. There are only 5% left for the sphere to complete its reconstruction, and you have to stomp hard on the ground to launch yourself back at the robots, who have already sensed it and are still redirecting laser beams at you. The reconstruction process reached 98%, and the red sphere exploded with a deafening roar, causing a violent tremor that threw you several hundred meters away. If things continue like this, it won't end well. He thought he should find another plan and recall the engraved memories. He is trying to remember the past to defeat these robots, but his head aches intensely as he tries to recall. The intense pain made Dendung unable to concentrate, and his eyes suddenly lit up with a fierce glow, boosting his strength far beyond before. The demon roared in fury, glancing at the shadow that quietly passed by, then wildly chased after Chanho and the servant. The servant is desperately rushing forward to dodge the attack, and both of them are exhausted, gasping for breath. The demon's arm has now been retracted, but it wants to leave a special mark, so it had to smash the floor apart. Luckily, both of them escaped by a hair's breadth. Chanho gasped and said to get down quickly. Right now, on the Black Dung side, you are fighting fiercely against the robots. They move slowly, but he keeps escaping quickly, jumping and weaving through obstacles with agility. He also dodges the robot attacks. Just a little more effort and he will complete this mission. You can easily jump and bounce like a squirrel, kick the tree hard, then quickly jump up to look around and rush forward like a madman. At that moment, the robots were already close behind, but I still have my fate, so I run. Suddenly, he slammed on the brakes with his foot, turned back, and the robots were still crawling on the road like ghosts. The entire group of robots lined up gradually became clearer. They targeted their aim and activated their targeting systems, preparing to attack. Still carefree about life, you show no fear and even flip the middle finger directly at the idiots behind you. Smiling maliciously, seeing themselves humiliated, the robots continue their pursuit, but it seems the ground is shifting violently without their awareness. Just as Dendung warned that this place is called the Hunteress Forest, a giant mouth with sharp teeth suddenly erupts from the ground and swallows the robot's whole. After feeding, the beast slowly sinks back into the earth, its eating habits unchanged. You happily hope that the robots will have happy days inside the fish's belly and that it can digest everything. The system then notified that you have met the conditions to reset your physical abilities. A surge of energy rapidly envelops Dung Dung's entire body, boosting his magic power significantly. The system continues to send rewards, including judge points and a divine sword, which immediately appears, making him marvel. Some information about the item is provided. This is a judgment spear set classified as a weapon. It is a weapon commonly used by judges to deal with enemies. Made from the scales of a go lizard monster, it can control the sword within a maximum radius of 100 meters. The stronger the magic, the more powerful it is. When it comes to remote control capability, the sword immediately flies to kill, traveling 100 meters before suddenly changing direction and returning to Dendung's hand. You feel quite satisfied with this new weapon, and as you relax your hand, it naturally disappears, lost in the fight. You forget about your appointment with the bed, and the portal opens instantly, bringing you back to the real world. A live news broadcast hosted by editor Nam reports that a water stain believed to be a sky portal has caused chaos in the area near Nangok Ward, similar to an incident that previously occurred in Dehu Ward. Then, the host asked the guest professor for his opinion on the recent incident, and he believed that the main responsibility lies with the person in charge of this area, specifically the Hunter Association. In the current shortage of personnel, the hunters of the association are taking holiday breaks, causing delays in rescue efforts. How can the people trust them? This ongoing stagnation has been happening repeatedly, especially recently during weekends and holidays, and the associations must take full responsibility for this incident. While the program was on air, a car sped down the street, and the people inside were also watching the news and cursing in anger. Those two guys can't be crazy. Right, the hunters from the association do not get paid as much as those gangsters. What are they, prophets or spies that we can blame? The team leader, annoyed, said stop complaining and do not make a fuss. If this incident is not handled properly, my heart is already set on leaving because the captain here will be fired. Suddenly, a new news broadcast is live, and we are now in Nangok Ward, where a mysterious hunter has appeared and fought to save thousands of people here. They could not believe it, so the two of them decided to head straight to Nangok Ward that night. Meanwhile, at the barbecue restaurant, thinking about the corpses on the rooftop made the waiter so scared he was trembling all over. Tranho also felt scared like him, but there was no way out except sitting here waiting for rescue to arrive. Suddenly, a loud noise rang out, startling the two boys, and Voi Vang peeked his head over the table to look outside. The hurried waiter wondered if that was the sound of the hunter team's vehicle, but after staring outside for a long time, he only saw the flickering lights inside the shop and no other signs of activity. Tranho raised his eyebrows cautiously, suspicious whether that was really the hunter team. It is not the hunter team but someone familiar. Making both of them brighten with joy, it is none other than our dear Sung. Tranho saw that he was covered in blood and clutching his stomach in pain, worried that his friend was badly injured. But he still took a deep breath and turned to call the waiter. And flinched, thinking he had committed a serious mistake, but it turned out Sung only asked to light a fire to grill some meat. Hearing this, the waiter and Tranho could only hold their breath and stay silent, surprised that even in this situation, he still had the mood to eat. Tranho shouted loudly, not noticing the corpse kneeling there. What kind of eating is this? Are those kneeling monsters making you stupid? Inside the restaurant, there are pieces of monster skin and flesh scattered around. Even pieces of pork are stained with blood from the monsters. Sung quickly looked over but saw nothing wrong, so he just shoved it into his mouth and chewed while the two guys looked on in disgust. Suddenly, a pair of black boots stepped in. And armed, Lin stood right next to the Kwai to check if everyone was okay. As soon as he saw him, the waiter cheered happily. Feeling saved, Officer Lin's gaze was fixed on where Sung was eating meat, surprised that a civilian could remain so calm. Afraid people might ask about my friend. Tranho suddenly starts joking around with some social pleasantries, making your job harder late at night. Then he pats Sung on the shoulder and explains, this guy is a bit too energetic, so his actions are a little unusual. Hope you can forgive him. Tranho hugs him tightly from behind, thinking he has to take this crazy guy to the hospital before he loses control. Officer Lin frowned seriously, not allowing them to leave. Tranho smiled confidently, reaching into his shirt to pull out a business card that read the number of the leader of the Sun Gang's sales team, saying if there was any problem, they could contact him through this. And Lin shyly apologized and then offered to lead everyone out. Indeed, the power of someone who can do anything smoothly. Outside, the soldiers are busy checking around, but all they see are the corpses of the demons lying scattered. The team leader just got off the bike and froze in place at the sight before him, while the guy with the gay nickname was nervously fidgeting beside the bike. The team leader silently assessed and pondered, realizing that the culprit behind this was even more brutal and powerful than those monsters. Tran Ho is now speeding through the streets on his motorcycle, suggesting that Dung stay at his place to sleep. But he is just pretending. I am really worried about everyone at home. Seeing someone so indifferent like him still cares about family. Tran Ho feels satisfied, but when he gets home looking like a lost soul, I am sure his mother will be worried sick. Dung also found the smell a bit off, so he decided to go to Tran Ho's place to take a shower and clean up. Tran Ho's apartment is in a luxurious high-rise building, and as soon as he stepped inside, he could not help but exclaim in admiration. Tran Ho told you to put the chicken away to eat, and soon a table full of chicken was prepared. Seeing that your friend was craving meat earlier, Tran Ho kindly invited you to a feast, but you pushed the food aside. You suddenly brought up that becoming a hunter can make a lot of money, recalling the conversation at Tran Ho's house, and replied, of course, but not everyone is lucky enough to earn it. There are scammers out there, and people around still often say that. Then Tran Ho looked at you expectantly and asked, do you want to become a kneeling hunter? Dung just replied briefly with a one-word answer, still busy stuffing chicken into his mouth. Seeing that my friend also has great potential, I suggested he go to the guild to register, with the requirement of being at least level B. Tran Ho was certain that my friend's current skill level was definitely level A. Dung immediately thought of level B and level A but did not understand anything. Looking confused like a child in pain, Tran Ho quickly explained that those are the ranks of hunters. If you are a level B hunter, you can join a big gang or become a member of the guild. No matter where you are, the weekly income is only 3,000 coins. But if you reach level A, the conditions will be better. Hearing this, Dung immediately licked his fingers and asked, is not there any higher rank than a? Tranho said there is such a level, this rank, but currently only 5 out of 2 million awakeners have it. Tranho picked up a piece of chicken and sneered. Are you planning to become the 6th rank awakener tomorrow? Just be a regular person and do not dream about that. Reaching level A is already enough. In this Republic of Korea, just achieving level A is enough to live comfortably for many generations. Tranho saw his friend was quite serious about becoming a hunter, so he immediately supported him. The two clinked cans and wished their brother good luck, and after all, Dung was already a hunter. In some building, in a luxurious room, a person is cutting a steak with a fork. Next to him is a dossier of Dung. Thogyai is eating and saying, is this the crazy deader? I can listen while eating, so just say it. The one who caused our organization to chaos. The thug nervously replied, yes. Whom do you love? The scar-faced man wiped his stained lips and said, you have been through a lot, have not you? You probably barely survived, then ran away again, and now you are bringing bodies here for what? Being scolded. The thug froze stiffly, unable to speak a word of plea. Tokyai with that scar across his face is Lee Seo-woo, the leader of the Pink Ghost Gang. Even that crazy kid has the guts to report to the police. Huh. A thick aura of menace surrounds him. Why are you trembling like a plow? Huh. Could it be because of that crazy kid? Lee Seo-woo glanced to the right where the boss of the idiot was lying in a pool of blood, his body missing an arm and his ribs exposed, making him furious. Seeing this scene, the idiot was even more terrified and begged the boss to spare his life. Lee Seo-woo's hand moved from his shoulder to its bald head, and suddenly he leaned in coldly whispering that even if the office is destroyed, the money in the safe will still be there. Yet now it is gone. The thug completely does not understand what is going on and pleads for a chance to live. With an emotionless face, he suddenly accepts and trusts his words. But less than a second later, the head of the idiot suddenly exploded like fireworks, blood spraying everywhere and splattering onto Lee Seo-woo's cold face. Ignoring the headless corpse bleeding out, Lee Seo-woo still ordered his subordinates to clean up Sung completely. The next day at the Korean Hunter Association, Seong stood calmly in front of the building with his hands in his pockets. Chano got out of the car and said, you need to go to the reception to tell them you are here for an awakening test. Then someone will come to guide you. Sung already walked far ahead when Chanho called after him to remind him not to forget to use formal language and not to talk back to others, or they will say he is crazy. Then he shouted loudly, after the test, remember to send me a message with the results and to that bastard's house. Sung confidently walks toward the building, where many others have gathered to get certified as awakened. As Chanho said, it is probably because of the money that these people are rushing here, which makes him feel quite annoyed. At testing room number 3, Sung and the other candidates were waiting impatiently, and to make matters worse, number 9 was nowhere to be seen, leaving them wondering when he would arrive. I also received a message from my mother, who thought I was still at Chanho's house, asking when he would come home today because she had back pain and took a day off work. I still do not want to tell my mom that I signed up to be a hunter, and I do not plan to tell her about this, so I just said I was at Chanho's house and would come back later. A few seconds later, my mom replied that if I was not out having fun, I should come home for dinner with my sister, as she just bought some hangover soup for me. You also want to finish quickly and head home. At this moment, the secretary steps out to call number 9, and finally you get to go inside for the test. Before I could even go in, I heard a loud shout from a rugged man. What the hell do you think you are doing to say I am not awakened? His disruptive actions made the staff very uncomfortable, but they only explained that the device detected nothing. The old man immediately shouted, I have told you several times already, making the people waiting outside start to get annoyed, waiting so long and then running into a crazy vagrant. He pointed to the top of his bald head under the light, claiming that my hair was already messed up this way in the morning, and I still can't be an awakened person. The male employee also kept quiet, and the secretary along with the contestants outside had a good laugh. Dung felt a bit uneasy, and his mother was still waiting to buy herbal soup to cure his hangover at home. He was still threatening that if the staff did not handle it properly, he would file a complaint with the branch manager. Suddenly, a hand on his bald head made him turn around in anger and shout at the bastard daring to do so. When he turned back, he saw Dung with a fierce aura like a demon, and he, terrified, clenched his lips tightly, afraid to speak. He hurriedly explained that there was a problem with the machine, and he was clearly an awakened person. You coldly looked at him and asked, are you sure the machine is broken? At that moment, an awakened employee approached and volunteered to try it himself before heading straight to the machine. He placed his hand on the sphere, causing it to crackle with sparks, and the machine began the inspection process, while the sphere suddenly turned blue. This indicates a level C awakener, meaning the machine has been functioning normally and even very well all along. He was too confused to speak, but the secretary took the chance to send him off, making him leave in frustration. Finally, the chaos was resolved, and the secretary apologized and invited him inside for the inspection. The secretary turned to chat with her colleague but was quickly scolded and told to focus on work and stop meddling. Remembering the terrifying aura just now from that kid, she was sure he was at least a level B awakened or higher. At the headquarters of the Korean Hunter Association in the branch office, the phone rings loudly, the man in the face mask picks up, and the voice on the other end urgently says, "Branch Chief, quickly go down to inspection room 3 on the 6th floor." He asked again what was wrong and to speak immediately, but the other person still insisted that the boss should come down and see for himself. He quickly got into the elevator, and an idea came to mind. Could it be that among those coming to check, there is someone with an S rank awakening? But he immediately convinced himself he was imagining things. If someone awakened with such power, the main team would surely fight over it endlessly. On the 6th floor, the candidates were panicking. And who was that divine being? This was the first time they had seen such a situation. This chaotic scene made the branch manager squeeze through the crowd to enter the inspection room immediately. His face pale as he saw the shattered crystal ball and hurriedly explained to Dung while staring with wide eyes. When he placed his hand on it, the crystal ball changed colors continuously, blending rainbow hues. It looked completely different from before, making him suspicious and unsure if it still worked. The staff member next to him just awkwardly chuckled and said that sometimes it also has a bit of technical trouble. Suddenly, a cracking sound rang out sharply, and the surface of the crystal ball suddenly cracked open, making the staff member panic. Suddenly a loud explosion rang out with smoke billowing out, startling the contestants outside the corridor. Inside the testing room, the smoke was so thick that even though the secretary had pinched her nose, she still kept coughing. Di dung dung lang truok may kim tranang luk, kanan and vien the hong so nenga lan radat. They kol dungam nu tung, and to lega koa so hai nen voi hoi them sem ka koan kong. Hearing that, Truong Chinan also gave up, thinking this was just a malfunction of the testing machine. But all 3 crystal balls are identical. How could all 3 malfunction at the same time by coincidence? Seeing the 2 people whispering, I was confused and wondered if they were planning to demand compensation. What should I do now? Do I need to retake the test? Truong Chinan thought, if they keep testing you like this and the machine breaks again, I will have to pay out of pocket to replace it. After a moment of calculation, he suddenly turned to ask you, is it Dung? This is the first time we have to do this, so maybe we should make a decision based on the test case. In your case, a decision cannot be made based on the crystal ball alone. It must go through the evaluation of another assessor. Only then can we determine your level. Ding doubted the reliability of the test, but the C-level older brother firmly assured him that the ranking was based on clear criteria, so he could rest assured about that. As the group bid an overly dramatic farewell, they waited until he was out of sight before the branch manager finally spoke. I can't continue living with my fate anymore. The secretary then asked, is this crystal ball device a reaction of another world's power within the awakened person's body? I am not sure either, but perhaps the power belonging to another world that Han Dae-sung possesses is beyond the scope of the crystal ball, which is why it exploded. Hearing such a sharp argument, the Phi-rank young man chuckled softly, while the branch manager suspected that Dung might be an S-rank awakener, which was entirely possible. The C-rank guy thought the secretary was overestimating. He did not believe there was any chance that he was an S-rank person. Waiting to call Tranho to tell him what happened in the exam room and that I had to do a supplementary test. Tranho asked if my phone was broken or something, and I said I broke it myself. Tranho shouted, you can't just smash it randomly. You have only been testing for 5 minutes, so how can anyone predict the result? And now you have no choice but to do well on the supplementary exam and get a high score. Tranho told you to go home and rest first, and he would send the exam date and test link later. Suddenly, a red light flickered from the construction site in the distance, making Dae-sung alert and turn his head to look. It is a female sniper, she thought. From any perspective I do not see that guy as being strong, and even if that person is a powerful awakened, I still do not care. The assassin was about to squeeze the trigger when Dae-sung turned her head and looked directly at the scope, surprised and wide-eyed. The assassin was caught off guard. Could he have seen her? She had never been detected by a hunter before in all her years of work. A soldier glared at her and said, if you are good, aim straight at me and shoot. Just as he was about to retreat, a command to fire came from somewhere, and the marksman immediately raised his gun to aim. Bang! A gunshot echoed as the bullet sped straight toward where he was standing, causing a massive explosion with dust and smoke flying everywhere. Are you kidding me? After a while, the dust had cleared. You still stood there completely unharmed. The bullet used this time was not an ordinary one but an aura bullet that had been flattened. The thug was only then terrified and ran for his life out of the building. Suddenly, the newly acquired sword of Dung flew towards the thug and struck him, causing a cry of pain as he collapsed to the ground. Dung appeared with an overwhelming aura that terrified the thug, who then mockingly taunted him. It is a shame you aimed right at me, but that won't send me away so easily. Darling, the pain from the attack has already disappeared. The marksman quickly grabs his gun from his side and takes an attacking stance. After surviving my aura bullets, you are still alive normally. Where exactly are you a lost soul from? He confidently introduces himself as Han Dae-sung. the lost soul from hell. Feeling like he is teasing her, she fires multiple aura bullets in rapid succession, accompanied by the sound of gunfire echoing across the construction site. The bandit still has not lowered his guard when suddenly he appears behind her like a ghost. She did not expect that after she shot him, he would fall down, but it was just a lifeless black shadow created by Dixung in the smoke she just shot into. Suddenly her eyes turned completely red. A hand reached out to choke her and pressed her against the wall, caught in a suffocating grip. Before she could save herself, a bunch of black hands shot out from the wall. Seeing so many eyes, many covers, and many hands like a mass of slimy things, she was so scared she fainted temporarily. Dixung saw this but probably could not do anything yet and also fainted. So he stepped aside to pick up the remaining bullet casings and faced the suspended thug on the wall. He could not understand how these things had such great power that they could destroy others. When he looked at the gun case, he saw pictures of his entire family inside. You throw the cartridge casings and your stuff at him, and the scared thug suddenly screams like a madman. I will get straight to the point. Answer my question, or if you dare to make noise or talk nonsense, I will send you straight to the altar. You throw the family photo and your information in front of her and ask who ordered you. The young, sweaty sniper fears that he cannot reveal any information about the Pink Ghost Gang. Now I will just make up a name. How would I know? She then said Kim Sung-han, that muscle-bound pig of the organization for hire you destroyed not long ago. That guy said you drained all their money. Now Sung finally remembered the 500 million and thought he had gained your trust. Then suddenly you shot out something that pierced a hole as big as a piglet in her shoulder. She screamed in pain and terror as the demon hands continued to grip her body. Sung coldly warns the girl. A sharpshooter who listens this obediently is suspicious. If you dare to talk nonsense, I will make you regret it immediately. I am giving you one last chance to tell the truth. Who is controlling you? The traitor does not dare reveal any information about the Pink Ghost Gang. If she does not die here, she will be wiped out by their assassin anyway. No matter which path she chooses, she is doomed. And then she suddenly raises her hand, trying to channel all her strength into it before slamming it straight into her heart. Because even if you ask 100 million times, my answer will always be the same. Seeing that, you realize the thug intends to self-harm, but you still have not reacted, just staring at her as he continues to scream wildly. Sung gently pierces a hole in his chest, sending him ahead. The assassin's face turned horrified, unable to believe he was killed so recklessly. Sung, heavy-hearted, calmly said despite her coughing up blood, "Go ahead and go down alone. I am already sick of that damned hellish place." Blood soaks the house floor, and suddenly the thug's body slumps down and sits heavily in his own blood, then collapses completely. Seeing that, I also feel tired because all this effort has not revealed who the bastard behind it is, and now I have to clean up this mess. Sung did not want to use it at all because this item always caused him to lose face uncontrollably. He secretly flipped through the journal with the keyword Memories of the Fallen, and shortly after, he found page 134. At this point, everything can be resolved quickly. He continued to open the space gate, as most of the area around was very close to the Sky Gate's water stain. He needed to find something to cover up the corpse, or else if someone discovered this rotten body, it would be very troublesome. At the large construction site, in a secluded corner, a blue tarp stands out with a hand sticking out from underneath, hiding a corpse. Sung has now stepped through the gate into the Divine Palace, and as he appears, the system immediately sends a notification. The monsters here are welcoming the return of the Absolute, and the system is also asking which moment he wants to revive. In the Diary on Hell page 134, which records the Soul Prison, this is the Demon King's main weapon, one of the 15 lords ruling the underworld alongside the Demon God. It is an artifact capable of resurrecting the dead by draining their blood, created by the ancient gods to easily distinguish them from naturally occurring objects. Remembering the first time I entered the Soul Prison, I thought I could fight easily, but the summoned commander was too weak to control properly. While lost in thought, the system sent a notification to recreate the day 198 of year 67 at the Divine Temple. This place is not hell, it is where they dispose of corpses on earth. This time, I have to use it wisely. With that decision made, I immediately pressed to activate and confirmed. The system recreates the location of the Thema River as recorded on page 134, and suddenly the surrounding space begins to distort and fade into view, revealing the river filled with Thema. The dark purple waters are teeming with drifting skulls, and on the other side of the river lies the territory of the Demon King. There used to be a boat here to cross the river, but now it is gone, and you can't even swim across. Just soaking your body in the water for a moment will cause the Thema to gnaw and decompose it completely. The system then displays a notification window to receive items. With an average difficulty, you need to eliminate creatures from heaven occupying the deadly river. The goal is to destroy 20 white pillars within 30 minutes. Completing the mission will earn rewards and the protection of the demon spirit. The success rate for imprisoning souls in the prison is 50%. As the notification ended, Jung was targeted by an unidentified creature. Then a series of glowing purple eyes hidden in the shadows awaited approval for elimination. He looked up and saw a whole swarm of strange robot spider creatures hanging overhead. They are the white pillars of the direct lineage race from heaven. Just then, the program to eliminate territory intruders of the robots was activated, and they leap to the ground to prepare for attack. A spider jumps forward and sprays a purple ball, but he easily dodges, causing the ball to hit a rock and be instantly corroded. Jung immediately understands that defeating these creatures will earn him a reward from the system, possibly a boat. He quickly drew his sword. Just as a giant robot spider was falling towards him, he quickly sliced vertically through the air and then landed softly. Suddenly, the robot spider shot out a barrage of purple balls raining down like a storm to force him into red-eyed combat mode. For him, this was nothing to fear, and he did not need to dodge it like a threat. Despite the incoming purple balls, you still stand tall and unyielding, your body emanating a protective shield that blocks the attack, and given the current situation, handling each one individually, they seem unwilling to retreat, so you unleash a single powerful strike to deal with them all at once. Dung thrusts the sword straight into the ground with a tremendous shockwave, causing the spiders that just jumped onto the rock to rush forward in a dizzying charge before falling flat on their backs. Dung immediately charges like an arrow, wildly slashing at the robot spiders, wounding them and spilling blood. He managed to catch the core of the last spider with his bare hands and crush it into fragments. Fighting fiercely like that, the system kept notifying that the mission was complete, with a 50% success rate in the soul prison, and the reward had been granted to the absolute master. The system sends you a glowing red sphere with a purple aura inside. The reward is the protection of the devil, a armor called the Devil's Shield made from white bone, which reduces physical damage and grants immunity to all of the Ma's curses. He hesitated and read it carefully again. Then the system appeared asking if he wanted to wear it now, but there was one more note that after wearing it twice, he could wear it at will. Startled, he looked at the river of the Ma, suspecting he could use this to swim across. Watching the raging river, he gradually sank into the heavy water. His shadow placed his golden left foot on the shore before his entire body was enveloped in armor. The system immediately updates the message, saying that the demons admire the Supreme Being's exceptional swimming ability. The demons of the Divine Temple sincerely apologize for being unable to assist the Supreme Being. Annoyed, he shouted at the system, "No one told you to be silent." When he tried to speak forward, a beam of light appeared, and he simply stepped into it and disappeared. At this moment, he has entered the territory of the Demon King. Surrounded only by ruins and debris, there is not a single person here. Not even the Demon King's ancient city remains. The system suddenly sends a message saying that the demons of the Holy Temple deeply apologize for the disappearance of the Demon King's ancient city. You angrily say, "I am not a part-time worker." But is not this how the mission is supposed to be carried out in the ancient city? You can see a sudden explosion happening at the eye of the Demon King. And right in front of you, a wall suddenly erupts, continuously rising higher without any sign of stopping. Dung stands in awe of the rapidly rising wall. Finally, the earthquake subsides, and a towering skyscraper emerges through the thick smoke. It is designed by creatures dwelling in the sky and made from divine stone. It serves to imprison wandering souls on the 9 clouds. A large gate of the tower suddenly opens, and a terrifying wind blows in fiercely. But you do not feel fear. Instead, you think that entering might trigger the next mission. Yes. The second item mission is being carried out according to journal page 134 of the Demon King's Soul Prison. This mission is highly difficult, requiring the destruction of 1,000 creatures sent to heaven created by the Pen Tower. You only have 2 hours to complete it. If successful, you will receive a reward of unlocking the words and an additional 5,000 points, achieving 100% containment of the soul prison. Suddenly, a heavy foot stomped down, and a monster in a sharp old armor, decayed and holding a spear, appeared before him. As long as it is a type of demon, it won't have any hostile intentions towards me. Suddenly, a whole swarm of demons rushes crazily towards me, not wanting the eerie screams to overwhelm me. Brace myself and roar loudly. Surrendering, the fierce aura of death made the command army tremble with fear, while the monsters from the Divine Temple sent a message apologizing for the rebellion of the soldiers. Before the message even arrived, the crazed beasts all went berserk, but I remained unfazed and immediately activated my Skill 0 attack squads. I realized these guys do not seem to be equipped with that type. Maybe because of that white pillar, the command army is getting bigger and bigger. They walk while sticking out their tongues and breathing heavily. And seeing that they are not afraid of me, they immediately turn into blood demons. The system warns that activating this energy source will consume a certain amount of FP, and every hour the attack power in all states and skills will increase by 300%. His eyes blazing. He knew he had to break through that white pillar immediately. You launch yourself forward like a sharp spear, cutting through the demons as you run, leaving them no time to react. Your sudden attack pushes your speed to near perfection, and with a single punch, you send the entire horde flying hundreds of kilometers away. The number of creatures he has defeated so far has reached 50 out of 10,000, then increased to 130 out of 10,000. Now he has reached the wall, where a horde of demons is lurking behind the door, and destroying it from the inside is the only effective way. But suddenly, a squad of soldiers charged out from the white bamboo like a flood. Without hesitation, rushing forward to take the initiative, attacking repeatedly and then leaping up to strike the white pillar. A loud explosion echoed as the tall Chos Foster Tower collapsed and shattered into fragments. The white pillar was destroyed, causing the commanding troops to gradually vanish into the swirling dust. He stepped forward boldly on the cracked ground. His armor now half blackened. That transformation made him even stronger. As he completed 100% of the soul collection, he received the reward of the Emrun key and 5,000 achievement points. Suddenly, 2 large purple and orange spheres appeared explosively. One was a tangible item and the other was part of the reward. But he did not rush to take them immediately and wanted to check the other items first. To activate the recall command, the purple sphere immediately released a thin cloud of smoke and flew straight ahead. The reward information then appeared, its name being the Soul Containment Prison classified within a piece of artwork. This is the only treasure that only the Demon King possesses. It can absorb the souls of the dead and then burn into the blood of the owner, transforming them into a commanding general. The special skill is imprisonment, where once an object is considered lost, their soul is kept within the artifact. Revival is the second skill, allowing you to resurrect the souls of the fallen and use them as infantry. The third special skill is sharing memories, which lets you observe some of the memories of the owned infantry. With the current number of imprisoned souls at 0.2, Dizung once again issued the recall command, causing the orange sphere to ignite naturally, and the system appeared asking if he wanted to carve the runes to open the prison. Without making a choice, you continue to recall, causing the energy surrounding the 2 spheres to gather. The system reports that the current number of imprisoned souls is 0.1. You take the glowing purple sphere and suddenly crush it, prompting the system to immediately display a message that the soul imprisonment prison is being absorbed. One of your seals has been achieved and you want to leave, but suddenly a yellow sphere appears from nowhere. Confusing Dizung, the system immediately issues a warning, indicating that monsters are rushing forward through the fierce energy emanating from the light, and the monsters of the Divine Temple advised to stay absolutely cautious. As a supreme being, he had no obligation to obey. He continued to withdraw, causing the sphere to glow again, and it suddenly merged into his hand, leaving a strange mark on his palm. That mysterious energy source gradually faded away, leaving a circular mark, and immediately a notification appeared in front of him while he was still suspended. The faintly visible mission completion percentage showed 1 out of 3, and he had thought it was something very valuable, but it turned out to be a trivial task that wasted his time. Feeling too sad, he immediately closed the time gate to return to the real world. A few seconds later, he was back at the construction site in the present, but a new problem arose as the corpse hidden under the blue cloth and blood suddenly changed eyes. Ignore everything else. Dung returned home, and as soon as she stepped inside, she saw her younger sister standing at the door looking out. Before she could say a word, she was cut off. Where have you been so late? All the guards are already asleep. Your big brother is a shark, but at home he is a little fish. Hearing his sister say that he feels a bit shy, Lean quickly apologizes. Then the girl just sighs and urges him to eat quickly, as she places herself down and prepares the hot dishes her mother has already set on the table. At that moment, a news report about the large-scale crack in the gate from yesterday was on TV, and seeing that, your mother immediately turned off the TV and asked the family to gather for dinner. Didung mumbled while chewing. The world has changed so much that even monsters appear on the news. Hearing that, the mother glanced nervously at him and explained. She was afraid he would be shocked, so she did not dare to say anything, and she apologized for being a mother who could not help her child. Didung did not complain or blame about that. As long as both of you survive without injuries in this world, I am already very grateful. The mother was very surprised by her son's maturity, and hearing that, the younger sister shyly turned her face away to lighten the tense atmosphere. He asked his mother and sister if they wanted anything, and Jaisuli immediately begged, acting as if he was going to buy something fancy for his sister. The meal took place in a warm and lively atmosphere filled with laughter and chatter. After a while, he called his friend Tranho, who was in the SEAL gang. I am going to take a break for a while, probably to study for a test or train something, so I will hide myself on the mountain. Just like training, I think Disung ate something today, so his nerves seem a bit off, but he was completely alert when making this decision. I found a bug, but it disappeared right in front of me, and the corpse at the construction site vanished without a trace. Anyway, while I was out of it, please take care of my mom and Jisoo for me. Tranho, being a good friend, immediately agreed without hesitation, not knowing what his close friend was planning to do next. Meanwhile, Disung was busy putting his hands in his pockets on the rooftop, thinking of a way to bring the mastermind into the light. At the Pink Demon Gang's building, a henchman was reporting that the corpse had been dealt with. From the way Disung turns a low-level assassin into a new soldier, he does not seem easy to handle. So what does the boss plan to do with him? Lysekyu dismisses the concern and tells his subordinate to ignore it, as he overheard that you will be taking part in this hunter exam. That is the perfect moment for him to eliminate you. So for now let us just pretend to be friendly and save our strength. Right, Jinchun? Jinchun, breathing inside the glass chamber, also agrees and calls out, can we start now? I have been waiting for this day for a long time. I wonder if that scarred guy outside can hear anything through that glass. Suddenly, the doctor on the side interrupted, saying Jinchun's a great heartbeat is very stable, and they are ready to proceed with the serum bomb now. The neurotoxin expert, worried that Jinchun will be in a lot of pain, asked if he is ready. And Jinchun, looking very excited, replied he has been ready since he set foot here, very satisfied with that answer, then signaled to proceed with the experiment immediately. After receiving the command, the doctor pressed the activation button, and a green liquid was immediately injected into Jinchun's vein, causing his tendons to bulge. The absorption reached 20% and his heartbeat remained stable, but at 40%, his face started to grimace with clenched teeth. Suddenly, blue veins appeared on his face and eyes as the absorption reached 55%, and his body had surpassed the limit for continuing the infusion. He coldly ordered to proceed, prompting the doctor to warn that he might weaken from the drug overdose. Like Yu still cares a lot and firmly believes that Jinchun won't weaken so easily. As the absorption rate reaches 80%, then 90%, Jinchun screams in pain as a blue light appears, and the absorption reaches 100%. Then, the heartbeat chart on the screen shows a flat line, and he is now unconscious inside the experimental chamber with blue veins bulging out. Dr. Jun announced that Jinchun's heartbeat has stopped. Hearing that, Yu appeared very calm, signaling him to be quiet and observe. At this moment, the hand inside the test tube made very slight movements, causing the doctor to quickly monitor the chart. Suddenly, the heartbeat display appeared, indicating signs of life returning, which surprised him greatly. Jinchun's eyes suddenly widened with veins bulging, smashing the glass container and stepping out before roaring fiercely. A sly smile appears off Yu's lips. You really disappointed me. I was looking forward to seeing the schedule in the next 10 days. On the other side, Chanhao just sent Daejing a message saying, do you know that the test only allows people to use weapons and defenses provided by the association? Seeing that, he thought to himself that if he could not use weapons, he could rely on his physical abilities. But there was one thing he would need to modify. Daejing picked up a branch and tapped it against his hand, and as he expected, his protective armor was completely invisible to the naked eye. Therefore, you can also carry protective items along with your weapons. Daejing opened a portal, reached in to search for a while, then pulled out a small branch, so weapons can also be disguised. It considers this branch as a type of weapon. The system then prompts with a question. Do you want to transform the dagger into a recognized weapon? Of course he accepted immediately, and the sword instantly transformed into a small branch. With the process also completed, this spell would work on weapons too, so he could carry his beloved blade without worry. However, he hesitated, unsure whether to return to Pantheon or not. A blazing desert appeared in the territory of the Fire King. With withered, dry trees, Daejing took heavy, deliberate steps forward, never imagining he would return here one day. Suddenly, a pack of desert wolves appeared in front of him, glaring with murderous intent. Daejing was completely stunned by the scene, and the system immediately assigned the quest to retrieve the artifact. With a high difficulty of 337 fire mirror points, he needed to eliminate Orkyo's minions patrolling the desert and collect soul stones. The mission time is 2 hours with a goal of 1,000 soul stones, and the reward is 500 achievement points plus a 50% boost to the Holy Mirror Blade. Some information about the wolves also appears. They are beast-type creatures and trained warriors by Orkyo, the fifth apostle of the Heavenly Court. I did not expect you would get to test the sharpness of this Than Dao prophecy so soon. I immediately cut my palm to activate the true prison. Just then, a giant desert wolf and a huge Than Dao appeared right in front of me, and I just smiled disdainfully and said, "So, is this your meal?" Seeing that, the mad wolf roared and immediately raised Than Dao to prepare to strike him, but before it could do anything, Daejing flicked forward, unleashing a flurry of slashes that sent it crashing headfirst to the ground. Daejing, riding the wave of victory, decisively exterminates these minions, one by one vanishing into the void, moving like a dancer on the stage. The enemy forces now number only 33 out of 100, clenching the Thandone sword in his hand. He coldly looked at the remaining wolves as he finished speaking, and the entire desert wolves pack rushed toward him. A dark green hand suddenly blocked the attack of the alpha wolf, and a blue-headed wolf with a battered body appeared out of nowhere. While the others gradually emerged from the gates of the fortress, the blue-headed wolf gently squeezed its hand, crushing the demon's head, and witnessing such a scene, the remaining wolves were terrified. Daejing immediately ordered them to attack. The green wolves howled wildly and charged straight at the white wolves, also fighting fiercely. The two armies of monsters clashed, and the battle of the creatures truly began. From afar, Daejing was busy lighting a cigarette when he wondered how the Chanho could survive while Meng Fi smoked all day. The wolfpack's battle was growing fiercer. A white wolf was split in two right before his eyes and vanished instantly, leaving him face to face with the demon. Although only weaklings remained now, he still could not let his guard down as the wolf crossed the flames and headed straight for him. A blue streak followed it, rising from the trees to shoot down, but was halted by that strange light. That is the arm of the blue wolf being pulled back to protect him, with the hidden sigil on their bodies allowing them to constantly regenerate. The desert wolf is dragged backward by immense force and then devoured by the blue wolf's soul. These are the immortal warriors who do not even consider death itself as a threat. The system displays a message. The spirit stone target has reached 12 out of 1,000 stones. So Dung immediately activates his limbs to continue the battle and speed up the mission progress. I am halfway there now. I need to be quick to move on to the next mission. I stump once to get a running start and then shoot into the sky, leaving a big explosion behind. You just soar up at an incredible speed. With your current strength, you could easily cut down hundreds of those beasts in 2 hours. As soon as he finished speaking, Dung charged straight down at the wolves still fiercely fighting. Completely unaware, until a white wolf sensing something unusual looked up. He was plummeting like a meteor, causing the entire army to suddenly halt their battle to watch. A burst of blinding light then erupted as a powerful collision occurred, emitting maximum brightness that made the surrounding space turn completely white. At this moment, a check was underway at the headquarters of the Soul Gang. A single slash was driven straight into the purple low-level monster's belly, and a girl then slashed a vertical strike up its neck, killing it instantly. The system displays a message indicating she has eliminated all the pre-programmed monsters in the machine. The purple monster gradually disappears, leaving the girl with the glowing sword gasping for breath. She is Sin Choi, a member of the Soul Gang. The system also praised her for doing very well and completed the simulation process. The leader of the Soul Gang sitting outside turned to ask the boss. He thinks her performance just now was not bad, but she tends to worry and lose focus in actual combat. The gang leader says that is not a problem. We are currently designing a training method to fix that, and we still have about 10 days. The leader demands they intensify training so she can advance at least 2 more levels, giving her a chance to defeat the Mad Dog Wrong Din of the Red Demon Gang. Because of that bastard, no one in the exam could score higher than Sin Choi, but that is understandable since she is only at level B while that mud is at level A. He also said you would never know what the Red Demons will do next. The gang leader was confused. Could they be planning to test that thing? Especially after the accident when they were banned from using new soldiers for a year. The leader then said, I think this time they will come up with a more terrifying and secret plan probably. They are frantically preparing to get back what they lost that year. In the end, only Sin Choing Jin will remain after the first test. This will be their stage to perform as long as no monsters suddenly interfere. The messages from the monsters are sent to Dae-sung. The demons of Pandemonium admire the power of the Supreme Being. They fear the Supreme Being but also show respect and reverence as a matter of course. Supported by a certain kind of demonic magic, the system shows the Soul Stone target is 999 out of 1,000 completed. And the hand holding the smoking pipe is fidgeting but does not know how to turn it off. The wolf you are sitting on growls for hours, making Dae-sung pull out his sword angrily and say, when I am smoking, shut your mouth. Then he asks to hit it a few times. The system now displays a notification that the mission is complete, and the summoning process is beginning to progress. 500 achievement points have been collected, and the current success rate of the Ho Dungam is 50%. The desert wolf spirits turn into floating blue orbs above the pile of bones and fly toward you. The system says these are soul seeds and asks you to place them on the altar. Dae-sung was still smoking his cigarette, wondering why there was no sign of an altar anywhere around here. He reached out toward the sphere, thinking, do I really have to go find it again now? As soon as he grabbed the soul orb, it immediately emitted an extremely intense energy, with a pillar of wall suddenly shooting straight up from the ground followed by a thick wall rising after. In front of him was a table with a duel happening on each side, and he could not help but marvel at the beauty of the sphere and the altar over there. The Pandemonium monsters sent a message again, saying he was wrong to rush so quickly in judging everything. You throw the smoking cigarette onto the pile of ashes at your feet, and the system announces a new quest. The second item request, with 337 points for the fire mirror in progress, with a high difficulty. You need to place the soul orb on the altar and prove your worth to the guards. There is no time limit. The goal is simply to gain the guards' approval. The first reward is 20,000 achievement points, and the second is the blood guard. The level of the fire mirror's wish has also reached 100%. Quickly placing the sphere on the altar, it suddenly lit up brightly, and behind the altar, something large and long was emerging from the ground. You quickly activated the highest alert mode, and that thing was fully revealed before your eyes, a giant snake with overwhelming pressure emanating from it. Its large round eyes and yours were staring fiercely at each other, and the system had to appear to introduce this formidable creature. It is Okshin's favorite monster, the fifth apostle of the heavenly court. To obtain the sacred item guarded by the guards, you must answer its question, after which you stare intently at the status screen. I thought I was getting a fun quest, but now I have to answer questions for a snake. Fine. If you like, I will wait. Ask away. Snake, I will answer everything. Seeing that, it immediately bowed its head close to you and muttered some incomprehensible words, leaving you helpless because this stupid snake dared to mess with you. Unable to take it anymore, Dung shot a pain right between its eyes, causing the snake to collapse in agony. The system immediately announced that the blood infusion process had been activated, and you would transform into a demon. However, When this technique is triggered, a specific amount of AP will decrease over a certain period, and the attack power of skills and stats will be reduced by 300%. Dedung gently flicked his hand to strike again, this time stabbing through the snake's 2 eyes, causing it to roar fiercely. You grow like a savage beast. Do not think I am gentle or look down on me. You are tired of living, right? Then he cursed it as a mad snake and stabbed it in the head, making it scream wildly. Suddenly its head swelled abnormally and exploded like a bubble, and you landed softly on the ground. Dedung walked away proudly, a full stench rising in the air making him feel nauseous. Suddenly something makes him turn around, and the snake is again glowing with blue streaks. Rebirth of the snake is old news. Nothing surprising anymore. Dedung immediately grabbed the sword, gripping it so tightly that his hands were bloodied, as the snake had fully transformed into its new form. With a fierce appearance, it was extremely furious, its red eyes flashing and its wide-open mouth as if ready to swallow him whole. Seeing that, he changed his tactics and boldly challenged it. If you are so capable, then charge in. He quietly observed its movements to see what it would do next. Suddenly its eyes turn red and it charges straight at you. The demon keeps leaping at its mouth, and you use one hand to hold its upper jaw while using your whole body to pry the snake's mouth open. He stared intently at that energy, a bright light blazing out like a great forge sustaining the life of the snake, clearly a rebirth forge. Suddenly, the venomous head cracked and then lifted up again to make it easier to digest. The system appears with mournful groans as Pandemonium's monster falls into despair, the demon closing its eyes in madness. Sensing something was wrong inside, it immediately spat out a mass of slimy goo, within which Dung appeared holding a large, long sword wrapped in chains. You sneer and say, "This really does not work on someone like you without hands." The system reports that you have collected the Fire Peak Spear at about 50%, so it is not yet at the highest level to unlock special skills 1, 2, and 3. Which are still sealed, but for you, that is enough to defeat that non-revivable reptile. Seeing you, the snake opened its full mouth in a furious roar, and you grabbed the sword, excited at the thought of using it in battle. With this black sword, it contains an incredible power that has not yet been fully unleashed. I thrust the sword directly into its head, forcing it into a state of extreme submission. Then a powerful beam of light surged up along with a shockwave exploding outward. With a single slash, you easily split the snake in half and sent it to paradise at that moment. The familiar system appeared before you with a notification that the Fire Peak Spear's level of 100% had been reached, so the upgrade was complete. You received the reward of the Blood Guard and 20,000 achievement points, and the chains holding the sword are also removed. The system now displays a new notification. The Fire Peak Spear presents a challenge to see if you are worthy. You must endure the entire fire trial within the allotted time. This is what you must overcome to fully control the Fire Peak Gorm. It is the Hellfire Peak Challenge. The system has started a countdown of 239 hours, 59 minutes, and 47 seconds. You must endure being burned for 240 hours, which is 10 consecutive days. The fire has surrounded you and the sword and is growing larger, but there is no reason for you to ignore this challenge. A commanding voice booms. Have you become a dog that no longer recognizes its master? Fire King. The countdown still shows 239 hours 54 minutes 18 seconds. The fire of destruction burning through your flesh. Forget that countdown while I remain gentle, or I will tear you into 100 pieces. Suddenly, time instantly rewinds to 0, and the trial is over. You still grip the hilt of the sword even though your hand has lost some flesh. Suddenly, a voice echoes, "Master, please forgive me for not recognizing you sooner." Dedung was not angry at all and simply said softly, "It has been a long time since I last saw the Fire King." Seeing that the Fire King still remains here, he guessed it was not demoted to Pandemonium at the depths of hell, where the departed gather in an endless abyss shrouded only in darkness. The system reappeared along with the cries of the Pandemonium demons, pounding on the dark wall, begging him to be freed. The Fire Lord also immediately lamented that since the day you disappeared, he had been waiting for the day he would be taken away from this world. Dung asked if it hated me, and it replied, "Definitely not. If that is your choice, I will gladly accept. The only thing I regret is after you are gone, seeing that you still seem to not understand the issue," the Fire King quickly explained. One day, unidentified entities broke through the walls, and while the Lord of Hell was absent, they took advantage of the weakened and distracted demons. The seal of time and space in hell is not enough to satisfy them. They have filled Pandemonium with demons. I could only watch as the demons were defeated, swallowed by a giant white horse. I have lost my sense of self and can only sit there watching time pass pointlessly. But luckily, you have set me free with all your respect, the Fire King quickly asked. What wind brought Desung back here? And without beating around the bush, he said directly, "I need help. What you do with that help will be clear later." He asked it about the golden sphere in front of him, but it did not know what it was, only sensing an unusual energy source from it, an energy similar to that of the chaotic entities. And since it did not understand what that object was, it kept warning Desung, ignoring the warnings because the system has never let him down. It is best to keep collecting like this. As he crushes the golden sphere, a notification from the system appears, indicating he has obtained an item to progress to 2 out of 3. The sphere instantly turned into a mark on your hand, and when you collect all 3, It will grant you access to somewhere. Having completed the mission, the system then asked if Desung wanted to leave Pantheon, but he immediately refused. I also want to go back, but there are still many items waiting, which is why I stay here. Meanwhile, at the Seal Guild Master's headquarters, everyone is buzzing about the video showing the massacre of the demon lovers. Someone asked Tran Ho if he had watched it, but he just brushed it off because he basically could not say anything. Suddenly, a man wearing glasses appeared and asked, "Captain Tran Ho, are you free?" Seeing that, he quickly wondered what the director was looking for him about while the staff were excitedly discussing the viral video of the demon slaughter on the internet. The local hunters are also searching everywhere for that mysterious person. Everyone is curious about their identity but can't find any information. The director walks into his office and calls Tran Ho out for a private talk on the rooftop of the estate. While smoking a cigarette, the director asked if Tran Ho was there that day but did not gather any information. Hearing that, he felt guilty. Why did he ask about that? Just when I thought he was my friend. I will do whatever it takes to join him. If I had it, I would have given it to you already. Hearing that, the director's eyes lit up like stars. Then he sighed and said, if Tran Ho finds anything, he will definitely recruit you. You forced a smile and pretended to be indifferent because there is only 7 days left before your license expires. Tran Ho asked the director what he would do next. He did not answer but fell into silence, and the conversation suddenly became awkwardly quiet. To break the tension, I asked another question. So what is wrong, Sin Choi? Only after a while did the director say, it is nothing. I am just worried you might go too far. 7 days before the license exam, deep in a forest, Sin Choi was training intensely. The system announced that the simulation program would end in 10 minutes when suddenly a huge rock suddenly floated up. She immediately charged forward and swung her sword, splitting the rock in half. Less than 2 seconds after that strike, another stone floated up right behind her. One side of the rock suddenly lowered, revealing a purple monster inside. The monster immediately burst out of the box and blinked straight toward her, causing Choi to feel something was off and quickly turn around, ready to fight with his sword. Suddenly another purple monster appeared behind her, leaving her no time to react. She was about to end everything quickly, but that hand gradually disappeared into this simulated world. The system announces the end of the training program and the virtual world gradually disappears. Choi glances uncomfortably at the leader observing from above. Seeing this, he calls her up to talk, apparently having some reproach that made her speak. Aren't you always telling me to achieve what I want no matter how impossible it seems? Seeing that, he quickly shifted the topic to the issue of overtraining, and Choi believed she understood her body well enough to continue strict training again. The leader coldly asked again, and suddenly a screen appeared before the two of them. Then a chart showed up with a normal nervous system on the left and her nervous system with AI on the side. He immediately asked her what was wrong because according to the analysis of the AI, the psychological disorder is a dangerous factor that hampers her development. But she stubbornly refuses to admit it and only insists that she must be in the top 5. The leader did not think she wanted to level up that much. If she reached a rank, there would be many doors for her to enter, and her income and reputation would also improve. Hearing him say that, she crushed the water bottle in her hand and firmly declared that those things were not what she desired. Min clenched her lips and looked ahead with an angry gaze, determined to eliminate all the monsters in this world. 5 days before the license exam, the vehicle was entering a highly secure mysterious corridor. I did not expect you to last that long. I need to upgrade the quarantine facilities, especially the ventilation, water, and electrical systems. Seeing a person dressed in white sitting on a horse and voraciously chewing on animal carcasses, Seofiu had to call out Din before he would stop eating and turn around to look, revealing his bloodstained face as he looked over. Seofiu noticed that lately he seems healthier, eating and drinking like a flood, and the leader of the Red Demon advised him to eat well and rest so the effects of the medicine would subside. The bloodstain on his face and his eyes shining with a fierce aura. Jin said, I will definitely be the star in the upcoming test. In hell, 3 days before the license exam, the system announced that you had just completed another mission and increased the difficulty level. You secretly stood on the summit of the snow mountain with Than Gong. Fire Peking asked its owner, are we returning now? In response, you decided to go back to the real world after many days wandering on missions. Finally, the exam day has arrived, with a 25% increase in the number of awakeners compared to last year. With the sharp rise in awakeners, the competition in the first half of this year's hunter assessment is expected to be fierce. Therefore, the association also announced that they would change the examination method starting this year to accommodate the large number of candidates. A Pokes train sped past at high speed and then stopped at the roadside. Seeing that, the reporters rushed forward taking dozens of photos, and XFU and Din Ban Bao appeared at the red carpet reception area, which was as grand as that for top celebrities. A reporter from Specie immediately approached for an interview, asking if the person next to him was the rookie used for this year, and what his prediction was for the Pink Demon Guild's ranking in this exam. Another reporter interrupted, asking what he thinks of his first warrior after 2 years due to the wrongdoings of the Pink Demon 2 years ago. And Oku felt extremely uncomfortable with this question because he had been harassed right at home earlier. He only replied that it was an accident that time. What are you thinking letting that reporter go? He keeps rambling on. Using his position and regret is not that a bit of a waste. It seems like you are avoiding responsibility. He suddenly put his hand on the reporter's shoulder and said with a smile, we promise to play fair this year. And then the two of them walked away looking cool under the flashing lights. Heading towards the competition area, Jing Gao mentioned that he should have just ignored those guys earlier. Oh suddenly stopped and said, I am glad you are still enjoying it, but do not show too much excitement if you want to avoid trouble from drug use. Oku suddenly glanced back and immediately recognized that it was director Hong Juni, the leader of the Sun Gang, so he quickly mimicked his mask and outfit to look like an orangutan, but he only smiled brightly, saying he had to disguise himself like this to escape the reporters, and also reminded Oku that he should not act like the others in front of the camera. Hong Juni adjusts his hat and looks at the fortress-like building. Inside he is emanating a fairly stable energy, although there are quite a few impurities, and it seems that the drug has been significantly improved. He calmly said, I fear our new recruit might also be affected if you bring another troublemaker here, just like the dark history from 2 years ago, and I hope it won't happen again this time. Jin annoyedly wondered who that dirty old man with the paper was to look at him with such a judging gaze, and Yu Chan immediately told him to hold back his hostility so he could focus on the only exam. But what Jin needed to pay attention to right now was Choi about to pass by. She just brushed past him. He glanced at her and said, she is Shin Choi, a rookie that Sun prioritizes with all resources. But in his eyes she is just a thorn. Siofi said, Jin. Whether she is strong or weak is not the issue. The problem is that both Sun and that old man are putting all their effort into her. He not only shows no fear but also seems extremely pleased, feeling that destroying her will be truly satisfying. King Juni is also carefully considering what they plan to leave behind in this exam, but he has a lot of confidence in Choi. Suddenly he felt a tremendous source of power, a young man with a plain face and ordinary clothes approaching. He narrowed his eyes and kept staring until the moment the guy passed by, and he remained completely frozen, until Choi approached and called him boss. He still had to watch his back as the young man walked away. Seeing that the boss showed no reaction, she called out again, but he only responded with a vague, non-committal remark. Be careful, Koi. I do not understand what she is talking about with the pink ghost, so I told her to stay alert just in case, so he would not worry, but Hong Juni said it is not about them. It is that man over there. At that moment, Didung was busy on the phone, and the person on the other end was apologizing profusely for not being able to come meet him. Didung also sent quite a lot of stuff to his friend, yet that guy dared to say that if he did not take it, all that stuff would just be trash. The announcement system sounds, reminding contestants that there are 30 minutes left before the competition begins, and instructs them to wear their uniforms and gather at check-in hall 3. Didung stands in front of an automatic retrieval machine, unsure how to operate it until she notices the instruction sheet attached to it. The first step is to scan your fingerprint, then take the box from the door below, and finally open the box to check the equipment inside. You carefully follow each step, and then a box drops down. You carefully look down and felt a bit disappointed because the contents looked just like that. At that moment, the other contestants who had swapped clothes had already arrived at hall 3, and the troublemaker was busy sending complaints and making threatening calls. He still stubbornly believes that the measurement device from that loser can't accurately assess his innate talent. And today he is especially furious at a little punk who dared to touch his bald head without permission. If he meets him again, he will definitely teach him a lesson. You see an unexpected hand suddenly appear on his head, and before it even started, he was so nervous he wanted to quit the competition. Now Dejong, having changed into the outfit with the number 104, enters the waiting hall, continuously waving his hands to warm up. After gathering in hall number 3, the contestants moved into another room inside the stadium, with Sin Choi's number being 16, Jin's 14, and Dejong's 104. The other contestants were also present and bustling about discussing the upcoming test. At that moment, the lights in the room turned on, suddenly shining intensely. Then 3 large glowing circles appeared above the contestants' heads, causing everyone to wonder what was happening. Suddenly, a voice of Jack Mick rang out, and a man wearing glasses and a black vest appeared, introducing himself as the supervisor. This time the league has prepared a total of 3 levels, each with a different setting and specific requirements to complete that stage. The contestants are once again excited because this is the first time the exam is organized in this way. A hand raises. It is contestant number 51 asking when they will receive weapons. The supervisor responds, in this test, contestants will not be provided with weapons, and you are not allowed to bring anything except the protective gear you are currently wearing. The participants were furious. How can they fight without weapons? Suddenly, a voice echoed, I am EB, here to help you go further in this exam. The theme of the test is adaptation, and you can show how well you can express your true abilities, whether in hot, humid nights or cold, dark nights. The true value of a survivor lies not in equipment, but in the primal aura flowing from within. In other words, relying on your own strength. Just show your best fighting and adapting skills. If there are no further questions, I will open the gate. While the contestants are protesting the rules, A black hole appears right behind them as the teleportation gate opens. The supervisor shouted at the end as they entered, wishing all the contestants good luck. The top layer of the circle is a challenge in the rainforest, with the scorching heat making the contestants sweat profusely and struggle to breathe. Someone even shouted, "If it keeps up like this, I will be roasted before the test even starts." All those images are being monitored in the control room, with many people watching every move of the contestants. The organizers felt dissatisfied with the quality of the contestants this year, but some believed the test was too difficult and that everyone might fail. Seeing Choi on the screen unaffected by the heat, she tried to clear her mind to minimize energy consumption. Hong Juni is very pleased with her performance. Next to Choi's screen, Jin is being rated higher because he is smiling happily and seems to be doing very well. Looking at the hunched off from behind, the judge thought that this time the red demon had prepared thoroughly. He was very pleased at the thought that old Mang-san was probably tense in front of the red demons fighting chicken. He glanced back and saw him with wide eyes. He did not expect him to be so brave in front of this kid. On the screen in front, Dae-sung was very calm, but nothing happened, making everyone extremely curious about who this talented person was. Old car director immediately looked up at the screen and was stunned. That guy did not sweat a drop. The people in the control room thought he was using a shield by hiding it. Dae-sung drank the blood guardian potion but did not expect it to take effect so quickly. If he were discovered, he would be kicked out of the competition. He still has 46 hours 52 minutes and 48 seconds before external factors can affect him. The exam has not even started yet, but many contestants are already overwhelmed by the heat. When suddenly a pink bracelet appears on each person's wrist, the system announces that the first level's goal is to catch 20 swamp goblins. Dae-sung was completely confident in this challenge, and as soon as the starting signal sounded, he charged forward like lightning. Seeing that, the other contestants hurriedly followed, each determined to complete the task. Someone panicked, lost their footing, and fell forward onto a rock, crying out desperately. Suddenly, an underground stream burst up, and seeing the water as he was parched, he lunged forward to gulp it down like a fish in water. His hand touched the cool water but something felt wrong. The water seemed to turn into a sticky substance gripping his hands tightly. He was terrified. Then suddenly his body was lifted high into the air. It turns out that the water is from this giant sticky dune, which mainly lives in swamps and catches prey with a slimy fluid like that water. The organization announced that contestant 94 has been eliminated and is under urgent protection. The front part of the sticky creature suddenly swelled up and burst open, revealing a sphere containing contestant number 94. Even after falling to the ground, it remained in that state to protect the contestant from danger until the medical team arrived. In another corner of the forest, Dae-sung was running quickly as if searching for something, but since what he needed was not here, he had to change direction. At this moment, the 3 medical team members also arrived at the sticky mud to rescue the contestant. When suddenly, the Scarface guy's message alert went off, he dismisses the blame and only sees a message tracking number 104 of Han Dae-sung, his eyes flashing with a dangerous glint. A demon girl has been detected, and with a fierce gaze, she turns to look at anyone who dares to threaten her. A contestant with a big rock in hand looks regretful, thinking about attacking the monster from behind with it would be so cool. But the red-eyed monster turns around, who else but Dae-sung, asking, "If you really think that, you damn fool." The monster begins to shrink as if starting to fight. These two entities start charging at each other, and Dae-sung quickly throws the stone at the monster. When the stone reached the same height as the opponent's head, Dae-sung jumped up and punched it hard, causing it to shatter into hundreds of pieces. Each fragment dealt massive damage, hitting the monster continuously. The destruction caused an explosion that tore through a corner of the forest. Everything that happened was witnessed by the rescue team member earlier. He knew it was 104. When they told him to find one of the participants whom he had never seen or heard of before, he thought they had already left. Turns out, this was not the first one, and with this guy, there are 6 in total. But this guy does not seem to be falling behind the amateurs from the big clans. The rescue team member thought. Han Dae-sung thought that just hunting and killing one like this would not be effective at all. He did not want to use his mana right now. But there was no other choice. Dae-sung sent the ghostly shadow to continue searching for monsters. The power spread across the forest, covering even the distant trees. In a monster's cave, they seem to have sensed it. This cave is filled with many monsters. When one boastful guy tries to go ahead, another quickly pulls him back. He thinks if you want to enjoy the monster more, be patient. Turns out they are transporting contestants. But suddenly the cave shook, alerting them. The noise grew louder, and when they turned around, they saw a young man jump in from somewhere. Besides Dae-sung, who else could it be? So annoying. So you guys dug a tunnel underground. That is why I could not see any shadows even after washing my eyes. The monster thought the scent had come on its own 2 feet, but it turns out it knows how to behave. 1, 2, 3. Dae-sung is counting each one. There are probably about 20 of them, which makes the monsters curious. After all your fussing, Dae-sung asks loudly. The ghost said they seem to see you as a smell, asking what your command is. Looking at the monsters, Dae-sung sneered at these guys. How funny. So you ordered the ghost to burn all of them down. Outside, Another contestant is also in the heat of the moment. She is using a technique to open her aura, which allows her to scan a wide area. The circle is growing larger, and the signal coverage is increasing. Thanks to that, she believed she had found a target. She immediately used the surrounding terrain to jump up and kick a nearby tree. A monster falls from above, and she immediately identifies it as mine. She figures that if she keeps this up, she will only need an hour to complete the first level. She quickly aimed at the fleeing monster, gathering all her strength, and the fourth one was killed. But just as she reached the monster, someone else arrived and took its head. Making her feel she was too late, she turned around and saw that it was Jinchio. The monster fell down, and it was clear right away that he was from the Red Clan. Jinchio confidently boasts about his theft, reaching the fifth victim, and thinking he is angry, he snatches the prey from others. Only the Red Clan would do such a thing. Jinchio retorts that they are just competing, so what does it matter if it is not mine or yours? He is dumber than a fool, thinking he won't bother with this guy, a thief who follows her around and takes everything she finds. It is going to be a big problem. She continued, but is not the trait of attracting others, envy a tradition of the Han family. Jinchio refused to give up, so since when did her family adopt becoming fools as their tradition? The two of them. Two clans. Sworn enemies. Jinchio is furious. Should I just kill this bastard now? She is more trouble than I thought. No. If you are going to do that, at least let her live until the second round. After a light laugh and a friendly farewell to Jinchio, she just plays alone and walks away. Jinchio was so furious his eyes turned red, wanting to kill her right away. Just as he was about to charge, a distant explosion echoed through the forest. This caused both of them to stop arguing and look back as the massive explosion forced Jinchio and Choi Jiang to cease their fight and turn around in awe of its destructive power. The explosion seemed to devastate the entire forest, with smoke and flames erupting fiercely. The event took place a few minutes ago, and the character responsible was none other than Han Desung, who had just ordered the shadow to eliminate all the monsters. The flames on the forge are waiting for orders. Please owner give the command, and contestant number 104 also boldly said, burn them. Desung's system has activated the first special ability of the Fire Peaks Inferno. After receiving the command, the flames burn more fiercely. The first special feature of Hell has been activated. Rage, a loud roar accompanied by a burst of flames, is rushing forward like a dragon, and the one directly involved is none other than the fierce monsters in front, and attacked head-on with such destructive power. No wonder it caused a huge shockwave that echoed throughout the forest. Witnessing that terrifying and spectacular scene, the prosecutor's staff could no longer believe their eyes. The system announced that candidate 104 had met the requirements to complete the first level and was being directed to the second gate. Everyone could not believe it. How could it be possible when the test had only just begun, and he had already finished it? The entire office started to panic over the mysterious talent, ordering a detailed review of candidate 104's profile and demanding that his contract conditions be sent here immediately. Director Hong Juniel also truly did not expect this. He knew the boy would surpass everyone's imagination, but he really did not expect it to be to this extent. Leader Sevguf, witnessing this as well, was also stunned. It seems unbelievable that there is such a powerful character. Siavgu quickly leaves in everyone's shock, his eyes holding some kind of scheme, with a hint of envy, as the explosion scene continues to play on the screen. The key staff members are also stunned by the power of the guy who previously broke their testing machine. Secretary Jiang is helping Mir and lift a heavy load nearby. See, I told you he does not look like an ordinary person. The guy is also frowning. All right, please do not shake your head anymore, Lei Xiao said. Is that Jin Sang? To confirm, he asked his two colleagues beside him again. Right. And when he looked back, they were both denying it. Yes, it is Ginseng. So why is that complaining old man here? With his small frame, he was holding a giant axe twice his size. Looking around among the lying monsters, he had spotted a monster that was not fully dead, so he approached and aimed the axe directly at it. Because of a loud movement, there are still many that have not fully died. 1, 2, 3 left, so now there are exactly 11. It was wise to follow that kid. Oh no, number 104. The staff saw that and felt helpless. Damn it. Is not that cheating? Others say it is not. The theme of this test is adaptation. From the start, he was just an ordinary person who had never awakened. So why did he join? Dang returned looking as fresh as a flower. That day Han Dae-sung destroyed countless measurement chains and protested and apologized. But what does that have to do with anything? That is why there are rumors that he wanted to invalidate the measurement results because he received a faulty chain. And you are still confused. So what? Dang also thinks that a large number of protest letters were sent to the organization. Is not that related to that? After hearing the explanation, he slapped Dang and told him to wake up. Lee Seoho believes that even if the superior's actions are not perfect, it still has some impact. Suddenly, the branch manager appeared. Tran then apologized for his poor work, causing all three to be startled. Realizing they had spoken out of turn, the three turned back to face the apologizing branch manager, wondering if the day had come. He also said he was the one who let Jin Sang join, which made all three look up and ask question marks. Then suddenly, He appeared out of nowhere, so the branch manager recounted that 3 days ago, he received a report that he was arrested while attempting to break into the gate with a bomb wrapped around his body. Hearing that, Dang was also surprised. Do not tell me he intended to commit suicide because he could not endure the pain. The manager quickly corrected him. No, that is not it. A few years ago, a family was killed in an accident at the gate, so he probably wanted revenge. Everyone fell silent after hearing that, seemingly not realizing how deep the story went. Lee Seo-ho believed that if they kept harboring those with tragic backgrounds, the system would eventually collapse. After hearing that, the other two whispered mockingly about the serious statement, making Lee Seo-ho feel embarrassed. I said, "Is there something wrong?" Branch manager Lean and, "No, you are right, saying that is impossible, but he is the one behind that person. His salary will be cut for 3 months. But luckily he managed to find such a shining gem." Suddenly the main screen flickered. The system was glitching. What is going on? The screen froze again. Call the id team. And Daesung's image is also gradually fading away. At the main headquarters of the Red Demon Gang, guards are watching very strictly. Before the handheld screen was thrown away, it was handed directly to Woo-ok's manager, who said the control team was probably in chaos right now. The manager asked about contestant 104. Is not he supposed to have been erased from level 2 or level 3 by now? Woo Carriage immediately said that was before the opponent surpassed Jin Chio and was wiped out. That is a bit too much. Woo Carriage showed a look of disdain. He just wanted to give a small test to see how strong he really was. The assistant thought, if this is a small test, then it is a very small one indeed, injecting mutated impulse into the monsters around the second floor entrance. Rescue Name muttered to himself, number 104. What a shame, such a capable person. That is why they should not interfere with the game created by the Red Devil. A single shot was fired. The mindless monsters also quickly got hit by the mutation potions, and the noise echoed throughout the forest. Handasung quickly realized that it seemed to come from the entrance to the second floor gate. Senokru displays a contemptuous expression, and the more people pass by, the happier he is. The mutant potions are being shot towards the monsters, and the sound echoes throughout the forest. The monsters that were shot also started to become more aggressive than ever, causing chaos throughout the forest. Just a cuff was enough to trigger rocks and debris to rise from both sides. They start attaching tightly to the body of the monster, making it look even more armored, like an extra layer of defense, transforming into a swampy, smoky beast. After leveling up, the monster can now also breathe fire. Seeing the mission succeed, the agent thought to himself that he needed to leave quickly to report back, sure to get a hefty reward. But as he turned around, the mission signboard suddenly exploded for no reason. The monster is very alert. It hears the sound and moves toward it, and the agent realizes he has been targeted. When he turns back, he knows he is doomed. This time the monster is right in front of him. Someone's footsteps have reached the scene of the incident. It is Daesung arriving, feeling like he has been walking in circles all this time. Even his leak detection device no longer works. Suddenly, he spots a corpse. What is going on? Did a curse just happen? Seeing that the corpse does not look like a contestant, Daesung thinks the organization does not seem to know about this. Feeling the atmosphere around him, Daesung realizes something is holding him back. Immediately after, hundreds of pine nuts fell from above towards Daesung. With his sharp reflexes, he quickly turned to defend himself even against the smallest objects. But as the pine cones were cut, Daesung realized they were not ordinary objects. They suddenly burst into flames, followed by a huge explosion with tremendous force. The explosion was so powerful that even Daesung was caught off guard and could not react in time. To analyze a bit, it is absorbing fire, more like mana absorption. But still, he can't use the skill he used earlier on the brains, because it is still recovering. Using it is impossible, and that includes the fierce monster. There is no sign it will wait. Immediately, the monster unleashed another wave of fury, causing hundreds of logs to fly once more, resembling bullets heading straight for Daesung. He is controlling them with basic moves, like a speed duel. Daesung swiftly slashes each pine cone trying to attack him. Realizing this can't go on, Daesung activates his leg joints and charges straight ahead, ignoring the rain of bullets. Waiting like this is really annoying. Daesung decides to punch straight through it. The rain of pincombe bullets is still flying in the air, and Daesung quickly pushes past them to charge directly at the towering creature above. The monster seems to sense the approaching threat and prepares to fight back. Over here, contestant 104 also raises his fist, with a cold stare and ready stance to join the battle. In terms of appearance, he seems outmatched, but with these two powers, a devastating earthquake could erupt in the area. But as Daesung rushes forward, his face suddenly crashes into the monster, his hand still hanging in the air. In front of him is a massive tree split in half, and Daesung is thrown back. In another area, a contestant is digging out a fresh, sticky tendril from a monster's belly. Only Jin Joan would play such a disgusting trick, trying to kill all the monsters with unnecessary steps. The monsters are no longer just carcasses, their prey has also been taken away. The system announces that contestant number 14 has completed the first floor and provides coordinates to the second gate. Jin Joan silently thinks that he has spent more time than expected because of that fool. Lost in thought, Jin Chil suddenly sensed something behind him. A strange item appeared floating right behind him. Jinchil quickly snatched the suspicious item box, carefully inspecting it with a calculating gaze. He opened it to find a small emballer bottle, 2 special leaf-shaped tablets, and a letter. He carefully opened the letter and realized something. The letter was immediately burned after the mission was over. Jinchil realizes that Dae-sung, number 104, is still on the first floor, returning to the battle between the mutated monster and Dae-sung. After being deceived, Dae-sung felt a bit disappointed but also praised how much the monster had improved, not wanting to waste energy on this cunning creature anymore. He once again called out to his shadow minions, order it to eat everything and lead the way to the second gate. The mana fruits are the richest source of mana right now. Dae-sung used it for the shadow monsters to absorb, and Dae-sung's job was to stay still, blocking the nuts from reaching him, then burn them so the shadows could eat. Each mana-infused pine cone is an essential source of food right now, and Dae-sung is confident he will return stronger than before. So let us go. The ghostly figures, after gathering enough nutrients, received orders from their master and charged at the monster without stopping. They rushed like moths drawn to a flame, still clutching the mana-infused pine cones in their mouths. Gradually they coalesce into a thick slime. The monster, sensing an approaching enemy, also charged forward to fight. But what it did not expect was that it was fighting something from hell. As the ghosts had gathered into a black mass that shot beams directly at the floating monster, they surged forward with the shape of hands, grabbing the objects thrown by the monster. Catch this, you idiot. Dae-sung sneers contemptuously with a mocking smile. After the monster passes through, the control room screen finally shows some signal again. Everyone is eager to watch the journey of that genius contestant. Oh, here they are again. They can observe every move of 104, quickly zoom in on his image. What is this? Has the screen really been fixed? What is this smoke about? Is not the first floor supposed to be a tropical rainforest? Hey, there it is. Someone is ordering everyone to be quiet. Now the image of the ferocious monster truly appears. The scene leaves everyone stunned. They do not understand how this thing is here. What is that thing? How could such a thing appear during the test? And what is the examiner trying to do? From afar, the branch manager also knew this was an alien species, his face tense, and then asked the director if this was okay, as it looked just like a mutated creature. He asked whether they should stop it or not, and if there was any emergency defense unit nearby. Dae-sung, Lee Soho then quickly ran over to the manager, wanting to inform him of something. They whispered that they had identified the signal from number 104 and sent someone to it. He suggested stopping the test for number 104, and the branch manager hesitated quite a bit after hearing that. But for the safety of the contestants, it seems he has no other choice. But just as he was about to make a decision, a giant exclaimed, "Stop! That one, did he really defeat it?" Back to the battle. The shadowy figures then received orders and immediately attacked the monster. With thousands of arms dealing damage from the fireball, the monster was gradually losing the layers of rocks on its body. As expected, an explosion occurs, creating a column of smoke like a tornado in a part of the forest. Seeing the smoke is also a victory from the battle, and all the staff are amazed. The manager quietly observes, unable to determine the stats or the object outside the boundary. He just thinks it is a technical error, although still very vague. To him, 104 is an unimaginable monster. A giant still can't believe it. He really defeated it. That is amazing. Another staff member immediately retorted. What is so amazing about it? This has nothing to do with the test results. She means it seems Ajayang still has not grasped the situation. Open your eyes and see. Deng Jinchil will arrive at the second gate first, ignoring the two girls staring at each other. Lee Seoho still asks the manager whether to withdraw the order to send someone. The manager thinks it is unnecessary. Just leave it and tell them to report back on the situation there. As for candidate 14, he is trying to find a way out using the leaf plate. Jinchil is quickly searching for a route and must be somewhere nearby. He suddenly slams on the brakes at a certain spot. It seems he is approaching the gate quickly. The smoke disperses so fast that it suggests the battle has already ended. But what does that have to do with him? He will arrive sooner to tell. The divination leaf, the proof, has been destroyed. Jinchil looks confident as he watches to see what will happen next. On the battlefield where the fight broke out, a stream of blood is poured directly onto the defeated monster. It is Dae-sung using abyssal blood to revive it, restoring the Sirio soldiers. The monster, which seemed to be asleep, has been revived with a strange power. The staff are still watching, confused about what he is doing, wondering what he is planning to do. The mutated monster has officially awakened, and seeing that, the staff are extremely surprised. It is not just revived but stronger than ever. Dae-sung told it to hurry up, stop pretending and move quickly. The monster becomes afraid when Lamang appears. It quickly drops to its knees, begging for forgiveness from its master Dae-sung, who then kicks forward, sending the monster flying like lightning. Jinchil has arrived here, quietly mocking. As expected, he thinks Dae-sung will never be able to reach first place. But while he was feeling confident and proud, an object sped past Jinchil like the wind. Before he could even react, that swift object had already flown past him and ascended. Jinchil with disheveled hair, confused about what is happening. What is wrong with that guy? Outside the headquarters of the association, after hearing the exclamations of the staff inside, Seok Ru and his subordinates return after their scheming. By now, Seok-ru still believed in his own scheme to trap others, thinking his fun was over. But what awaited him was Jin Cheol with disheveled hair and a face full of disbelief. His eyes are vacant. This is the aftermath of Han Sung's beating. Knowing Jin Cheol failed his mission, Seok-ru secretly considers him a fool. A few minutes earlier, contestant 104 Han Sung, after recruiting a loyal subordinate, was looking around from above, because of the monster in the forest. He cleared the way carefully, quickly recognizing a shortcut in front, and ordered the stone head to keep going straight. Sung continued to summon the fire spirit, quickly igniting the torches and burning through an entire stretch of forest. Turns out, this was Sung's quick way of clearing the path. As he controlled the flames, Sung ordered the headstone to keep moving instead of standing still, so the master and his subordinate crossed the forest on the fire, with the Fire King's aura still continuing his mission. The entire control room watched in awe, all wondering if number 104 was using some kind of summoning technique or something else entirely. What is that? What kind of skill is he using that they have never seen before? An employee started analyzing whether it was because of the light beam, similar to telepathy, and said that he could do it because it was feasible in today's era. Nothing is surprising. The female employee arguing with a Jiang also conceded, and besides this test, he also has skills in making YouTube videos. He even filmed a wall mural himself, and while he is at it, he might as well defeat Dongyin Trio or Sun Choi Jiang. Suddenly, someone punched the desk, making a loud noise. Everyone looked surprised and turned to the source of the noise, except for Xavdu, who was furious because his subordinate had just made a mistake. Everyone was quite surprised by Xavdu's impulsive action. Lee Seoho immediately stepped in to stop him, saying if he kept behaving like that here, but Okdu's car did not seem to care at all. He was only feeling angry now. The loyal secretary immediately stopped Lee Seoho from getting any closer. It seems I was a bit too reckless. Xavdu turned back to apologize for being a little rude. He said he was just a little excited by an extraordinary performance. Director Hong Juniel. He is very satisfied from afar. No matter how cunning he is, he did not expect this to happen. Yes. He then remembered Mir Choi. Seems she is also about to arrive now. Back at the test, Jinka saw himself being overtaken and cursed, damn it. Motherfucker. Right behind him, he thought someone was also running fast. When he turned back, she was almost there, so he ran even faster, no longer daring to relax. Reaching the second gate, this was the battlefield on a majestic snow mountain. The first floor is hot, the second floor is cold. These guys really lack imagination. Sung comments. He immediately turned back to praise his new subordinate, the headstone, who had done very well. The headstone quickly withdrew, knowing this was not a place he could stay. The system has appeared and congratulated contestant 104 for being the first to reach the second floor. Sung asked if the others still have not arrived. And now, has he started yet? The system announces that based on the top 5 players, each will start at a different gate. And now it will reveal the requirements to complete the second floor. It then introduces the next terrain as conquering the snowy mountain peak and wishes everyone good luck. Sung analyzes the terrain. That height. He can't measure it precisely, but it must be over 5 kilometers. So the journey begins, and Sung starts purely with his own abilities. Even just starting, you already feel extremely complicated. As a prominent character, flycam around Sung is also very numerous. If these things were not here, I would have used that already. The other members have also arrived, so the drone followed and descended. Looking down, Sung silently thought, I heard that C and level people make money by working. But still, they have awakened. It turns out to be Jin Cheol. He is secretly annoyed about this test. Why did they make everyone start from different points? He thought to himself, if they keep provoking him like this, there is no other way out. He won't be able to vent his anger unless he kills that bastard. Noticing someone approaching, Jin Cheol turned around, and once again, what is this now? Jin Sang managed to come all the way here, holding that frail body in this dangerous situation. Even his fingers can't move. Is this the end? Tia saw the flycam next to him. If it stays here he won't be able to act. So he came up with a plan. Now he will deal with this fly first. Jin Sang tried to slap his face to stay alert. No. He had to think about his loved ones who are slowly dying. The old man, after being reinvigorated with mental strength, pushed himself to go on, telling himself he was not cold at all. But then he was caught in an avalanche and cried out for help in vain. The culprit was none other than Jin Cheol. What exactly was he doing here, and why did he call Jin Sang a pest? Go die. You are caught up in the chaos again. What is going on? All the live broadcast drones are not working. It seems like all the video systems are down, and from afar Xavdu has not said anything more. It looks like he knows the reason behind this. I think he is about to start. Do not let him down again. Use Jin Cheol. The snowstorm is getting worse, and the other contestants are gradually arriving, so they just need to reach the top. Right. One person thinks it should not be a problem, because they are the strongest alliance. Before he could finish his sentence, he was kicked straight into the snow by the crazed Jin Cheol. His teammate was also very surprised by what happened. Since when did Jin Cheol become so giant? Grabbing that poor contestant's head fiercely and screaming wildly, holding his head like a small animal. Pool, the brain champion, has a miraculous ability. He will kill anyone who dares to stand in his way. Meanwhile, Koisang is also quickly finishing his round. Just as she thought, the connection of the breathing measurement device is too unstable. Realizing something is wrong, why did all the electronic devices suddenly break down like this? The last of the flycams were finally destroyed, and of course, this accidentally worked in Desung's favor. It must be broken. That is good. Now you can easily get up there. Desung resumes his heroic armor and raises the flag. So Desung let himself fall freely into the snowstorm, feeling a strange sensation nearby. What is this huge wave of aura all about? Still unaware of the reason, a creature with enormous wings soaring high into the sky surprised her even more. That is number 104. Can he use aura to fly? Thinking she could only turn away and watch, Desung was still focused on using her armor to fly to the top of the mountain. Back to this crazy Jin Chelding. He is venting his anger with powerful punches. Innocent contestants have to suffer the wrath of this monster. Lost in his rage, he only realized too late that Desung had been flying high for a while. Jin Chelding finally understood, cursing that bastard had he been drinking emporal from those happy monsters. Back to the main mission. Jin Chelding now runs at full speed. Wait for it. Number 104. Director Hong Junil-ung has become angry and requests to stop the flight for a recheck. Aren't the safety of the contestants still the top priority? Manager, please wait a little longer. Hong Junil-ung, they are trying to investigate as quickly as possible. A mocking laugh echoed. So the ones about to become hunters are afraid to take risks. I do not believe they can become true hunters. Siaf-du turned to the manager. Do not you think so? Standing between two powerful forces, the branch manager could only let out a sound and say nothing. Director Hong Junilung suspected this was a scheme orchestrated by Siaf-du. He neither denied nor admitted, only saying that would not it be better for a loving hunter to avoid becoming a true hunter? Or are you too lenient in softening them? Hong Junilung. Both the manager and the staff saw the intense battle but could not intervene. Director Hong Junilung was now so angry that his veins bulged. You cunning director, Siaf-du is no different. Hurry up and give up. You fake. During the test, at the third floor gate, someone was already standing there. It is really no one but Hende Sung. Are you thinking about ending it now? So now you just need to walk through gently. Down below, Koirang is still fiercely climbing up. Even Jinchio has to cling on in a primitive way. In the middle of the snowstorm, a forgotten contestant's arm reached out. It was Jin Sang. Struggling hard to dig through the snow and climb up, she endures the bone-chilling cold. Jin Sang cries out. He has won again. He is not dead yet, so he has won. The harsh reality is that it is still too cold. Let us quickly go down. The system notification reveals the requirements to complete the third level. Be careful of the path to avoid monster attacks while moving. Defeat monsters to earn points. You need 1,000 points to complete. Good luck. After passing the second floor, Koijang was still breathing heavily from exhaustion. Here, the darkness is completely enveloping, and she will need to be cautious until she gets used to it. A voice echoes from behind. Hey! Koijang, the monster Jin Cheol has arrived. Asking if you have seen that flying guy earlier. Koijang realizes it is Dung Jin Cheol. He is still not over his anger and praises Choi Jang for being quicker than him. Lucky you do not bother to reply to this guy. Stop talking nonsense and go your own way. Jin Cheol. Hearing that, was even more provoked. Koijang's concern now is just a reminder to be careful, so use it wisely. She thought that on the first and second floors, number 104 was always the fastest. But on this third floor, looking down at the aura meter, it was still malfunctioning. This prevented her from knowing the danger behind her. Soon after, she was struck in the stomach by Jin Cheol. He was about to eliminate number 104 first, but blame her bad luck. Thinking she only managed to wipe out that damn bastard at the last moment, the fire attack had not been fully activated yet, but despite its weak power, it moved like a missile. Hende Sung is the one who activated it to quickly deal with the troublesome monsters on the third floor. He ordered the Fire King to eliminate them swiftly, and the Fire King immediately obeyed and acted. Each monster was burned by fire without Dae Sung having to lift a finger, yet he was still dissatisfied, thinking Ho Vong was wasting too much time just to defeat some dregs, but when he checked the measuring device, the score still had not increased at all. Realizing something was wrong, Dae Sung looked around. For now, you will use any names you see along the way. In the control room, the branch manager received a notification that the connection is still unavailable. Ol quietly thought that mixing a hedgehog's energy coefficient into Emporer was the right decision, but looking back at the director, Hen felt sorry for the overly knave Hong Juniel. Even if Shin Choi Jang survives, she will either live a crippled life or go half mad. After being ambushed by Jin Choi, Koi Jang's blood keeps flowing continuously. She was furious. Checking what you are doing. You bastard. Jin Choi has nothing to hide. Hen thought she would be easy to take down because she is just a weak girl, but is not that her aura? Immediately, Koi Jang kicked the bastard right in the face, causing Jin Choi to be knocked back. So Hen became even angrier, calling Choi Jang that bastard. Just as he was about to regroup, Koi Jang quickly ran away. Jin Choi sneered. Hong Juniel Ung already taught you how to play hide and seek because you are too weak. Koi Jang quickly hid in a corner to brace herself because of her severe wounds. She is quickly using recovery. She must hurry because that monster is still here. But Jin Choi's monster is not easy to escape from, and appears like a ghost. Found him again. Koi Jang has to fight back. She quickly stalls him by throwing her shirt directly at Jin Choi. The next move is to kick him squarely in the groin. After being kicked in a sensitive spot, Jin Choi doubled over in pain. Then a punch to the face, and Choi Jang delivered a powerful elbow. Because his eyes were covered by the shirt, Jin Choi kept taking relentless hits. His suspiciously large figure made Jin Choi hesitate and try to regroup. Koi Jang stops. Her name is not Kon Dan, she is Shin Choi Jang, Seul's ace, and she takes a direct punch to the stomach. Jin Choi was punched so hard that blood spurted from his mouth, the force of the blow sending him flying like a tornado, and he ended up sprawled on the ground with a bleeding, wounded stomach. Koi Jang said she had heard that humans are becoming more terrifying and dirtier than monsters. Now she believes that the leader's words are completely correct, spitting out the contemptuous saliva. Koi Jang then clutched his wound and left. Director Hong Juniel, watching from outside, silently thought that he had not raised his child to be weak. Over here, Disung is still fiddling with the score computer, but it is totally broken. He mutters, "What exactly are those people doing? Seriously, should I just go ask them directly?" Disung leaves again after defeating another group of monsters, but her points still have not increased. After she leaves, Jang wonders why he does not see the other survivors. Some creature is flying towards her again. It is Jintide, the ravenous ghost. He quickly recovered and moved to continue. Koi Jang knew this time it was over. Jin Choi gritted his teeth and called out Jang's name. This time she decided to run away. Panicked. What did he do? She was sure she had already killed him. Right? Before she could think it through, Koi Jang was blocked right in front of her by Jin hanging. She fell to the floor after being blocked, while the monster Jin trio, after catching the smell, kept punching her mercilessly, and poor Choi Jang was beaten so badly that tears streamed down her face and her nose blood. Jin trio's veins bulge as he tries to fight back. You bastard. He will make her taste suffering before death. Powerful punch to the stomach leaves Choi Jang speechless with pain. Jin 2 suggests she ask him to go, hoping someone might hear and save her, but Choi Jang still cannot speak. Jin trio sneered. Oh right, he destroyed all the communication devices and was just pretending to apologize. He jabbed right into her eye while she was not paying attention, and laughed a lot. Jin Choi suddenly lost his sight, blood pouring from his eyes. He shouted at this bastard. Koi Jang is trying to escape. He will recover soon. She must get out of here quickly. That is right, Jin trio's eyes are healing very quickly. Koi Jang is trying to use his last bit of strength to move. Move now, but she could not recover as fast as that monster, and she was quickly caught again, causing his recovery attempts to be reduced by 2 times. Now go ahead and die. Jin trio curses her. Just as he is about to strike, cry makes Jin trio stop. It is Disung, and he asks what the hell he is doing. Seeing the scene, Disung also questions what Jin trio is up to. Jin trio was delighted as number 104 appeared right in front of him. Immediately, he changed targets and released Choi Jang at once. Jin trio shouted wildly, sending a crazy greeting to 104, just as he was also looking for you. He disappeared quickly, planning to use this trick on Disung just like everyone else. Indeed, he appeared right behind Disung and threw a punch when he was not paying attention. But if it was so easy, then he would not be Disung, and Jin trio missed. Stunned, Jin trio became even angrier. How could this happen? Disung approached Choi Jang to ask Han. Whoa. It must hurt a lot. Huh. Seeing how she is gradually recovering, I wonder if she is the healing type. Do you think? He turned back to look at the one who caused everything, giving him a side glance, not yet recognizing who was in front of him. Jin trio complimented Disung, seeming to say it is probably your fault too. Did you do it? Jin Jae thought Disung was asking about Choi Jang, saying that bastard did not know his place, and he just gave him a little lesson, and that Disung would soon be like him. So there is no need to worry. No. Disung stopped that thought in his mind. He did not care about others that much. What he meant was whether Jin trio was the one who broke the scoring device. Jin trio finally realized he would not get an answer, so instead he summoned his strength to confirm that he had done it. Pulling Vu Lang, Disung looked back at the malfunctioning emergency watch on his wrist, realizing that it was this guy who caused it. He said he had completely forgotten about this emergency bracelet because it was broken, so let us confirm it. Before he could finish speaking, the face of the shoe was struck so hard that its nose was shattered. Jin trio was knocked back again. Feeling humiliated, suddenly ambushed like I did before, Jin trio clutches his face in pain. Damn it. Disung is now truly angry because he has wasted too much of his time. Surrendering, Jin trio could not believe how overwhelming the opponent was. The flames quickly rushed toward that monstrous figure, yet he still remained confident, as if daring to fight with such trivial methods. But he was wrong, raising his eyes in shock at the astonishing scene before him. It was Disung protected by the Demon King, the Shadow Ghost, the Fire King, and countless other mysterious figures. Disung is going crazy. This bastard has made you furious. In the control room, notify the network manager of the 2nd floor that it has been restored. The manager asked Ms. Ajang again. What about the 3rd floor? The network on the 3rd floor is being replaced, so it will take about 30 minutes. The manager sent security to the 2nd floor and directed them to the way up to the 3rd floor. Ajang quickly received the order. Seof-du is still unaware of what is happening, calmly drinking tea. The manager says relax a bit. Are not they all just hunter candidates anyway? Director Hong Junil-ung is still worried. Looking at Seok-do, this sinister bastard. The control room door quickly swung open, and an employee entered to inform the manager. Seok-do also overheard. Looking quite pleased as the plan seemed to be somewhat successful, Hong Junil-ung was also quite worried. The news report had already covered this issue, a breaking story. More than an hour had passed since the image transmission system at the Hunter test site was interrupted. Hearing the news in the office, Tran-ho immediately realized it was the testing site at Disung's place. He quickly became worried about his friend and decided he had to go there first. Returning to the test, it is the heavy breathing of someone running at full speed. This time it is Jin Chio. A demon. That guy is not human. But after running for a while, one of Jin Chio's legs was cut off, so he could not run anymore. The pain hit quickly, and Jin Chio was triggered, one leg on the ground, the other in the air. He then landed safely on the ground. It is not looking good. No matter how he recovers now, he won't make it in time. Jin Chio's face turned pale. Now he only has one chance to recover. Disung has approached again. I heard that the bugs in hell can regenerate themselves when their bodies are cut. Are you the same? Jin Chio was terrified and screamed out loud. Just in time, the third floor's life was restored, and the control room quickly sent security to come. Hurry up. The image on the screen shocked Oak-do to the core. What is going on this time? He never expected to see Jin Chio kneeling and begging Disung like that. It is Jin Chio pleading desperately. Please, spare him this time. He only has one recovery left. I beg you to forgive him. Disung was not too pleased to hear that. You only have one chance left. Then you are doomed. Are you planning to cut him in half to see if he can recover? Jin Chio, hearing that, was terrified. If he was cut in half, Gal Luwan's recovery power might not be enough. Disung noticed the camera was on. Was it working? A sudden idea flashed through his mind. In that case, he would spare Jin Chio if he answered his 3 questions honestly. Jin Chio immediately snapped out of his panic. Really, changing the heavens and acting righteously. Jin Chio points the wooden stick at this evil spirit first, but he would cut him in half if he dares to lie. Jin Chio, terrified and trembling, was asked for the first time if he was the one causing chaos at the exam hall. Hearing that, Seok-ru also started to become afraid. Alongside Director Hong Junil-ung, all the staff were also waiting for an answer. The first question was whether Jin Chio was the one who caused chaos at the exam hall. Caught red-handed, Jin Chio now can deny to the heavens, stammering and unable to speak. This bastard. Disung is losing patience. Just look at how you are answering. Should I split you in 2 and ask after you have been reborn as 2? Huh. It would be more fun if I split your 2 versions into 4. Right. Hearing the threat, Jin Chio no longer dares to stay silent, so he explains and finally admits that it was all his fault. It seems Disung is very satisfied with that answer. Jin Chio knows he is in trouble now, but at least he is still alive. Who gave you the order? Disung asked the second question. Jin Chio, hearing that, was terrified, but right now, the most important thing was to survive. He immediately confessed that he had received orders from the leader of the Pink Demon Gang to weaken the rival gang's forces, and he was just following orders. The Red Demon, Disung emphasized, and the control room was thrown into chaos again. So, is Dung Jin Chio telling the truth? The leader of the Red Demon Gang. Now like Seok-ru can deny it to the heavens. Dung Jin Chio, he is furious. That damn bastard. Get back and go crazy with the assistant. That bastard is throwing him under the bus to save himself. Arrest him now. Brother like Seok-ru. A commanding voice made him stop. The branch manager expressed willingness to hear his explanation at the Hunter investigation. Damn it. How am I going to fix everything now? Sayoru starts to think. Sayoru calms down and says he will attend the Hunter investigation in a more suitable location. No one expected like Seok-ru to submit and bow his head. What is happening? The Pink Ice Queen leaves quickly. Dung Jin Chio, you bastard. How dare you bite back at your master after all the efforts Seok-ru has put into raising you? He vowed to cut Jin Chio into 100 pieces and turn him into food for the crows. Seok-ru's secretary then wondered, is it really necessary to bow like that? The car immediately stopped upon hearing that, if he uttered a wrong word inside, Hong Junil-ung would instantly send him to his death. And indeed, Director Hong Junil-ung was in a furious rage. The branch manager quickly thanked him for restraining himself for the sake of the association, but Hong Junil-ung immediately said he did not do it for the association and then left right away. He vowed to get rid of these trash once and for all. The manager then sent security teams to finish the test, initiate the emergency protection plan, and evacuate the wounded. But inside, the survey is still ongoing. Junil is so nervous he swallows hard. Not knowing what comes next, Disung asked if he could still reincarnate a few more times. Right? Junil, knowing this question is tricky, immediately asked what he meant. If he lies, he will be cut in half. Even if he says he only has one reincarnation left, he will still be cut in half. No matter what he answers, he will be torn apart. The system appeared right then. Congratulations, Hendisung has won first place. The official test is over. You did very well. Hendisung feels a bit annoyed. Why did it suddenly happen out of nowhere? On the contrary, Junil was very happy to have escaped danger. Congratulations. As expected, you truly are an excellence rank hunter. Well, Sung is not exactly known for keeping promises, so in the end, Juniel still got split in half. In the chairman's office, the chairman of the association said this was the first time he had seen a monster like this since Latrang Sich's era. Secretary Lai, you and Sung, I only have documents about you, at all costs. He wants to make him one of them. Secretary Lai then begins to follow the orders. At the entrance of the association, the journalist's car is blocking the entire building. The journalists have been there for a while, waiting for the contestants to come out. The staff are discussing the exam. The entire test was broadcast from start to finish. And the red demon is real. So what if we say that was just Juniel's accusation? The notification system regrets to inform you that the achievement criteria have been changed due to some unnecessary events. The passing criteria will be based on the order of passing the first gate. They will broadcast the contestants who pass according to their ranking. Reaching the gate is just the first level. Is not that too easy, especially with such a huge disaster. The top-ranked screen shows Dae-sung with an A-grade license. After receiving the news, Chan-ho quickly called Dae-sung. But he was told his friend was in the Srank Hunter Lounge. How could he be there? And Dae-sung did not know either. He was relaxing in the massage chair and enjoying a good cup of coffee. The door quickly opened, and Chan-ho arrived to see this spectacular scene. Feeling a bit surprised, Dae-sung said he did not know. The chairman's secretary told him to come here to rest. Chan-ho was surprised to hear that the chairman's secretary said that. Whoa, that is impressive. They told him he is a rank hunter with the potential to reach rank. Chan-ho was even more stunned. Wow, no way, now you will have enough money to build a house. Dae-sung also seemed very pleased with the result. Chan-ho warned that, because of that potential, everyone outside is getting all excited. It is really incredible. Regarding their desire to join our guild and sign the contract today, it is definitely a global level presence, so they probably want to eliminate me. The month has reached the first floor, and the reporters noticed someone approaching. Who is that? Could it be someone from the association? They rushed forward like a storm. The person who appeared immediately caught all the camera flashes. It was Jin-sang, who exclaimed happily, "We did it! We finally passed the hunter test. Congratulations. I am reporter Lee Chung-soo from the Songseong newspaper. Hello, I am Siu. What is your name?" Seeing the reporters surrounding him so much, Jin-sang quickly realized that his name was Dae-sung, the one being sought after. As soon as he heard it, everyone widened their eyes. Dae-sung, and Dae-sung is here. So many questions were asked. Dae-sung, could you clarify more about the incident inside? Please explain in detail about the fire you used on the first floor. Many questions were raised, and it seems someone noticed something strange. This guy is different from Dae-sung, and he used the name Dae-sung. Rank 20. The remaining contestants are being taken out by the security team. They are suffering, unable to do much, and are sent back home to raise fish and grow beards. Not everyone has the ability to become a hunter. They all curse that bastard Jung Jin-cheol. The security team announced they searched all 3 floors but could not find Jung Jin-cheol's body, so they received orders to close the gates, and the security team wondered if that bastard could really survive and run away. As the news reported about the most terrifying and unprecedentedly difficult hunter exam, with challenges piling up in most contestants, at Dae-sung's house. His mother was packing clothes and thinking that she should buy him a new outfit since he wears the same one every day. Maybe there will be a market tomorrow morning. The news commented on a rank hunter with unique skills, and experts believe Dae-sung will reach rank 6, just below rank. Your mother was so surprised when she heard the news that she quickly shouted for Jisoo to come and see. Hearing her mother scream, Jisoo ran out worriedly. What is going on, Mom? Dae-sung's mother was still in shock, unable to believe her eyes. What is the news asking about? She asked Jisoo again, and now even Jisoo can't believe it. Oh my god, my older brother is a rank hunter. So amazing. After a tiring day of battles, Dae-sung finally returned home. You have come back and were greeted with 2 stunned and confused faces. Still not understanding, you ask what is going on. At Bang Hongma's building, Detective Team 2 leader Kim Sewong-soo announced that all activities related to Bang Hongma's northern grounds have been prohibited. He stated that the hunters from this area will be dealt with by the authorities through expulsion from the guild. Lee Seok-ju still knows he is not afraid of guns. The poison hunters have turned themselves into a joke. He has placed too much trust in himself, and I will doubt myself too. But he does not realize it. Jun Jin-cheo, that bastard can bring me down. Seo-ok-ju thought, he is the only one who can do that. Seo-wong-soo politely asked them to come with us to the police station. Seo-ok-ju sneered again, slammed the table and stood up. When doing difficult tasks, things like this happen. But he only pointed at that bastard Jung Jin-cheo, and now he wants to drag me to the police station. Captain, Seo-ok-ju retorted. Seo-wong-soo saw he could not refuse this guy and had to use force. Can you please come with us? Seo-ok-ju was also in pain and asked if he knew how he had achieved what he has today. Lukdok-lee Seo-ok, the second in command, rises after taking the top spot, followed by the mysterious death of the captain at the gate, with enough evidence linking his death to Seo-ok-ju. Seo-ok-ju asks what he thinks will happen if he sends 2 rabbits into a snake's den, and says that old man Jung-ho is too aged to be sharp anymore. Seo-wong-soo orders his subordinate Hel Jung-ho to prepare. He immediately stops his own boss, saying it is not possible, but the captain was still determined. if they did not want to die, they had to kill that bastard first. Seo Ju thought it was as expected. His position did not come without reason. He immediately commanded Hel Jung-ho to draw his sword and stab his boss directly, and Seo Wang-su could not stop it. He only managed to ask one question before Jung-ho lost control and claimed it was not his fault. Seo Ju is trying to create an internal conflict scene. There are too many issues at the inspection bureau. It is too late now. Seo Wang-su realizes this is the power of that bastard. He no longer explained. Farewell Kim Seo Wang-su, team leader. The puppet of the energy shield. Hel Jung-ho shouted loudly. No. Witnessing his superior leave immediately after. Believing that he needed emergency resuscitation immediately after being brought back. Seeing his child lying in a coma, Ho Jung-alung was truly heartbroken. The doctor announced that her aura center had been destroyed, so she could no longer continue as a hunter. Director Jung Il-lung grew even angrier and, after making his decision, he ordered Ju to leave. At Dae-jung's house, his mother was strongly opposed because she did not want to see him do dangerous things. Jisoo, seeing her brother recover not long ago, also agrees with their mother's opinion. From the news she knows that he is a very wonderful person, but danger is still danger. Remembering what Chan-ho said, it is not 99% of families oppose becoming hunters, but the remaining 1% are expelled from their homes. Just as he said, your mother expressed that if you fall and something happens to you, she won't be able to go on living. Dae-sung then explained that he had made a pact with Chan-ho's family. Jisoo was very surprised Chan-ho's family. Did he sign a contract with a spirit? Dae-sung confirmed that was correct, so he also performed a magic show in front of his mother and sister. Reaching into a tangible space, his mother was shocked. Dae-sung, your hand, and his sister was confused, wondering why he suddenly used magic. It turns out that the money was casually put into the pocket, and Dae-sung explained that he received a large reward from the spirit clan, which they could use to pay off debts and cover living expenses. Seeing the stack of money, your mother was surprised at how much the reward was. Jisoo still marveled. Whoa, do they always pay in cash like this? Dae-sung thought they should not be surprised. He would earn even more in the future. Jisoo will listen to her mother and focus on studying, and her mother can also support the family. Dae-sung declares that from now on he will protect both of them. Hearing the heartfelt vow, your mother and sister also shed tears. Dae-sung felt awkward, wondering why he reacted that way. Should not they all be happy? Your mother is no longer here. Yes, yes. Jisoo says it is really uncomfortable because since he started earning money, his mindset has changed, seeing the family getting better and better. If this is the reward for returning from hell, then it is also a good thing. As he recalled a battle with a monster, Hyo Jung-ho almost fainted from preparing to face the leader himself. But luckily the captain arrived quickly and protected him, kicking the monster away. The monster was thrown far away, and Hyo Jung-ho was just in time to be saved. Kim Se-young, after saving Dae-min in one shot, then asked if he was already tired. Hyo Jung-ho was now crying uncontrollably. Returning to the present, the branch manager was apologizing, unable to believe how reckless the destruction had become. Hyo Jung-ho thinks he should not have caused trouble with that bastard. But to avenge the captain, he promises to take that bastard's head himself. The chairman of the association has come to the branch manager, who quickly responds. The chairman orders all members of the Hunters Guild to carry out the mission. The branch manager asked again, including the staff on duty at the broken gate. The chairman ordered to destroy the pink demon and bring the torn snail shell here. If he resists, take his head back to him. At Dae-sung's house, his phone kept ringing nonstop. Damn it. So annoying, Dae-sung muttered. What is this? Why are there suddenly so many notifications? Dae-sung seems to be quite sleep-deprived. His eyes are already darkened. On the phone are countless messages from hundreds of different clans, as well as messages from reporters. Really, why are there so many notifications piling up like this? Jing, now it is a message from Tran-ho asking you to call him back. Dae-sung calls Tran-ho back to ask what is going on. Tran-ho announced that they had won the battle at Gate C. Oh, that is good news. Now the information will flow in abundance. All they need to do is gather it. Along the way, a long convoy of vehicles stretched out. They are all the hunters of the association, one by one. Different units disembarked, each with the task of capturing the octopus car. Leading are the awakened class, Jin Kai-hong. They are the hunting team. The hunting team will attack first, followed by the army. Leading the army team is Hyo Jung-ho, who intends to cut off Seo-du's head. If the target resists, kill him. Only the awakened fake is allowed to be killed. Kai-hong orders all to attack, and the hunters quickly rush into the Hongma building. But when they entered, all they saw was Director Hong Jun-yeong alone, overcoming the encirclement outside. The hunter team of the association advanced deeper into the Hongma building. The surrounding atmosphere was gloomy as they approached, and the inner gate was also open. Hyo Jung-ho quickly moved forward, holding a long knife aimed at decapitating Soft-do. He approached and shouted loudly, calling out the name of this damn car. Where did he hide? But what he did not expect was that the corpse of that damn car was lying sprawled on the floor. I do not know what happened, but judging by his corpse, you can tell how brutal his end was. Behind the army, the hunter team has also arrived, and seeing the chaotic scene inside with Director Hong Jun-yeong sitting in the middle, they do not understand what is going on. Why is he dead? Wake up. Damn it. He should only die by my sword. Jung-ho shouted in despair. Kai Hong gently carried his slightly delirious brother, certain that Xiao Du was only a corpse now. He is gone. Unable to avenge the captain himself, Jung Ho was so furious he was trembling. Kai Hong finally interrogated Captain Hong Jun-dong. Even if it was a personal vendetta, this was just too cruel. Hong Jun-dong admitted that the chaos outside was caused by him, but he claimed he was not the one who killed like Xiao Du. Kai Hong was shocked to hear this. So who is actually responsible for this? The city is now buzzing with the news that like Xiao Du, the captain of the Red Ghost Gang, has been found dead. The main suspect is believed to be Captain Hong Jun-dong of the Blue Dragon Gang, and most members of the Red Ghost Gang are presumed dead, with a large quantity of opium discovered at the scene. Jin Sang is in his office, frantically checking his phone. Damn it. Not a single call today. I need to set up a support group because no small clubs want to honor me. If this keeps up, I will die without even seeing a single monster. As he was lost in thought, the phone suddenly rang out. Oh my god! Jin Sang hurriedly picked up, curious who was calling him. Seeing the name on the phone, he was delighted. Di-sung and Chan Ho were on their way somewhere, and Chan Ho asked if he had refused all invitations from the top 10 guilds, which Di-sung also confirmed. Oh my god! The Sun Guild said they would provide an endless supply of support for hunter equipment that other places can only dream of. Di-sung is smug. Does he even want to use those crappy items? This guy would faint if he saw all these items. Di-sung asked again if a C-rank gate could make money. Chan Ho shouted loudly, losing his mind, saying the large-scale completion fee for a C-rank gate is 50 billion. No, including taxes and costs, reportedly up to 30 billion in total. Di-sung also panicked when he heard that. Damn it, a 40% tax, that is really harsh. Chan Ho said that if he could earn just a little more, he would make a lot more money. He already called the assistant and the management, but he wondered if doing it alone was okay. Di-sung was confused alone. It is obvious that Chan Ho should go with you. As soon as he said that, both of you fell into silence. Chan Ho asked again, what did you just say? Di-sung said he would choose Chan Ho as his assistant manager. And after hearing that, he looked stunned, thinking about how fast the paperwork was processed, his head about to explode. So he asked Jizu. Chan Ho was still in shock. Because of this guy, he is about to die. At gates, the army asked the two of them to present their permits. The quick paperwork process surprised the guard when he saw the contents. Assault team, a class hunter. Di-sung, Chan Ho's assistant. The guard asks again if you are okay with this level of manpower for a large-scale gate. It would need at least 100 C-rank hunters. Chan Ho stammered, but that crazy guy behind him can come in because he isn't a rank hunter. Do you think the guild's rules are reasonable? You are not even married yet, and the guard is helpless. It is not very fair, but rules are rules, so he still opens the gate. The guard signaled to open the wealthy shop and looked at him like a madman. Best not to mess around too much. Chan Ho asked again. Don-sung, can't you think this through? You think that no matter how great Di-sung's rank potential is, this is still a large C-rank gate, and even 10 guilds would worry about the destructive power. Di-sung did not say much, grabbed Chan Ho by the collar and forced him in. Just trust me, it is okay, let me go. Chan Ho tries to speak again. At least let him make a phone call to his family. If the situation forces him to fall first, do not blame him. The vehicle is still alive, now kneeling and begging for forgiveness before a certain power, suffering punishment and desperately crying out for help. The joints of Xiao Du are shattered and deformed, looking extremely painful, as the force with a giant eye symbol covered in black looms terrifyingly. While Xiao Du continues to scream for help from the eye, an arm lunged out with suspicious speed. It turns out he was ripping out Xiao Du's heart in the most raw form possible. As for the heart, how could it survive? Xiao Du lost his life immediately at that moment, while that arm was still crushing the heart in his hand, and that is how Xiao Du was defeated. With the image currently being reviewed by the council, the chairman asked if they still cannot identify who killed Xiao Du. Kai Hong said that currently there is only one Sixiviv, and they still do not know. The investigators also said they have examined the corpse, but they still can't determine who owns that aura skill. The chairman begins to suspect, could it be a reconnaissance mission? At the gate, a car is approaching. Jin Sang steps out and says good morning, introducing himself as Hende-sung, the person in charge of the reception today. The staff are confused about the process. Is not it a bit early? They have only been inside for 30 minutes. Is the attacker today Hende-sung? Jin Sang asked. And the guards are confirming, Hende-sung. That is right. He was very pleased to hear it. Yes. He was lucky that no assistant responded because the attack was failing. And after receiving it, it turned out to be Hende-sung, a truly special lottery ticket. On the day of the exam, inside the Snow Mountain Cave, a powerful force is targeting the group inside. Jin Cheol is helpless. He wants to live, he will survive and seek revenge, and he is so angry that he is crying. Some force nearby. Do you want to take revenge or should I cast a spell for you? And so Jin Cheol was split in two again, his soul being drawn away. Dae-sung and Chan Ho stepped through the gate. While Chan Ho was still in awe, Dae-sung showed no surprise. Whoa. This is my first time inside a gate. I never imagined it would be like this. Chan Ho thought. Dae-sung said it is really a large gate, and the number of creatures is quite impressive. Chan Ho was stunned. Wait, where's the flag? And indeed, The quantity is astonishing, seemingly tens of thousands. Looking like a swarm of locusts, Chen Ho also realized that it was a swarm of evil creatures with divine power, a highly dangerous species. They seemed to have sensed someone approaching, and immediately charged like hungry tigers. Food, food. Daesung begins to summon the Fire King as they swarm like a bunch of worms. So this fight should be easy. He gets into a ready stance. Look carefully. Chen Ho did not have time to let his friend realize. Daesung had already launched into battle with terrifying speed, leaving Chen Ho surprised as his friend prepared to fight. Daesung quickly charged into the center of the demons, swinging his sword to pinpoint their location. A huge explosion erupted, sending the cursed monsters flying in all directions, and the third special alert system of hell was activated. Daesung recovers the Fire Mountain spell as he plants the Fire King into the ground. A huge flame erupts from the earth, and Daesung remains seated at the center to control it. The flame spread to the hungry monsters, burning them one by one, causing them to scream in pain as they were gradually roasted alive. The battle did not last long, and the monsters gathered in one place were all wiped out, leaving behind a devastated battlefield. Chen Ho still could not believe that the person he saw was really the Daesung he knew, standing among the recently roasted monsters. Daesung was regaining some of his strength. You are heading towards Assistant Chen Ho and still think it smells like grilled fish. Chen Ho still has not recovered. So cruel. He blames Daesung for not telling him. Have you been hiding your skills all this time, making me scared for no reason? Daesung, hearing that, felt a bit smug, so now he is just showing off to him. Chen Ho seemed to be infused with renewed confidence. Alright, I have made up my mind. They will establish one. Daesung is confused. What do you mean by establishing something new, a club? Chen Ho is determined. They won't just stay in Korea. They will become the biggest club in the world. Outside, the guards notice the gate showing signs of collapse. What is wrong with this gate? It is not even an hour old, and there is a crack. Hurry and contact the media team. Din Sang points from afar. Wait, someone is coming out, and the guards also notice. It is Daesung and Chen Ho walking out in good shape, their faces looking up to the sky. Chen Ho said the gate has been cleared, and now you just need to handle the remaining things. He still can't believe it, that it is all over. No way. Good job everyone. Lord and Daesung, I am in Daesung, the new hunter who recently went on a hunt with you. Din Sang is trying to introduce his cleanup team and explains how they handled what was left over today. Daesung reads the postcard, sharing the same name as him. Chen Ho, confused, wonders why a member of a cleanup guild is working alone. Din Sang says that is not quite right. All the members of the guild are rushing to be there, and Chen Ho is also interested because he shares the same name as Daesung. He said he would do everything to preserve the reputation of this name. They started to leave, and Din Sang promised to take care of what was left. If you need cleaning services, just contact him. Daesung leaves annoyed. He can't even change his name anymore. So frustrating. In a luxurious high-rise building, a real estate agent is showing this floor has the best view, with interior and quality, and basically everything inside this apartment is perfect. A new home for Daesung's family with an impressive view and interior. Jisoo peeked out after the tour and said, Mom, each room has its own bathroom. Daesung's mom was still a bit hesitant and asked how much this apartment costs. He then said the starting price is around $14 million. But if you buy now, it will be $15 million. Daesung's mother widened her eyes and said, wow, $15 million. And he also mentioned that because there is a hunting guild nearby, the price must be high. In this chaotic world, safety always comes first. And besides, is not your son a famous hunter? Jisoo proudly says her brother isn't a class hunter, almost as class. Have not you watched the news? He is about to be promoted to class. Daesung's mother felt a bit embarrassed, thinking this kid keeps showing off his brother, and the staff also seemed somewhat familiar. Daesung expressed that he really liked it, but how much does it cost each time? He heard that and thought he had struck gold. Because as an S-rank hunter he would make an exception and immediately sign the contract with him. But of course the price would not be reduced since the residents here had agreed to pay around $2 million to hire a protector for this place. That matter obviously relates to the value of this place, since the security has also increased. And another reason is that S-rank hunter Lee Trang-sich lives here. Daesung is furious. S-rank? Huh. How much would an S-rank hunter get a discount? The staff member hesitated. But if it was an S-rank hunter, he could reduce the price by $8 million. The mother and daughter were shocked. From 15 down to $8 million. Daesung was very satisfied. So can you buy it for $6 million? Outside Vang Than Street, a girl is walking alone. She felt someone was following her, so she quickened her steps. Worried, she did not notice she bumped into someone ahead. Looking up, she was very worried. Who is he? The man with a sneering smile. Don't be afraid. The one who was chosen. The one who should feel grateful. At the National Police Agency. In the examination room, the girl who was followed yesterday was murdered, and she discovered that Sitho Du had also died in a similar condition. Only in Seoul, this is already the 10th victim, and they are sure similar cases have happened elsewhere. The man said they cannot stop the public investigation caused by the media, as he firmly believes that an awakened person, an ordinary individual, could not have committed these acts. He said he thought everything had settled down with the recent monster gates, But now there is a serial killer targeting people. Dong-ho suggested letting him catch the suspect. But he also realized that if this continues, they can only conclude that the perpetrator behind these crimes and the one who killed Xiaf-du are the same person. Kai Hong. Stop it. You must go back to the base now and focus on finding the portals. Tell the police and the media to hold back and turn this into an official investigation. They should also contact the investigation team and seek their support. In a research room, Jincheol just woke up after a long coma. He realized he was trapped inside a glass cage and shouted loudly. He still did not understand where he was. Looking back, I see a strange man muttering something continuously. When he notices Jincheol has woken up, he turns around so he is awake now. He thinks Jincheol's scream sounds like the crying of newborn babies. Jincheol is terrified. What the hell is this place? The man asked again. Is not it very similar to the Red Demon's laboratory? Jincheol realized this is the Emperor's injection room for those who have awakened. He laughed again, seeming to think that the Emperor of Lei still had some effect on his people. He had to specially ask the chief priest to save Jincheol. He introduced himself as Roman, an elder of hands. Jincheol looked up. Those were the eyes. He is not dead yet. Is he? Roman said that Jincheol had been reborn as a member of hands, and he was confused a member of hands. Roman laughed loudly and said he would grant Jincheol an unimaginable source of power, asking if he wanted to rule the world together with him. At the office building, Chanho is on the phone with Sung, asking if he really has to become an S-rank hunter, warning him that he just recently became an A-rank hunter and that handling the gates is the most important thing right now. Chanho was surprised to hear the reason, that Sung needed to rank up before buying a house, and he wanted Chanho to find as many portals as possible. Chanho felt helpless. When did he decide to buy a house? So he just assumed he understood for now. Chanho said he still has a lot to deal with at the company. So in the meantime, go to Aura Market to buy equipment. Sung agreed. He had forgotten about that. Supreme Being. Do you want to continue the mission? Sung is in another portal. The system reports that there are 5 types of fields, and he must choose from them. Sung chooses number 5, Balak's Lode. While executing the mission, the Overseer is being disturbed by the forces of evil, defeating the corrupted Wise One, setting each realm, changing causality, and simultaneously erasing the temporal seal. The system reports that the data for Balak's Lode was recorded 45 years and 78 days ago. Sung immediately responds yes. It seems he is ready to fight. Series of images replay endlessly, with the system recording everything. Sung witnesses and captures the current situation. It seems that after the system retrieved the previous memories from Balak's Lode, Sung was allowed through the gate. He was also quickly equipped with the necessary item, just a single earring on his hand. On the other side, there is a rather ordinary sword. Sung felt helpless in front of this somewhat old-fashioned appearance, looking like a guard. And him. Sung cursed out loud, really annoyed with this appearance. Back at the headquarters, the media was flooding the news about a serial killer appearing in Seal. The supervisor announced an official message to check the groups and posted it on the subordinate hunter bulletin, then received orders. The manager and the 2 of them turned back when they heard the cry of Assistant who reported that the Sea Ocean Society could not handle the B-Class Gate. Sea Dragon Society. Aren't they in the top 4 leading societies in Korea, along with Bakujin? They thought there were many level awakened people there, in a devastated, desolate city. In front of them was a village of children, contrasting with the chaos behind. The children are playing happily, still innocent, while a man watches from afar. 2 boys are acting out a scene. I am the strongest monster hunter. Evil monsters, die. The other boy is crying loudly, refusing to be a monster because he hates monsters. The man approached and said, your father warned you about what would happen if you fought again. Right, this uncle is a level SL hunter, 35 years old, from the 2nd Tier Korea Hunter Association. The 2 boys, seeing the uncle approaching, immediately acted defensively, as if a monster was coming, so Jongxin joined in. That is right, you 2 will become those monsters. If you are brave, just go for it. Aniko, worriedly searching for Jongxin. The director approached the uncle, happily playing, then asked what had happened. The girl smiles and announces urgent news from the Hunters Association. Oh my god, they do not let me rest for a single day. Jongxun was annoyed and told her to take care of the kids. I have a gate to handle. Oh my god. I am Seo Jongsun, the number 1 hunter in Korea. At the scene, a gate from Company C, with a hunter and staff standing there, seems to be waiting for someone. Someone has stepped out, complaining that Company C's gate is always so boring. He is rank hunter Lee Changzik, 28 years old, the top in the country. As soon as he stepped out, he was greeted by a waiting crowd. Congratulations, young master. The secretary also announced that the invitation to raid the guild's gate has arrived, signed by Bae Ka-jin. Changsik paused upon hearing the name Bae Ka-jin. She truly is a genuine beauty. Meanwhile, Dae-sung, who was conquering a castle, found himself transported to a different place, dressed as a somewhat goofy guard. From the ground, a monster is gradually rising, standing upright at the gate with a large sword in hand. The system announces to defeat the gatekeeper monster within the time limit, with the goal of destroying the dragon-shaped gate. Dae-sung thought that with his current body, just one snap of its fingers would be enough to send him flying away. He now has the ice bow and sword of Pastor Odd and the giant ice shield. It is unclear what to do. Dae-sung slumped down. I really can't remember how I killed it. Looking back at the sword and shield in front of him, Dae-sung was trying to recall his memories. He looked at the giant's ice shield, then up at the gatekeeper. Pondering for a moment, Dae-sung suddenly had an idea that might just work. At the entrance of a B-grade gate, reporters are crowdedly gathering for news. Security guards are asking reporters to please stay behind the line. Hello, I am at the B-grade gate in Gangbook. It seems that the Haidoang team is preparing for their second assault after failing in the first one. A reporter reports. A security guard is confused, wondering since when the information was leaked and how the reporters found out. While the others are also panicking as Hadung's team approaches, led by Baeka Jin. The reporters eagerly began to ask how she planned to handle the issues arising from the failed attack, and what her ideal model was. Is there any man who could resist Baeka Jin's divine beauty? How could someone in this world be so beautiful? She looks even more stunning in real life, with her 102 charms. Jin suddenly approached a reporter, carefully asked for and borrowed his microphone, then confidently declared, "Everyone, I will do everything I can to stop the water from leaking through the gate. So I have asked the top 2 hunters in Korea to assist." The hunters standing on Baeka Jin's side. Do not tell me the reporters are starting to get noisy. Yes, that is right. It is Lee Chang-sik and Seo Jong-seum, the top 2 hunters in Korea. There they are, Lee Chang-sik and Seo Jong-seum. When did they arrive at the gate? Quickly get a close-up of their faces. So this is how she handles the controversy surrounding that failed attack. No wonder she is my woman, Chang-sik said proudly. Jong-seum sneered. Look at that attention-seeking person. Did she leak the broadcast information? After securing the area, Hajin also started to approach. Hey, let us go together. The reporters begin to rush their stories, while 3 other snipers join the attack, with the headline, Lee Seek-ju will prevent crisis B. Giant fireball is hurtling at maximum speed, heading straight for the face of the sleeping gatekeeper monster. Not just one, but 2 at once. They hit the calm demon one after the other. The demon would not let itself be defeated. It unleashed a source of power to fight back against those fireballs. Startled suddenly, it roars wildly, and Dae-sung, however, seems to enjoy this scene. Oh, you are awake now. He immediately assumes a fighting stance. If you make a mistake, you will die immediately. So you must focus. Dae-sung is overwhelmed with tension. The demon guarding the gate screams out, "How dare a kid like that show up? Just looking cool for a while." The demon suddenly stepped on a slimy substance right in front of it. That action caused it to lose its balance and fall flat on the ground. With a loud roar, the monster flopped over, its legs flipping upward. Dae-sung sensed it was the right moment and hurriedly rushed forward. The target is right at the belly of the fallen monster that can't get up. Dae-sung raises his sword, his eyes filled with determination. This is it. The seal, the very spot Dae-sung is aiming for. With a clean strike, his sword plunges straight into the seal on the monster's neck. It immediately stopped echoing and the gate began to open. The gatekeeper had turned to dust, and Dae-sung stood there, reflecting on his quick victory. He was proud. Luckily at the last moment he remembered its weakness. Now he can't use these anymore. Dae-sung hurriedly dropped his sword and ran away. The system is notified that Dae-sung has obtained Long Bun's privilege, allowing him to enter and exit Valet Q's fortress. The mission is complete, and he can check the progress in the mission completion section. Start a new phase to conquer the fortress. First you need to find a new weapon. Entering the main fortress reveals the ruins of past battles, with weapons stuck all over the walls. Next to it are extremely dangerous traps, and the fire inside the fortress still burns brightly. 212p Valet Q's fortress. Difficulty unknown. This time the goal is to reach Valet Q's room. Dae-sung is rummaging through something, probably somewhere around here. Continuing his search, Dae-sung tries to find some feature of the tower. I found it. A secret button on the tower that seems to lead somewhere. A door begins to appear, bearing the marks of time. After pressing the button, the door begins to open, and the system reveals Valet Q's treasure. He has 5 minutes to use it. Dae-sung enters, marveling that nothing has changed. There are 3 minutes and 30 seconds left. Dae-sung approaches a table with 3 swords and a pickaxe. He picks up the Black Dragon Sword, a blade capable of deadly damage to the dragon race in the underworld. It completely avoided his fire peak mirror, as if entering Valet Q's room without this would surely mean death. 3 minutes left. Dae-sung was still inspecting the room after picking up the sword. The infantry armor is the next thing he focuses on, next to a corner full of treasure. With 2 minutes left, Dae-sung suddenly remembers that his money, that is what he needs. The mission is complete, and you can view it in the mission completion section. Now, fully equipped with the executioner's blade on your shoulder, Dae-sung confidently enters the main hall of the inn. Is it finally the turn of the last group? Ready for the real battle, Dae-sung smiled. At the B-rank gate, where top hunters are on duty, a giant monster was roaring. Dong-seon covered his ears. Oh man, my eardrum is about to burst. If I do not shut my mouth, I might tear your ten apart. But the monster does not understand human speech. It keeps attacking. Dongxian tightly grips his sword, channeling his immense power into it. The monster acted first, trying to grab Dongxian, but the uncle was quicker, striking straight and swinging his sword toward the blind beast. A single strike right on its head, the sword plunging deep with incredible force. The monster roared in pain from the direct hit. This is also when it was distracted. Dongxian turned back and signaled everyone to attack immediately. The other hunters received the order to unleash their attacks like a storm. The monster is now lying still. Kill it, you damn beast. Since it is an oxer type, these swords won't do much. Hiren stands from afar, congratulating. Well done, Seal Dongxian. Finish it off. While she was happily enjoying herself, a shout of Hiren Ah from behind made her turn around. The young man, with a blood-stained body, said softly, you promised that we would date if this mission succeeded. Seeing Sishik looking a bit miserable, Hiren also felt quite confused, unable to do anything more. She used her healing aura on the young man in front of her. After receiving treatment, the young man also improved and was doing better. Hiren was confused and asked, hey, why did you end up like this? To answer the question, the demon only introduces the gift he gave her as a dangerous level 2 monster, the King Oxford, which now only has its head left. Hiren is surprised and exclaims, oh my god, did he defeat the King Oxford himself? I can't believe my eyes. Chang Sich takes the opportunity to show off to the beauty. Cool. Right. Hiren annoyedly tells him to take his hand off. Another monster is approaching. Those who are injured should fall back. Dongxian was so angry that even his aura could not make a drop fall to the ground. Chang Sich saw the change and immediately ran to investigate, while telling Hiren to keep her promise. Before she could finish her sentence, he had already vanished at a terrifying speed. Leaving Hiren speechless, she began to doubt, did I ever promise him anything? At Valak's castle, where Desung is still carrying out his mission, he finally wonders if it is the endgame. Standing in front of the gate, Desung opens the Divine Medicine stat pen and receives a series of healing treatments to prepare for the final boss. The system reports his current power level as 128,000. Do you want to use the item pen? Desung announced he would use all his divine elixirs and pens. Following the order, the potion bottles began to flow into his body. Gradually, his agility, mana, defense, critical hits, and healing abilities with the pen activated continuously. Feeling ready, Desung began his battle. The gate begins to open, and Desung stands in front of the empty room, where the final boss is indeed present, massive and powerful, truly enormous, thousands of times larger than Desung. You are not afraid at all, even smiling kindly. It has been a while since we last met, and you are waving the flag. Noticing an intruder, your eyes gleam with caution. A loud noise erupted as the final boss signaled, revealing a fierce dragon-like monster stepping out. Its head was that of a dragon, but its body below resembled a muscular human, powerful and imposing, roaring to assert its dominance. The Desung system is warning that the organization is resisting the danger of blood fusion transformation, with flames engulfing the entire Desung body. Switching scenes. Hello everyone, I am streamer that long, Unche from the Hunter Daily channel. Unchai is live right now. So first let us take a look at this week's top hunter rankings. Number 1 remains undefeated, the youngest son of a well-known company, a hunter out of passion, and Trang Sich. Listen up, the leader of the Desung gang is also the president of the Desung Corporation, with a series of fan comments below. The owner of Vian Fuck Loy hopes that this person does not need to say much. He declared himself to be the father of orphan children whose families were taken by the gates, a godfather riding Ixion, ho ho, and next is a rare flower blooming in a wasteland full of hunters. Bikajin, everyone please give a round of likes. This week there was a B-grade gate. Right, but it was handled efficiently in just 6 hours thanks to the Bixel team. Che enthusiastically introduces, hey, there is one more thing. Yunche paused, I have met this person before, completing a legendary gate alone. On the screen is Desung. How is that possible? Is this person real or not? At the Hunter Association, the main website is displaying a series of notable news stories, all related to recent events. Roman is the one searching for it, and he sees that hunters successfully clearing gates is becoming more and more common. He is an employee of the Hunters Guild in real life. When he leaves, his colleagues call him Gex, asking him to go out for drinks, but he declines, saying he has some things to take care of at home, so he probably can't go. His colleagues still seem interested in him, so let us go ahead without him, and remember to join next time. Roman continues his search across the Korean peninsula. With no invitations coming in, he will have to change his approach. He heads back to the castle gate where Desung is fighting, and the dragon monster seems ready to devour the person in front of it. As it was recovering from a fiery blast in its mouth, Desung leapt up for a decisive strike at the fierce monster. The dragon, suddenly attacked, was severely wounded and roared in pain. After a while, it collapsed, and Desung was covered in dragon blood from the attack. He seemed quite relaxed. It has been a long time since he bled this much. Truly nostalgic. Replacing the defeated dragon, Valak steps into action, rising with his enormous form. A blade whizzes past his ear, and Disung easily dodges the dagger. The size difference between them is enormous. The strike that Disung barely dodged burned a patch of land. Disung cursed Valak as a bastard, then sighed deeply. And Valere, furious, stabbed the small figure below again once. Then again, with the blades moving faster and faster, Disung quickly dodged and tried to cut it off at the same time. It seems the rain of blades has stopped, and Disung's pain is now vividly visible. This time it is my turn. Disung begins to launch an attack, but it seems this time won't be easy. As just when he is about to strike, Disung suddenly becomes the one on the defensive. Another rain of blades fell, this time much more brutal. Seeing the stubborn one below still dodge, Valakar grew even angrier. After dodging many attacks, Disung has to admit this guy is too strong. Valakar begins to rage with anger. While those below are confused about what he is trying to do, the system announces that Valak has activated the ultimate skill Dragon General. Rage Dragon, he roars in fury, but while the enemy is distracted, Disung swiftly lands another decisive strike. In a moment, he ran to the other side after delivering a fatal blow to Valakar. So you are trying to turn a divine lizard into a starry stream, Disung sneered, but from the substance leaking from Valakar's body, a form is beginning to take shape. In this case, Disung also anticipated it. A human figure is gradually forming. What is this? Confusing and suspicious. Disung is trying to observe. Who is this person daring to disturb the sleep of the saint disciple? The strange entity suddenly speaks and asks Disung. On the street, blood is dripping drop by drop beneath the feet of a strange man. O god of giants, please create a downfall, as the assassin's ruthless actions continue to this day. After a series of hearts were taken, the blood weapon now gradually becomes a strange object. It seems this is the villain's plan to create a powerful force. At the Hunter Association, Roman is still in his office. Yes, I am the head of Ox at the Gate Hunter Guild. He's pretending because of work. The person on the other end is the villain. Mufikshu. I used the hearts we have collected all this time to create an altar. Roman, hearing this, smiled contentedly to keep the deception going, and replied that he would immediately inform the Hunter Association and ask them to send a request. So when should I destroy it then? The subordinate continued to ask. Roman smiled and replied, once the requirements are met, then I can destroy it. A message from the system. An unknown source has infiltrated the system. Its immense power is causing the system to lose signal. Only able to notify about the core of the Earth. Based on the state of the system, it seems this guy is pretty strong. Disung deduced. The system then informed him that since the mission was complete, he could use the primal form of the supreme entity and asked if he wanted to do so. Disung was very interested in this. Just at that moment, he quickly activated the supreme entity, a halo of light beginning to surround him. The entity asks if you are planning to interfere with this universe's mission. Destruction is truly deserved by the inferior things. Then he tells Disung to finish everything off. A great power pierces through the entire castle, and the entity states that he will use Disung as his next host and continue. But what awaits him is not a new form, but Disung's counterattack, as he and the Pain Blade charge straight at this entity. With the speed of a jet engine, Disung in his rage try to kill that guy. Luidaw stabs straight into him, but it seems to have no effect on him. Luidaw pierced through that creature's stomach but nothing happened. He thought a lowly being like you could not do anything to him. Disung angrily asked again, what exactly are you? The Supreme Being is using the Hellfire technique, which can only be used in Hell, and this skill is on par with the power of the Supreme Force. This time, the scene shifts to the universe, and this being is left confused about what is happening. As he was confused, blast of eternal fire sealed him in place. No way. This lowly being has reached this level. He was squeezed so tightly that it hurt. You must quickly report to Eden. The system confirms that the fall of Eden has been eradicated and is now restoring itself. The consequences of this domain will change with the disappearance of the fall. Sit on the throne and complete the mission. Returning to the gate, Disung approaches the castle and gently touches the throne, causing the shapes to begin changing. The throne starts to shift more violently before shining brilliantly. As if awaiting the new ruler, Disung begins to move forward, surrounded by shouts urging everyone to praise the demons and gods, to declare their invincibility, and to give them a chance to avenge the terrible people of Eden. The system announces that the mission has been completed and that the ruler of Valakqui's fortress has been successfully established. The objects in the main castle officially pledge allegiance to Disung, and they will remain loyal to him forever. Disung takes control of the throne, so be quiet for now and wait for his call when needed. Now you just need to go handle the gate and collect the money. Returning to the guild hall, they have been informed that an Arank gate has appeared at the East Gangan South Pair. When will the evacuation order be issued to the people? They are retreating. Should not we form an assault team first or something? Since the twin routes are very close to the guild hall, the chairman quickly arrives at the guild hall, and everyone respectfully greets him. The chairman asked if it was the same gate that turned Gangbook into dust 5 years ago, and the manager confirmed it was indeed the same one. They confirmed this was the same Arank gate. The chairman thought for a moment, then ordered all hunters to be mobilized and requested aid from the Global Hunter Organization. The manager quickly received the order, and they would act promptly. The system display shows the progress rate, available skills, and equipment of the Supreme Being, and Daesung is changing his basic weapon, armor, and holy relic for each scene, continuing to acquire new skills, and the list of items is growing longer. Dae-sung was a bit dissatisfied. Why was the progress rate so low? He thought he needed to learn a few more skills before leaving, and Dae-sung started to enter the Spider Valley. The Spider Nest data upload was recorded 3 years ago, and Dae-sung began searching for more skills before leaving. At the Hunter Association, after discovering an additional gate, the company held an emergency meeting. The main screen shows the top hunters in Korea. The manager says everything seems to be ready. Now I would like to start the meeting with a solution to handle the gate situation in the east corner of Go. Gyeongnam. The bus is passing by on the road, with clear and just law signs. But on that bus, an innocent person was caught. Director Junilung still wonders who killed Seof-do. Seof-do is not someone easily subdued, and even if someone was killed, it is very strange. He believes it is likely that a greater power has intervened, and he also considers Choi, that girl, might just get through it. The nurse was helpless because the person inside had skipped a meal again. She reminded the patient that at least once a day, they should have a proper meal. She said she would leave the transfer tube here, but if she does not eat anything, it will just be useless. The patient's hands clenched tightly in unconsciousness. That is Choi. The poor girl feeling guilty because her presence has involved the leader in trouble. The Hunter Council is still in a meeting, and Fortress Leader Ji Hoo Jung-soo says it has been over a month since Seo Yan left to train, and they have no idea where she is now. With the vice leader of the Marvel gang, the leader of Hangul is currently in Silicon Valley developing a new aura weapon, and after understanding the situation, he is arranging his schedule to return to Korea. The manager, hearing this, believes that in this attack, Lee Chang-sik, Seo Jong-seum, and Baeka Jin will be involved. Jong-seon turned around and replied, "We have gone too far now. If we do not eat it, we will all die." Chang-sik insisted that you must keep your promise to Ha-jin. Ha-jin shouted, "Hey, I already went on a date and even invited you for meat and dessert. Did you forget that?" She was helpless in the face of these passive conflicts. Chang-sik protested, "It should have just been the two of us. And with Jong-seon here, how can you call it a date?" Ha-jin yelled loudly, "If it is a date, then it is a date." Jong-seon decided to intervene directly and handle the dispute himself. He will deal with those two later. For now, just give them a large amount of top-tier sana. That is right. If Lee Seo-bik agrees, this could be Korea's first time destroying an A-class gate, and with Lee Seo-bik involved, it will definitely be feasible. Everyone agrees. The chairman announced that management would provide them with 100 top-grade stones and 100,000 at errors. The council argued that the annual budget of the association was only 100,000 at errors, so this was the best support resource ever, and at least some staff would apply for the bonus. Roman is also present at the meeting and has gathered enough information to understand the situation. According to the news, the Gate Management Center has issued a Level 1 warning, and we hope that residents will evacuate quickly to the designated safe zones. It is pouring rain as the A-class gate opens. A guard arrives and announces that the A-class assault team can now enter. The team, including Lee Seo-bik and 100 other A-class elites, is already present. They are very worried. Then suddenly there is a Level 1 warning again. It is crazy. Jong-seon looked at the couple in front of him with displeasure. "Hurry up and go on your date with Ha-jin." Chang-sik also warned the old man this time not to come and mess with me again. He must be crazy if he wants to. Then you two can go yourselves. Jong-seon led the team. Everyone do not be scared. Keep going. Entering the gate. This time it is a corridor filled with shards of stone. Jong-seon ordered everyone to check their communication gear and spread out. Chang-sik announced that he would fake clear this area and told Ha-jin to wait. After saying goodbye to Chang-sik, Ha-jin informed Jong-seon that he had already gone to gather intelligence. "That bastard told you over the radio that it was fine to talk to me only, so I guess I can only tell you." "Alright." Jong-seon then announced that Chang-sik had gone to fake a race. He is running now, that is all. A grade field managers received the signal. Understood. Finding Go is very promising. At the office, Chan-ho is trying to contact Dae-sung. Pick up the phone. Dae-sung finally responds now, and Chan-ho shouts loudly, "What the hell? Why can't I get through to you? Something's happening now." The other end of the line responds, "Oh my god. The new house is everything. Why are you bringing so many random things?" Chan-ho realizes his friend is moving. Dae-sung confirms and asks if there is any trouble, and reports that an A-class gate has appeared, prompting the association to summon all groundskeepers from Class B and above. Dae-sung was surprised that the original equipment was near his new house, and that gate was so dangerous that it required a summon order. Even this rank workers struggled to contain it, just like the gate that turned Gang Buck into ruins 5 years ago, which was also an A-rank gate. Dae-sung casually said, "So if it could talk back, could he instantly become an S-rank hunter?" At the A-grade gate, a dangerous level 2 species, a blood wolf, appeared, while Sion and other ground workers were defending. The monster advanced from 12 and 3 of the clock. There was also one at 9 of the clock, and another was reported at 6 of the clock on the other side. That means they are all covered. They are completely surrounded. Loot, the guiding substance, helps in defeating monsters inside the gate, and so far, Luidi is classified from grade up to sex rank, due to reckless development. Environmental destruction and natural resource depletion. Humanity is approaching the brink of despair. But then, appearing as a new source of energy, Luidi transformed this moment of loss into a time of rebirth. The most important thing is that by inserting Luidi into the celestial energy, the number of times a user can utilize the divine light will increase. And some say that the success or failure of the assault depends on the amount of Luai channeled into the weapons. That is why for hunters, Luai has an influence equal to Thean Quang Kai. Dongsan orders, everyone quickly inserts Luidi into their bodies as the situation becomes desperate. Everyone became stronger than ever after charging their energy. Ready for the battle ahead, the monsters had come very close. Moving swiftly as if starving for years, burst of white flames erupts to stop the approaching monsters. They are surprised to learn that Trang Sich has already begun to act. Damn it. Trang Sich really did not want to use this technology at all. Heavenly light energy. Domain expansion. Pouring 200% of their strength into the fight. Trang Sich, with advanced power, jumps up to fight the ferocious monsters, while the four-eyed creatures on this side are also ready to attack. Dongsan begins to advance, signaling Hari to handle the rear, as Trang Sich has already used Gwiptan. Hari quickly caught up, running to the back to prepare. Trang Sich was leading the monsters to one side, signaling Dongsan to come quickly. Come on. Come on. Follow me. Let us go as planned. Uncle is rushing over at lightning speed, like a ready-made feast to be devoured. Dongsan uses his ultimate core skill. Here you go. Dongsan, this is yours. Two forces split to two sides, and Dongsan quickly jumps up. This is exactly the skill that cost me 100 billion in one shot. Chuang Li. Lo Ding. The uncle's eyes also lit up as if charged. With a punch straight into the ground, the shockwave extended for thousands of meters. Each monster is burned by high-voltage electricity. Over here, Hazen is using celestial light energy to amplify her power. This is a wide area healing ability for the hunters. They realize this is Beck Hazen's amplification power. This is the first time they have experienced her healing, a wide area heal. Is not this a rank skill that costs a lot of energy? It is indeed a skill that money can buy. The hunters marvel at this miraculous ability. Chang Sich quickly turned back to the hunters, and seeing him, they immediately mobilized everyone to follow him and launch an attack. Everyone became confident. The monsters are dead. Now we are the strongest. In an abandoned collapsed building, a group of people are passing around medical supplies, one by one. Everyone had to surrender their heads to the first collector. A person ran up shouting, "It is the engineering team." Everyone quickly run away. Damn it. Everyone ran away in fear of being thrown into the closet after hearing that. A man in a suit was trembling. Damn it. How did it come to this? As they ran, a car sped toward them and stopped right in front, shining its lights directly at them. Drop your weapons and surrender now, or you will be arrested for illegal trafficking. The man was bitter and terrified of this military-grade weapon, but this car looked a bit strange. What is that? A man steps down. Oh my god! The High Council of the Red Demons has turned into such a ragtag bunch. What did you just say? Who are you? You bastard. Everyone starts to make noise. I will show you a new world to admire. As Jean has returned, he is also a red demon. So how could he not be known? Everyone is stunned that he is still alive. Jin attracts them, or follow him. As at the gate, the heads of the monsters fall one after another. It is over. So impressive. Is this the first time a rank gate has been cleared without a single death? They have 3 rank hunters, so failure would be very strange. First, let us give first aid to the injured. Dongchukakan Ingoi. As expected, Jean's skills are truly unlucky. This skill is really effective when conquering that gate, is not it? I am so jealous I could cry. Jin started to feel annoyed. Heya, did not you tell me last time that your skill is a money-eating demon? Everyone envies hunters with such high earnings. But those in the same B rank and others also need to use a lot of it cores. If they use a few more times, they will suffer heavy losses. Big loss. You have used it many times today. Luckily the guild sponsored 100,000 cores for them, all of which are C-grade cores, to create a grade core. You know, both you and I have already used a grade skills twice, which costs 20,000 cores, and surely the hunter team has used up about 20,000 cores, so after that they have nothing left. Did you hear that? Didn't you say you borrowed money from Trang Sich? I also borrowed money from the guild. You really like to look like a debt collector, huh? Then after hearing all that, his ears were like blood. Here we go again. Beck Harjan is messing up again. Her messing up skill must be in rank. Even when she is confused, Trang Sich still praises her, saying she chirps like a canary. So adorable. The hunters are also hunting for cores. There is a B rank way to core. But then suddenly, a power appeared that instantly killed the entire hunting party. Everyone was panicking and shouting. It turns out it is not over yet. There is still a boss here. The heavy atmosphere loomed around the gate at Godok Gong. The army was ordered to set up barriers within a 3 kilometers radius around the gate in case of emergencies. And hunters from all over the country are arriving one after another. So far, we know that the Selbit team is inside the gate. Last time, during the B-rank gate assault, the completion time broke the previous record. The on-site reporter is also broadcasting live. Yes, they set a new record time of 6 hours and 21 minutes. The current assault has just exceeded 10 hours. The association aims to conquer the gate in the shortest possible time by deploying a large number of A-rank hunters. ranked hunters from the 9 largest guilds across the country have been recruited, and ranked hunters from smaller and medium groups are always on standby for reinforcement. All news is being monitored at the Hunter Association's inspection room. The manager asked Jiang when the International Hunter Association would send someone, and Lai responded that they have not received any reply from them yet. They have no way of knowing what is happening inside the gate unless they go in, which would be very inconvenient. Jiang believes that almost all the military and reserve forces are present and expects leader Zhou Yun to arrive within the next 8 hours. She thinks that trusting and waiting for the Li Selbek group is the best course of action right now. The manager agreed and ordered to continue contacting the International Association in case of the worst scenario. Immediately after, Lai reassured not to think about that possibility. We must succeed. Inside, Li Selbek is still very chaotic. That is the boss. Everyone immediately attacks, and the hunters are fighting desperately, but it seems unimpressed. In fact, it looks more agitated than before. The boss quickly moves with jumps towards the hunters. In a flash, it closed the distance, and Trang Sich, seeing the situation was dire, immediately launched an attack, a direct strike, and the boss refused to back down. Fighting back, Trang Sich used the Triuthian speed sword, trying to strike the boss wolf with another blade, but unexpectedly it was blocked, which he could not have foreseen. Not only that, but with just a flick of the finger, it forced Trang Sich to dodge. Now it was its turn to attack, and with its larger size, the boss charged like a thunderbolt. One strike after another, Trang Sich had to keep fighting back, but no matter how strong he was, he had reached his limit. It seems that Trang Sich has sustained a wound. Blood starting to pour from his mouth after overexerting himself, he aims for a fatal blow, forcing himself down hard, but luckily Zhang Xiun is there, looking at how it attacks Trang Sich. This monster seems pretty troublesome. Hajin is still supporting from behind by healing her, but Trang Sich is badly injured. The girl still turned back to thank Hajin, saying he would treat her to a meal later. Hajin felt helpless, just telling her not to lose, as she had pressed her entire pen onto him. The wandering swordsman smiled and nodded, returning to the battle, retreating with all his might. Teaming up with Zhang Xian, the uncle began to step back, witnessing Trang Sich aiming his sword at the monster. A few deadly hits and the monster was badly wounded. It was finally defeated by Trang Sich's sword. Everyone cheered. Truly the master of swords is different. Number 1. Zhang Xian was helpless, watching this guy act so cool, as if he single-handedly defeated the monster. Suddenly, a tremor caused everyone to have a headache. What was that sound? Where did this noise come from? So you mortals dare to invade our territory? It turns out there are not just one, but 3 of you. Along with that, there is a leader, also with a wolf-headed human body. Everyone was panicking. With so many monsters, they barely managed to kill one. How could they possibly handle this now? Even the fortress was stunned. How are there so many of them? Zhang Xian decided to attack, ordering the 2 to kill everyone. Outside, signs of chaos had already appeared. The gate was flooded, and the control room was in turmoil. Unbelievable. Don't worry, there is still an attack team inside. The manager also secretly understood that the Li Selbek group had been defeated. He ordered the military intelligence to deploy troops quickly and issued an emergency mobilization order to all hunters across the country. The entire room was in chaos, with constant frantic phone calls. Inside, the wolf leader begins to analyze. This place is full of aliens. Time to start the hunt. The secret police are gathering near the base's gate, while outside chaos is ongoing. Has the Dongguangche gang arrived yet? 2 B-rank hunters from the Daesung gang are here, and Hong is annoyed, wondering what is wrong with this association. And Jiangdu gang, you keep asking. Yes. 2 B-rank hunters from Jiangdu are present. At least this is better. Now it is Daesung's turn. Yes. Finally the men have appeared, introducing themselves as a rank, not realizing this is the name chairman of the guild told him to watch out for. If only he had announced that the hunters here would be assigned to defensive squads in case of a gate invasion. Daesung thought, he might not even get inside the gate, let alone conquer it, and Django should have called him earlier, but upon realizing it was because he did not answer the phone, a tremor sounded outside, and everyone wondered if it was coming from inside the gate. While they were worried, Daesung's father was quite intrigued. An hour before the gate opens, inside gate, a scene of devastation with the corpses of monsters and hunters. The monsters continue their hunting spree. A small hunter is constantly being attacked, trying his best to hold on, but then the monster suddenly strikes, catching the hunter off guard. As he gathered his resolve to fight on, it seemed like an uneven battle, with the monster trying to devour him. But luckily, Dongsun arrived just in time, saving his life. The uncle is angry. Quickly get him under control or you will become prey for the beast. Luckily, another monster has been taken down, and the one finishing it off is Trang Sich, but it seems he is also reaching his limit. Looking back at the devastated battlefield, the hunters' bodies are still scattered everywhere. Trang Sich asked the on-vehicle, how much longer do they have to hold out like this? Returning to the memory box containing the highest level artifact, the manager introduced it as a Feng Shui item from Germany made with an S-grade core. Dong Chaco was also startled, wondering how much this could be worth. This is a gift from the association president, and it is also his message. So you must survive and return. Tell him for me that I will do my best, because I do not want to have more children. Dong Chaco conveyed the message. Back then, they all saw you girls as their own children. The manager bowed, and we entrusted everything to you. Team leader Dong Chok-o, returning to the fierce battlefield. The convoy led by On. Everyone is gathered here, holding their items. Let us begin. Come on, you disgusting monsters, he said as he opened this rank item box. A burst of light erupts from the box, spreading widely. This is an emergency item used in hunter tests. Like a glass shield, the monsters keep smashing the cage. They are becoming more and more insane. The on-vehicle line is proud. This is advanced German technology. Facing him is the leader of the monsters, and a new battle begins. He jumps swiftly from afar, a truly terrifying power. He swings his blade fiercely at the protective cage, creating a powerful shockwave. The monsters keep fighting on without giving up, still howling and destroying everything. The hunters are powerless. This strength is truly terrifying, and with this pace, they will soon break through the shield. The shield not only protects but also causes the shots to bounce back, and the leader got hit, being thrown far away, which really made him slam his back, but this only made the leader even angrier. The Dongson still sneered while the other hunter's smile started to falter. Looking at you, you mud hybrid. The hunters asked the captain what the plan was now, but Dongson said nothing more. What plan? I am just sitting and waiting. Whenever things go wrong, it is best to wait and find a way. Trang Sich and Adin will understand what you mean, but those two also stayed silent, not knowing anything. Huh, so that means he has no plan either. The hunters are quite hard to understand. When that murderous shrine suddenly appeared here, it became really troublesome. Seeing the situation was unstable, he planned to change his strategy. Suddenly a portal appeared. Everyone was surprised. How could there be a portal there? Is it some kind of new water stain? The portal still leads directly to Earth, and the monster noticed that. This must be your world now. They will devour that alien completely. The monsters are spreading across the Earth, and the army starts firing nonstop. They began to panic as the fierce monsters started to emerge. They stepped out and wiped out all the guards present, creating a terrifying scene. The monsters and their leader are gradually taking over the entire street. The army is getting more aggressive, ordering all units to open fire, but those few shots have no effect on him. A quick light slash was enough to knock the entire force away. He saw the flycams recording live flying in the sky. I do not know if it is because of irritation, but immediately they destroyed everything with their deadly gaze. Every camera was shattered, and the control room became even more chaotic. Now there was nothing left to observe. The manager is starting to lose it. I swear. He orders to report their current movement direction, to inform us that we are heading towards the theater connected to the atmospheric satellite screen, and to keep the reserves ready. The manager issues the command. At the theater area, a high-end drone is live streaming. Hello 500 friends. It is me, Unche from that long, and now we are starting broadcast 102. He may have guts but his heart is kind. Damn it, I can do this. Yanchai reassured himself, telling himself he would keep filming and become a famous streamer bird. Stay calm. Despite the fear, Yunche's streaming spirit is truly admirable. Those who have seen the screen, press 1. Those who have not, press 2. Someone commented after you that there was something. Unchai reassures himself again. My brothers, I risked everything to do this broadcast, but as I turned back, something real was there. A flesh and blood monster was standing behind Unchai, with someone still in its mouth. Who will save Unchai now? He gapes with his mouth open, sweat pouring down. His arm drops, causing Unchai to panic and scream. The beast starts rushing toward its next target. Oh mother, save me. At this moment he does not know who else to call but his mother. But the surprising thing is that only the head of the monster is left after it charged at him. Who was the one to do that? Some hero has taken care of it and passed by Unche, wielding a brave sword, saved in an instant. Unche burst into tears, his mouth still agape, as the monster's head tumbled and rolled, seemingly all captured by the camera. Seeing that the man in front of him looks familiar. Is that you? Brother. Had Disung watched the situation from above, Disung just turned his head slightly, as a confirmation that Yanchai is safe. Immediately afterward, he quickly jumped down in surprise. Yunche managed to regain his composure. Whoa, this device is amazing. He quickly flipped the machine over, landing successfully. Had Disung arrived at the scene, noticing someone approaching, the leader turned back to see who had the audacity. A magnificent scene. A small hero standing among giant monsters without fear. Why are there stray dogs running loose in a residential area like this? Disung pretends to wonder, calling the leader a stray dog, and asks for his name, as if hitting a sore spot. The leader suddenly starts to go crazy. He is furious and throws his old spear at Disung. A loud explosion occurs, causing a terrifying shockwave, and what happened remains unclear. Who is Disung anyway? Instead of throwing, he directly bit into the heavy sword's tongue of that guy. Are you the owner of this pack of dogs? Disung asked the other person again, his eyes sharp. At the Phillips Building refugee camp, people are shouting to open the door, pushing and shoving, wondering what those workers are doing, why they are not stopping the monsters. Everyone realizes the current situation is being broadcast live. Oh my. The crowd is getting chaotic. Where are those monsters now? Over 100,000 people are watching live. This is a new record. Only Eun-chae could see that he is still alive and fighting. Eun-chae started to wonder, should I run away now? Manager Ajayang also caught the situation. Manager, can you take a look at this? The manager is still very tense here, so both of them focused on the live broadcast, and the manager seemed to recognize this man as somewhat familiar. He signaled to project the image onto the screen, and Han Dae-sung's picture was once again displayed on the monitoring room under everyone's curious gazes. Han Dae-sung, the green worker. Does not everyone realize he already took first place in this green worker test? So why is he there alone? The manager is confused. What is he trying to do all by himself? There is nothing left to do but fight these wild dogs. The monsters rush at Dae-sung, biting and tearing at the small man below. Unaware of who they are facing, suddenly Dae-sung appeared somewhere else. It turned out he used teleportation magic, and he jokingly asked the monsters what they were doing. When he looked again, he realized he truly could not sit still anywhere. After taking a blast of fire, the monsters seemed more ferocious than ever, quickly changing direction and rushing toward Dae-sung standing there. Immediately after, he drew his sword, and flames began to gather. The giant wolves caught in the fire started to burn, howling in pain. One by one, the monsters were roasted alive. The black leader began to worry as almost all the monsters were defeated. As for the remaining ones, he calms them down, thinking he will deal with Dae-sung. Hurry up and finish eating and take care of the rest. It is a bit funny, who dares to stop me? Well, good luck. Not yet possessed by a beast, Dae-sung simply stands still again, accepting the magic, as a strange wave of energy seeps out. What is this source of power? The dark leader begins to worry. From the sky above, the monsters from the arena that had just been subdued are now showcasing themselves. As their master calls, Eun-chae gapes in awe at the magnificent sight of that stream, and the gatekeeper has also arrived. In the control room, everyone was too stunned to close their mouths. A strange phenomenon occurred in the sky. Oh my god. What is that? The stunning scene features all the characters from the arena and the guests present according to Dae-sung's orders. The monsters have officially retreated, and you will teach that useless dog a lesson. Eat everything quickly, and deal with the rest, Dae-sung said with a tired smile. The soldiers began to arrive to witness the scene, and the image of the dragon truly appeared, fighting against the stubborn monsters. One of them is about to be executed, and it is so easy because of the huge size difference. The dragon can quickly deal with one, and the next one falls shortly after. It is terrifying what exactly is happening here. Is that dragon on our side? Another one gets hit and collapses instantly, and Liko also starts to fight. One after another, the monsters keep falling down. A chaos erupts, and the remaining ones try to escape. But how can they escape from monsters many times larger than themselves? You dare to oppose the divine will of the Supreme Being, go and die. Only a few monsters remain. They are gradually retreating and returning to the defensive position. Everyone in the hidden bunker is still watching the direct combat. Those monsters are on our side. They have already defeated the monsters from our faction. This is really terrifying. What is going on? Chan-ho arrived at the surveillance room and was called here. He introduced himself as Sung Chan-ho from the Han De-sung gang. The manager thanks you for appearing despite the short notice and politely asks if you could help with something, as he understands the current situation. Leader Sung Chan-ho, can you tell him about Dae-sung? Killing people is not something a person with a planet-harming mission would do. Who is he, and why is the wolf faction leader so angry? Dae-sung smugly thought that even if he explained, someone like him probably would not understand. He began to step closer to the wild wolf. He introduced himself as the White Wolf King. The leader also joined the fight. Rushing into the battle, he swung a spear towards Dae-sung, its power causing the ground to crack apart. Dae-sung remained unfazed, easily countering this wild wolf. After a dull afternoon of using it nonstop, he asked if it was finally finished. The wild wolf looked at him and sweat poured down like the Taiping River. This time no one could save him. This time Dae-sung counterattacked, appearing to split into many people, continuously slashing at the wolf. The wolf could not withstand the powerful and numerous blades, and kept signaling so's. Come on. Dae-sung felt a bit excited. Is this little punk really in a level boss? With a deadly strike, Dae-sung lands another hit. This guy seems pretty quick and agile. He quickly dodged and moved to the back to defend. Dae-sung asked, what are you doing with all this fancy stuff? The monster's body emitted a source of energy as if trying to protect itself. Come on, at least do something. I told him to attack. The best strategy is to blend in and run away, but just running off in admiration. Dae-sung sighed. The other guy is running as fast as he can. For now, he has to go back. Unlike other aliens, he might be a supernatural creature from somewhere. Before he could finish thinking, Dae-sung had already caught up. How come the dog was running on 2 legs? That guy really made him want to cry. This chase was a bit funny. The wolf was so scared he was literally running for his life. If you are a dog, you should act like one. Dae-sung chuckled. Run on all fours. He was so scared he was trembling, and he really was running on all fours, just wanting to go back quickly. Dae-sung smirked arrogantly. Who gave you permission to let this guy crawl back into the swarm? The guard on the upper level started shouting, and the wolf saw this and became even more afraid. Now it is Axena's turn to deal with him, kicking him straight in the face. The black wolf was beaten until it was completely subdued, and then he was struck with a lightning fire. The black beast officially ran without exploding and was immediately roasted. Di-sung looked at that with disdain and quickly asked for the original form of the ancestor. Inside the gate, Dong-shin asks if everyone except the injured has gone outside. Everyone has stepped out through the gate, and the scene before them is truly terrifying. Members of the International Hunter Association have not arrived yet. Dong-shin is helpless. Hajin takes the initiative to say he will try to help the survivors. So the two of you should quickly go deal with the boss. Come on, let us go. But you stop him, brother Dong-shin. Even if you are late, you should prepare the fuel core first. Forget it, uncle is angry. Even if we have to fight barehanded. You still have to go. If you want, take my share too. Dong-shin starts to move forward. Where did all these monsters go? Staying behind is Hajin, trying to save everyone who can still be saved. Just as her sister was about to see something rushing toward her, a monster charged at her, and just when it seemed impossible to defeat the beast, someone cut off its head right in front of Hajin. And she could not believe it. It is Di-sung. After dealing with the leader, it seems he is near the gate. Hajin is still unable to calm down. Dizzy as he looks at the person in front of him. Are you also a hunter? Di-sung asked her. No way. How could he easily defeat this ranked monster when even Trang-sich struggled to face it? Luckily you quickly dodged that flying sword in Trang-sich's amazement, Hajin shouted. Are you crazy? He is human. So he thought it was a monster. In the end, everyone calmed down and the hunters gathered here. He could easily take his sword back. Who is this person? Trang-sich was surprised. He apologized for thinking Di-sung was a monster. Both Hajin and Jong-soon were surprised by what he said. Why did you mistake me for a monster? Di-sung asked again. Because you emit a kind of energy that only exists inside the monsters he had encountered in the gate. But he was sure you are the strongest monster he has ever faced. Trang-sich explained. That guy finally has a hunter who can see his aura. Di-sung marvels. He introduces himself as Trang-sich, leader of the Jong-soon gang. I am Di-sung. You smile intriguingly. And immediately afterward, the front page of the Korea Daily shows the first gate being dealt with. South Korea has become the first country capable of handling a high-level gate, with the extraordinary rookie Di-sung at the center. During the hunters' meeting, the chairman thanked everyone for their hard work. Jong-seon said he used up all the gifts he received, and thanks to his child, many hunters were able to survive. Sich looked confused, wondering how that monster could have come out. Hajin is confused about Di-sung. What is he? How could a secret society nurture a talent like him? Did he fall from the sky? I heard she lied at the hospital and awakened, but in such a short time, how could he become so strong? I just can't understand. Jo Il-hun remained silent, and the chairman expressed that no further words were needed because he believed everyone shared the same opinion. Everyone agreed to promote Hunter Di-sung to ranks. It seems like you have already made your decision. The media already considers him a rank hunter. Right, of course they agree. Now that they have Hunter Di-sung, do not ask them for money anymore, Hajin said. They simply could not oppose it. Was not it him who handled the rank gate all by himself, said Trang-sich. The chairman then asked leader Jo. Was not he already its rank from the start? He said, and everyone fell silent after hearing that. Hunter newspaper. Today we have a special guest. I am Captain Di-sung of the Ron Rep team. When Yoon Chai asked him about his first meeting with Di-sung, he explained that since the last Hunter exam, they have maintained a special relationship. Now just scrolling through the news is enough to see images of Di-sung. The media is all about Di-sung, and Chan-ho is surprised. Any video of him gets over 1 million views. Chan-ho realizes this is a golden opportunity. Truly a clever move. Di-sung steps out of the office. Oh, here comes our star, my number one and only friend, Di-sung, the gold hunter in the monster-slaying world. Chan-ho happily says, where's the guy who told you to act normal and run away at the first sign of danger? Di-sung retorts, I was just worried you would get hurt. And I am really proud of you. Chan-ho expresses. Di-sung gets straight to the point. Calling you here for what? They just need to quickly get your rank hunter badge. Chan-ho said confidently. Reporters are covering the event, as the Hunter Association is meeting with international journalists and fans after the Gatewater incident in Gangnam. Hunter Di-sung drew a lot of attention for personally stopping the chaos, amidst the many prominent interests. The most notable is the number of recovery tokens he possesses. The red carpet is ready with reporters everywhere, and a luxurious black car approaches. Di-sung has arrived, dressed very neatly today, actually in rank, stepping out under the lights everywhere, both of them feeling a bit proud. Di-sung, Hunter Di-sung is number one. Oppa, look at me, I love you. The two of them walk into the crowd's screams. Di-sung is still overwhelmed, just as Chan-ho said. Unlike you, Chan-ho was very confident, thinking Di-sung should at least wave his hand. He had to reluctantly go along, unafraid of monsters, only fearing the fans' screams. Oppa. Marry me. Oppa, Di-sung is so cool. Mom, I want to marry him. The chairman personally met you, Di-sung, on behalf of the president of the association. He sincerely thanks you for preventing the Arank water gate, and thanks to you there were no unnecessary losses. Chan-ho speaks on behalf, and they only did what they should have. The chairman signals secretary due to bring it here. This is the rank badge. Whoa. This is something ordinary people never dream of touching once in their lifetime. the most prestigious title, ENS rank badge. The chairman congratulates you on becoming the 6th rank hunter of the Republic of Korea. Not only that, they are willing to do everything within their power to fulfill your wishes. Do you have any requests? Anything at all? Sung asked again. Then let us check the news. Roman went crazy. He did not steal all his efforts. And Sung, the chairman remembered Heniel's words. He would need to inquire more about him. But for now he was on a different level, and the guild could not refuse any of his requests. Sung is still thinking about what he wants, so allow his beast transformation to attack the gate. The chairman, upon hearing this, gasped and approved. Beast transformation allowed. In a luxurious but somewhat empty house, a girl is inside a room filled with gaming machines. Searching for some news, mostly about Sung on the internet. And Sung, she sneered as if scheming something. The only one who can help her solve the problem is the powerful witch Celian of the Pachesi gang. She decides to stand up and walk out. Passing through the large house, she goes to a room and shouts loudly. Her father is the leader of the gang, surprised that his daughter came to see him. She just left the room, so he is taken aback. Are you okay? You have been in that room for nearly half a year due to your social anxiety disorder. The mischievous girl asks her father for a small favor. After being silent all this time, her daughter now has a small request, which still makes her father a little worried. Isn't this a bit too much? Sung has taken almost every gate he attacked. If this keeps up we will starve to death, Dung Kyokma gang leader, Heoksu said, so the rest of the guild members also started to follow. That is right, he has no sense of ethics at all. He is monopolizing all the gates. The branch manager was helpless, and finally what he feared had become reality. Who would have thought that he could conquer all the gates so quickly with his summoning beast? Hyoksu went crazy. We barely managed to get by selling core fragments and items from the gates, but now we can't even pay our members' salaries anymore. Why does that guy have the authority to attack the gates alone? This place is no different from throwing a small fish into a pond full of shrimps, the manager thought. Since the president of the association allowed him to use the beast recall to conquer the gates, he had no authority here either, so he had to smooth things over and ask the gang what they wanted. Ieksu believes that authority should only be used for B-rank gates and above, and if he attacks in a rank gate, other groups must join in, a rule applying to all Korean hunters. The manager was truly worried, realizing that he would do his best to get approval from his superiors. As shown on the screen displaying the recent defeat in the new luxury apartment complex, it turns out Sung was just idling around and swearing. Why is everyone on the team so stupid? We are about to win but still losing. Chanho calls again. Sung irritably answers. Sung Chan, what is going on? Why is it so hard to get you on the phone? Why won't you answer? Chanho was shouting on the line. Sung explained that he was busy with an important matter earlier and could not answer the phone. Chanho got even angrier. Is it really that important? You are just playing video games. How do you know? Sung chuckled. At the office, Chanho said he just received news from the guild that they will be changing the rules about the gates. Sung was confused. What kind of change? Chanho explained that from now on, they will only be able to attack gates from rank B and above. From rank A gates onwards, they will have to let guilds participate, and all the common guilds are in an economic crisis due to your monopoly. Well, Sung, the guilds also make quite a bit of money, so now they only attack from rank and above. Chanho was surprised and asked, wait, you do not have any opinion? But Sung looked confused and said, what opinion? Why does it have to be that way? You can make so much money. After all, yes, that is true, and conquering these gates is not just to obtain the primal form. Chanho admitted every attack brings huge profits, and that is how he was able to buy this entire building. Sung straightened up and said from now on they would only attack high-level gates, returning to the lowest gates. Chanho thought to himself, Sung seems more like a businessman than Tong. Forget it. Do you remember the equipment you gave me earlier? Chanho asked. Did you sell it? I wonder, since those items can't be sold to exchange for the primal form, it seems very difficult to sell them to hunters. I was planning to sell them, buy more buildings, and register them under my mother and Jizu's names. Chanho thought there might still be a way. They could ask Professor Bak Dong-hyu to exchange for equipment that can be sold. Who is Bak Dong-hyu? He is an expert in weapons and a friend of Leader Sun Hong Junyang. But the problem is, Leader Hong is being held captive, so they can't meet Professor Bak Dong-hyu. But there is someone who knows where he is. I suggest you give it a try. You are interested in this. Stepping out of the hospital into the pouring rain, a short-haired woman stands drenched in the rain, trampling on her own reflection in the water. It is Koi. She is determined to do everything she can to become a hunter again, so her journey as a strong girl begins anew. Inside a C-rank gate, during Jungakwa's assault, the hunters are still fighting fiercely. They are battling low-level monsters, and at this moment, the leader, a man signaling with a gesture, Hyosu immediately responds to the signal and launches an attack, creating a wave of iron like real ninjas. We did it. The other hunters cheer. They have successfully conquered this C-rank gate. A loud noise caught their attention and made them turn around. Some army was approaching, and Hyosu was confused. What is that? It is Jin. I do not know how he got in here, calling them all low lives. Get out of here. Jin Chen, and the soldiers from Seoul immediately charged forward. The guild members started to worry. What is wrong with those guys? Are not they also hunters like us? Another person argued. No, they are those monsters. They really look no different from monsters. Each of them has a very deformed and ugly appearance. Hyakusu orders everyone to prepare for battle. Feeling extremely anxious, a fierce fight breaks out. And of course the hunters are easily defeated because these enemies have already evolved. Hyosu was the person Jin chose to transform his body. Immediately, he became a real, flesh and blood Hyosu. Soon this world will be flooded with disaster, as the evil mastermind is plotting. This is already the 12th disappearance this month, and the news is starting to report more on this issue, with over 10 people missing at the same time, causing widespread panic and fear among the people. Sung's family is listening to the news. Jisoo is surprised. More than 10 people from Asia, abducted by aliens or something. Sis, Hen is worried and tells Jisoo to stay inside for now and not go out. She then asks Sung if he is hungry. He agrees, and Jisoo is stunned. Thinking he might be a ghost or something, Mum asked what he wanted to eat, and Sung replied lots of meat, so wait a moment. Looking at the news broadcast, Sung had some thoughts. At a strange cathedral, a man stands beneath a vessel filled with what appears to be fresh bloodied hearts of the murdered, and the man is Roman. Muttering something to himself, the prayer voice grows longer, and the hearts are gradually beginning to change. As he reek, a group of people approach Roman, and kneels at his feet, begging to serve the divine will, which is also Roman's command. Luckily, there are still those in this world who understand Sung. Roman said, and granted that person the rank of bishop, then quickly eliminate Sung for Han. That person is Jin. Han is pleased because revenge is about to happen, at a peaceful beach where children are happily waiting to play. Suddenly, a strange sound made the little boy look into the distance, and he saw that it was a flower. Immediately, the villagers turned to see. Over there was not that a gate. They were not mistaken, and sure enough, an Arank gate opened right on the sea, looking very terrifying. Manager Ajang said that an Arank gate, believed to be a water-based fortress, appeared in the Hyundai Sea area near Bizan. The army and police have evacuated the civilians, and the officials say this disturbance is no different from S-Rank gate. This time, they are facing a major crisis. He then asked if she had already sent a cooperation proposal to the guilds, and Ajang replied that all 5 top guilds in the country are participating in the battle. Negotiating? What are those people thinking? Trying to wipe out an Arank gate all by themselves. Ajang said everyone had the same condition. Koi looked confused. Same condition? Oh my god, this building is so big. Someone is complaining about the gang office going around. Chanho was worried. Why would a major character like this suddenly appear here? It turns out to be Dong Chak-ah, the leader of Sung Chanho, who does not like beating around the bush and get straight to the point. So Chanho told him to go ahead. It turns out Dong Chak-ah wants to propose a cooperation with them for this attack. Chanho hesitates, seeming unsure, and as they negotiate, the door suddenly opens. Trang Sich suddenly appeared here, and the 4 of them looked at each other in surprise, while Rong-san was even more shocked. The top-ranked Trang Sich, hey, did not you say you would not get involved in this because you were busy taking care of the kids? Why are you here? Trang Sich asked Rong-san, unable to deny it, and the uncle looked away, returning to the main topic. Leader Sung, please agree to cooperate with Jo Sung gang in this attack. They will cover all costs and related information for this operation, Trang Sich suggests, and with that, Cheno looks distressed. What on earth is going on? At the Haiduong Society press conference, Hajin was the official spokesperson addressing all the reporters. She expressed that they would do their utmost to support the hunter Hen Dae-sung in this attack. The entire audience erupted in shock as she revealed that Hen Dae-sung had saved her in the previous incident, and the news about the duo Hen Baek Lie was posted by the bitch Hajin and Hen Dae-sung team. Hearing Happiness cry out to her brother, IE told them that their gang would supply Hen Dae-sung with the most advanced weapons. He does not understand why his younger brother wants to cooperate with him so badly. And it is not just him who wants that. We want to see. Henil Hun just gave a brief explanation. Happiness is confused. So what does that mean? Henil Hun is investigating the mysterious power that helped him surpass ranks, holding a necklace and a watch, while commanding the 2 soul spirits to hide within these objects to protect his loved ones. The 2 soul reapers receive their orders, and they will protect them at all costs even if it means sacrificing their lives. After completing their mission and stepping through the gate, Ji Woo Soo-jang appeared there unexpectedly. Was that gate the source of his power? She asked Dae-sung, suddenly caught off guard by the sudden question. He asked her back, whose daughter are you? Soo-jang introduces herself as someone from the ice platform, with a slightly annoyed expression. So you came in here, huh? How do you know I am here? Dae-sung continued to question the strange girl in front of him, realizing she was not just a kid but Ji Woo Soo-jang, and then she leaned in close to Dae-sung, making him wary. What are you doing? He asked again, and the girl said that she was just like him, asking him to help her. Get out of the way. Dae-sung pushed the girl away from him. Just a light touch. Suddenly an explosion occurred, causing Dae-sung to panic. Suddenly Soo-jang transforms into a strange boggart. Oh my god! Is that girl a spy or what? He was confused, but then he realized that around the strange creature was Aura. At the Arank gate by the beach, the army and police are on standby. Hunters from various guilds have also gathered here. A strange phenomenon suddenly appeared in the sky. What is that? It is a dragon. That is Daesung's spirit beast. And on its back is its owner. He jumps down to the ground, closes his eyes, and sighs. The crowd notices him and whispers it is Daesung. Even his effort looks cool. He ignored those words because he felt uncomfortable after the dragon flight. It was really terrible. Nearby, something caught Daesung's attention, and he subtly looked over. Seoan sat there biting her nails, her face slightly worried, as voices arguing somewhere in her mind made her extremely uncomfortable. Daesung approached, and Seoan cried out, suddenly realizing that the voices in her head had stopped, and everything had become silent. Daesung stood beside her and asked, "You came out of hell too, kid?" Seoan was a bit excited. "Hell? Is that what it is called?" "Yes, it is hell." Daesung grimaced, thinking this brat is totally crazy. The girl excitedly continued, "Everything will change again. Since you arrived, those voices have disappeared. Just like that gate." Hajin stepped forward, flicked her hair, and interrupted, "Jiwa the witch, can you quiet down a bit?" Seoan crossed her arms and responded with a slightly pleading face, adding another attention seeker. Hajin ignored it and approached Daesung to introduce herself, saying, "I was assigned to the support team." Behind her was Jin Cheon's gang, who was disguised as Haik-Su. Daesung looked at the crowd and thought to himself, "So annoying, the number of participants keeps increasing." Seoan was not very happy either. Secretly, they are all useless. Especially that girl. What is her name? She is useless too. Hajin stepped forward face to face with the little girl, thinking she would scare me if she threatened me like that. "Look who is the one who healed the hunters injured by your innate talent. A thief who also screams and complains. She should know when to show gratitude." Daesung quickly stepped between the two, creating a gentle breeze to stop their argument. He turned and asked, "Are you two going to stop?" Hajin wondered how he knew without even looking, while Seoan assumed he was on their side. Then they all boarded the ship and canoe, heading out to sea toward the gate. The team is fairly strong, with 4 boats and a decent crew from 2 gangs moving together. Daesung, tears in his eyes, mutters why he has to go with this kid. So annoying, while Seoan sits nearby, smiling and enjoying himself. Being next to him means no more headaches. Right behind you is the boat carrying Jin Cheon. He is secretly watching you, thinking, "Daesung, today it is your turn to rest." After a while, everyone arrived at the red gate in the middle of the sea. In an instant, all 4 boats had entered inside, and the sea became calm again. Inside the dungeon, the sky is a bit gloomy and the waves are choppy. Hajin warns everyone that with such limited visibility, we will be very vulnerable to ambushes. Then she created a blazing sphere in her hand, called a solar orb, which can emit light like the sun. She pushed the sphere into the sky, creating an artificial sun that illuminated the stormy sea. Those traveling with her could not help but marvel. It is brighter now. Hajin really is something special. She is truly a perfect person, a goddess in the eyes of the hunters. Despite the praise, Hajin's gaze was intensely focused straight ahead. Behind the dark clouds, purple light seeped through, and the hunters on the boat dared not ignore it. While maintaining the sun creation, Hajin warned everyone that something was coming, and they should prepare. The remaining hunters told each other to prepare to recharge their energy cores, as something appeared on the sea surface, surprising the hunting team. In front of them are tiny glowing monsters that seem harmless. Everyone chuckled, thinking we are just fooling around. Maybe they are in love or something. Suddenly the sea surface rolled as a giant wave rose from the ocean depths, tossing a boat into the air and sending everyone crashing into the water. A colossal monster called Queen Geiger, the most dangerous creature in these waters. Hajin stared in amazement and asked what that was. The light from the monster illuminated a purple area around it, while the other hunters looked up in fear, saying it is too big to catch. It rises higher above the water. The small glowing monsters that seemed harmless earlier are now connected to it by thin strands. Queen Geiger commands the small monsters to shoot at the hunters on the boat, accompanied by a bit of lightning. Caught off guard, most of the C-class hunters could not react in time and were hit many times. Some were lifted into the air, but from afar, Daesung's dagger flew in, slicing through those dangerous tentacles one by one. Like a boomerang, the dagger spun around and then returned to his hand. Daesung, with one hand in his pocket and the other holding the dagger, smiled and said, "This is great. With this, it will be over soon." The monster, under attack, dives back into the sea as if trying to escape. Daesung sees this and calls out to Seal Yan, "Hey kid." The girl happily looks at him. "You said if I help you, you will help the kid solve the problem." The girl happily exclaimed, "Really? Are you sure? Is it true?" Daesung pointed down and said, "Really? Just stay quiet and quickly catch the monster hiding underwater." Seal Yan raised 2 fingers and smiled. "Yes, sir." "Hajin, are you listening to me?" Daesung's voice continued to echo. "Hey Hajin, deal with those flying ones." She was a bit confused by his words, wondering which planes he meant since she could not see any. But in just a blink, what appeared before her truly amazed her. In the sky, thousands of monsters are rushing towards us, with the number far exceeding their level. From afar, Jin Chan quietly watches the battle between the two groups of people and monsters. He smiled maliciously, his eyes showing a hint of cruelty, and at this moment, he began to channel mana. He raised a glowing hand, with an aura of cruelty behind him, and started to cast a stealth concealment spell. All of his disciples are also covered by that spell. Starting the hunt. On this side, Seal Yan has taken off some of her clothes, ready to jump into the sea, smiling happily with her arms outstretched. The smell of that thing is truly enticing. Sung looked around, and it seemed everything was unfolding as he expected. Seal Yan had jumped into the sea from the boat, preparing to deal with the monster below. The group of hunters was all very surprised. Water splashed everywhere, and Seal Yan's figure disappeared from everyone's sight. Returning to the mainland, at a modern and bright cave, silent footsteps are climbing the stairs to the second floor. At the table near the window, a familiar-looking girl is sitting there. Looking outside, she waited with a black hat to hide her identity. Her gaze distanced. Chanho stepped forward, adjusting his collar, and softly said, "You are here already. Much more than 10 minutes. The girl sitting there is coy. She adjusts her hat and gently replies, "No, I just arrived too." It seems this is their first meeting. He introduces himself as the leader of the Bisung gang, and on the other side, she also introduces her name. I suppose. Turning back inside the gate, Seal Yan is alone, diving to the bottom of the sea to find the monster. The girl is like a sea maiden, diving deep without hesitation. Purple aura rises from the bottom of the sea, and the girl smiles. Having found you, the image of the Giger Queen monster appears. Its body hundreds of times larger than a human, with Seal Yan floating just above it. With a splash, the monster lunges out of the water, its massive form emerging. Hajin hesitated for a moment before ordering everyone to focus on the fight. Her team was struggling to fend off the swarm of flying monsters, their numbers making defense quite difficult. Over here, Daesung looked at the monster and said, "It seems like the thing the monster ate was a cursed puppet." "Well done, kid." He placed his sword on his shoulder, smiled again, and with a commanding tone said, "Let us begin." Without a word, he kicked off the boat, then with his shadow wings, soared straight toward the distant monster. In an instant, he had left the boat far behind, moving at an incredible speed. The monster immediately shot out tentacles with smaller monsters at the tips, but Daesung easily handled them by spinning and cutting them all off. At this moment, the monster opened its mouth, looking huge and terrifying. The system appeared, with special skills adjusted, the ultimate fire aura, and the flames could automatically increase. If the target cannot control the flames, they will double in number and continue until the target is completely burned. You smile confidently as you watch the monster unleash the ultimate fire aura, your sword blazing. Then, Daesung swung his sword, sending a fireball from the blade straight at the monster beneath the sea. The fireball flew directly into its wide-open mouth. Immediately, it closed its mouth, probably trying to use the water inside its body to extinguish the fire. Daesung looked at it with a fierce gaze. "Probably very hot. Or should I blow on it for you to eat?" As he finished speaking, flames of the fire dragon aura spread throughout its body, forming fiery bubbles all over the monster. Then, with a loud bang, an explosion erupted, destroying the entire creature. Seal Yan quickly peeked up to witness the scene just now. She looked at him with admiration. Just as expected, Daesung is even more impressive than the peak of Chop. Seal Yan happily waves her hand and calls out loudly, "Daesung, please save me." He looked down, expression unchanged, and replied, "Not now. Wait a bit." Looking to the other side, the team was struggling to deal with the flying monsters, and Seal Yan muttered to herself, "That attention-seeking head, that damn fish must still be fighting. These winged mobs are really annoying. They keep rushing at us." Hajin struggles to hold them off, using only one hand to support her teammates. The entire team is covered in a light blue mana as they try to deal with the monsters as best as they can. Hajin both commands and reminds everyone to focus more. Behind her, another boat is slowly approaching. A man on the boat shouts loudly, "Leader, we also want to help. We have finished handling the other side." Hajin hears and turns around, replying, "All right, help the support team at 11 of the clock." They looked at each other very carefully. Jin's man is also hiding among them. While Han and his men are preparing to cross over to Hajin's boat, Han orders everyone to prepare to go. "I will catch and kill that Hajin fish first," as he steps onto the boat right behind her. Of course, his stealth technique keeps him hidden. Jinchio stands behind, slowly approaching. Suddenly, Han halts, his face showing signs of worry. Jinchio turned back, wondering what this vague feeling was. Han was terrified, whispering through clenched teeth, beads of sweat on his brow. Behind Han is Daesung with his sword floating in the air. He says to Hajin, "Still not finished yet. Why so slow like a turtle?" She turned back to complain. "We are doing our best here." Daesung landed on Hajin's boat. He stepped over to her, passing right in front of Jinchio, muttering as he went, "What are you so brave for? Get out of the way." Jinchio thought to himself, "Is this my chance, my opportunity to kill Daesung?" Saju activates his skill, allowing him to identify all targets within a 1-kilometer radius. Daesung upgrades his skill to the ultimate fireball. Blazing fireball suddenly appears, hovering in the sky, drawing the attention of all the hunters. From the large sphere, smaller spheres shoot out directly at those flying monsters, exploding with incredible speed and power. Some of the fireballs fly straight at the hunters from Jin Chio's team on the nearby boat. Seeing them explode, Hiran's team members wonder, what is going on? Are not they on our side? The whole boat exploded. Leaving the others in awe, Hiran shouted to stop. Why are you attacking our side? After being attacked, Jin Chio revealed himself, and the people on the boat wondered who he was. Asking who this guy was, Hen was furious. Ininjang Lun and Disung cursed. This bastard. While the other hunters looked at Jin Chio with surprised eyes and asked where he had come from, Disung also looked at Ham with confusion. Still alive, Huv, you are as stubborn as a leech. Jin Chio took out a purple syringe from his shirt. Ningin Yilun called out Disung's name. Hen injects that into his body, his face grimacing and his eyes bulging. He glares at you and growls. I will make sure your damn mouth never barks again. Around Han, pink and purple lights now envelop him as black liquid spews from his mouth and slowly retreats backward. Jin Chio falls into the sea, leaving everyone puzzled. Disung seemed indifferent, not caring about Han at all. One team member shouted, I remember now, Han is Jinchi, a member of the Hama gang, and someone nearby added, yeah, that is the guy who died during that test. From above, the entire boat is inside a black circle surrounded by purple, and everyone begins to wonder what that black smoke is, as it obscures their vision. Outside the smoke, purple tentacles with sharp tips are stabbing toward them. Some are pierced through and killed, and there are shouts of alarm as Han begins his attack. Hajin is standing there, a sharp spear rushing toward her. She quickly raises her hand. Using her shield skill, it seems it bypassed that defensive skill, but luckily a hand grabbed it. Disung stood in front of Hajin, clutching the spear in his hand. Having just saved her life, he looked ahead and cursed. This damned ghostly spirit. From beneath the sea, a massive monster surfaced, with Jin Chan's head and a large tentacle-covered body. Overturning the ship, everyone was thrown out and screaming in despair. Jin Chan's divine corpse is in Srank Giger King, one of the most dangerous monsters. Hen sneered. The moment of revenge has come. He charged forward, shouting directly at Disung, die. A series of sharp blades aimed directly him. But with his sword in hand, Disung remains quite calm. His face shows no change, and he continues to use mana. Ready to counterattack, back at the cave, Chunho told Choi that if she helps us, we will do everything we can to save Leader Hong. She looked at the business card in her hand. Then Ho, with Disung, she asked him, so what should I do now? Chunho replied straightforwardly, I want to know the current location of Dra, Park Jong-hek. Koi continued to look out the window. Pondering for a moment, she replied that his location was fully protected. So she thought it would be better for him to discuss this matter with the leader. Inside the gate at sea, the boat is capsized and everyone is floating on the water, with the monster Jinchian behind them. They look up at the sky where Disung is being attacked by a swarm of tentacles. He is still thinking if he uses this, everyone will die. Really? He was dropped into the water, with many tentacles approaching. In the distance, the eerie dark figure of the parasitic monster with a terrifying toothy mouth appears. After being attacked and pushed back a long way across the sea, Disung remains calm as he faces it. The parasitic tentacles of Jinchian have wrapped around him with slimy goo, and rushes over and yells, I will tear you apart, go to hell. Disung is completely restrained, with sharp tentacles ready to pierce him. As water splashes around him from the recent attack, everyone asked Jin nervously, Captain, what should we do now? Her face also showed a hint of worry, and thoughts of Disung being defeated crossed her mind. But suddenly, a familiar voice behind her said, you found the perfect place to die, you are amazing, you leech. Disung appeared with his sword in hand. Somehow he showed up here. Even Jin did know when he had been there. He looked down at everyone and said, if you do not want to die, get out of the way quickly. Another rescue ship arrived, and the crew on board shouted loudly, the leader is over here. You can be somewhat assured as he lunges towards the monster, then firmly grips his sword and rushes straight at it. The screen shows the skill and rage, releasing flames that burn everything they touch. Disung is flying and shouting, rage. Jin Chan standing there wondering. Disung, where did you run off to? A blue sphere with large spikes around it now appeared above his head. Falling down, Jin Chan looked up and shouted, why is he the only one who is strong? The sphere crashes straight onto the parasitic monster Jin Chan's head, creating a blinding pillar of light along with loud sounds. His body gradually fades and disappears, but he manages to say before dying, even if I go to hell, I won't forgive you. Disung, you just stand there watching his form fade away without even bothering to listen to that nonsense. Most people are amazed by what they just saw, and Yan looks at you admiringly and says, Disung really is different. The screen appears, revealing Hans's existence and the power of the space thief flowing through the body of the absolute ruler, granting you hidden abilities and transformation. Your entire body glows with multiple colors as you gain new powers. A notification appears, stating that from now on you can use Aura Uta. Disung thinks about Hans's existence, unsure of what it actually is, The flag of Bank Wieskek is fluttering in the sky as they enter the gate to clean up after the hunters have finished clearing the monsters. Jinsang stands at the bow of the ship, smiling proudly as the strongest cleanup crew arrives. Next to him, Yanqil laughs loudly, holding his phone and greeting the audience. Hello everyone, it is Yanqili, the popular YouTuber again. He stands next to Jinsang, smiling brightly and telling the viewers that this is the experience of clearing the gate. We will start with the support from the leader of Bank Wieskek. Yanqili is overjoyed. Oh my god! Thank you for the 100,000 troops. Continuous live comments praising both the content and his previous clips. Back at the training ground of the demolition gang, Yan is furious for some reason, grinding her teeth and growling in a very annoyed manner. A hand reaches out as if about to give something, and this is a dismissive flick meant as a gift for this little dark witch girl. The little girl gently patted her head in pain and asked, "Why did you do that? I told you to chase away those ghosts." Dae-sung explained, "No, they are not ghosts, they are a type of mind-controlling magic. I handled it, so just relax." Seo-yan seems to be in pain and a bit confused about the magic. You explain further. It is similar to medicine. And hey, where did she get that power from? The girl smiled and replied, "I just entered a portal that awakens consciousness." Hearing her answer, Dae-sung was a bit surprised and asked again, "A portal that awakens consciousness?" Clever Seo-yan then raised her hand and beckoned him closer, saying, "I will tell you a few things." Then she whispered in his ear, "Even though this is a top secret, let me tell you, inside the monster gate there is a portal that can help humans awaken it." She continued, "I was so desperate that even knowing the danger, I decided to go inside." Dae-sung silently wondered, "So there is also a gate in hell?" The screen displayed that a celestial body had entered the demon lord's domain. The sacred mission had begun, and the penalty for failure was a 21% reduction in the reward of 1 million achievement points. Dae-sung looked uncomfortable. The girl from the sky muttered, "Damn these complicated bugs." Then he turned and walked away, telling Seo-yan, "That is enough for now. I have to go." The girl looked on, her hand raised to her chin with a slightly puzzled expression. Then Seo-yan smiled mysteriously, leaving the situation unclear. At the Hunter prison camp, a separate and extremely solid area, with the words "Advanced Reform opening up the future." Inside, prison guards are knocking on a cell door. He announced loudly that visitor number 108 had arrived. It turned out to be the leader of the Ice Spirit, Hong. His eyes are sharp as he stares intently at the door, his face not looking very pleased. The prison cell door slowly opens. Dungbok Vow 2, Hoek Nien Kie Ngoi Den the Min. That person is none other than Choi, who greets her leader with a smile. He looked at her with a gentle smile, his eyes full of affection, leaning in as a father would look at his daughter, truly glad that she was still healthy. The conversation ended, and though I do not know what they discussed, Koi stepped out of the prison. She appeared cold and fierce, with a very determined look. During her conversation with Hong, he mentioned that if it were Professor Bak, he could repair her shattered aura core, but it is highly likely that Hongma has a connection to this person, so she must think carefully. Mentioning Hongma, her anger flared up again, her teeth clenched tightly. It is them who made her this way. Turning back to Dae-sung, a message appeared on the screen. "You and your servant have entered the sacred ground." Seeing that, he was very confused. He had always acted alone, so where did his servant come from? Suddenly, from behind, Seo-yan peeked her face out, eyes wide open, making a surprised sound. Dae-sung jumped in surprise and asked, "How did you get in here?" The girl put her finger to her mouth and replied, "I also want to learn how to use mana. Please teach me." "My lord." A notification screen shows Dae-sung's attendant Seo-yan, a mage with many skills including a critical hit ability that can instantly defeat opponents. But failure means death. Another headache for him. Loyalty between master and attendant. What a true bond. Is it because I marked that little girl, so she became my attendant? I really do not know what to do in front of this girl. After thinking for a moment, Dae-sung chuckled softly, then took Seo-yan's wrist and looked at the system to command the upload of the Demon Lord's territory. While the girl behind watched her impressive and commanding master with admiration, a notification screen appears, loading the Demon Lord's territory data. The saved data is being uploaded, and the ruler's power will correspond to the previous data. A series of data drops in front of the two, with Seo-yan standing behind, asking what it is. "Master." As the girl finished speaking, both of them were enveloped in a thin layer of mana, and the ground beneath their feet shimmered and faded. When Dae-sung opened his eyes, he found himself transported by the system to somewhere within the Demon Lord's domain. He is chained with his hands behind his back, kneeling in the dark prison. The mission is set: conquer the Demon Lord's territory. Difficulty unknown, imprisoned and sealed with magic. The target is to kill the guard, with a reward of 100,000 contribution points and 1 servant skill point, progressing the Demon Lord territory by 0%. Looking at the shackles on my wrist, I feel powerless and unable to escape. Dae-sung muttered to himself, "What is this? Am I back to my weakest state again?" While the horses were grazing, Seo-yan appeared, acting cute as she called out master twice, startling him. There were many torture devices displayed on the table. The girl looked at them in amazement and exclaimed, "What is this? There are so many amazing things here." Seeing that the situation was getting out of control, he called Seo-yan, "Hey little girl." The girl seemed to snap out of it and responded loudly, Can you unlock these chains? The girl replied. Sure. But why does not the owner use their power to break them? Disung sighed. These things are sealing my magic. The girl raised 2 fingers to her forehead and smiled, saying let me try. A month later, the prison emitted some clattering sounds. The shackle was removed and hanging loosely there. He rubbed his wrist and asked the girl, how were you able to do that? Seol-yan smiled. This place suits me. Look, master. She uses mana on her fingers to turn them into a key. It is truly marvelous. Disung silently thought that her skills seemed to have improved significantly here. Footsteps from outside the dark prison cell grew louder and closer. Disung signaled, indicating it was a guard, as the chain of keys hanging from the monster's side clanged together. A monster with 2 glowing eyes, a hole-like mark on its back, and wielding a large saw blade-shaped shield was called the Soul Enemy. Now with magic hands, Seol-yan takes the initiative. Let me handle it quietly. Disung seems a bit distrustful, suspiciously asking back, kid, what is going on? Meanwhile, in the parking lot of Jiangrong Traditional Market, a car just exited the underground level and stopped in the car parking area. Ho from the foot stepped out of the car, and across from him, someone inside the vehicle was waving their hand. You seem quite calm. This was a prearranged meeting. Come out from the car. I will take you to Professor Bak's laboratory. The engine roared, and the car started moving. They sped out of the market's parking garage. So the most capable person ends up dying like this, and turned back to look at the tubes behind him and smiled. It is okay, I still have many sample specimens. Inside the large test tube, there is something that looks like a seahorse grasping inside. While calculating, a repeated notification sounded, indicating the test subject had arrived at the door, and looked at the computer screen and said, oh my god! Look, how did I forget that the test subject was coming? In the car are Troy and Chan Ho. They are entering the laboratory area. Roman looks and smiles, his eyes slack. One of them just an useless a class hunter and the leader of the Disung gang. Both of them will be very helpful to me. Inside the dark prison where Disung is chained during the system mission, a puppet was created by Celian. The girl crossed her arms, holding sharp-shaped mana between her fingers. Then she launched them forward, large and weakened. Piercing through, the sharp darts lodged into the puppet's back. At the same time, the soul collector also froze. Motionless, seemingly confused about what was happening. Then, the remaining darts pierced its body all over, draining its energy until it collapsed exhausted. Like a puppet of life and death, the spells cast on the doll also affect the soul collector, causing it to kneel and bleed. An attack from behind shatters the jar, and a sharp spear of magic pierces through its chest. Disung delivers the final blow and pulls out his sword, causing the soul collector to collapse face down at his feet. The system notifies you have defeated the 33% progress guard, along with reminders about rewards and the option to upgrade your servant skills. Celian stepped out laughing loudly. Just as I thought, my abilities are much stronger here, master. Disung hesitated slightly before turning back to remind her that it will be even more dangerous from now on, so it is best for her to hide the dolls around this area. Celian looked surprised and asked how I knew her abilities. Disung replied, I can see them in your status window, then hurried away, and she called after him, Master, wait for me. After leaving the dungeon, they arrived at a garden filled with many trees. The second mission, the Maze Garden, has an unclear difficulty level, with the goal of escaping the maze, a reward of 100,000 credits, and a 33% chance to confront the Demon King. The atmosphere in the garden gradually drains vitality, and they must kill guards to recover. The two, master and servant, suddenly became unusually serious. Disung raised his hand to his chin, thinking that since he had been here before, escaping the maze would not be a problem. But there was something else. Turn around and tell Seol-yan, give me a doll or something. She asked, a doll for what? Seeing the puppet in her hand. Disung instructed, I will go ahead, and when you hear me call, come in. Seol-yan looked admiringly and said, you mean you will go alone because it is very dangerous in there? You are so amazing, master. Disung sweat and thought, I can't stand here listening to this kid's nonsense any longer. He thought about the mission. In fact, the Gravekeeper's act of draining life force was a trap. But instead, they only slowed him down and drained his energy faster. So he stood there, took a deep breath, and cast a spell around himself. Then he kicked off the ground, rushing straight toward the maze garden. He dashed through the fence ahead, only to see a long streak of light shooting directly at it. Disung appeared in the maze and showed no signs of stopping. He charged forward, but behind him, sharp thorny vines were reaching out. They plunged straight down from above, but all missed. With experience, Disung knew that if he touched those thorn bushes, he would slow down. Aging happens faster than he can maintain his composure, and his face now looks worn out. In front of him, a Gravekeeper has spotted him rushing forward. It immediately turned around, with the sword in hand to block. Disung was now exhausted and running out of energy but could not stop. The Gravekeeper raised his sword, slashing from behind the shoulder to the waist. Disung quickly kneeled, leaning back and sliding to dodge the deadly strike. By inertia, he slid further, leaving the Gravekeeper behind. Right in front of him now is a door, Which is the way out? Desung immediately charged forward, but an explosion erupted beside the wall, revealing another grave robber wielding a weapon. Ready to strike down, he quickly raised his knife to block the entrance, struggling to hold on, thinking to himself, damn it. Just at this moment, behind him, a series of thorny vines also caught up, ready to attack Desung. His face clearly showed worry. I can't let this happen. I will die if it continues like this. But the thorny vines had already wrapped around him, forming a cocoon. Outside Professor Park's laboratory, Koi's car had stopped, and the camera was following their movements. Cheno looked around thoughtfully. This is truly a place no one could find. Koi confirmed, I have only been here once myself. Without a word, she quickly moved forward, and the two of them stopped in front of an elevator door. Who asked, why is this elevator so big? Koi replied, that is strange. It was not here before. The elevator door was slowly opening, and as it lifted, the figure behind it gradually appeared. Roman stepped forward to introduce himself, saying hello to everyone. I am Professor Park's assistant. My name is Namjigu. He smiled and used a fake name to deceive. Turning back to Desung, the owner was about to die. Yet outside the maze garden, Seoan was still happily playing with her magic. Suddenly, your voice rang urgently in her head, calling out, hey kid, which startled her a bit. Desung spoke, I have called you hundreds of times but you do not answer. Hurry and get into the puppet quickly. Seoyan raised her hand. Zetso, she raised her hands, muttering something, and magic enveloped her body. Then suddenly, the girl appeared inside. Seoyan stood there, looking around but still could not see anything. Suddenly she felt a chill down her spine, and behind her was a gravekeeper filled with deadly aura. The little girl quickly took out the puppet, preparing to perform some kind of spell. The monster spoke calmly, saying, it is me, causing Sion to flinch slightly. Wondering why the owner is in that form, he sat down, placed his hand on the ground and said, I will explain later, now follow me. The ground where his palm touched shone with dazzling magic, then a mana stream ran straight down, splitting the space before them. A secret passage appears, leading down into an abyss that seems bottomless. The wind howls with terrifying sounds as the two stand before the door. Inside some dungeon, eerie sounds echo as a skull with long horns slowly rises. Skeleton sitting cross-legged emits a cold, gloomy aura. The screen shows Mission 3, a 36-meter corridor of the Demon King. The target is to eliminate the Demon King infected by a piece of meteorite, usually worth 100,000 credits. 1 servant skill point. Current progress 66%. In front of the two of them sat the recently risen Demon King, mana emanating strongly. Desung quietly swore, damn it. We were a step too late. The Demon King is being manipulated by the sound of the celestial body. O spirits of the dead, follow the noble faith. You are reborn from celestial shards, and they try to form the sinful bodies of your monsters. Repent now. As the sound finished, it looked up to the sky and then slammed its head down onto the ground with a loud crash. The gun said, that Demon King has become a pawn of those celestial beings, and it will be very difficult to kill him while he is in this possessed state. Immediately, he turned to look at the little witch beside him, a thought flashing through his mind. Without hesitation, the pistol immediately increased Seolyan's critical hit skill by 2 points. The change in her mana pool, which had grown larger in her body, made her a little surprised. When the skill reaches level 3, the success rate of the one-hit kill increases. He turned back, raised his hand to signal, and said, I have upgraded your ultimate move. The girl looked a bit surprised and asked, is that okay then? Seolyan looked at the mana in her hand and said, I suddenly feel so powerful. The gun pointed at the Demon King, asking the girl to use her critical skill on him. Seolyan wondered, but if I do that, I will be exhausted. Will it be okay? You give a thumbs up to encourage her. I believe you can do it. Following the owner's command, the girl quietly stands up, then closes her eyes, crosses her arms in front of her, and unleashes all the mana in her body. Radiating intensely, Seolyan clenched a puppet in her hand, with Desung plotting in her mind. If the kid does not do it, I will have a harder time, so I have to do it. With the magic needle in her hand, she stabbed the puppet's head in front of her and shouted, a critical hit. Immediately, a surge of purple mana burst out intensely from the middle of the Demon King's forehead. The Demon King slowly collapsed face down, with the purple mana spreading across his body. Desung clenched her fist in admiration. This was amazing. But suddenly, the girl beside her had a problem. Seolyan is lying there unconscious, apparently exhausted from the effort. It seems she anticipated this, appearing quite calm. Everything is done. On the other side, the Demon King has awakened and is slowly sitting up. Desu steps out with his sword in hand, commanding everyone to stand down. The mana surrounding the sword gradually turns orange and red. The Demon King has stood up, slightly bent forward with his familiar blue aura, while the gunman faces him with a flame-like glow. On his body appeared some mana scars. He was using the blood infusion skill. On the other side, the Demon King was also taking out his mirror from beneath the circle on the ground. Realizing this, Desung immediately rushes to think to himself, so you plan to use the mirror to trap me? You fool! He shouts. Demon King, die now. Without hesitation, he swung his sword directly at it, but the Demon King managed to block with his sword. Its immense power knocked the sword out of his hand onto the ground. Immediately after, a sword pierced through your body. Disung let out a pained cry, and then the Demon King used soul absorption as well. The unexpected happened, and Disung's body gradually disintegrated from where the sword had pierced. His entire body seemed to be pulled into the sword, causing shock. As the soul was absorbed, the tip of the Demon King's sword turned red. He confidently spoke up, "You're strong guy." Outside on the streets of Seal, a luxury black car was speeding by. Koi was speaking to Roman, who was acting as Professor Park's assistant. "Sorry, I forgot to tell you, but there is one more person coming," he asked. "One more person? Who could that be?" Everyone was standing there when they heard a car descending into the basement. The car made a sharp turn and stopped right next to Choi's vehicle. A person with a somewhat noble appearance steps out of the car. Koi steps forward to introduce him as the leader of the Marvel gang, and Honeymoon says he wants to cooperate with Professor Park, so we decided to come together. Roman looked a bit confused and said, "Shouldn't they have warned us first?" The leader raised his hand and replied, "I am Honeymoon from the Marvel gang, and as someone in the industry, I truly admire him." He smiled and replied, "I'm Professor Park's assistant," thinking to himself, what the hell is going on? Why is this guy appearing now? He also turned to greet and introduce himself to Chanho, and they exchanged greetings, but it felt a bit awkward. Looking at Choi, he did not say anything, just raised his hand to wave, as if they knew each other already. She gently adjusted her hat, then turned to Roman and said, "It seems everyone is here now. Can you take us to see Professor Park, or should I call him?" Roman smirked cunningly, thinking to himself that she is a treacherous woman, bringing her bodyguard along. "I will surely punish her and turn her into a monster." Then he signaled everyone to follow him, and they all stepped into the elevator and gradually moved up. They arrived at a room in the laboratory, and Roman asked everyone to wait there. Professor Park would come out soon. After giving instructions, he calmly turned and walked out, leaving the three of them behind. Hat just stepped out, and the door to the room immediately closed. Chanho felt a bit worried. This is a testing room with a strange atmosphere. Honeymoon took out 2 bracelets, handed them to the 2 of them, and said, "These are the protective cuffs we just developed." He also seemed sincere, "Just in case, so you 2 should wear them." Both of them did not hesitate, thanked Leader Chu and put the rings on their wrists. Koi Min smiled and told him that Leader Hong had advised him to go with Honeymoon for safety. Chanho scratched his head, realizing he had forgotten that he should have asked this person to help repair the weapons. A stream of white mist-like air was being pushed down from the ventilation window on the ceiling. All 3 of them looked on in surprise, unable to understand what was happening. The leader exclaimed, "This is a trap. Everyone be careful." Chanho and Choi looked up with wide, terrified eyes as everyone inside, realizing they were caught in a trap, tried to break the door and escape. The door in Honeymoon's body burst out, followed immediately by Chanho, with Choi being the last to step out. The 3 of them stand there, looking down the corridor ahead. In front of them now is a horde of oozes with glowing red eyes and mouths full of sharp teeth. Honeymoon standing at the front, wielding a mana-formed sword, while the 2 behind look on in shock. The brain monsters saw him and charged forward to attack. With quite a few of them, the leader was the fiercest, bigger and stronger. Roaring loudly, Honeymoon is also determined, rushing forward to fight the monsters. He swiftly strikes each one from top to bottom, aiming for their vital points. Honeymoon's eyes lit up as a glowing yellow circle appeared in his palm. His torn sleeve revealed a robotic arm, and a laser shot straight toward the monsters. The beam of light from Honeymoon's hand zigzagged through the air, hitting the ox and splitting their bodies with sharp precision, tearing them into pieces. Honeymoon's robotic arm is smoking, his whole body covered in a thin layer of mana. At this moment, Choi with Chanho steps forward and asks, "Why are there monsters here?" Honeymoon stared in shock. "This place smells terrible." In another room, Roman was secretly watching the 3 through a security camera. He muttered that once he smells the trail of gas, "You will soon be found by my monsters." He smiled dangerously, this time testing some stronger ones. On Disung's side, where the souls dwell inside the mirror of sin, the spirits are no different from the living dead, constantly moving and crying out desperately, "Let me out. Kill me." One of them points forward. A new soul has arrived. They rush at it like predators, eager to tear and devour the soul. Disung walks with arrogance, ready to face the souls climbing up from below. They try to use their withered arms to grab his legs. Disung sneered coldly, "You probably do not know who I am. My whole body and eyes glow with mana." I look down on them with a sinister gaze. "Here I am, the hunter." Hearing that, the spirits froze in fear. Outside, the demon was dragging the sword and moving forward. Stops right where Seloyan is lying unconscious, slowly raising the sword above its head. The Demon King prepares to strike down and end the girl's life. But something was happening that even it could not understand. The sword in its hand refused to obey, and no matter how hard it tried, it could not bring itself to strike down. The Demon King lost control of his sword and was stabbing himself in the stomach instead of attacking Seelhayan, crying out desperately for it to stop. The sound from the sword echoed in his mind, as if he still could not grasp what was happening. The Demon King looked confused, unaware of the terrible thing about to happen to him. The sword of sin suddenly pierced through him unexpectedly. And now he is gone, there is nothing left to describe. The body of the Demon King is gradually disappearing, dissolving from head to toe. When everything has vanished, only the sinful sword remains lying on the ground. The screen shows that the Demon King's mission is complete, the current task is finished, and the Demon King's territory has reached 99%. Now Disung finally emerges from the sword, scratching his head in frustration. Why do I always have to solve other people's problems? It is so annoying. Meanwhile, the Sword of Sin gathers a yellow aura before condensing into a mass. From that mass, it begins to grow and multiply. With Disung watching intently, bit confused. You look tired. You are not done yet. From that golden orb, a person with hair shining like the sun appears and asks Disung, "Who are you?" Adjust the death rate by defeating L, the divine creature who brainwashed the Demon King. You look at the L entity in front of you and ask, "What are you mumbling about while you are the one barging into someone else's house?" L raised his hand and asked again, "Are you the master of these foolish creatures?" And with that, he struck his hand down where Disung was kneeling. "Repent, but it is not easy to reach you." Disung now soared up with a sword in hand. L was amazed, not understanding when he had flown up there. Then a blue slash cut across the hand of that divine creature, and the severed arm gradually disappeared before L's astonished eyes. From hell, the souls keep crying out in your mind, begging to be destroyed, to cleanse the shame of their gods, and to be given the cruelest punishment. Disung nodded slightly and said, "These guys are starting to jump again. I will handle this, so everyone be quiet now." At this moment, L gradually realized that yes, how could a person who is not the supreme being talk to the monsters of the abyss? Disung slightly surprised. Speaking, the supreme being. Suddenly, several yellow chains slid over, wrapping around L's arms and neck, catching him off guard but unable to resist. 3 people appeared behind it, each holding a chain. L shouted, "Thien Mundu, I beg for forgiveness for my sins, please spare me." But in response to the desperate cry, there was only silence from Thien Mundu. Disung is still floating and observing, wondering what they are doing. One of the 3 behind him speaks. "Breaking the law means death as punishment." Disung was a bit angry. How dare they ignore what I said? Then without hesitation, he charged straight at them. Those high officials only managed to look up. A streak of purple light swiftly passed over them without giving them a chance to react. Ignore this image. I do not understand what it is supposed to be. L sat there staring in amazement as the 3 fallen celestial gate halves were cut apart, their bodies dissolving into nothingness. With Disung standing behind them holding his sword, it wondered and asked you, how could you easily defeat the 3 heavenly gate demons? In an instant, almost all of their bodies had dissolved into nothingness. The cut on L's arm suddenly gushes blood. It screams in pain. Blood keeps pouring out, and the screen displays. Mission complete. Defeated the Demon King. Progress 100%. The celestial body has dispersed, and the Demon King and his army are now under the control of the Supreme Being. The celestial body has turned into stardust. The chains are also gradually dissolving into the air. L is still kneeling there, holding his bloodied, severed arm. He looks up to the sky, tears streaming down his face. I was used by the Lord. Then he collapsed to the ground, crying out in pain. As his body touched the net and sizzled, L's body gradually shrank into the shape of a child. Disung wondered why it suddenly shrank like this, but it did not stop. It continued to get smaller and turned into an egg. He looked at it with some confusion but kept a calm face. Disung asked again, "What is going on now? Why did you turn into an egg?" Holding the egg in your hand, you wonder whether you should crack it open to see what is inside. The system notifies you that you have received a divine embryo and can transform it into a monster to serve the Supreme. The glowing egg. Disung also wants to know what it would look like if it turned into a monster, so he channels energy inside, making the egg shine brightly. A countdown timer appears before him, showing 1 hour remaining. Disung thinks, if someone turns into a monster, maybe they will learn some new information. The couple is in the laboratory, with a restricted area sign featuring a nuclear symbol. The door slowly opens, and the same inscription is printed on the ground in large letters. The 3 of us are standing outside the door waiting. Brother Trinkavat then wonders, why does that guy have to do this? Joy replies that Professor Bak's life is very likely in danger. Honeymoon stands in front, waving a signal to the 2 people behind. He looked up, as if there was something above him. It was a big-headed creature with 2 heads, wielding a large weapon in its hands. A terrifying head asked, "Are you hunters?" Then suddenly its whole body was covered in mana, and it sneered with a sinister gaze. The 2-headed beast jumps down wielding a spiked chain. Its form strange, a 2-headed creature with a human head that can speak and has a will. Constantly muttering, "It has been a long time since I last saw a human." Koi, looking amazed, asked, "Leader, what is that?" Honeymoon replied, "It is a human and monster hybrid experiment." The monster looked at Choi excitedly. "So beautiful. You dare your head can stay beside it." She was furious, pulling out her gun and pointing it at him. This damn fool. Then, bullets kept firing straight into the monster's body. But when the gunfire stopped, nothing significant had happened. It still stood there unharmed, only a little smoke rising. Honeymoon drags the sword across the floor. sparks flying, then charges forward to slash at the monster, which immediately raises its shield to block. Then he turned to curse, "You are a coward, and you dare to provoke me? Ignore those nonsense." The leader's hand glows, and he prepares to unleash his ultimate move. Boom. The energy shot from his hand blew off the monster's head. The other corpse's owner, furious, glared at him and said, "How dare you kill my pet?" Honeymoon lands and slides back a bit. The monster prepares to charge. It roars. "Enough already, you worms." The leader continues to charge forward, determined to attack nonstop and prevent it from countering, but a sharp strike from his side hits just in time. The monster strikes, knocking Honeymoon into the wall. The powerful blow makes his body smoke and he collapses to the ground. The monster lunged forward, reaching out to grab Honeymoon, but with swift agility, he spun around and dodged behind it. At the same time, continuous gunfire hitting its face distracts it. The shooter is coy, standing behind her, with a worried look clearly visible. The monster's name sneers coldly. "I need to ask the doctor to give your companion a new head." Returning to the dam area, with the egg in your hand, Celian is watching it very closely. Time's up for the counterattack. The egg shows signs of cracking, and the girl widens her eyes. The shell shatters, emitting an extremely dazzling light. Celian shouted, oh no, master, look. Something is appearing there." In front of them is a white and blue spirit with wings on its back, a small spirit floating in midair, emitting a dazzling light in front of the two. The fairy turned to Celian and asked, "Hello, are you my owner?" The girl was a bit surprised and pointed to her face. Asking again, "Owner, what is it?" "Hey, cut in. Little butterfly, tell me everything you know about those celestial bodies." But the spirit seems not to understand what celestial bodies are. It replied, "I am sorry, but I no longer hold any memories of before." The young man drew his sword. "Then you are just a useless worm, the result of my effort. Yet you are just a bug like you." Celian quickly stepped forward and said, "I also want a pet, so stop messing around." She turned to the spirit and said, "Show us that you are useful. Then you can keep your little life." The fairy asked again, "So I have to show you?" It suddenly remembered, eyes lighting up. "That is right, there is a shop of items." So a shop appeared with many displayed items, even though it was so blurry I could not see anything. Celian marveled. Truly an incredible skill. The spirit indeed created an entire shop within Desung's space, and now you can see all the items, including everything in the world, looking incredibly eye-catching. On the right side, there is a display of a bunch of items with the same name in various categories. A piece of paper and a quill appear on the table, with the words "Future Journal" written on it. Desung asked, "Hey butterfly, what is this?" It explained, "This is a one-time item that will tell the user important information about future events. You can buy it with achievement points." You ask, "Tell me about the near future." That is fine. A system window appears, the future diary, providing the most useful information for the user. The information provided will be valid for 24 hours from the time of purchase, with one purchase per week. Would you like to buy it? Immediately, Desung selects as and decides to buy a trial future journal. The quill begins to write according to his wishes. Desung wrote it down to check on Tranho, Koi, and Heniel. An hour later, he carefully observed the results of the prophecy. The result left him somewhat dissatisfied, and he exclaimed, "What is this?" At a tall building of the Hunter Association in the city, a space gate appeared from Desung's system, and he stepped out after completing his mission. Following Celian, he asked the girl if she could go home by herself, and she obediently nodded, but then Celian wondered why he left his junior behind and did not let her come along. Desung turned back and demanded, "Just fix the doll's eye first and then we will proceed." It still does not satisfied. The girl continued to complain, "Master, you better look carefully this time. Do not make me repeat myself." Celian turned pale with fear, unable to speak another word. She looked back inside Professor Park's laboratory, where Henyun seemed to have been defeated and was lying motionless on the ground, smoke billowing from his body, while the headless monster stared intently at the two of them. Suddenly, the leader's body starts to smoke, tearing apart his suit, and the monster looks down with a confused expression. Henyun's robotic body appears, with smoke billowing from the round holes in his armor and a faint mana aura glowing at his chest. Behind you, machinery also surrounds you, and most of Henyun's upper body looks like a robot. He glances sharply at the monster. "Curse you," then immediately charges forward. Powerful punch. Lightning fast, aimed straight at the monster's face. The punch was so strong it made it stagger back a little, but it immediately braked with its foot and then turned to look at Henyun, saying enough is enough. But before he could say anything more, the familiar glowing hand of the leader suddenly appeared right in front of him, ready to unleash a deadly divine attack with a surge of mana. A powerful beam of light blasts away the upper half of the monster in front of him. The upper part is left with no trace, while the lower part wavers and then collapses to the ground before the two people watching from afar. Then Henyun withdrew his hand, clutching his stomach. As the recent attack seemed to have drained him quite a bit, Teen called out again, "Are you okay?" Chan Ho thought to himself, so the leader's body is truly made up of all kinds of aura weapons. Henyun turned to the two and said, "I need more time to recharge my core." Chanho apologizes for the interruption but seems to be forced to play the game set up by that guy. Through the surveillance camera, Roman witnesses the entire fight just now and cursed angrily. Damn it. I did not expect I would have to use that. He pressed the level X button and said, I want to capture that bastard alive. Han-yoon sits cross-legged, beginning to channel energy into his body. Chanho watches, wondering if he is a top-tier hunter. Does he really think he can easily take down the leader? A rolling door is slowly opening, revealing a pair of animal legs. Both Chanho and Choi were stunned as they saw that. The mysterious figure was slowly emerging from behind the smoke in the door, a monster with goat legs, 2 horns, and glowing red eyes. Roman calmly observes, still needing a few parts from them before they are torn apart. In front of them was a terrifying goat-like monster holding a large spear in its hand. Koi pulled out the spear and said, Damn it, it is another beast-shaped monster. Han-yoon looked at it and then warned the others. This one is probably a class. The suspicious looks, the stunned faces. Both of them are extremely worried when hearing that this monster is Class S. Han-yoon stands in front of the two of them, the monster approaching, its large horn glowing as it is dragged across the ground. It moves slowly but steadily, getting closer with each step. Han-yoon started to move, running towards the monster. While it appeared completely indifferent and unresponsive, the leader immediately threw a powerful punch but leaned back lightly to dodge. Seeing his opening, the monster swung its arm, then it grabbed Han-yoon's hand with incredible speed. Even he could not believe it. It was faster than him. Blood was spilled, splattering on the wound. A deep, precise cut causes Han-yoon's hand to be sliced open and fly into the air, while he falls backward behind the monster. Tranho screams in horror, unable to believe it. Koi remains silent, clutching his dagger and rushing toward it. She ran while shouting, You damn monster. It has recognized the deadly gaze directed at Choi. She raised her knife and slashed diagonally from bottom to top. But it was no longer there. In the blink of an eye, it appeared right beside her, surprising her greatly. A single blow pushed her forcefully, sending her flying into the wall. Luckily, the protective ring Han-yoon was given at the beginning created a barrier to block the damage. Seizing that opportunity, Han-yoon stood up, used his divine energy towards the monster, then shouted, Go die. But it stomped its foot, moving so quickly it blurred into a streak, then swung its blade to cut off Han-yoon's remaining arm and followed up with a punch right to his face. The leader has been defeated. Lying there with the monster stepping on his head and his remaining arm cut off and thrown aside, Tranho can no longer stand still, watching it roar, You damned goat, hold your anger and calm down. But upon hearing Tranho's inner voice, it turned back to look at him. The entire body of the goat-headed monster had just left. In the blink of an eye, it appeared standing tall right in front of Tranho. At this moment, he showed no sign of fear, only a determined look. The goat-headed monster looked at Tranho with contempt and a sneering smile, while the knee inside it radiated outward. In response, he also smirked at it and said, I know someone stronger than me, so today I won't die here. The goat-headed creature raises its sword above its head, ready to strike down. Tranho closes his eyes and braces himself, placing all his trust in Desung. Just as the sword was about to strike, something dark and slimy floated up to block it. This shocked the goat-headed creature, which stared in disbelief, its smile fading. Tranho himself was quite surprised, as if a bush with countless writhing arms. The goat quickly reacted, stomping his foot on the ground and stepping back. It slid for about 10 meters, and the black mass continued to grow larger on the other side. From within it, Desung's face gradually appeared, with Zanho standing behind. Grinning widely, Koi saw you and looked surprised, his mind immediately thinking of Desung. He turned to his friend Tranho and asked, You are not dead, right? He looked at Desung with a smile and said, You're crazy, friend. How could I die so easily? Even my intelligence has to be at levels. Seeing that this side is too tough, the goat then shifted its target to the girl sitting nearby. Tranho panicked and shouted. Almost immediately, Desung transformed again into a black pillar, blocking in front of the goat and saving her from a fatal blow. Koi stared at the dark mass emanating mana in front of him, resembling a piece of wood, with a look of astonishment. Caught twice in a row, the goat's confidence was gradually fading, and it began to feel a bit worried. Then he turned to look at Tranho. Still seeing Desung in front of him, he smiled at her, using the stealth technique. With his hand clenched, and dark mana appeared, he responded with a shout. A pillar of light appeared where Desung had just stood, and he vanished from everyone's sight. The goat-headed figure looked around desperately, trying to find him but could not locate his position. It stands in the middle, lowers its stance, and screams with a piercing voice. Ordinary hunters can hardly endure it, covering their ears with their hands, feeling immense pain. Tranho also did the same. He clenched his lips and said, feeling like his eardrum was about to burst. The goat head turned around and looked behind, sensing something unusual in the air. It suddenly swung its arm, slashing to the left, creating a flash of light. The Desung had to block the attack with pain, then smiled and said, This goat determines its position using sound waves. Interesting. Inside the observation room, Roman was still sitting in his chair, glued to the screen. he muttered. I heard this Disung is the biggest threat in the eastern branch. He reached out and pressed the deadly red skull-shaped button on the control panel. A notification immediately sounded, indicating the chimera poison gas was being unlocked with 30 minutes remaining before the self-destruct system was activated. He put his hands in his pockets and walked out, saying as he went, that Deg Sum, not even a person, could survive leaving here. The screen shows a 30-minute countdown. That sound was heard by the people in the laboratory, with Chanhu next to Choi Mak. What is going on? The alarm continues. The self-destruct system is activating. The bastard faces the crowd. What the hell is this? It is real. The doors are opening. Chimera poison gas is released into the rooms. Additionally, huge feet of monsters appear, and a large army of creatures stands behind him. Supporting him, there are monsters filling the upper part of the corridor above, overwhelming in number. Chanhu Mak. The Jiu. Name. How many people have they experimented on? Damn it. Koi also sighed, waiting for the land. This laboratory is no different from a monster factory. Uni Moon, sitting there with his arms cut off, added that some of them were created from mutated substances. Chanho looked at him and thought, the leader probably can't join the fight right now. He then turned to his friend and said, Disung, you are going to have to handle this alone again. He thought to himself, maybe I should just burn everything in a volcano. Disung pursed his lips. As long as they stay here, there is nothing I can do. He flicked his finger, activating the transformation of the Demon Lord's domain, and this power nearly affected the entire laboratory. With smoke billowing around him, the ground trembled as the monsters looked around, confused about what was happening. Uni Moon sensed a tremendous wave of power emanating. Chanho and Choi were no exception. Completely stunned, they had all disappeared from the laboratory. And now, they were standing on the ground inside. The monsters and the 4 people have been transported by Disung to the Demon King's domain, and the land here is like a draught. Chanho is stunned by his friend. Can he really do something like this? Koi was stunned. This is impossible. Teleportation at this level. Uni Moon thought to himself. No, he transformed the entire laboratory area. It is truly an incredible skill. Disung stands there and commands, come out quickly. Dark Army. The monsters roar fiercely, unaware of how terrifying what lies ahead truly is. From the ground, the dark creatures summoned by Disung appear. Their leader is the Demon King, who stands behind him and says, wait for the master's command. Disung ordered the monsters to be exterminated. As soon as he finished speaking, the Dark Army charged forward. The Ragdig monsters also quickly charged in, clashing with each other, and judging by the numbers, it was clear that the Demon Lord's army was completely overwhelming. Disung turned back to reassure everyone, telling them to stay calm because they were safe now. Then he disappeared again before their eyes, leaving the rest to the Demon King to handle. Outside, Roman was standing in front of the elevator preparing to leave. Suddenly, his face changed expression, a hint of fear in his eyes. The elevator displays a warning message. Stopping abruptly, a crack appears on the elevator door. Surprising Roman, Disung came to give him a surprise and poked his head in to ask, so you are the one here? Roman froze, eyes wide open, fear overtaking his mind. Disung stepped forward then, making Roman grimace. He approached and asked, is that all you have got that you had to run away so quickly? Roman looked at Disung with a wary expression, cunningly saying, you are even more than I thought. Then he faintly smiled and continued, you have won. Now just kill me. Disung angrily grabbed Roman's collar, and seeing his reaction, he was momentarily caught off guard. He had no patience to play with this crazy guy in front of him, and he asked in a low voice, what are you plotting? Before his question, his face suddenly turned fearful. Not understanding why you asked that, Disung's eyes lit up like a demon from hell, a sinister smile on his face. After all, I just gained a pretty interesting skill. That is the power of the Demon King temporarily transferred to the Dark Throne. The Demon King's special ability has been activated. Only then does Roman realize the opponent's suppressive strength. He grits his teeth in fear and asks, what are you planning to do? Disung did not answer his question, only smiled and stared into his eyes. Then his eyes shot out strange electric currents as if trying to swallow his mind. Roman screamed and collapsed to the ground, his mouth and eyes continuously bleeding a white substance that looked extremely painful. Roman keeps pushing his fingers into his throat and continues to babble, as if he senses a pair of evil eyes watching him. It is like a slow-motion replay in his mind of himself in the laboratory creating a drug and forcing many people to test it. He turned everyone into monsters, making them suffer and scream in pain. In his laboratory, all the victims gradually transform, crying out but unable to escape. Not only that, he also injected some strange liquid he had created into those poor victims. During his twisted experiments, Roman had slaughtered countless innocent lives, blood flowing like rivers. Remember the words of the Eastern Bishop. Since you have sacrificed enough souls to the altar, I will grant you a man. From now on, whenever you die, your soul will be reborn into a new body. Roman smiles with satisfaction, finally having a new body. Seeing him struggle, Disung took the opportunity to attack, pinning Roman down, leaving him defenseless and exhausted. It seems you also saw his memories after Disung did something earlier. You smile cunningly. Bring down this traitor, sacrificing others for eternal youth. I won't let you fulfill your wish. As soon as you finish speaking, powerful aura radiates from your body. Those cables are glowing. It seems Desung wants to destroy all this madness himself. With only a minute left before self-destruction, the control room door has quickly opened. As if someone has already broken in, Professor Rong Hia, after undergoing the transformation, seems to be contemplating something as he stares at the screens for a long time. Then he inserts a key with his pale hand and sharp claws into the control panel. The professor turned the key, and the system announced a restart of the self-destruct sequence, stopping it. These things are his life's work. He sacrificed his own body to create them. So how could he let others destroy them easily? But it seems something went wrong. He stood there observing for a while, then clenched his teeth in confusion. What is happening? Suddenly, white smoke started to fill the control room, causing the professor to feel momentarily bewildered, and he had no time to react. Desung quickly moved behind the professor, glaring at him with disdain, still causing trouble and harming others despite his appearance. He looked at the professor with contempt and mockery. Another goat, his eyes full of challenge. The professor cautiously looked at the young man in front of him, seemingly unaware of his presence. Who is he? Desung asked back. No, I am the one asking you. The two of you stand still, probing each other. The professor introduced himself, saying, I am Bak John Hayek, the owner of this laboratory. Hearing the old man introduce himself like that, you hesitated in disbelief and asked again. What? All of his systems have been shut down, and the entire control room has been successfully taken over by you and everyone else. The professor is now sitting in the chair, and Chanho's group has quickly arrived here. Listening to them recount everything, he felt guilty, never expecting that Leader Home would be captured. It was all my fault. As he was about to speak, the professor suddenly stood up from his seat and continued. Do not worry, I have enough evidence of Nam Jiwoo's illegal activities with the Hongma gang, so he will be arrested soon. I do not understand why Chanho suddenly seems so kind. I quietly whisper to myself, is this really Professor Bak? She glanced back and confirmed that this voice truly was Professor Bak Jong Hyuk, the one I had met before. Hanon thought in amazement. It is hard to believe. He managed to fully hybridize with another monster and still keep his sanity. Professor stepped forward and looked at him, congratulating him, saying that the leader had successfully implanted the aura weapon into his body. Hanon replied briefly, yes, I understand. He continued, saying that if I remember correctly, Miss Tan mentioned having some issues with her pharmacy school, right? She replied, yes, sir. He continued his words, confidently suggesting that trying that way might be worth a shot. But I can't guarantee she will come back to how she was before. Do you think there is a high chance of that? Now, listen, Do. I have an important question to ask. While this laboratory is in chaos, where are you? The professor, with a resigned look, closed his eyes and thought and sighed, seeming to have many thoughts in his mind. The professor began recounting that I was the first hybrid experiment, and I realized that just awakening aura was not enough to fight the monsters. So I decided to conduct a hybrid experiment with monsters and humans alongside Jigu, who was diagnosed with a terminal illness, with sleep used to extend lifespan, and our goal was to possess a truly healthy body, and it did not succeed as expected. Jigu also became jealous because things did not go as he hoped. I installed an automatic hibernation command to prevent laboratory failure. Hearing the professor's story, Desung wondered, wait, was not the experiment successful already, so why does he sound like it failed? The professor thought, my original body died from anaphylactic shock before the cryo chamber, and the experiment was successful. Chanho explains that if that force is enough to activate the cryo device, then it is possible, and Desung, annoyed, turns away. He angrily replies that even Jude does not know where they are. Hanon silently listened and pondered in her mind. Those Hans. Chanho turned to ask Desung, who are those people? I wonder what is going on. I am not sure either, but they are trying to create more portals. After hearing this, Chanho could not help but sweat and asked again, are there other groups creating different portals? After a long time, Roman finally woke up and felt a wave of pain spreading through his body. He clenched his teeth and struggled for a while before opening his eyes. It seems your new technique really made him suffer, as if facing himself chained up, with his neck, hands, and feet restrained, just like the innocent people he used to experiment on before. Unable to bear this, Roman shouted in despair, Desung, what do you want to do to me? Just kill me already, the mighty enemy. Not knowing how long he had been waiting for him to wake up, sharpened two sharp knives together after hearing Roman scream. Usually he was the one turning others into test subjects. This was the first time Roman had become like this, and he felt so scared he was sweating. Red Collector's eyes glow red with malice. Now looking more like a death god, Roman does not shiver but Jun stares intently at it. Hen is good at killing, but when faced with death himself, he shows the same helplessness as everyone else. Who are you? What do you intend to do? The Soul Eater, speaking in a hollow voice like a dead person, responded to Roman's question about what I plan to do. It would be great to tear your flesh from now until forever. It seems Roman was so frightened he went dumb, staring blankly at the Soul Hunter and asking again, On another city planet, where hands gathers, it seems this place is not within Earth's realm, and four daring individuals sit discussing among themselves. The surrounding atmosphere becomes extremely tense and silent, as they seem to be plotting some scheme without anyone knowing. An unexpected incident happened in the east, and it seems like they are holding a meeting here. Vok quickly responded. An incident? What do you mean? Alim, Karina, who had been silent until now, spoke up. I hear that recently Japanese hunters have been attacking the highest level gate. Maybe only this fat Azar is useless here. As the three of them discussed, he lost patience and blurted out. Hurry up, I am starving. Alim interrupted, saying that in Korea, I have lost 2 high-level space controllers. The remaining 3 then continued. Karina asked again, in Korea too. Vok was surprised. Are there talented people like that in Korea too? Azar felt really pleased upon hearing this. Alim said he sent a high-level space controller to deal with the one who disrupted their plan. The Tsar, smelling something good, immediately stood up and declared, No, let me handle it myself. In response to my teammate's urgency, Alim remained calm, rubbing his fingers together. The Tsar. Do you think there is a reason I do not take action myself? That fat guy is always blinded by food. That is exactly right. This fat guy is the dumbest of all. Painfully slow, waiting for Elim's next answer. Then he probably realized it too. Azar chuckled confidently. How could it be? Do you think I would lose to someone who knows how to use aura? Under his ally's words, Alim remained calm. No. More accurately, he was pondering slowly before dismissing Azar's statement. He was not a person who knew how to use aura. Hearing this, the other 3 people were surprised. If he did not know how to use aura, then what was it that made Elim seem so cheap? The scene shifts to a luxurious room where the president of the association is sitting with a woman. It seems Dungho has overheard something from the man sitting beside him, and he appears to ponder for a moment. So you mean those horns guys are cornering the people and creating portals? The branch manager said seriously. That is what the hunter Dedung said. Dungho tiredly closed his eyes. Oh my god, if anyone else finds out about this it will cause a scandal among the public. He tapped his fingers on the chair and discussed with the branch manager. If the media and public learn about this it will be a big trouble. But you also care about the people, and this matter is very serious. Dungho ordered Jin to investigate secretly. The branch manager, hearing this, obediently followed, and he asked further, what about me? Dungho was momentarily confused about what she meant. Meanwhile, in a different scene, the surroundings of the reform center appeared eerily deserted and frightening. Dung stands there solemnly, seeming to be lost in thought. Suddenly, a voice interrupts the flow of her emotions, and Dung turns away bored. He thought she was the one, and when he saw her, his face changed. She stepped forward gently, forcing a smile. Suddenly, tears burst from her eyes, and no one knew what had happened to such a strong girl. He approached to comfort her. She threw a fit thinking it was just about eating tofu, but the leader is allergic to soy. Suddenly remembering, he smiled awkwardly. That is right. She shyly scratched her head. I want the leader to meet this person. The man was curious, wondering who it was that had to speak up himself. The professor sat happily in the car, rolled down the window, and loudly announced, I am the leader Huam. The professor is behind me. It seems they have not seen each other in a long time, and the professor's appearance at this moment truly shocked him. Or rather, he could not believe his eyes. The leader shouted, losing his mind. I knew there would be a day you would cause trouble, but what the hell is this? The professor sighed. I do not know either, but for now just get in the car. Calmly and helplessly, I hold my head, playing the crazy girl. I did not expect you to end up like this, the professor continued. Stop yelling. I just ate a bit too much, so why are you sitting in front? I can't help but sigh. I think they must be good friends. Inside the car the arguing voices grew louder. I never thought I would be talking to a goat one day. The professor sneers. Is not it no better than a recently released criminal? The dirty leader. Who is the criminal here, you crazy old man? The street lights have long gone out, and the surrounding shops are all closed, with only a few dim street lamps remaining. Why are you in such a hurry? Where are you rushing to? A deep voice from behind suddenly made my dong panic, and she froze in place. The stranger quickly stepped in front of her, wearing a black cloak that covered his head but revealing a sinister smile. Despite the situation, my dong still tried to act tough, shouting loudly, Who are you? What is going on? He is Trong Sich, and seeing her react so strongly, he chuckled with amusement. Suddenly, he felt a powerful aura approaching, and Trong Sich looked up, but he also quickly dodged the attack, the sharp spear slashing fiercely through the air. Dungo, exuding a fierce aura, looked towards Trong Sich, as if he was ready. He gritted his teeth and looked at the man in front of him, finally catching the culprit behind the kidnappings. Then he turned around to look at her. My Dong quickly retreated and called team leader Jin to respond, and she obeyed promptly. Dungo stood in a defensive stance, protecting his teammates as they left, and in the Sich he shouted at the scene before him. He pretended nothing was wrong, closed his eyes to think, then muttered to himself, was this a trap? Dungo remained alert, but seeing his opponent so calm made him uneasy. He thought about his defensive stance. In the chain, A sinister smile appeared. Are not you the hunter who stabbed your boss to death at the Ice Ghost headquarters? Thanks a lot. Dungo sweat and thought quickly. After all, he was on the same side as like CEO of Gu. Without hesitation, he rushed back inside Sich at bullet speed, leaving only dust swirling behind. He still calmly continued speaking. Like Savgu should have been killed by me. At this moment he was very angry. Dungo's relentless attacks were all dodged by him one after another. His speed was truly astonishing. Then he looked at him with contempt and mockery, saying with that skill, no one can kill like Savgu. You know, enraged by his taunts, Dungo charged wildly, shouting loudly, I will kill him then. But just as your sword was about to strike, he effortlessly blocked it with his bare hands, leaving Dungo momentarily stunned, as if he had poured all his strength into this attack, and yet he had not even begun to move. Sich looked at him seriously. It seemed he had already started to act. The person's mask really is clueless. Dungo still stood there motionless with his sword. Then he quickly lit past him at an astonishing speed. No one saw his move, but it seemed he used his bare hands to commit the act. Dungo's expression turned fierce. I can't die here. Sich smiled slyly, and at that moment, Dungo's head fell to the ground, blood splattering across the dirt. When Sich turned around, his whole body collapsed powerless onto the ground, turning into a cold, lifeless corpse. After successfully killing Dungo, Sich finally remembered that Azika had told him not to kill members of the association. Then he happily remembered that the name of the person who died in the laboratory was Azika. I am not sure if he is Namju or Azika, but it does not matter. After saying that, he turned around and walked away. Dungo is dead, and his next target is your colleague. My dung. Sich wondered where that brat was, then quickly went to find her. The police recorded footage of the kidnapper over the past few days, and Sich's face appeared clearly on the camera. Manager Choi, frustrated by the images he just saw, sighed and closed his laptop, then told Ki-hong that Dungo had left a video of the criminal just before he took his last breath. Did you find out the identity of the killer yet? Regarding the remaining members of Dong Jin and Hong Ma who participated in the Watergate incident, it seems that a large force of hunters from an organization called Hans has been mobilized. The manager then asked, what about Ok from the search team? Kai-hong continued to provide information. It seems that Nam Ji-woo, to join the Hans organization, he changed his identity and joined the association. Chan-ho said that he had already died in the laboratory. The manager loosened his tired collar, and all the hunters in the S group already knew about the existence of Hans. He seriously calculated that we will mobilize all the hunters in the association to hunt and deal with them. Meanwhile, Untuk angrily slammed his hand on the table. This matter is really very important. He looked at Chan-ho and said that beating around the bush would not do any good, so he would get straight to the point. Chan-ho interrupted. I already have it. From what I know, this is an organization dedicated to caring for children who lost their parents to monsters. Uncle Chu continued to smile happily. If Director Seo already knows, then I believe we will understand each other much better over the years. We want to build a residential area for the children because the number of gates is decreasing, so the budget is a bit tight. Chan-ho's face darkened at the mention of money issues, but he forced a resigned smile and asked, the budget. After a long time, they finally finished their talk. Uncle stood up, shook his hand, and thanked him. From now on, if you need the online vehicle, just call me. Chan-ho shyly scratched his head. The matter is not settled yet. I still need to discuss with the hunter Di-sung first. The online smiled brightly. Alright then. After saying that, he turned and left. Truly a meaningful conversation that I must ask you to make a thoughtful decision. Then he quickly stepped out the door, which was soon closed, and Chan-ho stood stunned in his private room for a long time. He scratched his head nervously and exclaimed, oh my god! That guy wants me to donate 400 million for their northern development project. The scene shifts again to a seaside villa, where my car passes through infrequently, but the architecture and roads here seem very modern. Someone is running intensely, moving very quickly, probably trying to train. It turns out that was Chang-sik, and as he was walking halfway, he suddenly saw a tall black man standing there watching him, so he stopped out of curiosity. He is Black Man from the Horns group, just as his name suggests, tall and dark, standing tall like the sun, like a burning coal. Suddenly, a stranger blocks his path, and he curiously asks who he is. At this point, both sides' aura is already clear. The black man does not say a word, just smiles and rushes forward, throwing punches straight at him, but Mung quickly dodged the attack, making this fight look like an elephant battling an ant. Completely unnecessary effort. Black man kept throwing punches, but he also dodged quickly. Though being on the defensive like this really is not the best way, Chang-sik sternly looked at him and challenged him. That clumsy attack would not work at all. As he finished speaking, he delivered a powerful kick toward his opponent, his face still maintaining a stern expression. Black man quickly used his big rough hands to block the pain. It seemed like the kick was just a scratch to him, and he smiled proudly, showing his white teeth. Then he pointed at Chang-sik, looking very cool, but he remained very alert despite the compliment. He pointed his finger at the ground mockingly when calling your name, then assumed a fighting stance and charged forward, smug smile still on his face, clearly looking down on his opponent. This relentless attack makes him flinch. Facing such a strong opponent, Chang Sik swore to himself that he could not lose his stance. Black man charged with lightning speed. Proud of himself though, he thought the opponent was cool. He believed he was the coolest. Chang Sik crossed his arms in front of his face on purpose, pretending to block the punch, but his expression grew more serious. However, it seemed that the advantage in the fight was already leaning towards that big black guy, and he quickly found himself on the defensive. At the orphanage, the surrounding atmosphere is very quiet. Behind it is a pile of ruins from a scrapyard in a desolate area. Zhang Xian is talking to a nun. I have received donations from Bang Di-sung. It seems they are discussing the charity fund. She was surprised but also pleased and asked if Bang Di-sung could handle so many donations. Zhang Xian interrupted. Sir, he is confident. If I join in rank gate assault with them, we could make a lot of money, so do not worry. As he finished speaking, it seemed like the uncle had noticed something, and Zhang Xian glanced out the window. A shadow from afar was approaching, and he kept a serious face, observing the suspicious figure. Realizing the situation is getting dangerous, the uncle stood up loudly, apologized briefly, and urged all the volunteers to quickly hide in the underground shelter. The nun looked confused and did not understand what was happening, standing still and asking again, "Tay." Seeing her bewildered, the uncle urgently shouted, "Hurry up, it seems something bad is about to happen." It is another member of Hans's gang, calmly heading towards the orphanage, then glancing up with a fierce look in his eyes, as if the hunters are being attacked one after another by Hans. Zhang Xian ran ahead to face him first, worried that fighting might endanger everyone and the orphans. The uncle swung his stick down hard, but Bigman quickly raised his hand to block. With Hans's strength, the uncle was thrown far away, clearly showing the gap in their power. But Zhang Xian refused to fall behind and struggled to stand back up on the ground. The uncle did not expect that this big guy could block his attack. It seems he has realized the opponent's strength, and Zhang Xian has become more alert. Zhang Xian clenched his teeth and told himself, alright, the last gate was a bit cheap so everything went smoothly. Maybe today I need to move more. Bigman remained calm despite Zhang Xian seeming a bit struggling here. Hans only formed a gun with 2 fingers and shot a burst of inner strength towards him. The internal energy he just released exudes an aura that intimidates people. Bigman's strength cannot be underestimated. Facing that attack, Zhang Xian fiercely defended with his bat, repelling each strike he received. Suddenly, next to the uncle, Bigman did something that caused a violet-pink light like a demon's flame to appear. Zhang Xian contemptuously clenched his teeth and looked at his opponent, a long-range assassin. At Seal Yan's private house, Red Eyes quickly stood in front of the door, seemingly confirming that the hands are there to eliminate the hunters. Seal Yan remains unaware of the danger approaching and happily laughs, but B is sure that the hair made for eating by Dae-sung is finished. She excitedly channels energy into it. Seal Yan jumps up happily, hugging her work in her arms as they praise her without hesitation. Dae-sung is far from the girl, but somehow his ears keep itching. He silently wonders what this uncomfortable sensation could be. Turning back to Seal Yan with red eyes, she unleashes her internal energy and laughs wickedly, quickly ending this. Suddenly, black mist surrounds the entrance of a residential area. For no apparent reason, Celia suddenly felt sleepy. She yawned repeatedly and muttered to herself, "I do not know why I suddenly feel so sleepy." Just as she finished speaking, she suddenly collapsed as if drugged, and Celia gradually drifted into sleep. She just lay there on the sofa in the living room, still holding her doll Buppi in her arms. Completely unaware, when Buppi's face suddenly changed and a dark aura radiated around it, the automatic door password at her house somehow entered itself and gradually opened. The door slowly understood. Pair of sinister yellow eyes with dark, swirling energy surrounding the house of the girl. Red Eyes finally succeeded in infiltrating, standing proudly in front, ready to act. Then, Red Eyes drew her staff, preparing to strike. It turns out that this woman's goal is to invade the girl's residence. I tell myself that from now on this place will be my domain of the underworld. Red Eyes quickly grabs her staff and enters inside to scout. I want to find my target and then quickly kill and seize the place. But it seems that everything happening is beyond her expectations. As the doll she made appears to come alive, when it senses danger, it quickly grabs a sharp knife and rushes toward Red Eyes, laughing loudly. To me, a Bup B is really no threat at all. Red Eyes looked at it with contempt. Why is this disgusting Bup B here? Then, angrily licking his knife, he asked again, "What did you say? You call me disgusting?" I secretly calculated, if the intermediary object of the original words is burned, this Bup B will also die. Just as I finished my thought, I immediately brought out the magic staff and used the great wheel of hellfire. Seeing the opponent intent on burning me, I probably laughed mockingly. Truly a foolish race. Then it viciously ran toward the opponent with a knife. From the body of the doll emanated a powerful energy. It looked at me with greed and hatred. Die. I do not know if a doll made from Disung's hair can make rice or not. Red Eyes really used her fire to fight back, still showing no fear as she charged forward. Instead of attacking her, she aimed at the staff in her hand and forcefully struck the yellow gem. Perhaps realizing that Red Eye's power was concentrated in this object, it hears its sharp teeth. "I will tear you apart, go to hell," then suddenly stabs down. The light from the gem keeps shining as if it wants to explode this entire space. It seems Chucky was right. Red Eyes hesitated and shouted, "No! Shield!" But in the end, no one expected Chucky to choose to attack directly at this weapon. Red Eyes fell to the ground. Buckby quickly turned over and stabbed repeatedly, forcing the opponent to scream in helplessness. It became even more furious upon hearing that scream. Truly a pleasing sound, as it kept stabbing even more fiercely. A desperate scream echoes through the quiet around Sioyan's house, as if Red Eyes truly met his end here today. At the branch manager's office, the automatic door quickly opens. He hurriedly ran in to ask the secretary. Reporting on the remnants of the gate blocking the river, she replied that they are not remnants. Battles are happening all over the city. All surveillance cameras have recorded everything. Everyone reports that the heavy chain hunter and an unidentified person are fighting at the Han River Park, confirmed by a team of hunters from the ammunition gang. Another person also reported that the orphanage hopes to inform that Director Sioyan and an unidentified individual are also fighting. The branch manager immediately suspected those two might be Hans, but he was not certain. He continued, "Since the Sungbo gang has been sent to the Han River, we will support the girl from the orphanage, and someone must go there immediately." The secretary quickly diverted, returning to the battle with the old black. He looked at his opponent from the ground without a hint of fatigue. "Korean hunters are tougher than I thought." Black old man seems still calm, but inside the chain he is truly exhausted. He angrily points his finger to the sky and swears, feeling that enough time has passed. He no longer wants to waste time with you. It is time to end this and then use his great wind power to envelop the weapon. He still stands there motionless, but a fierce combined attack is unleashed, with energy streams rushing toward him. In panic, his face shows fear, and his mind secretly worries that his body is being pulled away. Your entire body is wrapped in that invisible sphere of power within the chains, trying to hold you down with your legs. Suddenly, the pulling force suddenly stops, and this time it truly surprises you, making you wonder if someone else caused it. Blackman also looked surprised as he observed the situation but still could not figure out what was happening. A small, swift foot suddenly ran up to block in front of the Xich. It is Azine. She focused on counter-attacking but also did not forget to mock. After the chain armor hunter and Nam Cha's guy got played enough by this one, I silently sighed in relief, feeling some of the heaviness lift now. "Thank you. I will wait for you this time." She frowned and looked at him. "I received a call. That guy is Hansa." Over here Blackman is still standing still observing the situation. Xich hesitated and asked her again, "What do you mean Hans? What is that?" She helplessly asked him if he had not seen the notice sent by the guild to the ISA-ranked hunters. From afar, your subordinates heard the message and quickly ran over. "Leader, are you okay?" "Leader." Blackman saw the scene before him. Frustrated, he swore and then punched. "Do not ruin my mood." Powerful attack from Gaiden is unleashed again. Even with more people, he thinks he can still take on all 6 bulls here. Haji quickly raises her hand and shouts loudly, activating the aura of the Earth Spirit. Maybe this girl is a worthy opponent for Gaiden. Don't stand in front of a group of strong and resilient boys destroying Blackman's recent attack. In Sieg, upon seeing the scene hanging by a thread ahead, he turned to his subordinates and said, "Quickly hand me the weapons." The subordinate, quick but swift, handed him the weapons, and Sieg quickly drew his sword. He fiercely channels his inner strength and shouts at his opponent. He is probably doomed now. Earlier he was just out for a workout so he did not bring weapons and is now at a disadvantage. Blackman seems a bit hesitant. He thinks maybe he pushed himself too hard before catching the target. Today is the end. He suddenly leapt away. Hazen shouted in frustration, "Oh!" He is running away. Sieg seemed exhausted from the recent battle, feeling dizzy and tired. As he finished speaking, his eyes closed and he collapsed involuntarily. Hazen was startled. She was momentarily flustered and could not react in time. "Hey sir." The underlings also panicked and rushed over. "Leader." Hazen quickly regained her composure, shocked by his aura, and urgently took him to the hospital. "The director will be fine. You know what he often says, my name is Seal Jongsun. I am Korea's #1 hunter." Outside, Uncle is still desperately fighting the intruder who seems exhausted. Jongsun clenched his teeth and cursed silently. Why can't I find a weakness in his movements? Big man, with his bloodshot eyes, smugly looked at the uncle and sneered, "Let us finish this quickly." Then he used his inner strength to emit something like red electric wires with firecrackers attached from his fingertips. Jongsun usually looked at him. "What now? These people are nothing good. I must be absolutely cautious," Bigman shouted as his hands pointed to the sky, his eyes turning black as if someone had taken over his soul. Red sparks from the sky streaked down at incredible speed like shooting stars, and the uncle furiously swore. Finally, Jongsun delivered a decisive blow, unleashing his aura. As both sides seemed exhausted and eager to end the battle quickly, lightning burst from the old man's body, covering the sky with a storm of electricity. The two opposing powers clashed fiercely, causing a massive shockwave. After the collision, the entire sky here was filled with smoke and chaos. But unfortunately the uncle had taken many deadly hits from Big Man, and Jongsun's body was pierced and covered with wounds like a hedgehog. Fresh blood quickly splattered all over his body, wounds of all sizes, and the uncle told himself he could not die here. But in the end, his own karma was too much to bear, and he collapsed, seemingly taking his last breath. After that attack, Big Man's body also slightly trembled. He told himself that his opponent seemed quite tough. He had used all his blood power to try to kill Zhongxin. And it is a pity just a little more effort would have done it. He did not have time to leave before noticing some movement on his side and turned back to see who was coming. From behind the uneven ground, a shadow appeared, emanating internal energy of various colors, and the wind kept blowing fiercely due to this person's arrival. A deep voice echoes, blood hidden within the body, a familiar hand reaching out. Celian, unaware of when she woke up, quickly regained consciousness after the doll defeated the opponent on the other side. The dark girl places her doll on Chucky's chest, then channels her inner strength, preparing for the fight. She is the one who saved me. Celian seems to be smiling but also angry, her mood impossible to read. Elsewhere, there are reports of an explosion at the Han River Park. Although some believe it may be due to the breach of the portal being closed, the exact location of the incident remains unknown. Additionally, there are a few witnesses at the scene claiming that someone attacked the hunter in the chain armor. The information and incident are also believed to be under the management of director Sealhyun. We will keep updating the latest news on TV as the media quickly spreads the information. Disung's mother sits in front of the big screen watching the situation anxiously, wondering to herself why her son has not come home these past few days. Then messes, and tried to find her phone to call Disung. But when she looked around she could not see it anywhere and wondered where she had left it. "Sis?" Han asked in surprise and worry. "When did he call you? What has your brother been doing these days?" "Sis." Han, seeing her daughter so indifferent, became very angry. "This girl, your brother has told you so many things, yet you still dare to speak like that," she cried out. "It hurts, Mom. Do not hit me anymore." Up on the highest point, or rather on the roof of the house, a dark figure had been standing there for a long time, and it did not seem to be a good person. He stands there listening to the situation inside, his eyes blazing red but unrecognizable because his face is covered. It turns out to be that twisted guy from the sitch, and he feels excited, talking to himself, saying they said they would handle one person and take the other as a hostage. That night at Dung's house, with only mother and daughter home, the space was very empty and a bit dark. The figure was standing by the window next to someone's bedroom, watching their prey for a long time. Then a wicked smile appeared, and he looked no different from a monster in disguise. Not knowing what was going on in his mind, he observed for a long time before raising his hand, gathering his strength, and pointing it at the window, which then swung open. But for some reason, there was something like a protective blade on the door that made him feel pain and pull back his hand, and Trongsit shouted in panic. In pain. "What is that?" Inside the room, Sis. Han was still sleeping peacefully, unaware of what was happening, but a strange light was emanating from her face. That light beam probably acts as a shield to protect her from the dangerous guy inside. Just from a quick glance, he could tell that guy even set up a protective barrier, so he drew his own knife, but before he could act, powerful aura suddenly pierced through his abdomen, leaving him no time to react. By the time he regained his senses, he could not hold back and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. That beam of light like a sharp sword kept extending and pushing the enemy away on a bicycle, while in Sitch he could only stand still and endure without any reaction. It seemed he had foreseen that the enemy would not be able to harm him, so Disung sent someone to protect his loved ones. "Vong is sleeping. If you want a peaceful death, you would better keep your mouth shut." Trongsit glared fiercely at himself, thinking that although Disung was not here, there was still a monster to be contained. "Wait, let me explain. Although he is one of the Han, he is actually afraid of death." The guard glared and said in a deep voice, "The owner will personally question you." And the dark night quickly passed. The moon gradually sank below the water surface. For some reason, the sea was stirred up, splashing and foaming with white bubbles. A large white dragon with dark blue eyes slowly rises from the water. And finally, you have successfully completed the Demon Dragon Sea mission, with the reward being the celestial body of the Supreme Darkness fully released. Feeling happy and satisfied with this victory, he told himself he is back in the Golden Age. Suddenly, a loud voice echoed, "Lord of Darkness, I have caught a cowardly rat plotting to harm the king. You are annoyed by the gaze like a demon from hell." What? At a towering fortress, lightning strikes around like a dragon demon's lair. The path to the main gate is shrouded in thick black smoke, making even the most fearless demon hesitate. While above, a twin tower-like structure has been built, in front of the grand hall. The monk, now looking extremely distressed, wondered to himself where he was. Suddenly the silence was broken by whispers that made the creature in front feel a chilling sensation in its head. All the beings of hell worship the Supreme, the aura of the Demon King, the aura of the Day of Return, and the unleashed power. Disung does not understand why these people suddenly worship him like that, and the path of the Demon King will stretch into eternity. "Demon King, please also liberate all of us." You quickly step forward and stand in front of him. "Then I will take you out when the time comes." "Understood." Then, Disung called out loudly, "Hey you." Suddenly being called like that, he was startled and froze for a moment, because the person in front of him intends to harm his mother and sister. He only wants to tear him apart but still endures to question who his master is. but he still hopes to ask both of them about the target. It seems he does not care about the others, as long as he kills someone. Those two are safe. Bickman replied that John Sion, levels rank 2, has been eliminated, and Bragman also said I almost finished handling the target. I know you are curious, so I asked, what do you mean by SOT? Bragman said irritably. If it were not for interference, that top-ranked one would have been dead by now. Aleem said Guzman is dead and in chains. But missing, it seems almost everyone sent out this time has been killed. Bickman wondered, what happened to the demon Guzman, and Bragman also looked curious, asking why. He was assigned to the weakest one. Aleem seemed to be getting angry. He slammed his hand down and a large head appeared, which was the true form of the Eastern Bishop. He told the two in front of him, I will grant you the power of an apostle. Immediately, take his life and turn his dark energy into mine. His eyes bloodshot, probably because he is furious that someone keeps blocking him and he still has not killed them. At the hospital, the atmosphere here is very solemn and quiet, suitable for patients to rest. Inside, in front of a certain patient's room, 2 guards are standing watch, suggesting that someone important is inside. So that was Changzik. After fighting Bragman and exhausting his aura, he fainted and was quickly taken to the hospital. Seeing signs of him waking up, the bodyguard hurriedly told the others, he is awake. Everyone. And there was a commotion. Hurry and call the doctor and immediately inform the chairman. The leader has regained consciousness. And one of them quickly responded and ran off. Changzik struggled to open his eyes, seeming a bit pained after waking from the coma. Where am I? She is on the phone. And the person on the other end anxiously keeps asking how the leader is. He was exhausted from running out of aura. Changzik struggles to sit up, and the bodyguard nervously steps forward to help him. But he should not move yet. He feels ashamed for himself for collapsing and releasing his aura. Just after stabilizing, Changzik asked about Hazen, and another subordinate replied that Hazen had already gone to see Jongzun. The other person glared at him in annoyance, wondering why he was still there, and he could not understand why Merha wanted to hide this from him. What are you guys talking about? What happened to Jongzun? He was just a lover. As soon as I heard that I understood the problem, the two subordinates, realizing they had spoken out of turn, looked down and did not dare say anything, both lowering their heads in embarrassment and not knowing how to handle the situation. Finally, someone spoke up. Director Sia was attacked by a fully armed man and is said to be in very critical condition. So Bitch rushed there. Hearing about his brother's danger, Trang Sich's body froze, and he stared in silence for a long time. Then Trang Sich, worried, tried to get off the bed. Where is he? The girl standing beside stopped him. Leader. You can't. He is not fully recovered yet. Trang Sich almost lost his mind. He was furious and shouted loudly. Where is he? His face looked very terrifying right now. In another hospital room, someone inside is continuously using their power to regenerate wounds. When Huangsuk speaks up, I think you should stop now. All the other injuries have already healed. But Hazen still does not hear. She anxiously grips Uncle Zongshan's hand. Please wake up. You can't die. Wake up quickly. It is Trang Sich, who just arrived and saw this heartbreaking scene. Hazen keeps calling Zongzhen's name in despair. Seeing Zongzhen lying motionless and struggling for breath on the hospital bed, everyone here could not help but feel worried. He is in a coma. All the reports say he is dead. Trang Sich is burning with smoke. Dying. Who are those people? It seems he really does not know anything about them. While maintaining his cold demeanor, Kong and the association are doing their best to track their traces. Suddenly, the ringing of a phone from Kai Hong's shirt pocket breaks the tense silence. Yes. Director, and rank gate. I do not know what he heard that made his face so panicked. Trang Sich and Adin only caught a few words, but their expressions grew more serious. After a long while, Kahong still had not finished answering, and both of them were eager to know what had happened. In the sky, a large black hole appeared, surrounded by a dark red, enchanting light. City cameras captured the scene, and everyone witnessing it was stunned. They all stood there with their mouths agape, temporarily unable to find a solution to this difficult problem. The branch manager quietly calculated. Trang Sich was overwhelmed by aura, Jiao Xian was unconscious, and Honeymoon was repairing the aura machine, while Hadin and Sealhayan were just supporting hunters. Thinking about this, he felt extremely worried and immediately declared a red alert, mobilizing all the hunters of the association. Everyone would be dispatched in the security camera room, because the order was announced as an emergency. Everyone was in a frenzy. The branch manager continued to watch the large S-grade hole. His body quickly stretched out in a dark, towering building surrounded by thunderclouds and thick fog, resembling the domain of death. Trang Sich was there, now like a hollowed-out shell drained of his spiritual energy, with drool constantly dripping from his mouth. Sung is controlling him, wanting to extract this Hans's memories, hoping to see all of your past memories. In that state as if hypnotized, the fragmented memories continuously appear like a slow-motion film. He looked dazed like a puppet being controlled by Sung, his eyes blank and trembling all over his body. He glared fiercely at the culprit in front of him. That big-eyed guy is the last clone. Right, the scene shifts to a city where a steady stream of vehicles is moving. We will now update you on the current situation at the toll station located outside the ocean. All the residents are leaving the city center for the suburbs to escape the recently appeared gate. At this moment, the evacuation line of vehicles is so long that the end cannot be seen. Meanwhile, a large number of vehicles belonging to hunters are heading into the toll station. At the same time, unofficial reports indicate that Hunter Lai of rank 1 and Hunter Seo of rank 2 are unable to participate in this battle due to previous injuries. Currently, the association has not issued any statement. In a tall building in the city, it seems to be the largest apartment complex here. The suitcase was quickly brought over, but I do not know who is evacuating here. It turns out to be Dung's mother and younger sister, Sis, and saw her daughter working hard and asked her, Jisoo, what is with that bag? She answered seriously, Mom, we need to evacuate quickly. It is chaos outside. This annoying song. Your brother still has not come back. So where are you planning to go? She was panicked and exclaimed, oh my god, why does Mom have to worry you did not see him defeat all those monsters? As she finished speaking, suddenly there was a strange noise outside the front door that startled both of them. Sis, Hen was surprised to see her son. Dung. Your hair, Jisoo interjected. Brother. Did you just cut your hair? Dung looked blankly at her mother and brother. What are you two planning to do? Where are you going? Jisoo whispered. We are preparing to evacuate through that shaped gate. I am almost done with everything. If things take a turn for the worse, we will run away together. Dung sounds like she has heard a joke. Jisoo. Oh, Anicaps. After a few words with his sister, he turned to his mother and said, Mom, Sis, Hen is hungry. What is wrong? He continued, stay at home with Jisoo. This is the safest place in the country. I just came by to let you know, Dung confidently said. Just as Jisoo did, I will handle those monsters and come back. Sis, Hen was very worried but trusted her son's strength and happily agreed, and Jisoo had nothing more to say. After telling her mother and sister to be careful, Dung turned and walked away, his face returning to a dark and fierce expression. Let us go. The tanks were quickly deployed to patrol all the roads. It seems they have been assigned to this rank gate, which is indeed a major concern for the people of Korea. Outside, there is not a single person in sight, with tanks and soldiers filling the streets as if it were a return to wartime. Soon everyone gathered in front of the dangerous gate, but for now there was no sign of movement. On the tall buildings, a shadow stood at the top, like a bird. Getting a closer look, this person's silhouette looks somewhat familiar, and from where they stand, a strong inner energy radiates out. It is Sung, who chose the highest point in the city to better observe everything happening around him, as his stance now resembled that of a hero about to go into battle, confident and even though he did not know how many strong enemies awaited ahead, he was still unafraid. Sung stood watching this rank gate, secretly thinking that they intended to lure him in. Over here, the city's surveillance cameras are also operating at full capacity. Everyone is intensely focused on monitoring the Han's situation, and the branch manager slams his hand down on the table in frustration when he sees these images but can do nothing. He thought to himself, those damn Hans, how could they create an S-rank gate? A Jiang, who had read something on her phone, panicked and stammered. Director, Sung has authorized full access to this rank gate. Hearing the announcement, the branch manager cheered loudly. Everyone here was surprised by his excitement. Seeing his reaction, the director adjusted his tie and cleared his throat. Seeming to realize he might have overreacted, he said seriously that the band chosen to attack this rank gate this time was ready and ordered all remaining forces outside to wait for further instructions. Then he told the secretary to immediately send a message to the other forces, and she quickly obeyed. Yes, sir. At a large apartment complex, people were gathered in front of a building. Unsure of what was happening, the remote forces moved to the edge. While the defensive forces waited anxiously at the front line, everyone started to discuss anxiously. Someone spoke up, but who could possibly attack this rank gate this time? Another replied, are not we all destined to become monsters anyway? Suddenly, everyone's phones buzzed with a notification. The crowd grew even more restless. What? An urgent alert. The gang will attack this rank gate. Suddenly something was flying in the sky, looking like a stream, but because it was too far away, no one could tell for sure. Some people, unable to bear the noise, covered their ears. What is that? Everyone was terrified as something flew past, and the object quickly descended toward these people, causing some to panic and others to grit their teeth as their hands were tightly seized. Everyone panic and shout that Handy Sung's drone is Handy Sung, and that Handy Sung from the Handy Sung gang will attack this rank gate. The city's security cameras have captured everything happening here. He watched the whole process of him approaching with anticipation. We leave everything to him, Handy Sung, the secretary also said. It is all thanks to him. Seeing him and the dragon rushing into the gate, the reporters quickly relayed the news. Sung's faction would go in alone. Hot news. Quickly opened the news desk. Sung, like a heroic general, sat proudly on his dragon and charged alone into the dangerous gate without fear. Turning his head back, his face remained expressionless, and his demeanor had become much darker than before. It seems very cold here. Sung feels like it is -70 degrees, with a heavy snow covering everything. Black Man quickly approaches to confront, while Handung and Fengvu attack towards him and his line. In front of Sung, Black Man was just a weakling, and Han struggled to land a blow on his opponent. Sung stood atop his dragon calmly like a death god, watching him as if he were a withered corpse. His voice dark and deadly. As soon as the master gave the command, his dragon spat out a stream of blue-green fire at Black Man, who now seemed tiny compared to this powerful attack. The outcome was clear, but he refused to give up, punching back fiercely. Cursing under his breath, Black Man clenched his teeth, appearing to realize that this time it was truly too difficult for him. Disung is indeed a formidable opponent. Seeing that he was no match for the person in front of him, Black Man continued to use his old tricks and decided to run away. But how could Disung let him escape so easily? Standing above and looking down at the enemy, ready to run. Very quickly, Disung's mount spread its wings wide, and he personally descended toward Black Man. Under his red attacks, he charged forward like an eagle without a hint of fear. Those sharp objects kept flying out like thousands of arrows carried by the wind, dazzling against the white snow. Disung also refused to give up, quickly drawing his weapon, the massive greatsword and its wielder appearing truly majestic. He used fiery aura and then struck a powerful blow towards Black Man. Suddenly facing such a strong opponent, he could not withstand your attack for a moment, and the snow and ice clashed with fire. Disung stood in the snowy sky, wielding his sword and looking at the enemy with a commanding presence. Disung, like a demon from hell, silently gazes at Black Man, saying, "Do not lead me on anymore, but let us fight it out." He was beaten badly, and from within the snow pile, the two stand tall and furious, staring at Disung. Both of them stood in the snowy sky, glaring at each other fiercely. Black Man was caught off guard for the first time by such a blow. Feeling he could not defeat him, he resorted to seduction tactics, as he was too powerful to be just a hunter. Seeing his attitude as usual, Disung's eyes shone brightly as he looked at his opponent without any fear. Is there anything else? He knelt on one knee and began to use his inner strength, realizing he could not seduce him to his side. So he started to play his last card, his body shaking violently and gradually growing larger. His legs seemed to be covered by a black armor, gradually wrapping from head to toe. Soon he looks like he is wearing a tough black suit, resembling a robot. Disung saw him struggling to transform like that and was not even afraid. He just widened his eyes. "Oh wow, you are a bit stronger now." Black Man, annoyed by this drunken taunt, still smirked cunningly, now testing the limits of his endurance. Then, with all his might, he threw a powerful punch directly at you. So this crazy guy is using his power to summon a huge and thick meteor. Watching him struggle to prepare his attack, I chuckle softly. At least it should be like that. Then Disung's eyes lit up as he looked at him like a walking corpse. Quickly recovering, and all I saw was Disung standing fiercely in the snowstorm with his rage like a force ready to sweep everything away. Black Man stared in shock at the scene before him, his mouth agape, and wondered to himself how you could have such power. Suddenly, from behind Disung, a shadow of black appeared out of nowhere, probably intending to ambush him. It was Bitch Man, who smiled maliciously, knowing that his wide area skills always had weaknesses. As he focused his strength and was satisfied with his own plan, he thought you did not notice, but suddenly turning around with a lazy look, he said to him, "What is a dying person rushing for?" Bitch Man was sweating in panic, thinking to himself, did he know I was here from the start? And in front, Black Man's massive asteroid grew even larger. He had almost exhausted all his strength for this attack. Facing such a formidable enemy, Disung still remained calm, smiling as he raised his sword gently as if practicing. Then, after gathering all his strength, Disung fiercely swung his sword down like a mighty wave crashing towards Black Man. Carving a path through the swirling snowstorm, Black Man only managed to utter a vow before he was split in half by the youth, while the massive asteroid was also effortlessly cut in two by him, as if slicing an apple. Disung, do not just stand there silently as the loud sounds echo around you. Big Man saw this scene and Jun thought to himself, what is this? Even Elam does not possess such power. He had not fully regained his composure when suddenly, a powerful hand grabbed him fiercely. Disung angrily told him, you always reveal your weaknesses when using your skills, and the force is so strong that Big Man could not even scream. Without finishing his sentence, he fiercely asked where that eye was. Disung was extremely ruthless in front of the enemy. A huge eye quickly appeared, staring directly at them. It is not just one eye but many eyes wide open, staring intently at the target. You smile wickedly. Here they are. These eyes, this is what Disung is aiming for. They keep staring intently at him, and Disung does not seem to intend to let go of Big Man's neck. Suddenly, he squeezes even harder, causing his head to snap off like a toy doll being toyed with by others. The last one has finally fallen. Disung gently pushes him aside as if swatting a fly. The eyes surrounding him finally speak, questioning if the strength of others is what makes some hunters, and I will personally verify it. As soon as he finished speaking, one of them used a petrification spell aimed at Disung, probably intending to turn him into an unfeeling stone. Disung still showed no signs of fear, calmly observing the eyes around him to see what their game really was. Big Man shouted in panic as his hand gradually turned to stone. They are so ruthless. Even their own allies are not spared. Soon only the final scream remained as Big Man was completely turned into an unfeeling stone by his comrades. Disung looked at the scene before him then smirked. Now it is my turn, and as soon as he finished speaking, he grabbed at his weapon and a fierce fireball shot towards that big eye, the fireball burning hot and rushing forward. Your eyes turn as white as a bear's fury. Show your true form, eye. The eyes quickly winced in pain from your flames, closing tightly in fear, unable to dodge. Fireball quickly shot towards the Big Man statue, causing it to explode completely. And at this point, he was probably truly no longer alive. Sung stood amidst a vast snowy sky, and at this moment, the eyes had disappeared somewhere. Surely they could not be easily destroyed like that. Sung frowned and loudly said, "I know that is not enough to kill him. Come out quickly." The eye laughed loudly. "Your strength does not belong to this world. Where are you from?" Before its question, he did not answer. If he did, it would reply to him. It found the person in front of it a bit interesting, wanting to make a deal with me. So what if Sung shows no fear? The eye shows a smile. I like that. You could say this is the first time someone dares to stand in front of it and make a deal. As I said before, I am cruel, but if you let your guard down, I will dig out your secrets. Sung ignored its threats and remained calm. Then asked, "So I will ask you." He closed his eyes and quickly opened them, a red light flashing from his eyes. It also glared at you fiercely and asked what you intended to do. "This cat is useless." Sung smiled cruelly and said, "I never trust people like you. Hand over all your memories to me now." It seems that at this moment, that eye has also been hypnotized by you, clearly showing you everything. Hekido's followers are all dead, and we are the only survivors. He observed for a long time before deciding to place the gates on that planet. If we transfer the medical team there, our plan will succeed. So they are everywhere across the country like a spreading virus. Are the galactic councils, where the world's powerful gather, negotiating with aliens? Is it true that we will achieve immortality? But with this massive energy sphere sent to us, I can now dominate the entire world. The crazy immortality enthusiasts are discussing among themselves. Then he steps forward. "Nice to meet you. The leaders of Earth, I am here to grant you eternal life." Meanwhile, Elam personally destroys one of his own eyes. He was annoyed. "Now I know where this mana comes from," he said through gritted teeth. "It is just a discarded thing from the universe, a nebula demon beast. Yet he had it attached to his body for such a long time." Alunum guessed. Could he be the ruler of that place? He painfully gouged out one eye, bleeding profusely, while Sung muttered to himself, "In that brief moment of carelessness, I let him escape. That last name was the final one after all. Rebirthing the giant. Is that their true goal? I still have not fully grasped all the information I need to process." I sigh, and turn away. Even though this is a rank gate, there are no monsters here at all. Through the thick snow, something was vaporizing, making Sung gasp in surprise. Suddenly 2 beams of light shot straight up from the ground into the sky, as if the soul of someone had departed forever. Outside the city, everything remained peaceful. Nothing had happened. Everyone below is crowding and eagerly watching to see if Sung can finally defeat them. The branch manager happily approached Hazen and the others, thanking everyone for leading the rescue team. "I heard the leader can't use both hands. Is something wrong?" Henyu said he used equipment to replace them, so despite the limitations he can still use them. Hazen asked worriedly how long Sung has been inside, and the branch manager said he thinks it has been 3 hours. He sighed sadly and said there might be a second raid. "So even if we fail, I hope he can come back safely." "Don't talk about my master like that." A voice from afar drew everyone's attention and made them look in that direction. Cian, worried for her master, came here to check the situation. She coldly turned her face away and repeated her previous words. "Do not talk about my master like that." Hazin looked at the restless girl in front of him and could not help but feel annoyed as he sighed, wondering what she was doing here. Cian recounted calmly. "They also came to my place, the Wind Bunch." Hearing her words, both Hazen and Henian looked extremely surprised and exclaimed together. The branch manager was worried, wondering what had happened. Since among everyone, Cian was the weakest, the girl remained calm. "That guy was killed by my buck," Henian thought, referring to the bubby she always carried with her. Cian sighed. This time the bubby was even stronger than before, but because it had written that name, it lost its power. Then she happily continued, saying that to revive him she needed to help Sung become even stronger. As she finished speaking, the crowd buzzed with excitement, everyone celebrating the success, the color change, and the gate had been taken care of. Hearing the crowd cheer like that, Hazin's group also turned around in surprise to look at the gate. After successfully defeating the 2 Hans Sung, they gained 2 blue ice meteorites. The system announces that you have gained the power of a great meteorite and obtained Chikama, which can create a fake's rank awakening. You hold the 2 ice blocks that everyone has been admiring for a while, wondering how much they might be worth. Maybe I should give it a try then. As he looked up at the snow-covered sky, his eyes now more like a deep wine color from the fight. When everyone saw him emerge from the gate, they shouted in unison, "It isn't Sung, it is Sung." They all cheered his name like a hero. Everyone was very happy that Sung had defeated those Hans and brought peace back to the Korean people. As soon as On saw him, he happily waved and shouted, "Here is the owner." Everyone was surprised because they all thought Sung would be cautious and reserved. Seeing everyone gathered there, he looked down with an unchanged cold face. Although he had defeated a major enemy, Sung showed no arrogance. As he landed, the crowd cheered wildly. Having cleared its rank gate, how truly powerful he must be. Sung jumps down from the dragon's back. With some snowflakes still clinging to his legs in the gate, the branch manager steps closer to him, calling out Hero Sung, as the crowd around him continues to cheer loudly. treating him like a hero. The branch manager happily continued. On behalf of the association, I sincerely thank you. The crowd cheered loudly and said, we are also very grateful to you. You handled everything efficiently and prevented any casualties. Thank you. Hunter D. Sung, and despite the praise you felt tired and somewhat disillusioned. Actually, the reason I fought them was to protect my loved ones. But this has gone on a bit too long. Diosung thought to himself, this is getting a little embarrassing. First the civilians, now Celian runs over excitedly to Juseed. Owner, does this rank monster in the gate have any special traits? Hajin and Han Yil are also eager to hear what you experienced inside. Hoping to learn something new, but to Celian's disappointment, you just stare blankly at the gate, which is empty, and her smile gradually stiffens. The branch manager also found it strange. He said there should not be any monsters in this rank gate. How is that possible? Sung recounted, but inside there were 3 people, one with blue eyes, one with black eyes, and one with white eyes. Hajin immediately recognized that the black-eyed one was the one who beat up at Trang Sich, and the white-eyed one was the attacker of Zhongxian. She guessed so. The branch manager also wondered why in rank gate like that had no monsters. Teenup told you that he understands for now and that the association will investigate personally later. Hanian, after hearing this, also guessed that the person who attacked Li Changsik and Seal Zhongxian was that guy. So who is the green-eyed one? Hajin no longer cared about that and directly asked how they were doing. Sung's face was gloomy as he recounted. I killed all of them. The blue-eyed one escaped. Branch manager Teen asks, is that blue-eyed guy also like those others? Sung replies, compared to the others, he looks a lot like the bot, but I think the one behind the scenes is someone else, and I will need time to sort out the information. Seal Yin cheerfully asked, boss, did you get anything from this rank gate? The branch manager was surprised by her question. If there was a prize from this rank gate, it would indeed be something very valuable. Sung, feeling bored, said, I am exhausted. I think I have used up all my strength, so if anything happens, contact Seal Chan. I am done here. You better hurry and secure the treasure before they snatch it away. After saying that, Sung disappeared instantly. Seal Yan shouted, Master, I have something to say, but he had already run far away. After everyone has left, each person has their own thoughts. Hajin is now somewhat reassured, and just waiting for Seal Yan to recover while Hanayan wonders, is that blue-eyed guy a new enemy? Greetings viewers, this channel no we have received news that Korean hunter Han Sung has single-handedly cleared its rank portal. Next, another piece of intelligence. Hello viewers, this is Steve, Hunter Han Sung, and also another channel. Hello viewers, this is B's, South Korean hunter Han Sung. We have good news for you. The first hunter capable of handling a low-rank gate alone has appeared, and his name is Han Sung, the one who just got promoted to rank hunter with this achievement. Korea has not only risen to become a hunter superpower but also climbed the global rankings all over Korean media. They are calling your name, and Dongchi is so excited. So cool. The strongest hunter in the world has appeared, Han Sung, on the screen. Everyone is quickly flooding the comments. And who am I? No one but Han Sung's fan club president, who has been following him since the Gangnam incident. Dongchi, let us take a look at the world's achievements and see why this event is so significant. How many countries have managed to clear its rank gate? America, China, Russia, Japan, India, the European Union, and finally South Korea. My friend, Dongchi continues. So the key point here is that this is the first time in history someone has cleared an S rank gate on their own, which is unprecedented. Therefore, I think after this event, Han Sung should be ranked number 1 among global hunters. If you agree, please give me a like. Everyone below starts to criticize Dongchi's statement, making him angry and scowl. He stands up angrily, glaring at the screen, shouting at those who dared say Hanny is a loser. Cursing someone, wanting to fight, so I will go personally to ask the cleanup team leader. And after he finishes speaking, he immediately picks up the phone. Hello sir, have you finished handling this rank gate in Bizen yet? The other end of the line did not understand what was said, causing Dongchi to stare in silence for a long time. He grabbed his phone and shouted loudly, What did you say? It must be something really shocking. Meanwhile, at another headquarters, everyone was in turmoil. I remember the Korean branch. Yes. The newspaper about Miuri. I remember now, thinking that she kept receiving calls. Yes. I am the secretary. I believe this. Yes. Basi. Yes. I remember. After hanging up, she sighed tiredly. The leader told me to handle some things for him here. So what is with all these calls? As soon as she finished speaking, 3 or 4 phones rang simultaneously. And she looked at the loud, harsh sounds with a tired expression. Yes. The secretary. Think this. I do not know what the other side is saying, but she looks very contemplative. At this office, Chanho also seems to think that you are very busy. Sung, so why do not you answer the phone? I am going crazy. Tranho keeps pounding on the screen as if he is about to lose his mind. Sung, it seems we need to hold a press conference at the office. Please answer the phone. And Sung over here is still tossing his phone aside and sleeping soundly. not knowing what is happening. Chano keeps calling but can't reach him. Texting also fails, and he sighs tiredly. This chaotic dream finally falls into his hands to resolve. You look exhausted and fed up. Damn it. Why did he go in there alone instead of bringing a few people along? Elsewhere, at the Blood Ghost altar, High Monk Ramus of Hairketten sits in deep thought. He is kneeling before the towering statues, not sure what he is praying for. Suddenly, from behind, a familiar figure approaches. And I, Aleem, go to meet the high priest. Ramus did not bother to look at him. Aleem respectfully stepped closer and got straight to the point. There is trouble on Earth. Hearing that, he turned back, asking what happened. These guys all looked fierce. Aleem continued, it seems that the Demon King of the Nebula has arrived on Earth. He has read my memories and discovered our plan. Then Ramus forcefully slammed his staff into the ground with a loud bang, ordering a halt to the portal creation in Korea, as it seemed all the trouble originated from this point. After finishing, Ramus loudly roared, preparing for a battle with the world, as it seemed a fierce clash was about to erupt. Seeing his anger, Aleem bowed respectfully without saying anything further. Understood. At the World Hunters Association, Wuka, magnificent solid gold tower stands tall. On the conference table, all the newspapers are about Disung, who seems to be a trending sensation right now. In the conference room, the atmosphere was tense and solemn, as if everyone was discussing Disung. A hand raised lightly to tap the microphone to test the sound before preparing to speak. Darren is serious. Now we will begin discussing the event related to the Srank Gate in Korea. First, please look at the screen, which shows Disung's portrait, and that's Srank Gate. He continued, the person everyone is seeing is the Korean hunter who single-handedly cleared Srank Gate in Korea. Someone interrupted him, raising their hand, asking to wait a moment. See, our country ranks gates based on the level of monsters inside, not their aura, he continued grimly. According to reports, there are no monsters inside that gate, so we cannot consider it Srank Gate. Including Japan, only 6 countries have cleared Srank Gates. Jin Song also spoke up, saying that Srank Gates cannot be handled by just one person, so it is not truly Srank Gate. We can only rank it alongside one of the hunter's inspection sites. Wang Wei interrupted. Why is everyone leaving already? Please do not judge the situation on your own while the president of the Korean Hunters Association is still here. Baek Dong-hu thought to himself, those people want to escalate things. If they like, I will play along. Darren spoke up. Yes. Indeed, the association will send an investigation team to verify if it is truly Srank Gate. Today's meeting was not convened for that purpose. First, let us hear the speech from Chairman Dong-ho of the association. Baek spoke up. I am the president of Heth. For that reason, we are calling for international measures. First, please watch this video clip. Then a large image of you will quickly appear on the screen. The white car inside, whose driver is unknown, quickly stopped here. I do not know how long the reporters and paparazzi have been standing around, but as soon as they saw the car, they immediately recognized it as Seo Chan-ho. So get ready. The wheels quickly came to a stop, but the people inside the car still showed no sign of getting out. Jiang told Chan-ho. Feeling sorry, it seems the reporters have surrounded this place. What should we do now? Tired and frustrated. I want to rip my hair out and go crazy. Disung is sleeping peacefully while I have to endure these scenes. It is so unfair, but I can't run away forever. Finally the car door opens, and Chan-ho steps out, with reporters rushing at him like hungry tigers the moment they see him. Seo Chan-ho, please make a statement. We have heard that the Srank Gate is not actually Srank. What did Han Disung say about this? Is it really Srank Gate? Chan-ho nervously straightened his collar, a stiff smile on his face. Who dares say that is not Srank Gate? Then he forced an awkward smile. Everyone. We will announce Han Disung's stance on this gate later, so please be patient until then. The reporters still have no intention of stopping. Would not it be easier to reveal everything after clearing the gate? The international community speculates that this gate is completely air-proof. The investigation team also reports finding nothing inside the gate. What do you think about this issue? Seeing you surrounded by so many people, stepping forward in front of them is too risky. That is enough for the interview. Sir, please go inside. What is Hunter Disung doing? Why are not you appearing? If possible, could you give us an interview? Please let us interview you and me as well. Facing those relentless questions, Jiang remained very calm and unruffled unlike Chan-ho, and I refused. At a high-rise apartment building where Disung's mother and sister live, reporters are standing right at the entrance, and his mother and Jizu, his sister, are hesitating outside, not daring to go inside. But the eyes of the reporters, like Ju Hao, is not that Han Disung's mother, or maybe his sister too, are fixed on them. They quickly approached for an interview. Are you Han Disung's mother? May we have a moment to interview you? Are you in Jizu? They kept asking questions rapidly. Your mother was scared. Oh my god, what is happening? We do not know anything. Jisu angrily held her hand. What is wrong with these people? A curly-haired reporter smiles politely and asks, Madam, your son is inside right now, is not he? Your son is the country's hero, and many citizens want to hear his speech as this hero. Your mother hesitated and asked again, hero. Jisu looked annoyed and impatient with these people. The curly-haired reporter kept pressing. Please say something. What exactly happened during this rank gate incident? Jisoo said that he told me there is no need for a messenger. The curly-haired reporter did not understand at first. So I asked what that meant, and she continued. He said that there is no place safer than home, so there is no need for a messenger. He is pretending to be a spy. I see that information is really important. The other reporters are also happy. All right, she is giving the green light. Another female reporter steps forward. Miss Jisoo, it seems Han Dae-sung just changed his hair color. What psychological change could have caused such an incident? Jisoo hesitated. Well, it is just that he has not been home these past few days. Han Jisoo, about to say something, was startled when a familiar voice suddenly spoke loudly, making her turn around. Finally Dae-sung appeared, coldly looked at the reporters and then told his sister to quickly take their mother inside. Suddenly helped by her brother, Jisoo quickly responded that she knew, and the reporters, like they saw prey, rushed toward him, a series of questions like what is inside that gate? Can I pose for the camera? What do you mean when you say this place is very safe? The curly-haired reporter dominates. What do you think about the hypothesis that there is nothing inside that's rank gate? The people have the right to know, so please say something. Dae-sung only looked coldly at those questions. Anyone who spoke up would be barred from the press conference. Hearing his words, the reporters seemed to glare, but no one dared to speak again. What kind of press conference is this? As soon as he finished speaking, Dae-sung snapped a small purple lightning bolt from his hand like an electric stream. All cameras and photos were instantly destroyed, leaving everyone panicked and confused about what was happening. Then Dae-sung turned and walked away, not forgetting to say, "Do not film or take pictures." Then he turned back and continued, "I will reveal all the information at the press conference within the next week, so please leave now." We went all this way but could not get any useful information from him to put in the news. Their faces are all twisted in disappointment. The plane in the sky is quickly circling. It seems there is a very important person on board. So it turns out it was Dong-ho, sitting there with his eyes closed as if he was not sleeping, lost in thought about the recent meeting, remembering Jin Long's words. The gate is a threat to the people, but it is also an essential source of energy. So maybe we should capture the Hans who created those gates. Cleaning this rank gate alone. I am also an rank hunter, so I will assess his abilities myself. Jin Long said regretfully that for this reason, we should bring in Hunter Han Dae-sung to hear his account of the situation. He secretly thought to himself that he must confirm whether Korea truly possesses such an outstanding hunter. Shinichi said, Chairman Park Jung-ho, we need more concrete evidence. We want to bring Hunter Han Dae-sung here and hear the full story firsthand. He also thought that if Han's abilities were truly that strong, establishing a good cooperative relationship with Korea was essential. Another person agreed, saying that having full control over such gateways would be very beneficial for humanity. Please call Hunter Han here to get more information. Junho is annoyed. That is impossible. Hunter Han Dae-sung is currently our strongest resource across our territory. Dia Ren interrupted. The International Hunters Association will send 5th rank hunters to guard the gate. He then suggested, why not call Han Hunter here and see what he thinks about the association's policy? Jung-ho furrowed his brows in frustration. Watching them, it is clear these people do not care about the horns at all, and are just targeting Han Dae-sung. Dia Ren, noticing his attitude, also grew annoyed, his fierce eyes glaring at Jung-ho as if he wanted to devour him. But as the president of the Hunter Association, he shook his head in frustration, saying, do whatever you want. I do not agree. Sitting on the plane, Juno still could not hide his resentment inside. I won't let you achieve your goals. At Han Dae-sung's office building, he asked Jiang if he wanted to work here, and Jiang happily smiled and nodded to Deputy Leader Han Dae-sung. Jiang bowed his head and said, you saved my life twice, and I still have not had a chance to thank you. I truly appreciate it very much. Dae-sung nodded and asked, are you feeling better now? She said that because my aura was destroyed. I can't continue working as a hunter for now, but my daily life is fine, and I want to work here and help heal him until I can return to being a hunter. Before her decision, Dae-sung looked unhappy. She still can't do the work of a hunter. Jiang looked sad. Those monsters took my parents. I have to recover quickly and take revenge on those who created the portal. Hearing this, Dae-sung was momentarily at a loss for words, wanting to comfort her but also afraid of hurting her more. At the same time, Chan-ho hurriedly entered and heard the noise before even reaching the door. Annoyed because he had said he was on his way but still had not arrived, he saw Dae-sung looking cheerful and said, hey Dae-sung, look, this is an invitation from the International Hunters Association. After Chan-ho's assistant finished reading, she held up the letter for everyone to see and coldly said, that is what it says in the letter. Chan-ho chuckled sarcastically. So our Dae-sung is going abroad and the top hunters in the world will also attend. Should I go with him? Dae-sung looked indifferent and straightforward, saying I am not going anywhere. Chan-ho was surprised and asked again, you are not going? Haven't you thought it through? Dae-sung casually replied, those guys are stronger than you think. If they come while I am away, it is a sure death for everyone. Then he continued, so we will tell them we can't go. What do you plan to do about the press conference? Oh, the press conference. If Chan-ho had not mentioned it, Dae-sung might have truly forgotten about it. Then he turned to Jiang with a cunning look and said I have a plan that made her break out in sweat. The press conference quickly took place with reporters and paparazzi already in position. Let Jiang speak first. Now we will start this rank gate press conference. First, Leader Chanho will provide some basic information. After her speech, Chanho quickly stood up and said, I am Chan, leader of Disung. The entire brightly lit room was filled with spotlights shining directly onto the stage. Chu Jiang continued, if anyone has questions, please raise your hand and we will answer each one. Chu Jiang points to the person sitting at the top, the journalist in the front row, and invites her to speak. The female journalist quickly stands up and gets straight to the point. Yes, hello, I am Li Jimin from the Thosan newspaper. I want to ask Disung from Thosan. Chanho and Chu Jiang both fell silent, indicating their implicit agreement, and Disung was also ready. She continued, I heard that your family did not evacuate when the gate opened. Do you have any information related to gate? I am curious why you said that. I quickly moved to force her to speak, saying I do not know anything about the gate, but Disung proudly continued. Right now I know there is no gate I can't open. So I told them they do not need to go anywhere. After his answer, everyone below started to stir, and Chanho silently lamented in his heart. Disung, please control your words. Another person also raised their hand and then looked over, with 10 people raising their hands on the right side, the reporter with messy hair and a dangerous face. I heard that this time there are no monsters at the gate. I wonder how Sanhan Disung fought against the enemy. As he finished speaking, you quickly responded, a very powerful eye. Your answer was brief but very to the point. The reporter asked in surprise, a very powerful eye. Maybe I have never heard of it before. You calmly recounted. I fought the enemy's eye on the snowy mountain, secretly thinking that the eye was damaged. Chan Hong so trua kaliva von kop mine. Doi du trak sak men rang kitho sanhendi sung chin da trong kan dong tiat dang la m90 du si. Thong tin vi dan ting ki vang duog ju bai mat. Moyen volong cho thong bao to heap hoi. May asked again. So do you have any evidence? Like the loot that can prove there is no anti-air around the gate. As soon as the reporter with spring hair finished speaking, Disung suddenly reached into the spin before everyone's surprised eyes below. And so, his face darkened. So let me show you all, Disung said and did, from the spin. He pulled out something like a shattered ice block and continued. The loot when defeating the enemy inside the gate is in Srank Awakening Core. The reporters below all rushed to stand up to see. The crowd quickly buzzed with excitement. The Srank Awakening Core, the first and only in the world. Hurry up and put it on the front page. Seal Yan was watching the live broadcast. Sweating nervously, Jiao exclaimed, oh my god, it is so big. Heron's group at the hospital was also watching the news broadcast on TV, and when they saw what he brought out, everyone was stunned. Trangsich was so shocked he froze in place. Heron spoke up, this is the first time I have seen something like this. Over here. Donghu and the branch manager are also wide-eyed in surprise. What is that? As he said this is S-Class Awakening Core. It seems the news has already spread across the city. Yan Chiu happily says who dares say this gate has nothing to do with self-biting. At the press conference, what he revealed shone brightly, causing everyone here to stare in shock. With cameras and recording devices working at full capacity, Yan, herself a hunter, could not help but be amazed when she saw such a strange and enormous object. Vice Captain. Even she is curious about what this is, and whether it should be, but since it came from an S-rank gate, it is definitely not an ordinary object. Dae-sung looked at her with a smug smile. So you are ready to return to being a hunter? Right, I wonder what he is planning in his mind. Then Dae-sung loudly said, so let me verify this awakening core right now and here, as if understanding his intention. Chuyan stared in surprise with wide eyes. So this press conference is for that? Dae-sung continued. I told the leader that I would help you restore yourself to how you were and have you work for me. He said that if that is the case, I can use this for whatever I want. Hearing this, her hands trembled as she clenched them tightly, knowing that even in her dreams she could never have imagined this day would come. Then, with a determined look, she reached out both hands to touch the awakening core. Dae-sung, I will definitely repay this kindness to you. Suddenly, a blinding beam of light burst out from the core, making her unable to blink, causing Yan to stare wide-eyed. The intense glare made all the reporters below instinctively cover their eyes, and everyone could not help but break out in a sweat. The announcement sounded, the Supreme Throne. Do you want to turn the warrior into Yayan's servant? And they will have to obey all commands from the Supreme Throne. Then he immediately reached into the system and chose yes. Of course, if using the awakening core to save someone, he must be sure that person is fully committed to working for him. Feels like Yayan has been reborn once more, her whole body shining brightly, her eyes becoming more determined than before. She silently thinks, I can sense that the aura feels a bit different from what I used before, but I can still feel it. Below, the reporters keep staring in amazement, many voices praising this rank awakening core. How much does it cost? Should I set a price? Chanho, seeing that the people have retrieved the old man, also feels secretly happy for her. But on the other side, the crowd is still in shock. Chanho smiles to himself, thinking I have taken another step closer to becoming the strongest gang in the world. At the hospital, the entire atmosphere has fallen silent. With colorful notes and messages covering every door, everyone is eagerly awaiting Uncle Dongxian's return, but he has actually been asleep for a very long time. Inside, the person lying in bed with a vegetative body is breathing faintly, and in his mind, words echo. Leader, wake up quickly. Dad says he is Korea's #1 hunter. The crying of the children at the blind camp continued to echo. So heartbroken, she gently hugged the two children, saying, "You promise not to cry." Suddenly, the hospital door opened as if someone was coming. The nun paused her crying and looked at the still wet tears rolling down their cheeks. He went downstairs, and his appearance made the two children stop crying. They and So looked towards him shyly. It seemed So did not recognize who he was, but the boy next to him quickly whispered, "I am Handy Sum," and the girl with short hair also whispered, "Handy Sum." He happily looked at his uncle lying motionless on the bed. Leader Seal Dong Jaeon. This time I came to offer you an even bigger proposal than 400 billion to the Northern Development Fund. The journalists were very surprised. Once again Leader Seal Dong Jaeon. Will he also give him that? If Seal allows me to come back to life. Trang Sik suddenly. Sung and Heron are even more anxious. She pushes the reporters aside to get through. Please step aside. Sung truly intends to use this core on Dong Jaeon's body in the hope that he can come back to life from now on. Heron stops her evil act. Trang Sik interrupted. What is wrong with this guy? So Dong Jaeon will come back to life. Heron sweat and I can feel the enormous energy. Sung smugly looked at the reporters and said, the greatness of a former rank hunter. I will show everyone. At Seal Yun's private house. The surroundings were extremely peaceful. This was Seal's quiet place. She sat in the room, continuously making dolls, her face becoming gloomy. She silently thought that to save Jackie, she needed a stronger intermediary for her master. But she could not figure out what it was no matter how long she pondered. Seal Yun, feeling distressed, stood up and thought, I can't let this happen. I have to act quickly. For her, before she becomes like a family member, I would risk my life just once. Returning to the hospital, Sung's entire body was being lifted as if some magic was at work, and both children looked on with mouths agape in shock. The yellow notification like before from Chu Ai reappeared and of course, Sung still accepted it. Cheon's entire body was enveloped by a red internal force resembling worms swirling around him, and the power of regeneration was truly not to be underestimated. This phenomenon made the reporters unable to hide their joy. Rebirth and awakening. Quickly return. This time they truly made a big profit. Then Sung proudly closed his eyes and loudly declared, today is enough. I just wanted these people to see a little so they would not underestimate me. As he finished speaking, he suddenly disappeared before everyone's eyes, the reporters only managing to shout his name. Why did he suddenly vanish? And while everyone was still confused, Dong Cheon suddenly opened his eyes and woke up. Just like Chu Ai eating, Uncle's whole body seems to be reborn, muscles becoming bulging. He was furious as soon as he woke up. No, it looks like he still thinks he is in a battle and continues to defend himself. Huh, I am not dead yet. Harin was both happy and crying with laughter. She said, why did you die? Oppa, you are back, and Chang Sik added, hey, you have been resurrected and awakened as an rank hunter. Do you feel different? Dong Cheon replied seriously, yes, it is different, clearly not only feeling it inside but also a big change in appearance. But then Uncle Lian realized his body was cold and awkwardly turned pale. Why are you so bare? Everyone froze, unsure how to respond. At Sung's private house, Sis, and looked surprised and asked the newcomer, who are you? Soyeon shyly covered her mouth and greeted everyone. Probably Sung's owner is not home right now, and in her hand were large and small designer bags. Sis, and shyly looked at the girl in front of her, feeling a bit confused and replied, yes, the kid has gone to work already. Suddenly, Jisoo, your sister, looked at the bags Soyeon was carrying and exclaimed in surprise, whoa, those are all bags and shoes and such, sis, and looked at her with surprised and embarrassed eyes. Seoyeon, this is already too much. Soyeon smiled to flatter her. The godmother, is this too much? Sung's owner has cured her illness, so this is just a small token of gratitude. Sis, and was surprised by Soyeon's boldness. Her godmother role seemed so natural coming from this girl. Jisoo excitedly picked up a pair of shoes and exclaimed, these are Balenciaga's lower tier shoes. And the pair in her hand looked like they were shining. Soyeon really is a master at charming others. Jisoo, do you like it? This little sister also quickly changed her attitude and smiled brightly. I like it very much. Sister Soyeon has won over your two closest people. She cunningly smiled and got straight the point. Jisoo, can I ask for your help with just this one thing? Jisoo's smile gradually faded as she asked Soyeon again what the matter was, wondering what mischievous plan this girl had in mind. After their private conversation, Jisoo was shocked and exclaimed, what do you mean? Soyeon whispered, I did not mean it that way. She continued, saying that just one object belonging to the owner, one that contains a great power, is enough. Then, she slyly whispered into Jisoo's ear that those things are only found in men's rooms. The shy young girl stands up hesitantly and says, Sis, what is wrong? Can you ask me for something else? Soyeon quickly stands up and stops her. Wait a moment. She then offers a piece of paper sincerely with both hands and pleads with Jisoo. You have to see this before making your decision. Seeing that paper, Jisoo's eyes suddenly lit up. This is a ticket to a Bet's fan meeting that she could not buy even if she spent hundreds of millions of dollars. It seems Soyeon has gone to great lengths to understand her younger sister's interests this time, and Jisoo keeps sweating nervously in the face of temptation. She continued, Butts is a famous idol group made up of hunters. Do you know that your favorite idol Jisoo is from Bang Fortress? Jisoo probably can't resist the temptation. She reluctantly asked Seelhayan, do you really need that dirty intermediary thing? Finally, Jisoo agreed, and Soyeon was satisfied. If everything goes well, this ticket will belong to you, Jisoo, she cheerfully continued. Thank you, and Jisoo could only imagine how happy her sister's Chucky was. Soyeon, looking at Chucky with tears in her eyes, asked Mom, can I come back to life? The woman happily thought to herself, just a little longer. My Chucky, in Dejung's office, gunfire echoed continuously in the air, but no one knew who was shooting. 2 shots, then many more, kept firing at the dummy as if trying to vent the frustration of being suppressed all these days. It was Dongxiam. Ding also laughed loudly. The last surviving hunter had finally recovered. His body keeps moving swiftly like the wind. Vitality overflowing, clearly showing the core's regeneration is very effective. It turns out Dongxian is training. Those shots were not aimed at the dummy but at him, yet Dongxian managed to dodge them all. At this moment, his speed is even faster than bullets, and Dongxian keeps running swiftly. Behind him, Chu Yang is also exhausted, with Cody's 2 guns nearly out of bullets but still unable to wound Dongxian. Chan Ho and Disung watched from the observation room. Pleased. The results were truly astonishing. Are there any more awakening cores left? Let me join, Disung replied. If you are on the front line, who will handle the paperwork? You do not need to awaken, Chan Ho cheerfully said. Now the 2 of you are members of Disung's gang, the #1 gang in Korea, but Disung still does not let himself boast. It is not enough to fight against the horns yet. Chan Ho scratched his nose and sighed, saying that lately there have not been any gates, so even if I awaken, I can't showcase my skills. Disung, with his hands behind his head, grinned slyly. Should I level up first? At Disung's high-rise apartment, Jisoo cheerfully cheered for his return home. Surprising him, Jisoo is cunning, but she is just teasing her beloved brother, Disung replied. Though her eyes look very much like the monsters from the portal, she felt guilty and annoyed as she walked away. What did he say? Who is the monster? It seems like this girl is a terrible liar. Her face clearly shows there is a problem. Anyway, Disung has been through hardships. He has encountered many monsters and cunning people, and he can tell right away what this girl is plotting. After finishing his conversation with his sister, Disung quickly returned to his room to shower and clean himself, as a long day outside had left his body feeling exhausted. After showering, Disung dried his hair with a towel and stepped out of the bathroom. Jesus did not know when she had sneaked in, walking stealthily behind him with a frantic face, even wearing gloves to avoid leaving traces, looking like a very professional thief. Since I have never done anything illegal like this before, she is a bit worried, and Jae-soo keeps turning around, clearly knowing what she is plotting. After successfully grabbing the item, Jae-soo quickly walks out, lost in thought. Does this rank recognize this? Just kidding, I do not know when Jesus has been standing behind her. He looks like a dark ghost. What is this? He is really jumpy. Jesus scared me so much I jumped. You scared me. He gloomily looked at his sister as she was being questioned. Her room also has a bathroom, so why come here? Jesus pretended to cover his mouth with his hand and asked, Mom told you to clean up. Right, I am just tidying up the house. Jesus asked again, what do you mean by tidying up? She ran away in fear, while I was doing chores, and Jesus scratched his head, wondering when this girl learned to do housework. Like a sinner hiding something, Jesus hurriedly closed the door and panted heavily. Afraid that her brother would find out she betrayed him to get that ticket, Jesus bit her lip in frustration, never expecting that just because of Beth she would have to do this with Oba. Suddenly, in her difficult situation, she seemed to realize something. I know now, you can do it. Hen Jesus, at a vintage-style cave, very quiet around. The atmosphere gives a peaceful feeling. Soin hands the cup respectfully with both hands to the person opposite and asks, do you have your things, Jesus? Like a smuggler pushing an envelope, handed it to Shin to check if it was correct. Seeing the object emit a powerful aura, she eagerly awaited with joy. Jesus continued, I know everything that happens in the bathroom, so I think it is enough to make it a shared object. Can you give me that now? Soin happily held it up to admire, thinking that with this Chucky could be revived and become stronger than before. Jesus was so happy to get a ticket to the show. Now I can meet Jika. Both of them have what I want. So they happily chat and laugh together in a corner of the cave. Soyeon could not wait any longer and, after finishing her negotiation with Jesus, she quickly returned home to revive her past self. She placed Chucky in the middle of the protective barrier and kept channeling energy into him. Unsure if she could bring her beloved doll back to life, a surge of chaotic energy was poured into the motionless doll on the ground. Soyeon spoke, O demon lord, please bless the child and whoever is with them. Dedung was far away. He and Chanho were sitting drinking coffee when a sudden cold sensation swept through his body, making him shiver. Seeing his reaction, Chanho reluctantly asked, what is wrong? Turning back to Soyeon's house, the doll Chucky has now been reborn, with more hair growing and a more lively face. Finally, it has been revived. Chucky opens his eyes wide, proving that Soyeon's many efforts were not in vain. She saw it come back to life and was so happy she almost cried. Finally succeeding, my dear child. Chucky. Soyeon happily rushed towards the doll to hug it tightly, but somehow Chucky slapped her hard, making Soyeon angry. It snapped back loudly. You idiot, if you had been any slower I would not have been able to come back to life. How dare a lowly person like you call me your child? From now on this world will drown in a sea of blood. Soyeon could not understand why Chucky acted so violently, feeling helpless and questioning herself. What is wrong with me, God? Suddenly, a loud sound erupted from Soyeon's house, and a desperate scream echoed loudly. Chucky quickly sat down on the ground, looking distressed. How could it have hurt the person who created it? Even though I love it very much, right now Soyeon is also annoyed. Children must be handled gently. I really forgot to teach it properly. Just after finishing clearing out the mansion, Soyeon's phone rang at the same time with Desung calling her, so I quickly set Chucky aside. Overjoyed, and answered. Owner, the whole road is filled with thick dust and smoke. I do not know what it is, but it does not seem like ordinary road dust. Dongcheon looked surprised and asked if Desung also had this. While Wayang wondered and thought about where they were, Soyeon laughed loudly. So where terrifying place are we going this time? Desung standing seriously in front of them. The three of them are too weak. It seems like he wants to train them more, suddenly revealing such a weakness. Wayang and Dongcheon were momentarily embarrassed and turned away. Desung continued. So this time everyone must do better. But Soyeon interrupted. Wait a moment, master. Soyeon stepped forward happily and said, I have something to show you. Desung curiously asked what it was just as she threw Chucky onto the ground. Chucky, go away. Desung immediately knew the things she wanted to show were not good news. Chucky suddenly was thrown to the ground, rubbing his belly before lying down sideways. Why call me out? Soyeon excitedly said to Desung. Look, master, that is our child. Dongchi and Jun looked confused and asked again. Really, for Wayang too? Both of them looked stunned as the words were repeated. Desung stared in fear at the Chucky doll standing before him, its eyes sparkling as it called out to him. Then it reacted more fiercely, crying out and running quickly to try to hug him, shouting Mom. Facing the strange thing in front of him, Desung was terrified and punched hard, knocking Chucky away, and he shouted, Die. Soyeon is crying and holding up the doll. Chucky, wake up. My child. Desung feels a headache and is tired of it. I thought this girl liked doing weird things, but this is just too terrifying. What is happening right now is visible to both of them, and Dongcheon and Chu Wayang are momentarily unsure how to react. Desung continued. Now is the time to strengthen Desung's ice power. You lead everyone to a dark, deserted bamboo forest where the coldness is overwhelming and fog covers everything. Dongcheon looks around in horror, turning his head repeatedly, and asks, Where am I? Chuang is also alert, sensing the smell of blood everywhere. The system has activated the Hell alert, and the status check window appears. So Wayang quickly presses the view button for the next instructions. The system then displays the following message. Desung's attendant is a wizard. Dongcheon is a hunter, and Chu Yang is an archer. Dongcheon helplessly wondered if this illusion was created by Desung. How he ended up here. Is he a ghost capable of teleportation or something? And so Wayang turned back and laughed loudly. Rookie, this is the Hell Training Center. If you want to follow, you would better prepare yourself mentally. So Wayang said that, and Chu Wayang immediately became alert. Training. In front of them, giant spiders with glowing red eyes were slowly approaching. Desung continued the instruction. The training is to survive until the time runs out. Dongcheon chuckled. I am just itching to get moving, so this training is just right. I need to warm up a bit. Harin and Soayang also quickly mobilized their internal energy, each with different emotions. Seeing everyone ready, Desung smiled satisfactorily and said, Let us begin. Very quickly, those giant spiders with their sharp legs moved swiftly toward them. There was something on their bodies emitting a terrifying black aura. Switching scenes. Now on social media there are countless posts about Desung's reconstitution core. Scrolling through anywhere you see only talks about this. On the table, the phone rings and the voice on the other end says, The branch manager wants to see the chairman. The man faintly agrees. Come in. The door was quickly opened, and the person outside entered. It was the branch manager, who immediately bowed respectfully upon entering. Dongho sat up straight on the chair, his face serious as he looked at him. What is going on? The branch manager announced that there is an urgent message from VK. It seems something important has happened. He continued, saying that the Hunter Federation meeting would be held in Korea, and that they wanted to invite Hin Dung Dung as a hunter. Hearing this, Dongho seemed displeased and was momentarily unsure how to respond. Hesitating for a moment, then Dongho continued, The Hunters Alliance meeting will be held in Korea. Who will be attending there? The branch manager quickly handed him a black notebook, pushing it in front of him. This is the attendee list. According to the report, the global top-ranked hunter, Aslan Anderson, will also attend, and upon hearing the name, was immediately stunned. Is this the younger brother of the chairman? This person surprised Dongho. At my house with the president. The atmosphere here is very solemn, with 4 empty tanks around and not everyone can enter. As soon as President Dongho appears, President Li Kang-chiem greets him with a bright smile, saying, Hey, it has been a long time. Dongho took a sip and replied softly, What are you talking about? Our guild disbanded a long time ago. Looking up at Kang-chien's chair, Is it okay for you to be the president? The president replied that being president of the association is still better. But he still prefers messing around with your brother more. Dong-ho politely continued, I would not dare bother someone as busy as you, so I will get straight to the point. He looked serious and said I received a notice that the Survey Federation meeting will be held in Korea. The president was surprised. It seems he had no idea that an event would be held in Korea. Dong-ho continued saying that for now we should not mention the Hanskir group, which surprised the president even more. Dong-ho, tired, closed his eyes, knowing that the main gates are each country's gold mine. Right, the president pondered silently. Indeed, I must immediately capture them to protect the people, but given the current economic situation, this is truly a sensitive topic. If the ETA type disappears, the energy source will run out. This makes Dong-ho even more frustrated. Anderson did not even bother to answer when I asked if he dared to take responsibility for handling those Hansk if they left the gate. His brother Aslan is the one who should be worried, the president considers, and the foreign minister also told me that the US will monitor the current situation. Dong-ho becomes more aggressive, saying we must ensure the development of the economy and the safety of the people. That is right. You asked the president the toughest question when he spoke up, but how to do it is the key, Dong-ho said. Preparing the highest medal, perhaps to reward Di-sung and have him work for the president. As soon as he heard this, the president realized the issue was Han-di-sung. Dong-ho patiently explained that with Han-di-sung on our side, we do not need to fear because there are no nuclear weapons. The president happily agreed. Yes, if the US has Aslan, then we have Di-sung and Han-di-sung must attend this meeting as representatives of Korea. Seeing the president so excited, Dong-ho calmly told him, leave it to me. At a high-rise apartment, Di-sung's private residence, sunlight streams through the windows. Di-sung sits inside, enjoying his favorite cold beer and drinks it all in one go. Di-sung turned to Chan-ho and said, a medal. Maybe Chan-ho already told you about this. Chan-ho explained that they call it the first-class national medal, although it might already be the highest medal. Di-sung did not look happy. Instead, he seemed annoyed. But that is no different from being chained like a dog. I won't go anywhere. Chan-ho took a sip and replied, chained like a dog, but they promised to grant you all the highest privileges like tax reduction and pension. Hearing my friend say that, Di-sung was surprised and asked again, pensions and tax reductions. Chan-ho continued, a 30% income tax. Hearing this, Di-sung changed his mind immediately. So of course I have to go. Anything related to money is tied to benefits. Chan-ho continued. And we were the first to know that the union meeting would be held in Korea. Di-sung, chewing on a piece of dried squid, bored, asked again, what is the union meeting? Chan-ho happily explained that it was the event announcing the hunters' rankings, and he would be representing Korea. Di-sung felt uneasy, asking if he could not go alone, to which Chan-ho replied that the award ceremony would also be held at that meeting. Di-sung, who has always preferred peace and quiet, asked Chan-ho if he'd not go by himself, and if he really had to attend that meeting just to receive the medal. Di-sung looked on faintly, as they were trying to level up in the dense forest clearing where he had just led everyone for a test, and the tension here was thick. The spiders kept attacking the three of them, and Soyeon was fighting with all her might. She looked at the giant spider and used a wide area slow down. Not sure if it would work on them. They kept rushing toward them like madmen, their two red eyes constantly scanning around from afar. But B also probably helps its owner, grabbing a knife and running at full speed toward those sharp objects. Buppa quickly jumps onto the back of a giant spider across from it, small but incredibly fast. Before I could even finish my sentence, a low-level monster like this really deserves to die for wasting my time. And then it suddenly lowered its knife behind the spider. The spider, in pain and unable to resist, kept firing wildly, roaring loudly. Over here, the girl was no less skilled, shooting from a considerable distance. Both of her hands are skillful, firing bullets that are both far and fast, but that is not enough to defeat these monsters, so she unleashes a powerful continuous barrage, making the bullets seem even more powerful. The destructive power was incredible. As soon as it was fired, the spiders could not withstand it and exploded. Then, Wang used a new power to freeze the entire swarm, rendering the monsters immobile. Taking the opportunity, Cheon also clenched his fist and charged forward. Striking fiercely, the spiders were blown apart and scattered in all directions, with Cheon standing alone in the middle, breaking through the encirclement. Uncle quickly used his new power, the electric field, with purple lightning emanating from Cheon's hand like strands of wire encircling the area. The spiders rushing in were shocked and stunned, and for a moment they tried to run away. But Cheon's line could not let them escape like that, so he used a final lightning strike to finish them off, with lightning and thunder continuously crackling everywhere Cheon passed. In no time, the spiders could not withstand and abandoned their colors, lying scattered and smoking everywhere. Soon they successfully defeated the monsters, and Dong Cheon happily looked at Choi Jang, saying those attacks were really effective. Choi Jang is also impressed with her new power but modestly downplays it, saying Seal's attack was even more impressive. The system alerts that the defense was successful, defeating the spider boss. Seal Yuan happily continues. There is a message about the boss appearing, probably the same event, so let me handle the rest and then we can leave. The scene shifts to the computer room, where a seemingly familiar hand clicks on the mouse searching for something. It turns out to be old Jin-chan, who silently thinks that the prices of the gates in Korea are dropping rapidly. If this continues, lost in thought, Yang Chil hurriedly ran in and burst through the door, interrupting his train of thought, shouting, "Brother!" Jin-chan, bored, responded, "Yang Chil, what is going on?" Yang Chil quickly got to the point. "Hey, do you know the news? The World Breath Federation meeting will be held in Korea." Jin-chan sighed deeply. "That is true. But what benefit will our gang get?" Yang Chil continued. "No, if we introduce ourselves as the only cleaning gang of the Sung gang, we will receive numerous partnership offers from abroad. This is our chance to expand into the international market." Hearing about the international market, Jin-chan seemed a bit tempted. As if he had been convinced, Yang Chil continued. "The main news will be about Han De-sung, and his rank will be announced at this conference. De-sung's gang." He happily calculated that De-sung and our cleanup crew would attract media attention. Jin-chan happily added, "Yes, I am also concerned that the number of gates in Korea is decreasing, so let us seize this opportunity to establish ourselves in the international market." Yang Chil grinned slyly and made a suggestion. "So please help me record a video of this meeting. Isn't it true that you and leader Seo Chan-ho are very close? It seems he has figured out your intention." And Jin-chan promised to give the order. Then he puffed up his chest and said, "I know, so let me ask leader Seo Chan-ho for help." Yang Chil happily bowed his head. "Thank you." A steaming cup of hot coffee sat on the table, in front of a forge blazing with fire, and the scene here felt truly warm. D-Ren seriously told the person in front of him that, in accordance with everyone's wishes, we decided to hold the Federation meeting in Korea. The person sitting opposite him was Karina, the Western Inquisitor, revealing that D-Ren was actually a traitor to his own country. After hearing D-Ren's report on the current situation, Karina sat silently for a long time to think of a counter-strategy. Suddenly, she placed her hand on a crown-shaped box resembling a Rubik's Cube to do something, releasing continuous energy from within. D-Ren looked at the cube-shaped box in front of him, unable to hide his surprise, his hand trembling as he was momentarily speechless. Karina, standing fiercely, radiates a powerful hellish energy that makes those around her shiver. She tells D-Ren to quickly send his people through this portal, as she does not know what plans they have next. D-Ren looked up curiously and asked Karina what she was going to do, feeling a bit respectful in front of such a demoness. Karina stared directly into D-Ren's eyes and replied, "According to your wish." Suddenly, Karina disappeared, and D-Ren sat frozen in place, unsure of what to do, but in the wind, her words still lingered, controlling the population, and D-Ren paused at this statement. Dark purple aura of malevolence surrounds D-Ren's body as he closes his eyes to think. Time passes slowly, and D-Ren remains standing still, deep in thought, unaware of what he is planning. Suddenly, he opened his eyes to regain focus, then reached out to grab the phone on the table. "I do not know who he is calling, but I heard him ask with a puzzled look what is going on." D-Ren spoke directly to the point. Quickly gathering all members, a disaster is about to begin. Up in the sky, the helicopter is flying very close to the ground, and no one knows who is on board. The helicopter quickly landed at the airport's runway, wheels spinning rapidly to ensure a safe touchdown. Journalists, photographers, and fans were already gathered at the Incheon International Airport exit. A voice announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, S-rank hunters from around the world are heading to Incheon Airport. This is the first time so many S-rank hunters have gathered together. According to experts, their main goal is to visit Aslan Anderson, the #1 S-rank hunter in the world." As soon as they saw the person coming out, the photographers and fans all buzzed with excitement, saying it is Aslan, #1 Aslan, the strongest. Hearing everyone cheer like that, the reporter turned to the other side just as Aslan had just entered the airport. Aslan, dressed to impress, stands before the crowd like a superstar rather than a global S-rank hunter. Aslan applies red lipstick, with bold blue eye makeup, and gazes at the reporters. "I am As, the chosen one, at Dae-sung's house." Assist, and happily looked at her son and said, "Is this really my son? He is so handsome." Dae-sung, feeling embarrassed, turned his face away and thought to himself, "What is this medal? I did not expect my mom to like it so much." Jisoo interrupted their thoughts. "Mom, I can't find the dress Soyeon gave me the other day." "Assist," Hen replied. "Oh, I left it in the dressing room while fixing the dress. It might get damaged. Wait for me a moment." And at that moment, Dae-sung's phone rang loudly. "It is Chan-ho calling. He cheerfully says to you, Dae-sung, the car is here. You and Mom come down quickly." Dae-sung quickly agrees. All over the streets, images of S-rank hunters are plastered everywhere. Yang Chil happily said, "Everyone see this. I am now at the Hunters Roundabout where the Federation meeting is taking place. A heroic atmosphere is filling this place where the world's top hunters are gathering." He continued, "Yang Chil promised to give everyone the best quality like possible, so please leave a like and a comment. It seems he is taking advantage of the hunters' popularity shamelessly." Inside the conference, everyone is bustling around like at a party. Chan-ho and Dae-sung's family are seated together at the same table. Amidst everyone's excitement, Dae-sung felt annoyed to be dressed like this and sitting among strangers. The Japanese hunter glared at Dae-sung, thinking, Is that Desung? I am Michael Yang from the Global Hunters Association, and I am pleased to meet everyone. I will be the moderator for today's meeting. He continued, and before it begins, President Lee Kangchuan will personally present the Medal of Honor, so please give a round of applause. Jisoo whispered in surprise to Mess. Han, Mom. The president will really personally present it to him. Sis. Han was also surprised. Oh my god, President Lee Kangchuan. The president quickly moved forward, and everyone turned towards the stage. Misi continues. Hunter Desung is invited to step onto the stage. Below. Sis. Han shouts loudly. My son is number 1. Jisoo also yells just as loudly. Big brother, go up now. These two make Desung so embarrassed he does not know where to hide. Below. Everyone clapped and cheered as they saw him, and Desung walked straight to the stage with a serious expression, holding a shiny gold medal intricately carved by his assistant. The president personally placed it around your neck. This is an honor everyone desires, but it seems you are not very happy about it. Then he shook hands with Desung, smiling warmly, and told him, Desung the hunter, please protect Korea well. Suddenly entrusted with all of Korea, Desung could not help but be surprised and asked again, me. The president also looked very proud and smiled at you. Then continued, keep doing your job. Then, he raised Desung's hand high in front of everyone like a victorious fighter in a match. Desung's face was stiff as if he was silently thinking. But no matter what he thought, it still looked very much like a dog leash. Then he helplessly thought to himself, alright, I will just focus on my pension and taxes. Sis. And sitting below with tears in her eyes nodded. Her father must be very proud. Hey, our Desung has also been awarded a medal. Jisoo excitedly clapped and said, hey, from now on I officially acknowledge you. Wang also inexplicably shed tears of relief. And Desung finally received the medal. Your time has come. After the award ceremony, Desung confidently walked back to his table. Then, rank Hunter Aslan stepped forward. Everyone shouting his name, saying it is Aslan, the top of the rankings. He approached and clapped for Desung, congratulating him. Han. Desung looked at the scoundrel in front of him and calmly asked, who are you? He proudly introduced himself. I am As, the chosen one. After the introduction, he smugly thought to himself, you must be stunned. Right, but Desung paid no attention and turned away, thinking to himself, I can't believe the top hunter is congratulating me like this. Something's definitely up. I have to act now. Suddenly, the watch on Aslan's wrist quickly turned red. The Japanese hunter also stood up in panic. Hey Han. Something big is happening, and rank dungeon has appeared in Tokyo. Suddenly everyone was bustling to stand up or sit down, some checking their phones for information, and rank dungeon appearing in Shanghai, another in Berlin. The protagonist on the podium was also momentarily confused, stopping abruptly as he looked at the chaotic scene below. When Hong Jin announced it, rank gates suddenly appeared all over the world, and the main character shouted in panic, as Hong Jin remained silent. He continued, I think we should pause the meeting here. Everyone else was in chaos, but Sung remained quietly seated, though in his mind he was silently thinking. So they have finally acted. The heavenly court then appeared, smiling as it said, I greet you, Supreme Being. He looked at the annoyed girl and told her to open the shop door. Immediately after, a faint sound echoed, and a shop filled with many treasures appeared before Sung quotes eyes. Just say you want to buy the Destiny Talisman. Immediately, a piece of paper appeared, along with a floating feather. He looked at the floating piece of paper in front of him and began to read. The gates had appeared in over 90 countries except Korea, which made a third of the world's population. Hearing this, Sung was confused, wondering why Korea was excluded. His face immediately changed as he realized these guys were deliberately avoiding the truth, and at this moment, somewhere in a busy city in America, the sound of old car horns constantly echoes through the streets, as a man standing near a sedan casually laughs and says, what is the worst that could happen? Suddenly, a huge, strange figure jumps down, causing rocks and dust to fly everywhere, and the people panic. Everyone present there was stunned as they looked at the creature before their eyes. It was a monster in armor, with a massive six-pack body, unlike that of an ordinary human. Immediately, the man nearby screamed in terror as monsters appeared. Seeing this, the people all panicked and ran away. Even more terrifying, right after that, many men like him appeared in the city. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged man on the other side could not help but sweat and cry out, oh my god! Now they see a black hole in the sky with monsters jumping out one after another. Elsewhere, in Tokyo, the city center is also filled with deafening sounds. A pack of hellhounds with 4 eyes appears, fierce and formidable. The man on the rooftop looks down, observing the situation, and whispers into the earpiece, detonate them now. Then a burst of blue light exploded in front of the monsters. The green smoke began to surround them. Then, a loud boom echoed as a cloud of green smoke spread out from the distant tall building. The monsters became even more ferocious, howling and roaring. The man above, seeing this, tensed up and shouted, start now. Immediately, others appeared, weapons in hand, ready to fight. They all gather on the rooftops of the 2 buildings, looking down below. Suddenly, the monsters leap up, appearing out of nowhere, with their huge mouths wide open. Their eyes flash red as they look up to the upper floor. Then, with a swipe, they leap off the ground at an unbelievable speed. They used the two buildings as leverage to jump up. Surprised by the others, the monster opened its large, fang-filled mouth and lunged forward. The masked man widened his eyes in shock. Reaching out in disbelief, Captain Tetsuka Reito quickly drew his sword and charged forward, shouting loudly, slaying the monster with a swift strike. At this moment, the monster's head was blown off and flew right beside the guy's hand. Then he quickly bent down and, with glasses on, said thank you, Captain. On this side, he just lets out a sigh of relief. Then Tetsuka Reito looks up at the sky. Alert! Above, the portal keeps opening and monsters keep emerging from the distance, continuously pouring out. Tokyo is doomed. In Washington, America, the city is now covered in ruins and debris. The giant foot of the monster suddenly lifted up. Then it directly stomped on the person lying down, causing blood and gore to spray everywhere. The monster roared triumphantly, but suddenly a beam of light appeared and sliced through its body. The monster was cut in half, and a group of people appeared. The man in the grass outfit angrily said to those around him, "Damn it. Why did the portal appear just when Aslan was not here?" The girl behind warned him, saying we should retreat for now. We must reunite with Aslan before we can counterattack. Hearing that, he also shouted, "Let us temporarily retreat to Philadelphia." At this moment, somewhere else, a group of people is watching the battle unfold on a screen. He quietly feels tense and worried, especially as suddenly, portals are appearing everywhere around the world except Korea, like mushrooms after rain. The girl beside him spoke up, saying, "The countries are all requesting aid, and it seems they all know that Korea is the safest nation." He was still pondering internally, if after sending reinforcements there, a portal suddenly appeared in Korea, we would have to abandon them. But if we do not help, Korea will face criticism from all nations. At this moment, the internal dilemma made him tense. Should we send our own hunters or? Then he decided, turning to the girl beside him and asking Kima where the S-rank hunters are now. Kima bowed respectfully and replied that the Japanese hunter Tetsuka Reito and the Chinese hunter John Young are fighting on the front lines. With fighter jets, it is expected that hunters from America and Europe will soon join the battle force. Hearing this, he fell silent in thought as his phone suddenly rang. As soon as he answered the phone, he recognized the caller as Leader Chanho. The voice on the other end immediately said, "Please gather all S-rank hunters at the Sung River Dike for a meeting." At this moment, on the streets of Korea, peaceful and slow-paced, people are strolling and enjoying the atmosphere. Aslan smiles softly, looking around, and exclaims, "So beautiful. So beautiful." He looked around and shouted, "This really is a once-in-a-millennium scene in Hanak village." The two guys over there looked over in surprise. Is not that Aslan? Or is not America in crisis? So why is he here? Over here. He raised his phone again, smiled, and turned to the two people. "Sorry to bother you." He handed them his phone and asked, "Could you take a picture of me?" They did not dare refuse and stammered yes, while he on the other side smiled slyly. "Thank you. May God bless you both," and made a heart with his hands. Over there, at Disung building, these look hunters are gathered here, sitting in silence with a tense atmosphere. Both sides are filled with hunters, and in the center is our Han Disung. He immediately pulled up a chair and stood. Han Disung said seriously, "Now we will discuss how to crush those aliens." They fell silent, listening to Han Disung for a while. Sung Chan who then asked, "Resurrect Titan, is that right?" The branch manager of the Hunter Association also asked, "So your main goal is to use humans as sacrifices, which is why they created the portal?" Han Disung nodded and replied, "The portal is a shrine." He looked around and then continued, "Humans are considered sacrifices to be offered to the shrine." The hunter guy over there pondered for a moment and then spoke nervously, "So once enough sacrifices are made, the Titan will be resurrected." Hunter Ajin also spoke up, saying that even if he wanted to stop this, he could only support one country at most, since he could not ignore the time and distance of travel. Suddenly, a cube-shaped box was placed on the table. Hanayan looked at it and said, "This is called a cube portal." Dong Cheon was surprised to hear that, a cube portal. It looks just like a supreme guardian. Hanayan explains that this is the key to open the shrine, which Hunter Gai Sung gave her. Endrer, Pak Dong Hyuk and she studied how to use it, and they successfully turned it into a teleportation gate. Leader Hong Jung has already tested it at several predetermined locations. The girl beside her also spoke up, recalling that Leader Hong Jun Jang mentioned he has been needing to visit some countries recently for important matters. According to Dong Cheon, upon hearing this, he clenched his fists tightly. "We can't just stay calm. Shouldn't we take action?" The hunter man here covered his mouth and thought, "Hende Sum, how far can you see?" Harim also suggested maybe gathering some of the top hunters from other factions, but Hanayan reminded that it might not be possible since this teleportation gate can't handle many people, with a maximum of 7. The manager then said, "So it does not help much if all S-rank hunters are present." Hearing this, He suddenly froze in surprise. Could it be? And Dae-sung smiled and said, "Everyone here including myself will go together." He immediately slammed the table in protest. No way. Otherwise South Korea would be at risk of attack. Han Dae-sung looked at the data chart in front of him, which displayed information about the Silver Ghost, including its ability to change the target's and user's ghost positions. However, the greater the distance, the higher the mana consumption and cooldown time. Sung Chan-ho raised a finger with a smile, recalling that last time at the research center, he suddenly gained a strange ability. Han Dae-sung smiled confidently, looking at them. If I send Director Sung Chan-ho to the disaster zone, I can immediately use this skill to bring him back. Hearing that, everyone sitting here was terrified. Is he really that powerful? As expected, on a completely different level. Over there, the girl was also stunned. Han Dae-sung's abilities truly have no limits. At this point, the manager closed his eyes and thought. According to Hunter Han, this plan would secure both international aid and domestic security, hitting 2 targets with 1 shot. He then said, "Just reveal the plan." Han Dae-sung clapped, smiled, and said, "The discussion is over, now I will go." However, unexpectedly, the witch Ji Woo-seol-yan raised her hand and said, "Master." She smiled and asked, "Master, are not you going to name our group, like Avengers or something?" Hajin over there smiles, "Che Ji Woo. Is that all you could come up with during the meeting?" Seol-yan gritted her teeth and clenched her fists. Bringing herself, Baek, and Indy along, seeing these 2 girls, Han Dae-sung could not help but feel exhausted and helpless. "We need a name, so if anyone has any ideas, just speak up." Seol-yan quickly spoke up, "Since Ka has been popular lately, instead of being Ka the Hunter, how about Mioka? Is that okay?" The girl on the other side felt a bit shy and thought to herself, this name is also quite adorable. However, the people in the room fell silent, a bit at a loss for words. Han Dae-sung quickly spoke to mediate. "It is not that important, so it does not matter. Let us go now." Seol-yan also thought it was a tacit agreement and happily said, "So our team name will be Cat Clan." Meanwhile, somewhere else in Shandong Province, China, a red object was standing amidst a patch of dirt. At this moment, the entire city was flooded with giant monsters, their eyes glowing red. Chinese mages and hunters immediately launched their attack, shouting orders in unison. The pile of monsters roared and surged forward. Jin Long looked on in tension, unable to believe it. The ongoing fierce battle before their eyes shows no sign of stopping. He tightens his lips in tension, wondering if the Chinese people are just going to be wiped out like this. Suddenly, the secretary approached and called him. He immediately asked, "What is the matter?" She replied, "The Korean Association said they will send 7th rank hunters, with some conditions." He was stunned to hear that. Even the Global Hunter Association could not pull out, let alone Korea. At this moment, a message from the other side appeared, stating that given the urgency, Korea could send 6th rank hunters, including Korean hunters, on the condition that our hunters have full ownership rights to the items, and the ST potions from the monsters our hunters have defeated. We guarantee to immediately send reinforcements through Korea's teleportation technology. Over there in Korea, the observers immediately reported that the Chinese Hunters Association had agreed, the Japanese Hunters Association had agreed, and the Indian Hunters Association had also agreed. The manager then put his hand in his pocket and said, "Tell the hunters to prepare," and the secretary happily responded, "Yes." He thought to himself, "Oh my god, that cat guy is really too crazy." Meanwhile, elsewhere, a Chinese city has been devastated and lies sprawled on the ground. Yet in the distance, a girl still holding her spear stands firm, not having fallen. She shouted, "Hey, I am here. I am Zhang Young-wen, a Chinese hunter." The monster roared in response, and she also held her spear, standing firm against it. As the monster charged forward, a flash of light cut across its body, and the girl widened her eyes in shock. The crazed beast was split in 2, and Hendy Sung's group had arrived. Sunan crossed her arms and smiled, saying, "Mioka has arrived." Hendy Sung smiled, looking around and commenting, "There is so much beef." At this moment, strange blue lights and smoke appeared in the sky, signaling the return of the teleportation. Shouts rang out immediately, as a healing aura emanated from Ainon, surrounding her body with a blue energy that gradually healed her wounds. Hendy Sung charged straight at the monster, her eyes wide in amazement as she turned back and thought, "So fast." Hajin also suddenly appeared beside her. Hajin smiled and reminded her to rest. "The others will handle the rest." Sunain also raised his hand to activate the primordial soul expansion. Immediately, a stream of purple energy enveloped the monsters and the swamp. Others also quickly moved forward. She aimed her gun at the monsters and unleashed a deadly shot. Immediately, the monsters roared in pain as they were hit. Another hunter also charged forward like an arrow, brandishing his sharp claw swords and shouting, "Claw attack." And so, the constant booming sounds echoed as they punched the attacking monsters relentlessly. Then, they were shattered into pieces of torn flesh. In just a moment, as the dust settled, their corpses lay scattered on the ground. Suddenly, something was protruding from their bodies. He directly thrusts his spear into the creature, collecting data while controlling the small robots to continuously gather st. As he observes and thinks, "Our goal is to resolve this resource issue by collecting supplies." Suddenly, a loud explosion sounded from the other side, causing him to turn around. At this moment, this rank monster, King Minotauric Nuth, appeared before them, towering and terrifying. Seeing this, the two immediately changed their expressions. What is this enormous flame? That thing is truly huge and terrifying. Immediately, it raised its weapon and struck down, causing a huge explosion across the land. They stood behind the shield, thinking to themselves. Stum cleared the dust and spoke up, just in time. The guy beside her also said that if not for him, she would never have been able to fight anymore. She turned to remind them to prepare for the attack. Yunwon suddenly stepped forward and said, "Back off. The entire team has been wiped out by that monster." But as the dust begins to settle, she is stunned. Hendy Sung appears with his long sword, smiling confidently, as if these bulls knew how to breathe fire down. She is stunned to see him. It is Hendy Sung. Hendy Sung, with a cold expression, directly charges forward with his weapon. The monster looked down at him and was also surprised by this human. It quickly lowers its weapon and attacks Hendy Sung. The monster then speaks. Fire breath, and flames appear on its hand. It is truly foolish of it to attack me with fire. It only makes me stronger. Hendy Sung's face shows pure contempt as he sneers. Then he charged forward to attack it. Something shot straight into the building, causing a huge explosion. The monster, furious, raises its weapon. "I am the true king and ruler of the monsters. You are just an ant to me." The girl on the other side quickly raises her gun and fires at it. The monster facing the gun barrel remains still, not moving at all. Then suddenly, flames appear and burn the flying bullet. Seeing this, she was so scared she froze, unable to believe her bullet disappeared before hitting the monster. The entire body of the monster was now glowing red like magma as it roared. "I will melt everything." Hendy Sung immediately spoke coldly. Switching regions. Then, his figure suddenly appeared amidst the desert ground. Seeing that, the guy on the other side was stunned with his mouth wide open. Xiu Dongxiu smiled confidently, knowing that this kid had taken that thing away again. On the other side, the monster suddenly roared. It looked around this place, which was all desert soil. It asked, "Where is this?" The system displayed a message about mana release. He has now released all the mana of the Supreme Path. He smiles, his body full of vitality, and draws his sword. "This trash will die with a single strike of mine," yet it still dares to shout here. Immediately, he raised his sword and swung it down with full force, sending a blast of energy straight into the sky. The fury of the Fire King, Hak Ho, causes that energy to surge wildly, creating a massive gust of wind that sends rocks and dirt flying everywhere. The monster then instantly vanished, dying with its eyes open. Wondering what kind of fire this is, it is hard to believe. Hak Ho, huh. The system then announced that the Monster King had been defeated and received this rank Agnos Fire. The self-purification points are 1 million. The goal is to eliminate the soul collectors at the underworld. The current progress is 99.003% and can be purchased with self-esteem points. Anyone looking at the information board might think I should unlock the Demon King before that Titan revives. But do I really have to spend all my points? Over there, in a city in China, a man keeps collecting something white floating in front of the gate. He smirked with satisfaction, realizing this was the first time he had collected so many souls, and now he would attain eternal life. Suddenly, something pierced through him, leaving him unable to scream. Hendy Sung smiled and appeared behind him, then said, "I do not know what the traitor is waiting for." He quickly grabbed the box containing the souls. A loud shout echoes. "Titan Singay, accept all the sacrifices." Hendy Sung's face is full of anger and shock. A giant hand emerges from the darkness, reaching down, and Hendy Sung's face changes drastically as he nervously looks ahead. The giant hand appears before them. The souls gradually curled up beneath that hand. Suddenly, the hand clenched tightly, then that hand gradually sank deeper into the darkness. Pulling in, Hendy Sung stood frozen, with only darkness in front of him. As strange sounds continued to echo, he irritably spoke, "Hey, finish talking and go, and whoever wants to eat can eat." Hendy Sung directly grabbed his sword and slashed forward a few times. However, those swords had no effect at all. At this moment, he could not help but be stunned. Wide-eyed, wondering if they were useless, the hand reappears above the Chinese guy's head, and he smiles as he quickly raises the bowl again. Tears streamed down his face as he said, "Thank you for your mercy." Then the bowl fell, and he disappeared. Hendy Sung looked at the scene unfolding before him with discomfort, wondering if the realm had changed when he received the sacrificial object. A monster appears on the other side. Approaching, it looks at him and says, "How dare you touch me, the true form of Titanha?" It roared fiercely, no more and no less than a dirt beast. Then, the monster quickly charged forward, crazed towards Hendy Sung, but just as it slashed its sharp claws toward him, Hendy Sung vanished and reappeared right beside it, the monster gritting its teeth. "You damn worm. You have got some nerve." However, his hand immediately moved in front of the monster's face. Hendy Sung directly pressed its head down to the ground. He smiled crazily. "First I will use this fist to keep your mouth shut." So Hendy Sung directly punched down to vent his anger. In just a moment, the monster's mouth swelled up and distorted, and it said that its true form was so powerful that even if it died, It would be reborn. Hendy Sung immediately grabbed its head and asked if it wanted to go back to that titan to be resurrected in vain. He smiled cruelly, knowing there was a place perfect for scum like it. So get ready, and it froze in shock. On the other side, a spiky monster appears facing the table. The monster seems to have been caught in a sack and turns back, its eyes glowing red. Xiaoyan here smiles sweetly and asks the owner. They look at the still smoking object in front of them and say the gate has been dealt with. Xiaoyan still smiled at the person next to him and asked what he said. Then he replied that the real monster was actually somewhere else. Li Hongwan was still in shock and could not face that monster alone, but Hajin, as if used to it, only asked about Handy Sung. Are you hurt anywhere? Xiaoan came over and said sharply. You bike. Take care of yourself first. Handy Sung quickly straightened up and said everyone pay attention now, we will change the strategy. From now on I will handle all the bosses while you focus on rescuing the other hunters because we need to act fast to survive. And Y1 was stunned, wondering if we should just focus on rescue, while the guy on the other side also seemed confused, wanting to handle the boss himself. Handy Sung on this side was filled with determination. I can't let that guy come back to life. Now we are in a different space. The green-haired guy smiles and introduces himself. Hello everyone, I am Jiang Qi from the Seven Hearts. He moved the mouse while continuing. I received confidential information from Di Sung's team. Footage of battles appeared, with Hendy Sung as the leader. Yang Chai held up 2 fingers and smiled, saying this is the Katka special forces created to save the world. He was confused, thinking it was not Mioka but Kasao hunters. Why is that? He clearly heard Chanho say it that way. Breaking news reports that hunters, those who formed associations, have gathered to deal with rank gates worldwide, having cleared all gates in China and India. They are now heading to Europe. He heard that and felt excited. Well, this campaign was led by Hunter Han, who gathered all the rank hunters in Korea. At this moment, inside the hidden black shelter behind the gate, houses appeared. The shadowy figure here keeps moving, signaling with a gesture. A man with white hair appears from inside the gate, stepping out with elegance. The guards there immediately raised their hands in a respectful salute to him. The man then asked, Aslan, where is he? Elsewhere, the sound of lively music and people dancing non-stop fills the air. At this moment, patrol group also appears inside. The masked man asked where Aslan was, still watching and sighing. Just as expected, other dimensions are not as beautiful as this one. At this moment, a step suddenly appeared, and Aslan leaned back comfortably in his chair and said, Joe brother, he coldly replied, if you do not hurry up, we end up facing a big crisis. He asked, what do you mean by that? Over there, Tokyo keeps billowing smoke, and elsewhere in the city, the ground is crumbling and breaking apart. The Japanese hunter team takes a breath and raises their swords forward. Their captain turns to the person behind and says the squad will retreat. Everyone quickly fall back to defensive line 3. At this moment, as everyone on their side, all wounded, rushes forward quickly, the captain looks at the monster ahead and silently thinks, this is the end of my life. Over there, the teammate runs while tears stream down his face, and the leader appears somewhere else beside a huge statue with a person sitting there. The subordinate behind respectfully reports, Great monk, our temple is gradually collapsing, and the Nebula 3 kings are ravaging everywhere. That person opened his eyes, shining with a red glow. Is that him? The subordinate continued. It seems the space temple has been turned into a teleportation gate. The other person fell silent, glancing back with a terrifying look, then stood up. At this moment, neither demon nor human, he said. Send Bishop Southa to the still-standing space temple. Let him stall there. Once the Titan's meal is over, it will be the end for them. Over there, the Japanese team kept shouting, cursing their luck, swearing, and running in panic. She struggled to support her teammate while continuously running forward, panting heavily. Suddenly, she stopped and looked ahead, and a gate appeared in front of them. The group that came out is none other than Han Dae-sung's team. They look cool. But immediately, the 3 of them could not help but feel nauseous. Turns out even traveling through space can cause motion sickness. Seo Yan, feeling dizzy and confused, said I was spinning in a fog. The girl next to her also tried to hold back her nausea and vomit, urging her to stay alert. Henyan rubbed her head and could not help but cry out, because the intense space wave inside the teleportation gate made us all dizzy. Hajin also spoke up, telling him to stay calm. Han Dae-sung stepped out without changing his expression and said, I am too weak. Should I form a new hunting team? The Japanese hunter girl here is so desperate she can't help but be stunned. Han Dae-sung, why is that person here? The voice from the listening device echoes. Korean hunters will use the teleportation gate to support everyone. Let me repeat. The Korean hunters will use the teleportation gate to support everyone. She quickly released her teammate and ran over. She stood there in panic, calling out Tasasama, then bowed and said Juka den Wangaizamatsu. They could not help but stare at each other in shock. I do not understand. Seol-yan quickly reminded him. Master, please activate the automatic translation device. And she is asking him to save Captain Tejuka and bring him back safely. Han Dae-sung listened in silence. Suddenly, he disappeared and then turned to comfort her. You are lucky. The super strong owner is always there. Hearing this, She smiled and said thank you. Over there, their teammates were still being devoured, desperately crying out. Immediately after, the monster directly swallowed it into its stomach. Captain Tezuka here had already removed his mask. Sitting against the cliff, seemingly exhausted and unable to transform anymore, he desperately tried to jump, and the monster also stepped forward, standing right in front of him, full of greed and fury. Tezuka smiled mockingly, accepting his fate, and then the monster opened its mouth wide, revealing its sharp teeth. But then, something appeared and cut through all of them so quickly that no one saw it. Captain Tezuka's eyes widened in shock. A young figure stands powerfully behind the monsters, while Haesung is now in front of him. Looking down, Tezuka quickly realized this was Haesung. He asked, "Hey, can you go?" Tezuka was still deep in thought, unable to understand what he was saying because the translator device was broken. Suddenly, he noticed something and hurriedly warned, "Be careful." Haesung also notices and turns around cautiously. A long train suddenly rushed toward them. Immediately after, an explosion erupted, sending dirt, debris, and burning vehicles into the air as flames burst up in front of the two of them. Something blue suddenly lunged forward, clearly aiming to attack Haesung. He kicked it away with his foot, and that thing flew straight into the stitching point. After a moment, when it stopped, he realized it was indeed a blue monster. Haesung looked up and muttered, "That guy is from another world." He quickly stabilized his stance and then jumped up. Both he and the monster are wiping towards each other. It raises its fist and smiles fiercely. His face remains unchanged as he takes his sword and wipes it clean. Immediately after, a blazing explosion appears in the middle of the sky. Then it exploded with a bang, sending dust everywhere. Tezuka felt the immense power and quickly covered his face, trying to stand firm. Then he happily looked at the scene before him. How is that possible? At this moment, Haesung and the monster are facing each other. He silently thinks to himself, "This is troublesome. This pig is strong to hold on." Over there, the monster also shouted, "Eat." Then it opened its huge mouth and said, "Drink." Haesung could not help but mutter to himself, "Magic are forming bonds." The system then appeared, indicating the domain could not be changed. The target's weight has exceeded the limit for domain transfer. Hearing this, his face immediately changed drastically. The monster directly stretched in front of its neck, bit onto Haesung's body, then closed its mouth and retracted into its body. The monster took a deep breath and, seeing the terrifying scene before it, could not help but feel a sense of satisfaction. That monster had already swallowed Haesung. What should I do now? However, at this moment the monster's veins began to bulge with pain. A roar echoed out, "Die you pig." The monster then opened its mouth, releasing a burst of energy that shot outward, creating a large flame. The distant building was shattered to pieces. The monster watched with a satisfied expression, launching an attack into the chaos. Without hesitation, Misaki hurried over, surrounded by debris and thick smoke. The girl nervously looked around and called out loudly for leader Tezuka. From behind, Tezuka with a water bottle in hand called out to the girl, "Misaki, I am over here." He was not in a hurry. He took a sip of water and said because he is thirsty and he paid properly. Returning to the Melka team, Soyen's face was now filled with utter amazement, her eyes wide open. Tezuka stood in front of the group to report on Haesung's situation, unsure whether to say he was dead or eaten. Henyan asked further, "So you mean those Hans ate Haesung and disappeared?" Tezuka nodded. "That is right. What you said, being eaten and disappearing, is completely accurate." Sichich asked everyone if they should split up to hunt that monster. Henyan seems more cautious, thinking it would be very dangerous to go alone. Contrasting with everyone, Soyen now appears very calm as she speaks to everyone. "Don't worry." Over there, a glass of red wine is poured in a dimly lit room. Darren is there, holding his glass, swirling it, then offering it to everyone. The Anderson brothers sit facing each other in the room. Aslan asks his older brother, "Are not you surprised by this?" Darren calmly closed his eyes and replied, "Do you think I would be surprised even if an S-class core appeared?" He placed the empty glass on the table and added, "You do not know how powerful they really are." Aslan sat there with a big question in his mind. Darren wiped his mouth with his hand, his eyes confident, because no matter how strong Dejung is, he can't stop them. Aslan stood up, put his hands in his pockets and huffed, "But I already warned you." Then he turned and walked away, while the older brother sat there reassuring his sibling, "So you can rest assured." Watching Aslan's figure fade into the distance, he added that everything would go according to plan, returning to the streets of Japan. Hajin, after hearing Seal Yan say not to worry, asked what she meant, holding Chucky in her hand. The witch sneered maliciously before throwing the doll to the ground, causing a loud explosion. Chucky appears sitting provocatively and asks, "What do you want from me?" Seal Yan sits down to inform him. "Chucky, the owner has disappeared," and he asks, "Is the owner my father?" The puppet in front of Trang Sich and Dong Seal looked a bit creepy, and they thought to themselves, this doll is really provocative, just like a villain. Seal Yan nodded. "That is right, our father was kidnapped by a monster." Chucky sat up and replied, "Who would be crazy enough to kidnap the Demon King?" Suddenly, It froze. Something made Chucky very anxious. Wait a minute. It stood up and said to everyone, I can feel my father's rage. Seal Yan asked curiously, where is it? And the two looked behind the puppet. Chucky pointed and said, I can sense my father's energy coming from that scent. Henelhun turned to ask Tezuka, is there something over there? He paused for a moment, then hesitantly said, over there. Far away, a famous mountain known worldwide, the ancient symbol of Japan. Mount Fuji. On the stone steps leading to the summit, stands an ancient-style gate. The summit is the mouth of a dormant volcano that has not erupted for hundreds of years, quite large and covered with thick snow. From above, there is a deep crater that seems endless, constantly gusting with wind. The members of Melka's team and Chucky gathered at the edge of the crater, looking down and trying to sense Desung's presence. Chucky's terrifying face reappeared, informing everyone that he could feel Desung's aura coming from inside this hole. Without hesitation, Chucky immediately jumps down below, surprising the rank hunters. Jongxin asked, what is this huge terrifying hole? Trangsich frowns, clearly unable to see the bottom of it. Tezuka wonders, something's not right. Why is there a volcano opening like this on Mount Fuji? From behind, Koi stepped forward with a gun and said, let me fire the signal first. A flare shot straight up into the sky above Mount Fuji. The group behind looked up to confirm their direction and had reached the gate. Inside Archpepaza's abdomen, Desung was trying to use the Pantheon and soul transfer but to no avail. He stands in the purple circle and asks, have they all been sealed? From his abdomen, the greenish liquid flows out like acid corrosion. The steam rising from that slime formed white smoke and sizzling sounds like frying fat, about to stick to Desung's feet. He stood there, sighing, half smiling, but his face showed little happiness. You tense up, unleash your mana, your whole body shining, and your sword flashes with a sharp blue light. Then, Desung strikes a straight line toward the greenish substance and blows them away. Outside, Asa was meditating, his entire body surrounded by yellow lime aura, muttering strange sounds. Jackie arrived, smirking maliciously, holding a knife and looking at Asa, saying, I found you. Plastic Pig, following it are two rank hunters, and judging by their expressions and voices just now, they are both stunned. The swordsman turned and asked, do you want to go first or should I? And Rongxi confidently replied, you go first, but forget about the two young men sneaking up behind. Jackie used her small body to kick forward and charge ahead, mana radiating from her eyes as she rushed forward shouting loudly, give it back to me. The two rank hunters also widened their eyes at the fierce fighting spirit of this beast. Asa notices the arrival of new guests and glances over with his blazing red eyes. Jackie leaps up to head height, repeatedly stabbing down, but his knife is pushed away. Asa's body is almost unharmed. He stares in shock, realizing it is a puppet. Before he can react, another figure swiftly passes behind him and strikes his head, then quickly grabs Jackie and pulls him back to keep a safe distance. Changsich also takes the opportunity to slash at Asa's back but misses. Rongsun holding Jackie says, that pig's body is as hard as stone. Changsich warns, be careful. I have already used all my strength but it is just resisting on the outside. Jackie is still fierce. Let me go and I will turn that pig into pork. Asa stands up, glaring with a vicious look at the three young men and saying, you are the most annoying weak rats. I wonder where the others are. Suddenly, his face swells up and he lets out a burp. Then he opened his mouth, and a series of fireballs shot out. Changsich shouted. Amao dodged away, but Rong Trio realized this was actually the skill of the demon used. Several fireballs shot out behind them, hitting the rock wall and causing a big explosion. The swordsman jumped up and swung his sword down, using aura skill, Tiger Claw. But Asa suddenly opened his mouth, and a blazing fire like a gun ready to fire burst from his throat. Facing the surprise attack, Sich was extremely terrified. Asa's mouth opened wide with sharp teeth like a shark, as if about to swallow and hunt Sich, who was wielding a sword and lunging forward. Luckily, just as he landed, Tezuka appeared in time, and the young swordsman dodged aside to escape the shark's jaws. Both of them fell to the ground, their large bodies, and Asa turned to look down at them. Koi also just arrived, wielding two guns with demon bullets firing non-stop at him. She focused her attack on Asa's heels, but it seemed ineffective. He was completely unfazed. Without giving him a moment to rest, Zongsun rushes forward and throws a powerful punch, delivering a false electric strike straight into Asa's back. At this moment, he understood what a festival was. Raising his head in pain as blood spurted from his abdomen, he clenched his fists, releasing green energy from his body. Just as Heniel and Hazen arrived, seeing this scene, all three were extremely shocked. The energies that touched the ground immediately sizzled and smoked, like a kind of dilute acid. Seeing the danger, Hazen immediately used the Min shield defensive skill to protect everyone. Meanwhile, Koi also raised her shield, with Zongshan standing behind her, one foot slipping to the right. That is Zon, the girl channeling mana with a determined face saying, take this. Plastic Pig, Hazen anxiously asked, what are you doing? Which Ziyu? Heniel also calls for her to come back quickly. ignoring everyone. Xian, holding a puppet in her hand, places a needle on her own head and then drives it into the puppet's head. Using a critical hit skill, the status screen shows that a critical hit was used surprisingly. If the target's soul is too large, the critical hit will turn into unconsciousness. She just finished using the skill when a beam of energy struck the Inquisitor Asa directly from above. He did not understand what was happening, the blinding light, and he could only scream once before his huge body collapsed to the ground. The young knight asked in amazement, was that monster really defeated with just one hit? Hazen and Heniel were no exception. Everyone was wide-eyed. Jackie scratched his butt and boasted, "You are pretty good but still not as good as me." Even Sioyan could not believe what she just did and exclaimed, "It really works." On the streets of Philadelphia, Kensington, everything seems quite peaceful but strangely, the people on the street look extremely lifeless, no different from zombies. The monsters move freely through the street without any obstacles. A soldier asked, "Just kill all those people and be done with it." The leader replied, "Lord Titan prefers the pure souls of warriors over those of half-breeds." In the air, several thin silk threads float down from above. Those threads connect to the tops of the people below on the street, and as they touch, their eyes light up brightly, as if provoked. All their eyes turned red, and they screamed at the top of their lungs before running together in one direction. Everyone surged forward like wild beasts, charging straight at the crowd of monsters in front of them. Filled with terror, the giant monsters swung their axes, slicing off parts of the humans, but the number keeps increasing. As one person gets thrown away, another steps in, and the scene becomes extremely chaotic. The soldier muttered, "It is really ridiculous that a bunch of fools who do not know how to control their pee suddenly turn to attack us." But surprisingly, their arms suddenly blazed with a fiery red, grabbing tightly onto the monsters. Feeling the intense heat below, the soldier paused in shock as they were engulfed in flames, screaming in pain. "It is too hot." Their bodies seemed to contain explosive fire ready to burst out, and as expected, the ones just now exploded, causing the insect soldier to scream in pain. The insect leader turned and ordered to find the one controlling these filthy creatures. The streets are in chaos now, with continuous self-destructions among the living. With each explosion, there is a scream of agony from both humans and snails. Blood splattering everywhere. The snail leader is a bit panicked, turning around and asking, "Where is it?" Familiar hand appears in midair, shooting out thin threads. It turns out the one controlling everything is Aslan, who is using the threads to manipulate the people below like puppets. With a sinister look and a cruel smile, at this moment, the snail leader looked up and recognized who was controlling from behind. It immediately stomped the ground with great force, causing the pavement to crack. Then it jumps high into the air, wielding the tree branch in its hand to strike at Aslan. In an instant, it appears in front of him, and Aslan calmly steps back, raising both hands to prepare for defense. The leader of the snails roared, "I will kill you," its eyes filled with fury. In contrast, the calmness of the world's #1 hunter was uncanny. He raised both hands and used his skill, seizing its will, as strands of silk pierced into the snail in front of its stunned gaze, and almost immediately, it froze in front of Aslan. Its eyes shone brightly, as if it had lost its mind. No different from the bloodthirsty crowd below, Aslan calmly put his hands in his pockets and strode past it, then ordered them to quickly fix all those of its kind. The scene of the tall building gradually becomes quieter, and death has been decided for the fools. Returning to Mount Fuji, looking at the monster lying motionless in front of him, Trang Su asked Zongsun, "So, is he really dead?" He turned back, pointing at Celian and replying, "You are lucky, go ask her." She calmly answered, "He is not dead, just unconscious." Meanwhile, Chucky jumped onto Aslan's face and bit him, and Celian anxiously asked, "What are you trying to do?" It replied confidently, "Dad is definitely inside this pig's belly." Celian asked in surprise what you plan to do after going inside, and Heniel calmly said, "Wait, take this with you before you go." A month later, Aslan's entire body was chained with extremely sturdy iron shackles, and he had opened his eyes. Everyone was shocked. This plastic pig had woken up, but his whole body was tightly bound. He struggled and thought to himself, "I will kill all of you." Then he rolled back and forth, desperate to break free. Trang Sich nervously drew her sword. "We need to attack, everyone, prepare yourself." Suddenly a portal appeared in front of them. Sioan happily laughs out loud. "Oh look, this is a teleportation gate." Desung steps out with Chucky on his shoulder, smiling and saying, "Well done, Melka." Chucky happily, "The mission is a success." Desung hesitated for a moment then seriously said, "So now hurry and run away, jump out quickly." The whole team was stunned by this scene. Still unsure if their teammate's mind was okay, the team members hurriedly called out, "Teammates." Seeing that everyone immediately turned around and ran after him, Desung said, "Why did not anyone jump out when I told you to?" And Henyon replied, "What are you talking about? Why have not you jumped yet?" The circle suddenly showed signs of breaking apart. And indeed, it was torn into many pieces. Desung shouted, "Hey kid, hold that guy back quickly." Celian, hearing this, looked confused and could not understand what her teammate really meant. She immediately stopped and launched another attack on the giant blue one. At this moment, she took out her treasure and said, "Prison, open." A circle then surrounded his body, gradually pressing him into the sand mountain. He immediately went berserk, his bloodshot eyes glaring at them as he said, "You can't escape." At this moment, Tezuka tried to run faster and approached Desung. Why did he suddenly run away instead of facing him directly? You stay silent for a moment then reply. If you do that, this place will become a grave for everyone. As for the giant green sumo, it is now about to fully control his body. Suddenly, a hand of his reached out, but it was too late. From a pit not far away, a dragon suddenly appeared and soared out of the ground. He charged forward at lightning speed, shouting and showing his teeth. While on its back, the team with Desung was escaping from the dungeon, and everyone seemed to be in pretty bad shape. Feeling it is time, Desung jumped off its back and fell freely. Sioyan, stunned, turned around and called after him, "Master." A loud sound rang out, and Desung landed safely. He spoke coldly, "Still not out yet." The giant blue hand suddenly emerged from the ground with a fierce force, and now his head had also appeared, undeniably huge compared to a normal person, almost as small as one of its fingernails. Desung glanced at him and said, "No wonder your stomach is so big. This is your true form, huh?" Now his whole body was completely standing on the ground, and he was looking at Desung with a terrifying fiery gaze. From afar, Desung's teammates also saw this scene and seemed very worried about him. Their eyes widened so much that only the whites were visible, and one by one they exclaimed, "What is this? Is that the monster from earlier?" Desung's face was now extremely confused, and he thought to himself, "Guy is here. I have to report to the headquarters quickly." Now Desung had begun to release mana. His eyes clouded white, and his whole body radiated a purple light. Then Desung suddenly flew up, causing him to look around but still see nothing, which made him furious and a bit confused. Just then Desung slowly approached from behind his head. Immediately afterward, he roared as if caught off guard. Natsukawa, watching from the screen, frowned in confusion and wondered what that was. At this moment, his manager approached to report the situation. "Director, Leader Tetsuka just contacted us, saying that Korean hunter Hen Desung is currently fighting alone." Hearing this name, a slight frown appeared on his face. "At Desung's place, you started drawing your sword and said, 'I will make you eat so much garlic your mouth will be full.'" Immediately, the Fire King rage was unleashed, with a powerful slash being executed. He refused to give up and suddenly shouted, punch after punch. At this moment, his mouth was wide open, swallowing what you sent him. And surprisingly, he had actually digested all of it. At this moment, he noticed a dragon flying above his head. Desung narrowed his eyes and continued, "Now the Gian, try eating this." Exactly. The dragon is starting to form a blue sphere. Sioyan gasped, "What is the dragon releasing?" Desung shouted, "Everyone hold on tight." Mana cannon coming through, a burst of light shot out from the dragon's mouth, piercing through every part of the giant blue creature's body, causing it to scream in pain uncontrollably. As the overwhelming power affected even those riding on the dragon, the body of the giant green creature gradually disintegrates, turning into circles and then vanishing into the air. At this moment, the system displays a notification. You have defeated Azar, a southern guardian of the two walls, attained 2 wall-breaking skills. Digestion. Replace the aura skill with an inactive one, along with many other benefits being updated. Desung slowly looked at his corpse and sighed, maybe because this pig was too fat. He got quite a few items. Desung smiled and said, "Banthium." Switch to Ramus, who is now staring at something confused. Finally, Titan, a giant fetus is growing larger before his eyes, with a strange red color that is truly terrifying. After looking at that gradually enlarging body, he smiles with delight. Does the Titan's heart beat this fast? Suddenly, a golden light appeared, gradually approaching the giant fetus. He immediately changed his tone and said, "The Tsar." Immediately afterward, thousands of rays of light seeped into the giant fetus, and finally the baby opened its eyes. Then the sky gradually turned blue again. Tezuka and Celian exclaimed in surprise, "Is it really over? The master is really powerful." Hazen then asked, "Miss Ziyu, where is Hen Desung?" The girl was immediately startled. "Oh, I forgot." Suddenly Desung appeared and said, "Hey kid, I need to go to the Pantheon to check on some things. Remember to stay here and wait with everyone." Hearing this, Celian understood and turned to his teammates, telling them that the boss asked us to sit and wait for his return. Hazen asked in surprise, "Playing around here, still feeling confused? This is not a place for fun." Suddenly Han Yuhun stepped forward and said very seriously, "Please let me help everyone relax. I will ensure you experience the best services here." Celian shyly spoke up, "Leader, are there any hot springs here?" Han Yuhun replied, "A hot spring." At this moment, Desung arrived at Pantheon and immediately ordered, "Sell all unused items in my medical supply warehouse." The system immediately received the command, and after completing it, Desung continued, "Now allocate all my achievement points to the progress rate." The system promptly announced, using 1059 achievement points. The progress rate is now 99.9%. Waiting for a while without completion, Desung felt a bit annoyed. Is not there just 1% left? If I take down one more Han's prison guard, I will have enough to get the Demon King skill. Thinking of this, he immediately said, Pantheon. Start a video call with Seal Chanho. As soon as he answered the call, he smiled and congratulated him. Sung, you did well. I do not care and asked directly. Where should I go now? He immediately returned to a serious expression and explained. The Hunter Association is sending hunters on a wide scale, so you guys can return to Korea. Sung clicked his tongue at this, wondering why those guys are only showing up now, and the system responded. They said they had to send people to guard key points so they did not have enough personnel, but it does not seem very credible. After hearing that, I just got more annoyed. Are they really going or not? And is not the people more important than those damn buildings? After Chanho confirmed, I asked what the Cat Clan group was doing. At the same time, at the onsen bathhouse, Jongxian was soaking in the hot spring while gulping down a bottle of beer. At this point, Jongxi said, it has been a long time since I last had a break. Tezuka spoke up. Leader, do you still have to wear a mask even when bathing in the hot spring with your teammates? He quickly responded with a confused look. I forgot because these feel like my own skin. Then Jongxian reached up and took off his mask, surprising everyone with wide eyes. And Tezuka thought to himself, he is not just handsome, he is too handsome. After removing that mask, he truly has a very delicate face. He explained I had surgery after being attacked by a monster, but I do not really like this face, so I wear a mask. In another bath, many bubbles appeared underwater and suddenly Xian floated up with his mouth wide open to breathe. The girl was soaking in the water tank in various poses, and Xian was indeed very comfortable. As for the one who thought she was calmer, she suddenly spoke up. What does Hen-Disung plan to do in the Pantheon? Hajin replied with a naive look. What is Pantheon? Soon stood up with her body completely naked, and she answered, like it is Disung's secret base. Hajin asked in surprise, a secret base? At this moment, Chujiang also began to explain. It is the training center inside Disung's space. And hearing this, Hajin finally understood, so that is why she got stronger so quickly. Soon suddenly pointed at Hajin's face and said, Becca, you are no longer my opponent. I have awakened my finishing move in this battle. Hajin simply replied calmly, a finishing move is just a strange technique, is not it? At this point Jiang interrupted, wait, is not it very dangerous to use a skill here? Soon smiled confidently and said, do not worry, it is not that dangerous, so you do not have to worry. Just then she transformed into a teddy bear. Seeing this scene, the two girls were a bit startled, their eyes showing surprise. At this moment, Disung also arrived, and a staff member was leading him to the men's bathroom. After stepping inside, Disung looked around briefly and immediately took off his shirt. Then suddenly something nearby caught his attention. It turned out that the wall had been broken by Xian's teddy bear, and the noise came from it. After tearing down the wall, it now lies motionless on the ground. An unsuccessful performance outside the expectation makes Hajin angry and overact. You little brat. Jiang was so scared her face turned pale. She was about to cry in 5 seconds. Seeing the situation, of course Seal Yan, the owner, was the most frightened. Her face also became tense as she said, this is the bathroom. Huh. The three girls were almost speechless, not daring to say a word, while Disung on this side was examining it with a face that was both confused and annoyed. Even his elephant seemed to disapprove. Time has passed quickly, and a month has gone by since the gates appeared worldwide, causing many to lose loved ones. Work and assets have suffered great pain. But fortunately, thanks to Korean hunters, the losses have been significantly reduced. Right now on the news TV, leader Jin Ki-hong from the association is here to give us a detailed explanation of the current situation. Tivin immediately welcomes the guest. Hello, Leader Kim Ki-hong. He replied, yes. Hello, I am Jin Ki-hong. Please provide us with the latest updates on the incident. The countries affected by the Seta Gate event from a month ago, during the World Hunter Organization, are now entering the recovery phase. Kai-hong continued. Fortunately, South Korea did not face such an incident, so we quickly dispatched a team of hunters to help, and now the Eurasian continent is gradually recovering. At this point, the editor asked again. There is a wave of outrage from global associations over the severe damages caused by the slow response of the World Hunter Guild. What do you think about this? Kaong hesitated for a moment. This is not some game show. Right. Cut to an old man leading a protest group, shouting, damn Aslan bastards, kill all the Aslan, Darren resign now. They are loudly demanding their issues be addressed, like save my son and let that inhumane Aslan Anderson be punished by the law. I am currently at the headquarters of the Global Hunters Association, which is facing a wave of protests and demonstrations from the public. I will now interview a local resident here. Then she approached a man and started. Hello, sir. Please introduce yourself. He replied, yes, I lost my family in this incident. Then he immediately lost his temper and shouted, what is the World Hunters Association for? Meanwhile, the people outside are still extremely angry, while a man stands above, watching calmly. I did as you said, but all I received in return was criticism. At this moment, someone else replied, we will keep our promise. A lot of things suddenly appeared on the table, surprising him as he asked again, what is that? The person calmly replied, this is a titan. If you eat it, you will become immortal. He approached the table and looked closely. So it is a titan. Without further explanation, the person only said, a new world will soon emerge, each piece a life lost, and if you want more, then chain the Korean down and challenge him again. Immediately she disappeared into thin air. Now in the bathroom, a small party among the hunters is taking place. Tet-du, serious as always, speaks without hesitation. Once again, in my position as the leader of the Ani gang, I want to express my gratitude to everyone. The Nico group, thank you all very much. Then their entire team immediately bowed and said in unison, truly a very kind group of people. The cat song group on this side sat quietly, all in a state of mutual respect. After everything was settled, Dik-sung raised his glass and said enthusiastically, since everyone did a great job, let us party now. Everyone started feasting, their cheers echoing throughout the room, full of excitement. Only the trio of the three girls from the cat team remained calm and composed, enjoying tea and dinner. At this moment, Selyun turned to the two sisters and spoke. And they, of course, found it quite confusing, so Jiang Li asked again, what did she say? Selyun's smile gradually lost its humanity as she muttered to Chodong and Hazen, the owner's stock is huge. This girl is too fierce, saying that so naturally, while the two sisters looked even more pale. I can't believe Selyun is interested in that. Kotting immediately freaked out and shouted at Selzine. Stop it. Do not let anyone hear now, and Selzin confidently replied. Do not worry, I have activated the sound wave blocking skill. Suddenly Hazen spoke up with a rather strange question. Huh, how terrifying is it exactly? Selzin began to think deeply, then extended her entire hand, making the two girls startled, not expecting the girl to take this matter so seriously. Just then, a hand suddenly placed on Selzin's head startled her, and when she turned around, she saw that it was the person mentioned earlier, her face turning pale with fear. Dik-sung immediately said with a fierce look, that brat. From now on you will undergo hellish training. Selzin anxiously shouted. What? That just now was only the Indian guy. Immediately, Dik-sung used teleportation, and the two of them disappeared from here. Dong Trio, with a thoughtful expression, said, well, the captain really took Selzin away. At this moment, at the professional cleaning gang, the phone suddenly rang, and the on-duty person quickly answered and said yes, this is the rice-eating gang. She immediately asked in surprise, the Japan Upper Sen Association. Right. Hearing this, the manager also turned his attention and looked over. He quickly ran over to her and said, come on, it seems to be an important call. Let me handle it. She immediately replied, yes, please wait a moment. Immediately, he quickly responded, yes, I am Hendi Sung, leader of the meal-eating gang. After a moment of asking the other side directly about the matter, he was a bit surprised. Yes, I would like to authorize handling the byproducts in Japan. After a while, it finally ended, and he immediately hung up. She suddenly looked at the manager and asked, Gip, are we going to Japan? The old man replied with a displeased look, what are we? You must stay in the office. Which made her feel annoyed as well. There is no teleportation stone. We could not find it during the battle at Mount Fuji. Maybe it was destroyed or buried. Dik-sung, upon hearing this, immediately frowned and thought, so we are going back through the portal. Huh. Hadin, feeling very determined, said no. Why go through the portal when we have a plane? Suddenly, the grumpy silver-haired guy spoke up. I do not want to use the portal either. It is not very comfortable. So if you want to go alone. Suddenly he shouted, Leader Tetsuka will betray us. Everyone get on the car quickly. Everyone hurriedly boarded the vehicle, leaving a few members of Cat Clan still standing there speechless. At this moment, Dik-sung scratched his chin with a puzzled look, seeming to think they did not want to go through the line, and hearing this, he was at a loss for words. Turns out, he was thinking about something else. I wonder if Gio and Celian are okay. She then scratched her head nervously and walked towards the car. Probably fine. The scene shifts to Sealhyan, standing opposite a pile of monsters of all sizes. The girl was crying silently, looking confused. What the hell is this? Jackie was also panicked, inviting this kind of monster again. Meanwhile, at Jiangxi's house, he was live-streaming the scene where Tetsuka thanked the Mioka team, saying see everyone. Tetsuka the leader is also called Mioka. The comments below immediately exploded, mostly praising Dik-sung for his cleverness, strength, and sharpness in the past when he went to fight. Suddenly, Jiangxi burst out laughing loudly and said, that sounds pretty connected. Huh. Mioka's the flag. Suddenly his phone rang. He answered and said yes leader. What is the matter? The other end happily announced that Japan has asked us to handle that side project, which made him wide-eyed in surprise and asked back. Japan. He burst out laughing and said, we received a request from the country supported by Mioka and the team trusted by Japan to be the deputy. Jiangxi replied, that is great. Congratulations. Suddenly, La asked Jiangxi if he wanted to go to Japan, and he replied, really? That is great. A few days later at Haneda Airport, the bustling crowd hurried past each other. Outside the planes preparing for takeoff, the Mioka team has entered the economy class on the plane. Everyone looks a bit tired. Dae-dung is heading to his seat with some thoughts in mind. This is his first time flying in first class. Just as he was about to sit down, he suddenly realized the man beside him was someone very familiar, and his gaze immediately hardened, clearly not liking him. At that moment, he heard a voice in his head saying, I am Darren Anderson. Darren Anderson. Although possessing advanced technology, it seems they still rely on telepathy. The other side continued speaking. I came here with a special request. At this moment Darren beside him still had a cold, expressionless face. Desung, feeling a bit curious, gently glanced over, then sat back and listened intently. Thinking about how the world will soon be destroyed and a new world will emerge, Desung hesitated slightly, his face showing signs of calculation and desire. Suddenly, Darren opened his eyes and glanced at Desung, while the other side continued speaking. Do you want to become the leader? It seems you are already qualified to become the team leader. You calmly refuse, and the other side continues. You do not believe me. Huh. If you come to the association, I will explain everything clearly. This time, he speaks again. I won by medicine from an old man. Desung coldly added, I have always played the role of a ruler in a destroyed world. Then he stood up and left saying, I understand, although your abilities are impressive, your thinking is just like a typical criminal. Suddenly, you use your mind to speak. Wait a moment. He immediately gets startled because this is telepathy. You continue. Are you following that guy? Although a bit surprised, he quickly calms down and says, you already know too much. Hendi Song, Anderson returned to the guild, where others had been waiting for him earlier. One of them was biting into a piece of bright red meat. Praising, Titan meat is so delicious. The others also reached out with their hands to try the meat, their excitement growing, as this was the best meat I had ever tasted. Immediately after eating the Titan meat, one of them suddenly shed his skin, falling off in pieces like a snake shedding its skin, with dead skin scattered all over the floor. They looked at their hands and together marveled that they could be immortal. Another said, I feel like my energy is overflowing. A third, still sitting and not yet satisfied, asked, is it all gone? He looked disappointed, thinking that his skin should have been eaten first. Anderson bowed his head and said yes. Please allow me to use the legacy to bring back more meat. The other nodded and said, I permit it. Quickly bring back more meat. Anderson lowered his head respectfully with his hand in front. Yes, Captain. He clenched his fist so tightly that his veins bulged. His hand trembling, he turned around, revealing his angry face. He thought to himself, once I take control of the legacy, I will start dealing with these old men. The next day, at Desung's building, Desung sat stroking his chin and said, from now on, we will end Miyoka's operations here. Everyone clapped, and Chanho said, everyone can go home now. Hazen turned to call Desung. Glancing at her, Hazen asked if she had heard about Desung's special training center, and wondered if he could experience it. Changsik also wants me to go. Please. Both of the people beside him glance at Changsik. Desung thinks, if they are not servants, I can't take them there. After a moment of thought, Desung closed his eyes and said, for now, everyone should go back and rest, and contact me again in a week. I will take you there. Hazen and Changsik were happy, and Changsik said, that is good. Chanho added that each gang needs to send someone to collect byproducts in the Eurasian region, and Desung's gang will go to Japan first. Heniel said that afterward each gang will be responsible for the remaining regions, and Josung's gang has already arrived in China. Desung was surprised and said, huh, you all are acting so quickly. Changsik turned to Desung and said, this is business, so we should not delay. Then he turned to ask if leader Jiho Seoyan was still at the training center. Desung tilted his head and said, if that girl finished dealing with the boss, she might be at home by now. At the port, the sky is clear and the sunlight shines down on the harbor as Jin Sang watches the cargo being loaded onto the ship. He smiled happily and said, with this much progress, I will be a billionaire soon. Zhongqi stepped forward and asked Jin Sang, brother, even though you came to Japan for business, when do you plan to start coming back here? Jin Sang looked at him and asked again, oh, you are filming a video. He turned around and said, then I will just go take some photos. Zhongqi was about to say something but Jin Sang walked ahead before he could speak. The scene shifts to Mount Fuji in Japan, with its snow-covered peak looking incredibly beautiful. Chiller starts recording, looks into the camera and greets everyone. Hello everyone, I am Zhongqi from the underworld. I am currently at Mount Fuji where Big Brother Daesung fought. The purpose of this trip is to search for any remaining remnants here. Jin Sang leads the way, both wearing protective gear. Heading up the mountain, viewers are commenting excitedly. Whoa, is this Mount Fuji? The wind is so strong. Look at that deep sucking hole. Both of them raised their hands to like the camera. Zhongqi said, now let us go deeper with Brother Daesung. Everyone watching the video commented on the outfit you are wearing. What is wrong with you? Look at Zhongqi's clothes. Is that a tracksuit? What kind of pants are those? Jin Sang confidently introduces. Have you all seen it? This is protective gear made by Brandsmug from the meal-eating gang. As you can see, it is highly stretchable and breathable, and it also has a function to resist monster attacks. He pulls up his sleeve to show everyone. Zhongga looks annoyed at Jin Sang. Is this guy really pranking on his channel? Zhongxi turned away to prevent Jin Sang from getting on camera again and told the viewers that they would go inside the house. Jin Sang still called out, saying it is made from white wolf leather. Zhongqi takes a deep breath to gather his courage and emotions. Zhongqi, let us go. The scene shifts to a barren land. Sounds echoing, the sound of hurried footsteps trying to escape. Daesung runs while gasping for air, then ducks into a crevice in the rocks to hide. Daesung hid behind a rock, panting heavily. How did I come back to life right in front of that damn two-horned monster outside? A tall two-horned creature is approaching. Disung was confused. Do I have to die and start over again? Disung slowly opened his eyes now. With a blank face, he sat up suddenly, shook his head a few times. Those kinds of dreams again. Right now, he is at the beach with everyone. It was just a dream. Jisoo and Koi are chasing each other in the sea. Both of them are very happy. And he thinks, why is that little girl here on his family trip? Disung's mother says, son, if you are here to rest, you should go have fun. And he sighs while holding his head, wondering how to play. Suddenly, a few kids appeared behind you, acting as if they did not care about you. One asked, are you Disung? And the other asked, what is Disung? He looked annoyed as he said, yes, I am Disung. They all gasped, whoa, it is really Disung. Hey mister, can we see your autograph? When the kids' voices got louder, everyone also turned their attention, asking if Disung was here, looking around anxiously. When he saw this, he felt something was wrong and broke out in a sweat. You remember the last time you talked to Chanho? You went to the beach with your family. Right, many people would recognize you. Are you okay? Back then, you confidently said even if they recognize me, I am not a celebrity or anything. But now you did not think something like this would happen. Are they recognizing me? Should I wave hello? Disung shyly raises his hand to greet everyone. And they even ask for his autograph and want to shake hands with him. Everyone's attention was on Disung. A girl shyly complimented him. Disung is so handsome in real life, the kid said. Disung, give me his rank too. Disung is so cool. Disung sat smiling softly. Fame really is like a drug. On the side of Dongqi, you have stepped into the cave store. Brother, let us go together. An Chiller struggled to enter the cave, filming with his phone while groping inside. It was very difficult for him. Why go so deep? A commentator told him to go deeper and he would earn 1,000,000 coins. Dongqi, despite struggling to move, still thanked the viewers for boosting his score and appreciated the 1,000,000 coins. The viewers are getting more excited, encouraging Ein Chiller to go deeper. Keep boosting the camera. Let him taste some suffering. Then they will all help him boost the camera together. Dongqi is exhausted and sweaty. Guys, I can't go any further. The viewer encouraged him not to give up, saying if he found something inside he would get 10,000,000 coins, accepting the 10,000,000 coin mission. Another person told Dongqi to go down there and bring back the monster's tooth. Jin Sang called out to Dongqi, who held up his phone to look inside. But all he saw was darkness. Dongqi called back, what is wrong? There are some deep sucking holes in front of us. Jin Sang said. Come quickly. He is looking at something shining brightly. In front of Jin Sang is a gate. Dongqi stands watching him. The viewers are also curious. It is a gate. It is too small. Very interesting. Someone asks if this is N's rank gate. He told you. Dongqi, it is a gate, with a strange patterned cube in front of it. The mission appears. You go inside and receive 109 million troops. Someone has already marked out 100 million troops for you with a message not to give up. Dongqi gaped in disbelief, staring at the notification screen and exclaiming, whoa, 100 million troops. The scene shifts back to Disung and Changsik's battle, with Changsik rushing toward him. Disung raises his sword to block Changsik's attack. The sound of metal clashing. Disung also charges forward, gathering strength in his hand to form a mushroom-shaped energy. Disung easily blocks Disung's attack with one hand. Suddenly, Koi appears behind Disung, but he notices and glances back. Disung looked at Choi, smiled, and then said, Manager, I see you are improving. You moved away so quickly that Choi could not believe his eyes. Disung straightened up, looking ahead with a sharp gaze, as the sword strikes down powerfully, emitting a purple glow all around. Koi was thrown far away, and the surrounding rocks were blown away. Changsik stared in shock at the overwhelming power. While Disung was also surprised by his own strength, the flames rage fiercely, smoke billowing everywhere. Hajin extends her hand forward to form an energy bridge. She is extremely tense. Hurry up and build the barrier. Flames swirl around Disung, blowing away everyone nearby. Disung stands still, gripping his sword tightly. Like a king in this moment, he smiled and told everyone that although their teamwork had improved, they still needed one final push. Changsik wiped his sweat and turned away, saying he had tried his best. Hajin and Choi glare at each other. Hajin says to Cho Jiang, you should do something too. Koi replies, if my curse skill has no effect, what can I do? Choke him or something. Notification appears. A message from Chanho. Disung opens it and asks, what is going on? Changho hurriedly told Disung, I need your help. Disung looked at Chanho in confusion as the scene shifted to Disung's building. A car speeds down the street before screeching to a halt in front of Disung's building. A group of armed and armored individuals quickly step out and move inside. Then they line up, standing on both sides. Another car arrives, and a person quickly runs to open the door, carefully and slowly opening it without making a mistake. A pair of incredibly alluring long legs steps out of the car. At this moment, Disung's team has also finished their training. Everyone stepped outside together, with Sulayan leading the way. Feeling very uncomfortable, Sung scratched his ear and asked her where she was going. Sul Ayun shyly blushed and said she needed to use the bathroom, then quickly ran off, pushing Chan-ho away. Sung felt uncomfortable. He clenched his fists. Why did that old man sneak through the gate and cause trouble like this? Chan-ho said. But they are Sung's cleaning crew. Sung also had to accept it. So there was no other way. He clapped his hands to gather everyone. Come on. Everyone. Sung announced that he has to go to Japan for a trip, so he will be absent for a while. After announcing this, he turned to leave, and Sung asked her, what is going on? Sung was silent for a moment, not knowing what to say. Suddenly, girl wearing sunglasses entered, accompanied by 2 armored guards. Chan-ho turned to look at her and asked Sung, who are these people? She suddenly stopped and introduced herself as Sil Unmai, an inspector from Wu. Please give the paper sample to Chan-ho, she said. We have already investigated the recent global water incident, so please come with us to testify. Sung was annoyed. What the hell is this? According to her, Chan-ho said, is not the order to gather from the Korean Association. Sung let out a sound. So that Anderson guy called them to arrest me. Unmi stepped closer to his face and repeated, Chairman Anderson. Everyone began to tense up. Hajin said that, as far as I know, the Global Hunter Association has no arresting force. Unmi announced that they suspect the culprit behind the incident is Hunter Sung and told everyone to leave if they have no connection to this matter. Jong Seon clenched his fist. You are indeed bold, but you have gone too far. Koi drew his gun, ready with a cleaning round. Chan-ho, calmer now, told Unmi please go back. I say this because I am worried about everyone's safety. Unmi touched her earpiece, and I had already anticipated that the arrest process would not be easy. She smiled and immediately announced the activation of Legacy. Her subordinate nods. Yes, and is activating Legacy. He flips the switch, and the system begins to activate. The noise from the machine echoes out, emitting a blue energy source. The entire Sung building is bathed in the light from the machine. Everyone looked down and saw strange patterns glowing beneath their feet. Hajin turned to look at Trangsich. Hey, Trangsich also realized it. You can't use aura. Sung remains calm, watching them do their work. The circle surrounds his feet, and Sung says, this is truly ridiculous. He thought there was no need to break this seal. But if he did, his beloved building would be destroyed. Eunmai said that all powers would be temporarily sealed, and if they followed her instructions, they would be treated as honored guests. Sung shows a look of disappointment and says fine, I will go with you. So let these people go. Chanyeol suddenly looks at Sung. Sung asks to use his phone, then calls Seal Yan, who answers. You asked where the kid is going. Right now she is outside eating ice cream. Seal Yan said she had something urgent to do so she went out for a bit. Sung laughed loudly. The girl was startled and dropped to the ground. I knew it. She just unlocked a new skill, did not she? The girl asked again. Just awakened. To finish off Sung's retaliation, Sung said yeah. That. He smiled, having planned it all along, and told Seal Yan to use it right away. Seal Yan looked uncomfortable and said she could not do it. Sung widened his eyes and asked what. Seal Yan is smiling now. The owner has come here again and scolded me once more. I will go there soon, so for now let me be comfortable. Sung has escaped this time. Now is not the time to relax. I promise I won't scold you, so please use that skill right now. But all I got back was beeping. Sung suspected she hung up on him. He grabbed his phone and cursed. Damn it. Why does that girl always do the opposite at times like this? It is so frustrating. Eunmai smiled at him. So now you have to go with us. The group who trusts you spoke up. We can't let you take him away. Changsich and Hajin also spoke up, but it was unclear what they said. From now on, any actions that harm Sung will be considered enemies of Bang Pachas. The soldiers accompanying Eunmai, hearing this, started to attack. Eunmai speaks, letting Sung decide. If you do not obey, we will have to act. Sung also speaks now. It is shameful, but I did not do anything to it. Then your expression changed. Mana. Just as you finished speaking, Sung disappeared before everyone's eyes. Everyone was extremely surprised by his disappearance, including Chan-ho. Tim was speechless. Jong Seon wondered where he was. Hajin stayed silent but thought to himself that it seemed like this fool had used his skill. Eunmai announced that the target had escaped, and they should intensify the search outside and gather here with us. The leader, following Eunmai's orders, also commanded the subordinates to focus on searching the outside area since the target had escaped. She looked at Tim Sung and threatened, indicating that everyone else must stay here until Han Sung returns. Everyone in the Patek gang looks extremely uncomfortable right now. In another place, someone enjoying a hot cup of tea is informed that the chairman has received a letter from the Global Association. He looked at the sealed letter, took it from the secretary, and began to read. The letter basically questions whether Han Sung is the one who broke the World Gate, so it requests the Korean Hunter Association to cooperate with the Global Hunter Association to track and investigate. After reading the letter, he was furious. These people are crazy. No matter how much money I give him to show my gratitude, it is never enough. He crumpled the letter and ordered the secretary to go and tell Jin Ki-hong to come quickly. As for Sung, after being supported by Seal Yan, He was standing right where the girl was. The little girl pouted and apologized to her master, saying she had trained hard for this and was feeling shy, so she should eat ice cream and calm down. Disung said nothing, took the ice cream from Seal Yan, and quietly brought it to his mouth to taste, and furious with Seal Yan. This is not what I wanted. Why did not the kid teleport everyone in the room? After bringing Seal Yan with 2 words, Disung turned around and said, follow me. We need to take care of a few people. At Disung's building, a familiar soldier was focused on listening to the commander, splitting up to find Korean hunters. But Ki Hong's appearance changed the situation. What are you doing on someone else's land? Commander Black spoke up. We are on a mission here. Please do not interfere. Ki Hong was furious. Who do you think you are? Carrying out a mission here. Commander Black turned to his subordinates, and upon receiving the order, everyone drew their weapons. Commander Black threatened. I do not think this will be a big mistake if you all leave here quietly. Ki Hong was no less. Brothers, get ready for battle. Just as both sides were about to clash, something fell from the sky, causing a huge explosion. It turns out the one who arrived was Disung. Upon seeing him, the black commander ordered to capture him. Disung glanced lazily at the approaching crowd, then waved his hand to change the area. Suddenly, a force made them feel extremely uncomfortable. Immediately, they disappeared, leaving Ki Hong, who was watching. Surprised, he was surprised. Where did they go? At the cemetery garden. The group had been brought here by Disung. They looked around and asked, what is that, or what should we do? Suddenly a horde of monsters appeared, and seeing them, they guessed Disung was raising them. Commander Den is more convinced than ever that Disung is the one who broke the gate and ordered the killing of all the monsters. The two sides clash fiercely, fighting to the death, with neither willing to back down. Suddenly, a bunch of tentacles burst out from the ground, causing the soldiers to panic. What is that thing? The tentacles quickly attacked the group, and the commander shouted in panic. You coward, reveal your face, Disung. As he finished speaking, the monster threw him aside. He was in pain, struggling to sit up, while Disung suddenly appeared right in front of him. You, with your arrogant attitude, look at him disdainfully, your eyes shining, ruling over souls. The commander can only hold his head. What are you doing? A few seconds later, this commander also changed. At Disung's building, Disung had now returned, surprising Ki Hong. Where did Hunter hand Disung, the enforcer of justice, go? Ki Hong wondered. Disung simply replied briefly, I needed to ask them some questions, so I detained them. After hearing that, Ki Hong still did not understand where Disung had imprisoned them. Suddenly, Disung looked up and a loud explosion rang out. The people from your gang are chasing Unmai, causing part of the building to be damaged. But what Disung cares about is his own building. The more Dong Market chases, the more intense it gets. With her gun aimed, she can't escape. Seeing the bullets aimed at her, Unmai reactivates her armor to defend herself. Having just put on her armor, she confronts Trang Sich. She thinks there is nowhere to run, and Trang's gaze is incredibly terrifying. He once pushed Unmai down hard, and she could not dodge, so she took the full force of the blow and then crashed onto the ground, with Dong and Trang Sich landing nearby. But when she landed, Unmai had disappeared completely. She had escaped. Trang Sich remained silent. But from the look in her eyes, she saw that Disung had vanished long ago, and she guessed he was chasing after Unmai. Unmai is now running face forward to escape. The sealed aura signal has been sent. But I need to get out first. I heard a voice from behind her asking why she was alone. Let me go with you. Before she could react, Disung was already right beside Unmai, making her extremely panic. A punch and kick immediately hit the girl, causing Unmai to scream in pain. She was thrown dozens of meters away, and then collapsed on the side of the road. Disung looked at her with half-closed eyes. Unmai had now returned to her original form, no longer wearing the armor face. Disung felt he had already wasted too much time. Should he hand her over to Chan Ho and go to Japan without looking back? Somewhere else. Young Cheeler is in a life-or-death situation, trying to survive. I hear that Disung is coming soon. The people behind him are also very worried. Masaki wondered if it was okay to leave him like that. Tezuka was also helpless, saying he would not move an inch until Han arrived. What can we do now? Suddenly a voice rang out. Why is there a gate here? When Masaki and Tezuka turned around, they saw it was young Cheeler, who at this moment was tearfully turning back. Young Cheeler brushes himself off a bit. It seems our gang's members have caused you confusion. Tezuka. Young Cheeler, crying and shouting, is Disung. He kneels and pleads with young Cheeler to save Disung. Disung looks at young Cheeler and asks who he is. Is the old man trapped? All right. I understand. Release my troops and explain the situation. Young Cheeler sobbed as he explained that a terrifying monster was inside and that Disung was captured trying to rescue him. If it was an alien, then the bastard hands are inside too. Disung deduced. Tezuka then spoke. Han, we can support you with our army. Disung pointed at young Cheeler. No need. Just take this guy somewhere far away from here. All right, I will act carefully, Disung said as he stepped through the gate. Young Cheeler gaped, and as Disung disappeared, Tezuka wondered silently. Does he have the ability to turn invisible? Inside the gate, Jin Sang is hiding somewhere. blindfolded himself. How much longer can I stay hidden here? I just have to wait. If I wait for about 3-4 days, I am sure young Cheeler is trying to find a way to rescue me. Damn it. It is starting again. Red tentacles are appearing from above. Stop right there. I feel extremely dizzy. Jin-sang watched in fear as those being attacked by it. I'm sorry. I can do anything. Seeing the tentacles getting closer, Jin-sang could only hold his head and endure. A flash of light cuts through, slicing the tentacles. The one who appears is Handy-sung. What is this? Seeing the spirit form, Jin-sang was both happy and surprised. Someone flew in to attack Di-sung, diverting his attention, and fires a shot, but he quickly raises his hand to block it. He is pushed back, and it is none other than Vaughn, the Northern Warden. I thought an intruder had entered, but I did not expect to invite a guest instead. Now, Karina appears between us, and she attacks Dai. She suddenly attacked Di-sung directly. Thinking she had succeeded, she lowered herself to the ground to observe the situation. Di-sung was unharmed, sitting calmly, as if she had no time for pleasantries. Karina was surprised to see you are okay, Vaughn. Pray. But Vaughn said that praying here would limit our movement. Di-sung stood up, dusted off his clothes, smiled, and said, it is my turn now. Right. Karina secretly summoned the monster with the red tentacles. It immediately responded, Gen Z, save the child. Oh mother. Oh mother. Inside, Jin-sang could only cover his ears, hold his head, and close his eyes. Karina smiled softly. Humans are usually very sensitive to their own pain and that of others. But I am not sure about him. Di-sung was now furious. These bastards are truly disgusting. He erupted in rage, unleashing a powerful mana attack that radiated intensely from him. Both Vaughn and Karina had to raise their hands to defend themselves. Karina sighed. So he is hiding such great power, and Vaughn here is also feeling quite uncomfortable. Di-sung pulls out his sword. Nuajang is dead. Endless suffering. And as he finishes speaking, he strikes down. It headed straight for Vaughn and Karina, causing them to tremble and panic. The shockwave from Di-sung awakened something. It has started to open its eyes, and Di-sung's attacks continue relentlessly. Thousands of monsters appear, leaving Vaughn and Karina no chance to react. Karina still tries to act proud, but with these low-level monsters. Do you think you can win? Di-sung remains confident, feeling the pain in his body as he is drained of blood and his flesh is torn apart. The monsters keep attacking Vaughn and Karina, making it extremely difficult for them, while Di-sung stands outside watching. As someone in another space gradually awakens, his subordinate kneels respectfully. Lord Hecate seems to have had some suspicious appearances in this dark land. I think I need to leave for a while. The one who just awakened pointed to the sky, unleashing a powerful energy from his hand that caused a significant shockwave. As if gaining new strength, King clenched his teeth as Hecate's glory died out. The pests. He led the attack, launching a fierce assault on Di-sung's low-level monsters. Karina was no less, as Hecate's glory burst from Kota full, unleashing a powerful force that blew away the low-level monsters. Thanks to Hecate's added power, the two escaped Di-sung's deadly move. Di-sung, furious, withdrew and called out, "Come out! My prisoners!" A series of monster spirits emerged from the ground, their strength comparable to an entire army, including a giant eagle wielding a massive sword in the midst of fierce battle. They are all waiting for Di-sung's command. Seeing their large gathering, Di-sung orders an attack. As soon as the order was given, they moved quickly. The first target to attack was Karina. Karina's angry. Who are you to judge? On the other side, as if receiving information, the recently awakened one steps down to the ground. The subordinate is kneeling in fear. Hecate, you are not fully recovered yet. The subordinate intervenes, but it seems Hecate does not care. He walks away quickly, leaving only a trail of smoke. The subordinate can't keep up, only able to call out Hecate's name. Over at Di-sung's side, he draws his sword and throws the final blow. This is the end. Without a word, he launched an attack towards Vank and Karina. The move was aimed directly at them, and Vank thought this was the end. But no, Hecate appeared out of nowhere. Di-sung was also surprised. My sword's black flame. Hecate is blocking Di-sung's ancient move. Vang was also very surprised by Hecate's appearance, but it seems Hecate is mute and can only act. He slams his hand down, creating a shockwave that blows away the monsters that Di-sung was fighting. They quickly disappeared. Hecate swiftly attacked to intimidate Di-sung. Jin-sang, realizing the situation, was extremely frightened and shouted. The dirt and rocks are quickly blown away in the middle. Di-sung wonders, is my move useless against him? Jin-sang shouted loudly from below. Di-sung looked down and guessed that everyone is probably done for today. But below, the sound of water echoed as a human face appeared in the ground, surprising Jin-sang. He gradually became frightened. There is something in the ground. Di-sung quickly flew down, standing in front of Jin-sang and raising his sword. He uses the Fire King's Breath attack against Hecate, unleashing thousands of flames that make him uncomfortable. But while he was busy dealing with his own attack, Di-sung grabbed Jin-sang by the collar and approached the gate, flipping him off. Titan, I was very happy, but I have to leave now. As soon as I finish speaking, I run into the gate. The gate quickly closed, leaving only a puff of smoke behind. Di-sung stopped abruptly, while Jin-sang collapsed to the ground. You hold the sphere in your hand. Heckin', I guess today has gone too far. At the headquarters of the Korean Hunting Association, a supercar approaches and is stopped by security. The supercar quickly stopped, and as usual, the guard asked, "Excuse me, may I see your identification?" As he finished speaking, the person inside the car rolled down the window and, seeing who was inside, the guard was extremely shocked. In interrogation room 1, Unbai is tied to a chair, repeatedly hitting the computer, while the manager outside looks in. Wondering why a person with the title of enforcement officer would resort to force to detain Han Sung, the association secretary suddenly pushes the door open. Branch manager, she is extremely panicked. This is an urgent situation. Branch manager. Right now, before she could finish her sentence, she looked at the cell and shouted. The branch manager also stared in shock. Aslan was in the detention room pleasuring himself with Ki Hong without realizing it. Outside, the manager and the association secretary were stunned. Aslan grabs Ki Hong's shoulder, looks at Unbi. Oh my, she really looks pitiful. Inspector Unbi. Ki Hong is being held tightly and is furious. What is going on here? If Unbai is telling the truth, is not it your job here to help me gain my freedom? Director, the branch manager also shouted loudly at this, which was extremely rude. Aslan Anderson, in a room with an extremely strange atmosphere. Kaong's face is so furious that veins are bulging. You crazy bastard. Get your hands off me now. Aslan still pretends to joke around, looking very angry. I apologize, but his actions are completely opposite. He uses his power to unlock Unbai, causing the collar and handcuffs to clatter to the ground. The branch manager looked at him, saying he was extremely rude and had ignored all proper procedures. Kaong was furious now. His fist clenched tightly. He now clenched his fist towards Aslan, ready to see what the number 1's rank in the world was really like. Take this. Unbai also gathered energy in her hand, preparing to attack, but a hand stopped their attack. The one who blocked him was none other than Aslan. Still calm, composed, and collected, Kaong suddenly realized that his aura had disappeared instantly. Unbai says that the aura energy possessed by Hunter Han Dae-sung is not something an awakened person can have. We must pursue him. Kaong is angry. Stop talking nonsense. The one who has been through hell while you were hiding is Han Dae-sung. Hearing this, Aslan realized that was why Han Dae-sung was so powerful, so we can follow suit. The mysterious strength of Han Dae-sung has now been confirmed and proven by the Korean Hunter Association. Kaong protests, "No, this is not an easy matter to resolve," but the branch manager responds, "I understand. We will handle this internally and provide an answer." Aslan also agreed to the settlement. "And we will temporarily escort the senior officials and members with me out of here." Aslan and Unbai stepped out of the interrogation room in front of the branch manager. Kaong seems to be recovering. "Manager, why did you just let them go?" The branch manager coldly replied. "Then you could have stopped them if I had not let them leave. It is really frustrating, but I can't do anything more than that." Unbai returns to her base in Korea. She told all her team members that although the mission failed, they did very well. Now, return to the base and wait for the next operation. All members responded in unison. Yes, Sir Thantra. On Daesung's side, continuous alerts about mana depletion appeared, urging him to rest. Daesung cursed, "Just a small fight and we have already run out of mana." Next to him, Chiller and Jin Sang are hugging and crying. "Hey brother, I am so glad you are alive." Chiller. "Thank you." A voice suddenly caught Daesung's attention. "And Daesung, what exactly is that gate?" Daesung guessed that it was like the teleportation gate he dropped last time and got mixed up, and it seems to connect directly to the main residence of the Han's gang. Is the heady out of those bastards' hands really that important? Daesung told Hey that since I recovered the cube, they won't attack this place. So you think I can rest? But suddenly, Chiller and Jin Sang bowed 90 degrees to thank you. I do not know how I can repay this kindness. Daesung found the scene a bit awkward, but it is okay. It seems there are some benefits from this after all. Chiller stammered nervously, apologizing to Han Daesung. Hearing that, Daesung furrowed his brow. Aunt, please, organize a fan meeting with Han Daesung's fan club. Daesung was stunned. Aunt, a fan meeting. Jin Sang scratched his face, looking embarrassed, as it seems Han Daesung's fan base has grown significantly worldwide due to the gate incident. That also benefits Daesung's image. And if he agrees to do it, the rice cake company will cover all the expenses. So let us try to organize a fan meeting. Okay, Daesung suggested, surprising Jin Sang really. Chiller was also very surprised. Are you serious? Since we were all there, let us organize one for the others too. Chiller wondered. The others, Daesung nodded. Yes, all members of Carcass. Chiller was so moved he almost cried. At the Haekit Tan tribe, the Titan had just awakened, and he was extremely aggressive and irritable. He kept smashing the ground, throwing up a bunch of people who were all crying for help, but he ignored them and put them all into his mouth. But it seems that is not enough, so he is very annoyed. The lower Kwai troops report that we can't gather enough blood because Titan has revived too early. Titan still feels extremely thirsty. As for Daesung, he is tall and angry. What is it? So you are saying that all those who destroyed my building have been released due to Aslan's interference? The branch manager just sighed and apologized. And in this situation, Aslan demanded that the Korean Association verify Han Sung's awakening ability, and Sung asked back, "Verify what? Why are you getting angry now?" I can only say yes, that is the truth. The behavior of the World Breath Hunting Association is truly terrible. So, what our Korean Association has just decided to do? Sung asked for confirmation again. The branch manager loosens his tie. Because of many issues, we still have not reached a conclusion. Sung was annoyed. With many issues, why did not he refuse those guys right away? Secretary EO. At this point, it is explained that the International Association is putting pressure on the integrated technology licensees, and the core integrated technology is being used throughout the energy industry. We are in a situation where refusing the demands of the World Association is not easy. As Sung has guessed, so the World Association has some rights over integrated technology. Right, Secretary EO? Confirm once again. You guessed correctly. Sung curses the immoral bastards. And you agree with measuring and verifying. The branch manager was pleased to hear that, and the association would prepare immediately. But Sung added that he would only do it at the fan meeting. Both the manager and the secretary were surprised by this news at the fan meeting. Really, in a remote corner of the world called Tandik, Iraq, a hole appears in the wilderness, revealing an area beneath the Babylon Tower where robots are continuously mining, moving barrels one after another. Those are the ancient legacies of Babylon. The Babylon Gate can deactivate aura energy. The materials for the cubic portal also come from Babylon. A voice echoes, "Sir, we just received a message from the Korean Association that Hunter Han will undergo a capacity test for the World Association. But they have one condition." The subordinate reports. Darren turned back to ask about the condition. The subordinate scratched his head and said, "The chairman and Lord Aslan must attend Han Sung's fan meeting." Darren turned to look at his subordinate. Fan meeting? Elsewhere, Unchiller was live streaming, saying, "Hello, this is Unchiller, returning from hell." The comments keep coming in. D7. Unchiller, you are still alive. What helped you? Keep going. Jin Sang also starts a live stream, flashing two fingers in greeting. "I am still alive." His comments are no less. The old man, the boss of the rice cake gang. He is back. I also want to go through that gate. The view count is now over 300,000. So surprising that I wonder if the view counter is real. Once I leave that place, I will start with a story, as the views keep increasing. If it were not for Han Sung, who accompanied Han Sung during the Hunter exam, both I and Han Sung would have died. As soon as I left the gate, I contacted Song Chan-ho directly, recounting the life and death moments inside the gate. Anyway, on the Tuesday morning after Han disappeared, he appeared. Then Sung told us about what was inside the gate. So John and Han Sung were both members of the Hunter exam, but Han Sung was truly something else. Han Sung. Many comments are calling out his name. At this moment, Elder Jiang Sang sighed and began to describe it as a very terrifying place. The first thing I saw was countless people trapped in pits. It could be children, women, men, and many other people piled up. Then they were drained of blood to feed something. I can only watch helplessly. I can hear screams, shouts, pain, and all kinds of other sounds. Everyone was dying one after another. Old Jiang Sang's story boosted the view count to over 1,300,000. Unchiller suddenly realized that foreigners are also watching the live stream and sharing related stories, including missing persons abducted by aliens, my sister's disappearance, my son's disappearance, what the Global Hunters Association is doing, and many comments criticizing the association's negligence. At this moment, I still have not been able to overcome the pain from that time. And suddenly, Han Sung appears. Hearing the name Han Sung, everyone wondered in the comments. Suddenly, a call came through, causing Unchiller's phone to ring. The caller is Han Sung, which surprised both you and Jin Sang. Unchiller answered the phone and said, "Yes, I am listening. So you want me to connect the call to the headset? We are live on stream and this is a connection with all viewers." As instructed, Unchiller transferred the call to make live stream. "Hello everyone, I am Han Sung." Everyone cheered and kept commenting as they heard this. Han Sung announced that there are a few things you are curious about me. Ask everything at the Han Sung fan meeting, which will be held next week. The location is at the International Association building. Hearing this, the comments exploded even more. Everyone wanted to attend the Han Sung fan meeting there, but the live stream had been cut off. Unchiller reports over the phone that Han Sung, it seems the server has stopped and the live stream has been cut off, but on the other side, they reply calmly. "After all, you did very well today." Unchiller was moved to tears when Han Sung called his name, and Sung also hung up the phone at this moment. "Before destroying those bastards, I have to clean up the trash in this world." It seems this fan meeting was some kind of plan by Han Sung at the International Association building. A fan meeting was organized in the Hunter Hall for everyone from all over. Aslan swore that he had never had a fan meeting here before. Darren asked if they were ready to imprison a monster. Inspector Yumi reported that Babylon's core had been fully collected and placed on the altar. Even an SS level hunter would be reduced to an ordinary person if the magic circle was activated to ask me to hold the fan meeting. He must have guessed who I am. Aslan sitting beside me is still kicking the ball. Has he given up on the idea of imprisoning and using him? Darren seems to be planning something. If we can't uncover his unknown abilities, the fan meeting will be his funeral. At the hunter's building, a man places the force cube on the platform in just a moment. He is none other than Jun Xian, and the force cube in his hand is glowing. A teleportation gate opens, and someone steps out. It is none other than De Jong, followed by Seal Yan and Cho Jong. Everyone is uncomfortable with the teleportation gate. De Jong, you think it is really convenient, but Seal Yan is covering her mouth, and Chu Jong is complaining that the farther away they are, the worse the teleportation sickness seems to get. Jun Xian greets Chu Jong. Captain, how have you been lately? Cho Jong asks about your well-being. Jun Xian took her hand, thanking her for her efforts, and said that lately he could live comfortably. He looked at De Jong and admitted that he felt he owed him too much, which made him feel ashamed. I have always been grateful to you for taking care of our Chu Jong. De Jong advised him not to worry too much about it. What is Goat doing? Jun Xian said, he is very excited about the space portal research you just gave him. He will soon have results or give up. Aslan appears out of nowhere, waving and greeting. Big star. Both De Jong and Jun Xian turned their heads. Cho Jong recognized the world's top hacker. Xian was curious. Aslan Anderson. This is the first time I see him in human form. Aslan looked at De Jong and greeted him. I noticed that De Jong's name is translated as a big star in English. De Jong looked annoyed. What are you talking about? De Jong pointed at Aslan and said, who gave you the right to take my prisoner? De Jong was surprised and said, is that really okay? Aslan cheerfully and calmly replied, I am only doing what Chairman Darren has asked me to do. Aslan's face changed color at this moment. Yes, Chairman Darren is behind everything. Eliminate him. Everyone was surprised to hear that. What is this guy planning to do? Then, Aslan happily laughed and joked. After all, I have prepared a 7-star hotel room for you guys. Follow me, he said before walking away. Everyone silently looked towards him. At the Thousand building, Chairman Darren was reading the reports. UDMI reports in detail that Chairman I have heard that Han Sung and his accomplices have moved to the hotel room prepared by Director Aslan. Darren orders increased security around the hotel where he is staying and a thorough investigation of everyone who contacts him. Darren smiled slyly. Would not it be better if more people were watching when we reveal his identity? On the fan meeting day at the International Tosin building, many people gathered here. They include reporters and journalists, all lining up to attend the fan meeting. Everyone is taking turns to enter. The reporter is currently broadcasting live. Hello everyone. I am currently at the Hwant building in New York, and the area around the Hwant building is congested with many people gathered here. She grabbed a Darren to interview. Hello. Can you tell me who you are and where you are from? Darren was also very enthusiastic. My name is Harry, and a grade minor from Chicago. Darren shared his story. I lost 2 family members in the recent super portal incident. Today I will gather information about aliens and go to their base. I have assembled a team of hunters. The reporter then steps into the camera view after receiving the information. Yes. Good luck, Harry. This is reporter Jenny. In the waiting room behind the construction workers' conference room, 4 people are standing by, waiting to hear Sung's arrangement, and I had to say a few words before the event started. Everyone fell silent and listened. Inside the auditorium, thousands of people holding glow sticks cheer and wait for their idol. A figure appears, causing them to erupt in excitement. It is none other than Eon Chiller. He is trying to reassure himself, unable to believe it. I was even more nervous than when I was being chased by monsters at the gate. I took a deep breath and stepped forward to introduce myself. Hello, I am Dragon7, a YouTuber with over 10 million subscribers, and I will be the host of Han Sung's fan meeting today. The crowd below is extremely excited. Cheering loudly, Eon Chiller announces that now we will begin the fan meeting of the world's strongest hunter, Han Sung. Tezuka is watching the livestream on a TV, while Eon 1 is monitoring Sung through a computer. The fans below are all extremely excited. Chairman Darren just stands silently from above, observing. Now, let us welcome the star of this event, Hunter Han Sung. Please give him a round of applause and cheer. Inside the audience, Sung along with Seal Yan and Cho Jong are watching Eon Chiller hosting the show. Seal Yan looks around nervously while Cho Jong remains silent. Sung takes the mic from Eon Chiller, who signals for the audience to be quiet. Sung asks the fans, hello everyone, how are you feeling today? As he finishes speaking, the lights from above suddenly turn on. Suddenly the lights went out, and everyone wondered why the lights had gone out. Could this be part of the event? A circle of magic appeared around Sung. The crowd thought it was just an effect and cheered excitedly, but only Sung's group realized there was a problem. Sung cursed. Damn it. They did not even let me speak. Big brother, it seems the enemy has started to act, Chu Jong reports, while Seal Yan still wonders, so the master's words are correct. Huh. Suddenly, from the sky, a red energy appeared and gradually transformed into a large gate. With everyone focusing all their strength on it, a monster gradually appears, growing larger and larger. The viewers are now extremely surprised as the magic circle appears and the monster emerges from it. Why are there monsters here? A series of monsters appeared, and everyone was concerned about this issue. Why isn't Dae-sung able to create a portal? Everyone stay calm. What? I can't use my aura ability. Dae-sung kept cursing. Damn it. I never thought they would use such a clever method. Press your hand to reveal the earpiece inside. Can you hear clearly? Remove this magic ring right now. The recipient of the information is Han Yuan, and he agrees immediately. We will start the show, and you reply to Dae-sung. In a room inside the World Hunter Association building, a test core is emitting continuous energy. Unmai and her team are standing inside. She demands the easy core be replaced quickly, and her subordinate follows her orders. Inserting the new easy core, one of them takes the opportunity when no one is paying attention. Sneakingly, she took out her card, swiped it at the door, and opened it. Unmai turned back to scold. But before she could react, the door swung open. A group of people disguised in organization uniforms suddenly entered, catching Unmai and her subordinates completely off guard. She has put her armor back on. What are you guys doing? Someone quickly rushes toward her. It was none other than Henian, and he was attacking her. They faced each other without yielding. Henian kicks, but Unmai raises her shield to block. Unmai flies up to attack from above, and Henian catches her hand to stop. They fought back and forth for a while. Unmai saw that the enemy was getting more and more numerous, so she took the opportunity to attack Henian's allies. Taking advantage of Unmai's distraction, Henian calls his allies, and the fairy quickly stops the magic circle. The allies obey the order. I will stop it. In the auditorium, the monsters are extremely ferocious, attacking the audience. All the spectators are terrified and rushing to escape, while Dae-sung remains trapped inside the magic circle, but suddenly he feels it weakening faster than he expected. Dae-sung slips past Seolian. Hey kid, the circle is weakening. Seolhyun smiles. This fan meeting is really fun. As soon as she finished speaking, the girl used her power. The Hell's Rebirth pillar. Swarm of insects swarmed and attacked the monsters. The monsters were driven back before they could fully form, and the chaos was no different, as she unleashed her ultimate magic shot, continuously firing her gun. The monsters were hit by a lot of bullets. Everyone suddenly realized that Dae-sung and his allies were fighting the monsters. They were surprised and wondered if Dae-sung was the one who opened the gate. They started to cheer him on again, urging Dae-sung to kill them all. Dae-sung has now sheathed his sword. Looks like I got a little carried away. The observer upstairs, Dia Ren, slams the table and angrily asks what has happened. Someone outside is calling the chairman by name. It is Unmai, informing him that there is a traitor in the ranks who has taken over the equipment room. The two in the observation room suddenly turn towards the door. Outside, numerous members of the International Hunter Association have been defeated. Chang Sik and Dong Son, after defeating the soldiers, sighed because this was the only place without an elevator. Dong Son sighs. It is really hard to be an observer for the president. While the two are leisurely, Hajin is busy fighting. Her opponent is extremely hard to identify. That is Islam. He is still bragging. I can believe my ability is not working. A sword is pointed at him. Changsich takes on the mission. I will handle this guy. You two go find Chairman De Ren. Aslan rubs his chin and says, you want to find D. Ren. I want to let you go, but Sich loses patience. What the hell are you talking about? Then charges at Islam, but before he could reach Islam, he was caught in a spider web, immobilizing him completely. Aslan shook his head and said, oh my god, this guy is too strong. I can't stop the other two. Dongsan and Ajin are speechless. Brother, this guy is letting us go through. Right? No, Dongsan also roughly guesses. Probably so. To the door of D. Ren's office where he is hiding. Dongsan uses a wind blast to blow it away but it does not budge. Hajin yelled, what is this? Why are our powers useless against this door? Dongsan guessed. Could this be an absolute defense mechanism? Suddenly a voice rang out, saying nothing is absolute. The noise from inside the room could also be heard coming from the door. Bai assesses the situation and says, Chairman, we should evacuate now. If we can't seal Han Dae-sung's power, even Aslan can't stop him. Dia Ren is speechless. We will come back for the Babylon Square later. Let us leave now. But a sword has pierced through the door. Dia Ren was surprised. Wondering if he was strong enough to break through the protective barrier, a loud explosion echoed from the door, and both Unbai and Ren had not had time to react. They were both extremely surprised as Dae-sung had knocked the door away without them noticing. You keep mocking me. Do you think destroying my fan meeting is fun? Outside, Trang Sich is still passionately fighting with Aslan. He uses his aura ability, wielding two swords in each hand, performing the dance of the water slash towards Aslan. Aslan is not inferior, activating his armor grid, and the two fight continuously. They stare at each other and punch, the blows causing them to separate, each on their own side. Aslan touches the wound on his face, looking very strong, Trang Sich panting heavily. Damn it. So this is what it feels like to be the leader of the world. Aslan licks the blood off his hand as he looks at the world rankings. Actually, I am ranked second in the world, Trang Sich said sharply. What are you talking about? Aslan still maintains a confident look. If both fight and die together, who knows, I might also become number one in the world someday. Suddenly, Aslan turns his gaze elsewhere, and Trang Sich does the same, both heading towards the crowd. Kyeodong and Selian are evacuating everyone outside. All the spectators quickly run away. Aslan remains silent in this situation. Darren on this side stays calm. Truly amazed that he could break through the absolute protective barrier, Desung threatens that if he plans to do something, he should do it wisely. Darren questions whether he is truly human, as he seems no different from the monsters coming from another world. Desung is no different. Who does he think he is to speak out? He is the one who made deals with the monsters from other worlds. Darren still insists. Deals? Could it be you? Hendi Song. The one who signed deals with other worlds and gained that great power. Most awakened beings may not notice, but the aura emitted by the spells you control resembles that of monsters emerging from the gate. And then Desung explains how the terrifying aura similar to monsters from his body is incredibly dangerous. It is not certain that the abilities you use are the same as those of other awakened ones. And hearing this, Desung became angry. Behind them, Hajin and Zhongxian whispered, suggesting that Zhongxian seemed to think Desung was faced with a difficult question, and Zhongxian agreed with her opinion. Wait a moment. Darren Anderson. Hearing this, turned towards the source of the voice and asked, "Who are you?" Zhongxian, empty-handed but proud, introduced himself. "I am Seal Zhongxian, Korea's #1 male hunter. Let me tell you, Leader Han is the best hunter in the entire universe. That is all." Chairman Darren, it seems your eyes are so blind you can't see the truth about Leader Han. Understand, Zhongxian points at Darren. Darren maintains his composure, as if he has to bow his head, facing such a low-level psychic hunter. Darren sneered. Hearing that, Zhongxian exploded. "Is this damn hairy bastard brainless?" Hajin, calm down and relax. "My friend," Desung then said, "this place is not much different from hell. In hell, I have also met many liars like you, who always say unreasonable things as soon as they open their mouths. But after a beating, they only tell the truth." Seeing this effective method, Desung decided to use it on Darren. Darren was extremely surprised. Then he used his awakening ability. Suddenly, a suit of armor along with a shield and a hammer appeared, ready for battle. Because the armor was too shiny, both Zhongxian and Ajin could not see, so Ajin had to use a light shield. Now Darren raises his hammer. "Take it. The price of judgment." Desung uses an disable skill to block Darren's attack. Darren is surprised. Impossible, could this be aura energy? Before he could finish thinking, he was knocked back by Desung. Desung raised his fist. "Why are you so surprised? Using aura is not something natural, is it?" A punch aimed straight at Darren's face sent him flying several meters. Blood trickling from his nose. He was stunned, then got up again, seeing his nose bleeding, and grew even angrier. What the hell is going on? Desung continues to use the aura skill. Turning invisible. You know how to disappear with aura. Darren, before he could recover, another punch from Desung knocked Darren to the ground, forcing him to brace himself with his armor. But it was nothing for Desung. You quickly strike the shield. Surprising Darren, the shield splits in two, and Desung continues to use aura, unleashing a devastating blow. This time Darren could not hold on to his weapon. It flew into the air. Desung knocked the weapon out of his hand. You look at Darren with half an eye. How can someone without faith become a knight? Darren tries to beg now, but it is too late. Desung's sword has pierced his chest. Darren did not have time to react before he was pierced to death. As he was dying, he looked at Desung and frowned. Desung unleashes his power. The fury of the King of Hell. Flames erupt around Darren, causing him pain. The flames burst forth, burning Darren to ash. Darren only managed to leave a message. This cannot end in vain. The system now displays a message. You have defeated a Titan's minion, with a 100% success rate. Releasing the seal, and transforming the demon god. A beam of light surrounds Desung, piercing into the sky, covering half the earth, and a suit of armor appears on him. The demon seal can only be broken on earth. You used your soul imprisonment ability, with thousands of red chains emerging from your back, piercing Darren's soul. The system displays a message that by releasing the demon seal, the capacity of the soul prison has been greatly expanded, allowing it to contain souls within the soul prison. Desung continues to use the resurrection of the dead. An obedient Darren appears, greeting the master and awaiting orders. Desung silently watched the recently revived Darren, ending the evil plan of the Global Hunters Association. The next day, reporters began their reports. Hello everyone, I am Sarah Brighton from Ken. Last night, the gate appeared at Hangta Hall. Now we will share with you an interview with Chairman Darren, who was on the scene. Darren announced that thanks to the outstanding efforts of Hunter Han and his team, they successfully prevented the gate from breaking. I am certain that Hunter Han is a treasure of humanity. The powerful old men are also watching the news now. They are discussing what they just saw. Was not Darren supposed to handle everything cleanly? So why is he acting like a fool on television? I also heard about that fan meeting. When the door suddenly opened, catching the old men's attention, Desung entered to greet them. But there were only 3 people here. Those old men suddenly shouted loudly, "Where are the guards?" The sound of footsteps quickly approached. 4 people surround Desung, who only glances at them half-heartedly, but the old man remains quite confident. They are all rank hunters. I do not know how you got in here, But, without a word, the chains suddenly burst out, binding the surrounding thugs tightly. They were all extremely surprised and terrified. Desung still maintained his composure. Then after a few seconds, all the guards disappeared. Desung looked at the old men with a short and long gaze. Is that all? The old men were extremely scared. After dealing with them, Desung stepped outside. Darren knelt, waiting for his command. Master. Desung asked, why are there only 3 people? Darren explained that those who ate the meat will not return here, and we are mobilizing the entire organization to track their whereabouts. If they find out that 3 of the 6 members are dead, they might hide even more. Desung sighed. It is really annoying, but I can't do anything. Should I put up more warning signs so they run away? As soon as he finished speaking, a massive explosion erupted. Desung walked away. Let us go. Commander number 31. Yes, sir. At a hidden bar on this very dark street. Only this bar is lit up, and the bartender is cleaning some glasses. Aslan was sitting, sipping his drink and cursing. Stupid idiot. Dying like that is really unfortunate. A person approached. The director, Ummi, escapes the pursuit and finds Aslan, who remains silent, seemingly having also escaped. Ummi asks about the chairman. Aslan told her that the bastard is not the chairman. He might just be a puppet controlled by Han Desung. Ummi remains silent for a long time before asking, what should we do now? Aslan asks, what do you plan to do? Seek revenge or something else? Ummi recounts that Chairman Darren has taken care of her since she was a child up to now. Aslan suddenly clapped his hands. Boom. Just thinking about a car accident and leaving. Han Desung's aura ability is completely different from our level, but Ummi refused to give up. Suddenly the door opened, and someone collapsed, drawing their attention. Aslan suddenly realized that everyone had already fallen. He sensed that this aura was incredibly strange. Unlike anything he had seen before, it appeared and introduced itself. Greeting the small human, I am Bergil, third in the Angelic Council. She collapses in front of Aslan, who becomes worried, and suddenly realizes that his body is also being controlled by something. That aura is also watching. The life forms on this planet are truly unique. Even within such a fragile body, their ambitions reach the farthest corners of the universe. Aslan asked insistently, did Han Desung send people here? But it remained calm. Do not be afraid. I came to save this planet. Everyone in the tavern is collapsing, and Bergil just now seemed to sense it. Earth is pushing it back. Aslan feels an unprecedented pressure. Han could collapse if he touches Bergil. It can read Aslan's thoughts, including the high-level demons of Hands and the iron prison on this planet. It has chosen to mark Aslan. We will meet again soon, in another place. Titan is growing stronger, absorbing energy from the nearby corpses. Blood splatters everywhere, soaking into the ground, and its army slowly rises again, all of them looking terrifying, and especially because of the blood. Titan ordered Rammus to expand the range. Rammus obeyed Titan's command. Opening multiple gates will take more time, so please stay calm. Rammus turned to look at Vunk and Karina, the bishops, and said prepare to open more portals. The system displayed a message. God, Transformation 01, can perform hell skills in this orb. Demons and gods can create their own apostles, called apostles of the devil. Everyone from the podcast group has now been pulled into a different space by Desung, questioning whether we are training today. Xianyan is feeling lazy and says she has plans to hang out with Jisoo today, so she won't join. Master. Desung looked at everyone, smiling. Everyone was here. Xianyan seemed a bit scared of this smile. Why does he look so suspicious when he smiles? Desung announced that he would help everyone become 10 times stronger than they are now. So let us start today's training session. Still not quite understanding what 10 times means. A blast of fire swept through, making everyone uncomfortable. It is just heat, nothing to worry about. Desung muttered, feeling extremely uncomfortable. Desung kept generating fire to increase everyone's endurance. Xianyan. Too hot. Yell, stop you idiot stupid master. Desung watches them. We only have 72 hours to train before Han's invasion. At the Hunter Guild headquarters, the secretary announced that the chairman's time had come. The chairman adjusted his collar and said let us go. Then he and the secretary went outside. Following that, when not with subordinates to protect, only a few people are in the meeting room, and the screen lights up. Everyone is waiting to start the meeting. The first to connect is Darren. Hello, I am Chairman Darren Anderson. Wang Wei, chairman of the association in China, also speaks up. Since Chairman Darren initiated the meeting, he will have to relinquish his position. Darren also announced that he plans to reconnect with the chairman. The chairman has guessed. And guess? So guess. The chairman has guessed. And guess, Chairman Darren Anderson. Wang Wei, the current chairman of the Chinese Association, also speaks up. Since Chairman Darren called the meeting, he will have to relinquish his position. Darren also announced that he plans to reappoint himself as chairman after tonight's meeting. I guessed, and I will guess, so go ahead and guess. The chairman has guessed, and I will guess. I guessed, and I will guess. Chairman Lun speaks. What are you talking about? Do you mean you are going to violate the association's rules? Does the deadly instant meeting have the supreme authority to control all life on the planet? Russia will not agree and will hold us accountable based on today's meeting results. Dong Ho was furious when he heard that. These bastards still enjoy playing political games even during this meeting. Everyone, please be quiet. Chairman Darren, please tell us why you chose to open the deadly hour meeting. Chairman Dong Ho asks. Darren then spoke. Thank you, Chairman Park Dong Ho, for giving me the opportunity to speak. The reason for calling the deadly instant meeting is simple. In 3 days, a major invasion by creatures from another world will occur across the entire Earth. Darren announced. Everyone listening was stunned. In Russia, can you be responsible for those words? If the invasion you mentioned does not happen, the whole world will suffer great losses in both lives and property. Darren said that the information comes from the miner Han Dae-sung, and I completely trust that information. Chairman Dong Ho asked. The president of the Japanese Federation said that Hansamo is the hero who saved Tokyo. The Russians also look surprised now. Han Dae-sung was the one who handled the S-class gate in Moscow. Right, Dong Ho asked, Hexin asked, Dong Ho asked, Dong He asked, Hexin asked, Dong Ho asks, Chung Ho asked. With Chang, Hexin asked. A V battlefield. Chung Ho asked, Dong Ho asks. Hajin said that they are installed in major cities around the world to expand the defense range. Depending on the nature of the battle, we will be able to support each other in our own way. Wait a minute, the person said we will be invaded. Hanjin revealed that Chairman Anderson officially announced he is participating in a special operation. Chang Sich wondered, what about Seoyan and Zhongjin Hyun? Hajin also mentioned that they are carrying out a mission with that kid, Jin. Chang Sich wondered, what are you thinking? Handy Sung, at the refugee building, thousands of residents are gathered here to protect the area, but some discontented individuals still wonder why everyone is going crazy before the monster even arrives. This is really annoying. I heard that residents of Tower Palace can use their own hiding places and do not need to go to the gym's shelter. One of the two upset individuals' phones rang. Jin Hyuk is not in the gym, where are you? The caller is a fat guy, and he says he is at home. That guy got angry and said, what are you crazy? What would you do if a monster appeared? Jin Hyuk argued, well, if a monster appeared it would go to crowded places first, so why would I go crazy to a crowded gym? I think it is safer to stay at home. This guy makes sense. Damn it. I should have just stayed home. I have been waiting in the bathroom for too long. And many people have not even left their houses from the start. The fat guy, still proud after hearing this, thought, as long as it is not me, it is fine. This is great. Suddenly the fat guy looked outside, and on the other end of the line, it was also announced that it was a gate, a real gate. As soon as he finished speaking, countless gates appeared in the sky. All hunters activate their aura shields and communicate to prepare for battle as thousands of portals fall onto the Earth. Earth is also preparing all heavy weapons for attack, aura wave cannons. Ready. Fire. A loud explosion echoes. We have destroyed many portals. A large number have been obliterated. It is working. Let us keep going. But there are so many portals falling on the streets, on the tall buildings. One just happened to fall into Jin Hyuk's house. From the portal, a huge, grotesque monster emerged. Jin Hyuk Mat Trang Bek. Nukan Kvat Kung Buk Ra Tu Kak Kong. Matsovo Bukra Bay Kim Lam Doi. Without warning, although they are numerous, they are not strong. Everyone focuses together. The monsters keep increasing and surround the hunters. They gather together into a swarm. Don't you realize? Are these monsters combining? Something huge falls down, catching all the hunters off guard. In Kuz command room, portals are appearing in large numbers across the country, and they keep emerging. It is not just simple monster gates. They emit the same wavelength as the teleportation gates we use. Branch manager, how are things progressing with your team? We have established a defensive line around your uncle's house and the battle zones, while other areas remain unprotected. The secretary reports that the number of monster gates continues to increase. Red dots keep appearing on the screen. The manager can only swear to the heavens. On the Patek side, Changsik is also fighting fiercely. Both Hazen and Changsik are focused on the battle. Changsik uses his aura skill to attack the gate, switching between techniques and continuously unleashing his power as he charges forward. Attack the falling gates. I am Changsik. Josian's hunter. Come on, you bastards. After saying that, he became even more aggressive, attacking nonstop, but the monsters seemed to follow some command, only focusing on gathering in one place. Hazing panicked. Why did you use that move on it? She ordered the whole team to be ready. The monsters kept moving together in the same direction. They form a giant monster, and Changsik leaps down from above. Using his ultimate aura and the hunting instinct of a tiger, he attacks the creature. Both sides clashed fiercely, and Hazen watched happily from below. Hey! In Beijing, China, the situation is not much better. The hunters are all preparing to fight, each battling against the monsters. The villagers around are cheering, and the hunter priests have finally arrived. Standing tall, one of the hunters warns that this place is very dangerous. Please evacuate quickly to the hiding place. But some people remain optimistic, which is dangerous, as long as there are holy hunters. China remains invincible. The hunters are still fighting desperately against the monsters as they gather to form a giant creature. The hunters hold their ground as the monsters begin to merge and destroy it, but some hunters start to panic. This is bad. It is not like it was at the beginning. The monster keeps growing bigger, and they realize they can't destroy it. Seeing this, those around quickly ran away. A figure appeared, and it was none other than Un-1. In Japan, all the hunters are out on the streets, fighting fiercely. Everyone is focused on the battle, including Tezuka. Tezuka uses his ultimate aura skill, Heaven's Path. Thousands of tiny arrows attack the monsters. Tezuka orders the death squad to strike. The monster is still gathering into a giant form. The hunters watch the corpse in awe. The monster keeps growing bigger. Sounds start spreading around. Get out of the way. It is too fast. We can't bite it. The monster counterattacks the hunters. Tezuka grabs his sword, leaps into the air, and strikes the monster from above. Die. The monster was cut, but it does not seem to care. Roars loudly and counterattacks Tezuka. It made him sweat just to watch. At the palace headquarters, Disung's building. Some monsters are attacking the building while guards are hurriedly fighting back with guns. The monsters keep attacking the protective barrier until it shatters. The online viewers are terrified it is broken. No way. Oh my god. The parking lot is full of monsters, causing concern among the residents. The monsters are searching for life, and they have come to Disung's house. Your sister was so frightened she froze in place. Your mother quickly calmed her down to keep her from making any noise. She thought of Disung, the monster searching for survivors outside the corridor, as it prepared to attack Disung's house. A sword pierced straight through its core. It was none other than the demon Disung had tamed. After the invasion of the territory by the Divine Family's demon, and the remnants of the Han's army had set foot here. All the Iron Legion, eliminate all these remnants of Hans. This is an order. Thousands of undead rise from the ground. They spread out everywhere, sweeping through all the monsters. The sounds of fighting and killing echo throughout the area. Sir, we have dealt with all the remnants of the Hans that invaded Lady's residence. Disung inquired about what the hunters are doing. I told them everything beforehand. But it seems like it might not be enough. Master, give me the order, the Iron Legion leader said. Disung told him to stay there. Disung was furious. You dare to break into my house. 3 figures appeared behind you, each with a very different aura. One looked stronger, and finally there was Seo Yan, the girl clutching her doll, looking truly terrifying. Disung rotates the cube. We are ready. Portal opens, and you and the 3 others step through it. In Korea, Chansich was swallowed by the monster, which transported him to another dimension. When he lands, he observes the situation and suddenly realizes that this place is truly terrifying. Everywhere there are cries for help, and the kidnapped people are definitely here. Chansich looks around and suddenly realizes he is standing in the palm of a giant hand. He quickly runs and leaps away from it. That hand belongs to a titan. It quickly snatches up the people and puts them into its mouth. After eating, it looks down to see if there is anything left. Chansich watches this scene, sweating profusely, with a large gate beside him. People are constantly being captured and dropped in to feed the titan. Chansich's face paled. What can I do now? Another person has also been captured and taken into the gate. It was none other than Tezuka. Tezuka had not yet grasped the situation. He wondered, what is this? Chansich shouted loudly upon seeing a familiar face. Leader Tezuka, get out of there now. Tezuka heard Chansich call out, but when he saw the people crying for help in Titan's grasp, he did not run away. He charged to attack him, using divine light to strike him, aiming his sword at Titan's face. But it was like hitting concrete, and it did not harm Titan at all. Tezuka swore to himself. Damn it. The Titan still swallows Tezuka and the others calling for help. Tezuka thought he was really going to die. Suddenly, where did the red fire chain come from? They chained the Titan's arms. This red fire chain has injured the Titan. Disung has appeared. Stop eating so much food. As if it is enough for Mei's last meal. Disung and his allies decide to face the Titan head-on, but Ramus and the other guards block their way. Ramus orders the guards to attack and wipe out Disung's group. The guards quickly move towards Disung. Just as Vang was about to reach him, expecting a confrontation, he was struck by a thunderous punch from Zongzhen. Karina tries to attack Zongzhen but is stopped by Zong, who is now stronger, and quickly overpowers her, but suddenly many eyes appeared around Zong, surrounding her and making her extremely confused. The attacker is Elim. He is arrogant. I have been granted new eyes by the Titan, and you will experience the torment of hell. Jackie, who was behind him without realizing. What are you trying to do? Jackie rushes forward, stabbing repeatedly at Elim with a small knife. Elim can't defend himself and just stands there. Taking the hits, Jackie stabs so many times that he drew blood from Elim's eyes. While unwatched from outside, psychological attacks would not work on him. At this moment, the Titan's hands are scorched by Disung's fiery chains. He declares, the one who blocked my meal must die. Disung unleashes his mana. It bursts out powerfully from within him. It tightly grips the Titan, with more and more iron wires constricting it. Try to kill me, you beast, Disung shouted. The Titan now obeyed, returning to him. The Titan bodies receiving orders to capture people on Earth are turning towards the Titans and disappearing from the planet. Everyone wondered where they had gone. The hunters saw them gradually flying away and quickly ordered, "Do not let them escape. Attack now." Everyone quickly tried to stop the monsters, but only managed to hold some back. The monsters gradually moved away. Hatson wondered what was happening. Why were all the monsters retreating back to the gate? Everyone captured by the Titan is crying out for help. Disung sees this scene and immediately recalls his undead minions. A horde of undead rises from the ground, waiting for orders. Disung commands everyone to leave through the gate quickly. All the undead obeyed the order to carry away the injured. Even though they were extremely frightened, Chansik and Tejuka gathered with Disung. Tejuka thanks him. "I owe you my life again." Suddenly, Disung senses movement, the chains of fire starting to ignite. "Titan is getting stronger," Disung said. "We do not have much time to talk. Let us evacuate everyone first." Tejuka spoke. "Han, we can't save everyone here." Disung mentioned the word home. "They just want to go home. Many people are still crying and worried. I have been like that too." Disung recalls the past and feels the pain of those who were captured. Chansik and Tejuka remained silent. Then Chansik regained his composure. "Disung, your eldest son. I will save the others." Tejuka saw this and ran after him. "I will join too." Disung's eyes turned cold. "Fine. I will have to control that Titan." The Titan is still struggling to break free from the fire chains. It swears it will never forgive you. It will destroy all of humanity. The system displays a message saying that Han's power has drained the strength of gods and demons, forcing Disung to unleash the demon's power before it is completely consumed. Disung frowned. "What is this? The transformation will end if my level drops." Disung ordered. Apostles 1, 2, 3. Go defeat Titans Lola. The three quickly obeyed the order and rushed to heal Karina. Karina was angry. "How dare you?" But Dong did not care. They keep attacking Karina fiercely. The gods and demons are at their peak. "Come on, let Dong endure the revival." Then she drove two swords into the ground, from which thousands of sharp green crystals jutted up. They attack Karina. Karina is furious, wondering where they think they have the right to do this. She shattered the crystals. Because she was busy dealing with them, she did not realize in time. When did Chodong get behind her? Give Chodong a knife to cut her throat. Karina was about to be defeated when she managed to shout out, "Titan, accept me." As she finished speaking, her soul flew toward the Titan. Chodong looked and wondered, "What is that?" "I think I have defeated it." Titan roared as he saw his subordinate being dealt with. Disun also suspects that this leader might become even stronger by absorbing his own allies. On this side, Chakai has also completed his mission of crossing and killing Elheim. Aleem could only deny, "Titan, accept my soul." The defeated souls fly towards the Titan and merge with him. The system displays a message. The second apostle, Sin Choi, has purified his demon form to defeat the Western Bishop Karina. The first apostle, Xiu Xian, has purified his demonic form to defeat Bishop Elim from the east. The demonic form has consumed 70%, leaving 30%. Disung suddenly realized, wait, we already defeated them, so why are they getting stronger? Is the boss's balance broken? On this side, Songxin is also quite powerful. Disung tries to stop him. "Do not take them down yet," but he has not finished speaking. "So you are speechless now." Vunk was defeated by Tae-Tu, and he could only deny it. Titan. The system displays a message. The third apostle, Soon, has purged a significant amount of the demon to defeat the northern bishop. With 90% of the demon form consumed and only 10% remaining, Titan grows stronger, and Disung can only swear. Suddenly, something appears from the bodies of the defeated bishops. Su sat down, looking and wondering, what is this? The system displayed a notification that the first apostle Xiu Xian had absorbed flesh containing the power of the chaos god. The demon's transformation had increased to level 2, and the demon's form had been fully restored. The second apostle Sin Choi has absorbed flesh containing the power of the chaos god. The demon transformation has increased to level 3, and the demon form has been fully restored, surpassing the resurrected. With overall capacity increased, Disung feels the power growing within his body. He smirked confidently. Yes, this is how the story should unfold. The system then displayed a notification that the third apostle Xiaozong Xian had absorbed flesh containing the power of the chaos god, with the demon's transformation level rising to level 4, unlocking unique hell skills. Hellfire, Pain, Eternity, and Judgment of the Void Fire. Disung, like a tiger with wings, gains extra power as a pair of black wings appear behind him. He flies toward Titan, who is immediately surprised to see it. No way. You are the demon god of hell. Disung laughed and looked at it. You bastard. What have you thought of me all this time? Wait. Demon god, we share the same fate. I use chaos and planetary destruction, while you embody finality and punishment. This is the great design of the heavenly court. Disung paused upon hearing that. Heavenly court. Design, what does it mean? Titan continued explaining that we are two sacred beings that cannot coexist in the same dimension. If our powers combine, we could conquer countless planets in the universe. A voice suddenly interrupted Disung, silencing him. Chansich reports that everyone has been evacuated. Disung says you should leave too. Chansich, you are only blocking my way here. Disung looked at Titan and you. All chances are gone now. You should die, you sick bastard. From the sky, countless gates appeared, and the monsters Titan had taken away began to return. Disung watched as they quickly merged with the Titan. Disung declared, "Stop resisting and die." You use the Divine Demon's killing move, attacking the Titan. It raises its hand to block, roaring that it will tear him apart. At this moment, Disung is not afraid at all. Death is near. You bastard. The system displays a warning that your powerful attacks could cause trouble for the demon. Please be careful. The Titan is still struggling against Disung's assault. Titan orders him to bite him back. Ramus appears behind Disung. He tries to sneak attack with a staff, but only hits air as Disung has already disappeared. Ramus, caught off guard, was suddenly trapped by Seal Yan's magic. Enraged, he pulled out his book. Those damn creatures. But before he could use the book, his hand struck him down. The action was too fast for Ramus to react. At this moment, Seal Yan appears. Punches Ramus. Die, you monster. Ramus never expected his grand plan to be thwarted by these living people, but before he could finish thinking, Seal Yan knocked him out cold. Over here, Disung used all his strength to finish off the Titan and it died. Titan painfully struggles to resist but cannot match Disung. Blood pouring from its hand as Disung splits the Titan in two with a sword. The Titan swore that this shame would be avenged. Daesung looked down at the fallen Titan from above, smoke and flames billowing everywhere. System notification. You have defeated or sealed the Titan God of Chaos, with a 99% absorption rate of the Kwai God's power, leaving only 1% for the Kwai God, Daesung Lan. Panting heavily, that bastard is finally dead. A huge meteorite appears before you. System notification. You have defeated or sealed the Titan God. Now you can absorb the divine power of Hans. Daesung looked at the news. I really need to have it. A spear suddenly pierced into him, and a voice echoed. Lucky indeed. Not too late. That person is none other than Aslan. Daesung, angry. What are you doing? You bastard. Aslan pats your shoulder. Impressive, my child. You have defeated Hans Titan. However, Hans and destruction do not belong to you. Aslan approaches the Titan's core. Daesung, furious, stop saying pointless words. You want to pull out the spear that Aslan stabbed into you. The system keeps warning that pulling out the spear will harm much of your divine power. Daesung was angry but could not do anything more. Aslan turned to look back. You are smart and won't pull it out. The spear of destiny is made to block divine power. Daesung decided to ignore it and charged forward, attacking Aslan with his sword. The blade whistled through the air, but Aslan skillfully dodged. Aslan gently took the sword. Daesung asked, "Who are you?" Only then does the attacker reveal herself as Baradiel, her hand still gently catching the sword. Seeing the opponent's true form, Daesung realized you might be an angel. Baradiel explained that although he had protected his planet, soon a new Titan from the Horde would bring destruction. From now on, focus on your role. And then Baradiel disappears, leaving only one message. Until we meet again, I hope you make the right choice. Kid, Daesung cursed. Damn it. But when he looked back at the wound pierced by the spear, it had disappeared without him noticing. At this moment, his friends also appeared, and Seal Yan ran from afar to his side. Master, she wondered what you did to us, Zhang Xin also asked. Leader Han, we lost blood. And where is this on Earth? Zhang still thinks we are in the middle of intense training. Right. Daesung, judging by their clueless expressions, can tell that they do not remember anything about becoming apostles. Diozan clapped his hands and said he would tell everyone when we return, but suddenly Chu Zhang pointed elsewhere. Leader, something unusual is over there. Daesung turned back to look. In Korea, everyone is helping each other recover. After the fierce battle, everyone is exhausted, and some are thanking Hajin. Suddenly a gate appeared, causing everyone to panic and think it was a monster portal. Hajin looked and objected. No, wait. That is, both Changsich and Tijuka looked on. Have they really defeated the monster? And Daesung, Seal Yan, Zhang Xian, and Zhang stepped forward. Everyone recognized him and expressed their gratitude. He has returned from hell, and Daesung has saved us. Thank you, and Daesung. Everyone is happy, but Daesung whispers to himself, has the disaster truly been prevented? Daesung strokes his chin with his hand, carefully examining the book. After a moment, he says the Space Pantheon magic book. Why is this book called Pantheon? The text appears to be a question or prompt, so the translation would be, does the line appear, and Daesung, do you want to use the Pantheon Space Magic Book? You said you understood option 1. But what about option 2? Is Pantheon related to this book? Then the text suddenly disappeared. Daesung did not understand what that meant, and the book began flipping its pages automatically. Suddenly, the book emitted a blinding light, and Daesung exclaimed, what the hell is this? Why did it suddenly do that? A long rope emerges from inside the book and shoots straight ahead. I tried to reach out and stop it, but it wrapped around my arm, preventing me from moving. The book and you both stand still in silence when a voice echoes, are you my new owner? Daesung still does not understand what is happening and remains still, observing the situation. 3 years have passed since the primordial battle. In the United States, bustling city filled with tall buildings and busy people, the auction begins now with the first item, a level C sphere capable of creating 10 monster portals, and only small and medium clans are allowed to bid. He reached into a mysterious black box and pulled out a black sphere that emitted an enchanting purple glow. Opening the sphere, there was a piece of paper inside, and everyone silently waited for the result as he announced congratulations to the Kinchai clan. Then the space changes, and a sound comes from the ceiling. Placing his hand upside down, the me says, "Now we will draw lots." Everyone looked up at the ceiling in confusion as the noise grew louder. Some people stood up in panic, looking around to find out what was happening. The security guard hurriedly ran to report that the sphere warehouse had been robbed, and the Misi broke out in a sweat upon hearing the news. He glared at the guard and asked, "What are you saying?" The security team gathered and quickly moved to the storage room, with the Messi rushing after them, as the tense atmosphere grew heavier. When they arrived, they found the door open and the two guards on duty unconscious. The warehouse door was fully open, and everything inside had been stolen. The Misi clenched his teeth and told the guards to quickly inform Chairman Tran Ho as the scene shifts to the shopping mall. At a clothing store in the shopping mall, bustling with people. Today the girl's style is very different from usual, with a rebellious look in black tones and accessories like a choker. Isu was both surprised and pleased, wondering what was going on. She could not understand why Seelheim was dressed like that today. Celia shyly avoided Isu's gaze, twirling her hair, and said that lately she felt tired of those music competitions, so she also needed to go out and relax a bit. Isu glanced and with a mischievous smile asked, "So you dressed like this to meet Hen Dae-sung?" "Right." The girl blushed and stammered, "No. No way." Jisoo continued, "So that is true. Really, to make it happen, I was planning to create opportunities for you two to get closer." Seelheim blushed, her eyes shining. "Really?" Jisoo was surprised, wide-eyed, looking at her. "So she really has feelings for Dae-sung?" Celine said nothing, only blushing and remaining silent. Celine said she was not sure either, but maybe she started to develop feelings for Dae-sung 3 years ago. And when she is with him, she feels a very strong connection. A black shadow from the wall casts light across the room. Chano slowly steps in, adjusting his tie, with bottles of half-drunk alcohol on the table. Dae-sung is sleeping on the sofa, snoring loudly, and Chanho looks at him, feeling he is truly at ease. As if living in a dream, Chanho gently reached out to wake Dae-sung, but Dae-sung grabbed his hand, eyes full of suspicion. Recognizing him as Chanho, Dae-sung sat up, exhausted, saying, "What is going on?" "It is just Chairman Chanho." Then he collapsed back onto the sofa to sleep again. Chanho looked at Dae-sung with a tired expression, truly wondering if he could really do this. Chanho told Dae-sung that something had happened in North America, and his face showed that this time it was quite serious. Chanho noi tip, ko tinkua ko kwan liobak mai bai kop, ton bo ko get dedu bai dan cap roy, Dae-sung niam tuk trole. Kahoi Chanho, ko ba liu quo trongobak mai. Chanho said there are 7th rank, 20 a rank, and fewer than 40 C rank spheres. Dae-sung looked at Chanho in surprise. Has he really sold 7th rank spheres? Of course, we built Dae-sung's house with that money. Now Dae-sung just remembered, and Chanho is worried that everything was just settled. As if something could happen at the company, Dae-sung immediately interrupted Chanho, accusing him directly, saying it was all his fault because he was the one who told him to sell those orbs. And Chanho, fearing the worst, nervously replied that it was Dae-sung who had ordered him to sell them. Dae-sung stroked his chin, thinking that anyway we have to find the thief before something bad happens. But Chanho does not know how to find that person. Dae-sung stood up and said there will be a way, but it will cost quite a bit of money. There will be a way to find clues. Someone enters outside. Drawing their attention, it is Jisoo and Seelheim. Jisoo cheerfully greets the Manhwa character. "You are here too." Jisoo links arms with him affectionately, making him shy. Jisoo comments, "You have been so busy lately. Huh, it has been days since I last saw you." And he wonders if Jisoo could step back a little. Dae-sung felt uncomfortable seeing the two of them and glanced at Chanho. "Is there something going on between you two?" Jisoo nonchalantly said, and Dae-sung does not know anything. "I am dating Chanho." Chanho nervously shook his head repeatedly. Dae-sung looked at Chanho again and asked, "Are we dating?" Jisoo added, "Do you know how much Chanho has taken care of me while you were away?" Dae-sung, with red eyes, looked at Chae-ho and asked, "Do you have anything to say to me?" Chae-ho stammered and denied it, saying he and Jisoo are really not dating. Celine glanced at Dae-sung, gently placing her hand on her lips and calling out, "Dae-sung." Dae-sung looked over, his face sweating and eyes wide as if about to burst. Celine said that Jisoo told her to start calling him Dae-sung. Jisoo straightforwardly said, "And Dae-sung, Celine likes you. How do you feel about that?" He was scared, looking at the two of them. "Jisoo, what are you saying?" Celine shyly stood behind Jisoo. Suddenly a glass broke behind them. Everyone was surprised by the noise and turned to look. "That is for Dong." She stammered, "Sorry." Jisoo was surprised. "Oh, why is Dong here too?" As everyone stood looking at each other, a voice rang out, after awakening as a god or demon, "If I want to see, I can see." The threads of fate connecting people are linked to other threads of fate. Dae-sung stood silently listening as red and purple threads appeared before him, pierces through Dae-sung's chest, connecting him to everyone. He stands silent, while Seolian stares wide-eyed at Dong. Seolian thought that Dong might also have feelings for Dae-sung. Dong also looked at Seolhyun, and she thought that clearly Seolhyun had feelings for Dae-sung. They both stood silently, looking at each other, unsure of what to say. Dae-sung thought that perhaps the karma between them had grown stronger since they met, and it had also affected their feelings. Suddenly Chan-ho broke the silence by speaking up, grabbing Jisoo's hand and telling Dae-sung that he was truly serious about dating Jisoo. Jisoo blushed and shyly said, "Chan-ho." Dae-sung hesitated, scratching his head and honestly saying, "I do not like the idea of you two dating at all, but since there is no better option, Chan-ho might be the best choice." Dae-sung glanced at Chan-ho and seriously asked if he could take full responsibility for his sister. Chan-ho looked at Dae-sung, sweating nervously and still unsure how to respond. Dae-sung finally agreed to let them date, and Jisoo hesitantly asked again. "Really?" She tightly held Chan-ho's hand and asked Dae-sung again, "Is it true? I can date Chan-ho?" "Right." Chan-ho looked happily at Jisoo, and he also blushed shyly. Seolhyun and Chojong stand silently, watching the happy couple of Chan-ho and Jisoo. Chojong thinks about what she should do to break the tense atmosphere between her and Seolhyun. She walks over to hold Jisoo's hand and congratulate her, still a bit shy, and Jisoo happily thanks her. Seolhyun approaches and whispers to Jisoo, "Have you forgotten what you promised the girl?" Jisoo whispered an apology, saying it was because Chan-ho was here. Dae-sung interrupted their conversation, saying, "All right, if everyone is done, then go outside so he can do his work." The scene shifts to a neighborhood where someone is preaching, telling everyone to believe in the Mother in Heaven. The Mother in Heaven is omnipotent and loves us all. She walks around handing out flyers to passersby. Two men walk by and start talking, asking if that girl belongs to a new sect, and the other thinks so. Recently, many new factions have appeared suddenly, and then a sphere appears in the middle of the street, shooting out electric sparks around. A person driving a car is startled by a lightning bolt. Without time to react, Dae crashes straight into the sphere, which is right in front of the car. Everyone began to realize it was the monster gate. Someone shouted and quickly reported the incident to the Hunter Division. The girl who was handing out flyers suddenly threw all the papers into the air at the resurrection point. Her whole body emits a purple light as she slowly steps out of the frightened crowd. She approaches the monster gate, everyone surrounding her watching closely. "Is she okay?" "Run quickly. It is very dangerous." She places her hand close to the gate and murmurs, "Mother, please close this door." Then the gate gradually shrinks, and the energy diminishes, as everyone records the phenomenon with their cameras. The gate is closing, and everyone is curious to see if the girl can shut it. She raises one hand, and a swirling aura gathers in her palm. With her hands clasped in front of her, she continued to speak, "If you believe in the Virgin Mary, you will be blessed and receive power from the heavenly angels." At this moment, the police also arrived, but she remained focused on her prayer, and her body began to emit a faint yellow light. The police car struggles through the crowd and approaches the monster gate. The scene shifts to Dae-sung, who throws a bag full of gold onto the ground. Although a bit annoyed, he told it, "Here, eat this." The book immediately grabbed the bag of gold from the ground and pulled it toward itself. Dae-sung shook his head, wondering why a magic book would be so obsessed with gold. In an instant, it devoured all the gold and even praised it as more delicious than the lives of all creatures it had ever known. It wondered why its owner did not let it try this. Dae-sung looked at it and said, "All right. Now tell me who stole the spheres from the North American storage." The book rushes forward, pages flipping rapidly as if searching for information. Then it stops mid-air, a light emanating from the center of the pages. It told Dae-sung that the sphere is very close, at the headquarters of the Global Hunters Association. The secretary reported to Dong-ho, "Sir, it seems a monster portal caused by the sphere mixed up earlier. It has appeared here," he said. "Is it a monster gate? Why are you only telling me now?" She replied, "It has not caused any damage yet and is still under investigation." Dong-ho asked again, "No damage occurred. Did it happen in the gate management area?" She then informed Dong-ho that the gate had appeared in the residential area. Dong-ho thought that team leader Han Dae-sung had handled it. She told Dong-ho the information she had gathered. Everyone says that the gate cleaner is an ordinary citizen and a member of the Mother Heavenly Church. Dong-ho has never heard of the Mother Heavenly Church before. Now, in the exam room of the On Hunter Association, inside Jin Ki-hong's office, Ki-hong crossed his arms and asked Manager Kim, "How is the investigation going?" She said that the woman's name is Kim Ji-hai, 33 years old, a teacher and a good citizen. Ki-hong wondered, how could an ordinary citizen possibly close the monster gate? Ki-hong told Manager Kim that he would have the team support her, and to pay more attention to that woman's church. She replied understood. She stepped outside to meet Ji-hai again, thanked her for her help, and clasped her hands in prayer to the Mother in Heaven, wishing that her blessings would also come to Kim Ji-hai. Then Ji-hai left, and Wang stood confused, watching her, not understanding what she had just said. Wang remembered had she ever mentioned my name to her. A loud scream echoes. "Everyone, the power of the Virgin Mary is in heaven outside the church." Shouting reverberates heaven, heaven, heaven. A masked man shouts this peace is only temporary. In the end, the hunters will take everything from this land. The people below are also stirred up, shouting, damn hunters. Ordinary people like us have no choice but to live like ants. The mysterious hooded figure continued. It is okay. The judgment of the celestial court will come upon them. The mother in heaven will care for everyone not only while we are alive but also after we die. Jihai asks Awai, this is not just a cult, right? Awai sits tensely, unable to speak, and Jihai continues, do not you feel the seriousness of the heavenly court? Soon when the hymn rises, you will gain great power. The person on the podium began to lower their head and then told everyone to stand up and sing the song of heaven. The singing continues, and Awang realizes, is that the executioner Yun Mai. She must report this immediately to Kai Hong. Suddenly Jihai placed her hand on Awayang's shoulder, frightening her. Her eyes were now only white, and while singing and placing her hand on Awayang's shoulder, Awayang was terrified, opening her mouth wide but unable to make any sound. Suddenly someone attacked Awayang from behind. She could not react in time. They surrounded her, looking at her with terrifying eyes. The singing still echoing, asking for peace and accepting the grace of the mother above. Suddenly a whispering voice echoed in her ear. Open wide, and her mouth. This is a seed from the heavens. Awayang opened her eyes slightly, ready to awaken with its power as a new soul. That voice seemed to hypnotize her now Saya, and then Awayang suddenly woke up from her dream. The car she was in suddenly slammed on the brakes, making her scream out loud. The blonde girl in the nearby car asked worriedly, Captain, are you okay? Awayang was surprised and asked, why am I here? The blonde girl said she left during the prayer because she felt unwell. I do not remember. Awayang rubbed her head and asked the person next to her, did I do that? Suddenly she took out her phone from her jacket pocket. Then Awayang dialed a number. After a moment, the voice on the line answered, Branch Manager Kim Awayang. She said, Branch Manager, I saw the Yunmai car at the Temple of Heaven. He asked seriously. Executor, Yunmai's. The scene shifts to the Hope Charity Building. There is a teacher dressed as a fluffy cat playing with the children. Hello kids, today we will exercise together. Are you ready? The children shout back, yes. It is time to exercise with the cat. Hello, kitty. The teacher dressed as a cat started exercising. 1 2. 1 2. Cat. Then the kids followed along. Outside Dong Koyon was watching the class, and Hai Ji smiled and asked the chairman where he had gone. Dong Choyon smiled and said I was curious to see how the children would do in the new classroom. So I came to take a look. Hayaji Madha replied, thanks to the chairman we have this wonderful building and childcare facility. We are truly grateful. The uncle quickly said, no, why would you ask me? Captain Hende Sung funded a lot of money to build this place. Inside the classroom, the children are happily exercising, Hayaji softly said. After the apocalypse, all the buildings were destroyed, and it was really difficult. Many children lost their parents. Dong Choyon scratched his head and asked, why did Captain Hende Sung call me? Wait a moment. I was supposed to have dinner with the director. Uncle casually put his hands in his pockets and left. I have to go now, Dong Troyon quickly said. For now, there is no need to worry about the monster gate anymore. The uncle glanced back and said the world is becoming a better place. Let us hope for that. Hayaji smiled in response. Yes. Lei Dong took a puff from his pipe and asked, what about the stolen sphere? Dongwon crossed his arms and lowered his head, saying it has been sent to Korea along with Oryx Sabak. Tiho adjusts his tea and says, Ingya Mei, the immortal eating people are all dead. Only we, the ones using substitutes, survived. Lai Dong calmly replies, Hende Sung no longer cares about us, but we still need to quietly expand our territory. Dongwon crossed her arms and said, I used to think that the godmother could create humans with the ability to open and close portals at will, but now that chaos has disappeared, how could that happen? Tiho closed his eyes and said, a beast. They must have brought creatures from another universe or used them as pawns. Lai Dong said that we just need to exploit those with the same belief and continue providing aura cars for them. He looked ahead, and if that could weaken Hende Sung's power, it would be good for us. The scene shifts to Incheon Company Logistics Center, where a luxury car speeds down the road, racing at incredible speed. The car passes through Gate 1 of Gaza, and Dong Cheon watches it with satisfaction, saying, this supercar is moving incredibly fast. Han Il-un stood beside him, criticizing him, saying he promised to treat me, but now he is making me a taxi driver. Dong Cheon responded, finish your work and then leave. Okay. Dae-sung suddenly appears behind the two of them. Oh. Captain Du, long time no see. Han Il-un turns around in surprise, and Dae-sung. Dong Cheon looks back and asks Dae-sung why the strongest hunter in the universe called me here. Han Il-un wonders if it was Han Dae-sung who called him. Suddenly the Pantheon book appeared before them, flipping through pages and glowing brightly. Dong Cheon exclaimed in confusion. Han Il-un looked at the book and wondered to himself, this must be a 10-star aura equipment. Pantheon says, the owner, the sphere is inside. Dae-sung raises his hand to cast a spell. He quickly destroys the warehouse entrance, smoke billowing out, and they rush inside. Dong Cheon glanced at Dae-sung and asked, should not we sneak in quietly? Han Il-un replied, Show me that equipment later. Daesung. And you should say, we need to finish this quickly and go eat together. Look, there is a box in the middle of the road. It seems out of place here. We just need to check what is inside. Right, Hanil-un quickly spoke. That is right, but first we need to deal with my fuckin's group. Daesung stared ahead. These people have no connection to karma. His body emits an aura as he prepares to fight. Dong Cheon begins to channel his strength and claps his hands together, feeling a bit restless lately. They arrive just in time. Today I need to loosen up my muscles. Immediately, the humanoid robots gathered to block the group. Hanil-un drew out 2 batons. This is a perfect chance for me to test my new weapon. The robots charged at once, and Dong Cheon quickly punched them all away. Uncle discovered something. What is it? Are they not human? Another robot was broken by Hanil-un's stick. He repeatedly whacked them with a stick. Hanil-un was a bit surprised that they were robots. Unmai swooped down from above, landing with a thud on a cardboard box, then looked up with fierce eyes at the enemy. She reached out her hand, and the robots immediately disappeared. Their parts collected and assembled into armor on her arm. Daesung's group stared at Unmai, who was covered head to toe in armor and robot parts. And I knew you would come. And Daesung, some cords appear to be wrapped around you. Daesung looks at them and wonders if they are cords of hatred. Mai is glaring at you with fierce intent. And Daesung, this is my revenge. You are finally awake, Unmai. Darren, who was sitting beside her reading a notebook, looked up and said, it is still early, Mimi. She gently asked, when did you wake up? Darren pats her head and says, you know there are many things to consider. Then Unmai sits up straight and seriously says, do not worry, I will remove anything that stands in the way of the president's path. He felt a bit grateful and smiled softly, feeling truly at ease. Then the scene shifted to Darren being stabbed in unbearable pain. Unmi watched the scene unfold and could not help but shed tears. No end of the flashback. She went berserk. And Daesung, accept my revenge. Dong Tre quickly rushed forward and threw a thunderous punch. I want to let you get a chance to do anything strange. Unmai also threw a punch back. The uncle widened his eyes and attacked. The two collided and caused an explosion in the warehouse, tense enough to knock the uncle away. Henian quickly looked after him, then charged forward with his stick, running at full speed. As he swings the stick, Unmi quickly jumps up to dodge, then lands on top of Henian, finally driving her knee hard into his shoulders, causing Henian to cry out in pain. Not yet. Unmi raised her hand to throw another punch, putting all her strength into it, aiming to destroy everything blocking your path. Daesung suddenly appeared and stepped in front of her, surprising Unmi a little. Based on her punch trajectory, she hits Daesung directly, and you cross your arms to block the blow. Unmai is pushed back by the counterattack, while Henian collapses. Daesung stared at her intently. Unmai cursed angrily. Motherfucker, he asked. It seems you have a grudge against me. Who are you? Unmi dodged the question as expected. It is hard to kill you with physical damage. Then she took out a device that looked like a smoke generator, and Unmai pressed the button. The cardboard box starts to move. Daesung panics and wonders. The sphere. She looked at you and said, we will meet again soon. And Daesung, she quickly disappeared. Daesung watched her leave. Then he ordered Red to follow her. It quickly chased after Unmai. Henian cried out in pain. The cardboard box emitted a huge burst of energy before exploding and destroying the entire warehouse, and Daesung leapt out just in time. I carry Henian and ask nervously, Captain, are you okay? He replies, I'm fine. Then Henian glances toward the warehouse, but a powerful wave of aura emanates from the other side. A huge magic sphere suddenly appeared there. Dong Cheon tore his hair in frustration and shouted, where did that bastard go? Daesung turned to his uncle and said, wait and see. Henian looked at the object in front and said it did not look like an ordinary gate. Bantheon suddenly appeared and said it was a space catastrophe. Dong Cheon pointed at it and shouted, huh, it is that thing again. Daesung paused to think, a space disaster. Henian immediately said that if you fall into a space disaster, you will be taken to an unknown place, so it is best to stay away from it. The scope of the space disaster can cover from a small village to a large village, but this one seems to have an even larger range. Henian said there is a residential area within a 15 kilometers radius that people might get caught in. Daesung put his hands in his pockets and asked, hey, magic user, is there any way to get rid of it? Bantheon hesitated. It would be effective if the owner attacked with divine power. But is not the spear in front of you blocking that? You glance around and say, so it can be stopped. Then Daesung hurriedly runs away. Henian calls out to him. And Daesung, Dongxian Ninjiang calls, Captain Han, and you keep rushing forward. Daesung drew his sword to face the gate. He gathered his strength, unleashed the power of the demon god, when suddenly a spear pierced through his chest. Warning system, stop releasing the demon god's power immediately. All-powerful one, you are damaging the demon god's divine position. Daesung endures this power desperately, and the warning system continues to blare nonstop. Daesung shouted, demon god slash, and swung his sword with great force at the gate, slicing a deep vertical line into it. Henian looked at Daesung in shock. Even Dong Qian was stunned. The space gate shattered into dust. Daesung hugged himself tightly and cursed, damn that worm, I will tear it apart. After saying that, he collapsed unconscious in the street, and Dongqian shouted out loud when he saw that. Hey, Captain Han. Henian also shouted. And Di-sung was taken to the hospital for care. Still unconscious with his eyes closed, Di-sung slowly opened his eyes, and in front of him was Seo Yan looking at him intently. Oh my god! Di-sung, you are awake. Di-sung sat up but hesitated for a moment. Oh, why do I feel so empty? The little girl holding a towel innocently says. Because I am wiping myself for him. Di-sung, your body looks fine, but you have been unconscious for 3 days. You know, the door to the hospital room opens. Then Choi Rang walked into the room and saw Seo Yan wiping Di-sung's hand. Choi Rang narrowed her eyes and asked, What are you doing? The girl glanced at her and replied, Oh. Choi Rang, you are here. Right, Jisoo told me to take care of Di-sung. You understand. Choi Rang quickly reached out, grabbing Seo Yan's hand and pulling it away firmly. The girl stared threateningly at Choi Rang and said, Haha. Manager, you are quite bold. Daring to challenge me like that, she also did not hold back and glared, saying, The captain is feeling uncomfortable, and more precisely, I have always been older than you. No, you can't because of that cursed spear. You still can't use your powers properly if you need to do something. Go ahead and ask for it. Choi Rang thought to himself, the cursed spear. Huh. Di-sung looked surprised and asked, Can you see it? Choi Rang quickly asked, What are you talking about? The cursed spear. Huh. Di-sung sat on the bed and nodded. Yes. This morning, at the hospital, Choi exclaimed in horror, What do you mean the spear stuck in the captain's chest is stealing his power? She asked worriedly, Is there any way to remove it? Di-sung helplessly replied, I have tried everything for 3 years, but nothing has worked. Seoline, resting her chin on her hand, said, I have always thought about one thing whenever I see that spear. He glanced softly at the girl and thought, if it were her and her curse system skill. Suddenly, Seoline leaned in close to Di-sung's face, telling him to stay still. The girl was about to kiss him, while Di-sung pressed his lips together, his face covered in sweat. Choi Jiang shouted, What are you doing? Seoline smiled mischievously. Sorry, that was my first kiss. Di-sung angrily shouted, You little reckless girl. Do you want to be reborn? Choi Jiang shouted in panic, the spear on the captain's chest, Seoline covering her mouth in surprise. What? The spear. Each spear emerges from Di-sung's chest, and the system notifies that the plan to unlock the original spear's sealing mechanism is underway. The seal is being lifted. What the hell is this? The spear gradually disappeared. Seoline rushed towards Di-sung but was pushed away. Haha, I knew it. A true love kiss is the way to break the curse. Di-sung looked clueless. But it actually works. Choyan is calling you. Captain Jiang. Wait a moment. A dark energy source has appeared on the statue in front of you. It is red. He is back. The scene shifts to the building of the Celestial Mother Association, with people protesting in front of the headquarters. If you won't give me my daughter, I won't leave until you hand her over. The security guards push back the crowd, warning them to step aside or risk death. The crowd shouted in despair. Give us back our daughter. A staff member stepped forward in frustration. The children are praying now. Please come back tomorrow. The parents in the crowd are crying out. I have not seen my daughter in a month. At least let me see her face. My child is still just a high school student. Are you locking our children up or what? Another staff member spoke. Prayer rooms are sacred places that must not be disturbed without permission. This is completely lawful. Please come back tomorrow, Jai quietly told the security guard. Let them go and leave, the staff member softly said. Pastor. She softly said they would be at ease seeing their children receiving the love of the Heavenly Mother. Please follow me. A woman hurriedly shouted. Do not go in. Many people have gone inside and never come out. Ye calmly replied. Everyone remaining in the church is voluntary. Please do not insult our church. An elderly man, crying and shouting, said, My daughter Jomi El-ung. Take me to see her immediately. I want to see for myself that she is safe. Jai gently closed her eyes, then turned and entered inside. So please follow me. The hall of the society stood tall on the street, and inside the corridor was dark and gloomy. The parents following Yehi looked at each other nervously. Filled with fear, she pointed to the door and said, Come in here. In front of them was a door labeled prayer room. The scene inside shows girls in green uniforms laughing hysterically, looking like they have lost their minds. Mizong's father exclaimed in horror. What? The girls are raising their hands to the sky, chanting strange words. Especially a girl standing in the middle reaching out to catch the mysterious light shining down on her. Mizong is crying and praising the divine. Is that the blessing of the Heavenly Mother? Gigi steps forward clapping to cheer the girls. Everyone rejoice because our sisters have been called to the world. The other girls cheer and congratulate. Congratulations to you, Mizong calls out to the Divine Mother. Mizong's father stares in shock calling her name. Mizong. He shouted. Mizong. Mizong, her body gradually burning away. Mizong's father grabbed Jigi's collar. You bastard. Where are you taking Mizong? Stop right now. The girl's body instantly turned to smoke before her friend's eyes. Mizong's father rushed forward. No. Mizong, he cried out in despair. Mizong. Zong's father clenched his daughter's shirt tightly and kept sobbing. Zong, my child. He smiles mischievously and congratulates, saying that through the baptism of the Celestial Mother, Zong has been called to the world. He roars in anger, shouting, "Shut your mouth, you bastard." Zong's father lunged forward, grabbing her collar tightly. "Give her back to Zong. Give my daughter back to me now." Suddenly, he was jolted with a sharp electric shock, as a stern guard pressed a stun gun against him. Finally, Zong's father collapsed to the ground. A giant stood to the side and ordered, "Take him to the confession room and make him repent. Immediately have the guards escort him away." Juji sternly said, "It is a pity, but Zong's father will understand. He will realize how happy it is to become a celestial being, somewhere in another dimension." And Sang's warmth radiates everywhere. Surrounding her is a grassy field with carved stone faces lying around. A metallic ringed structure encircles the area, and in the center, portal appears. Zong's soul has been transported here. The girl lowers her head and opens her eyes wide. Zong, completely naked, hugged herself and looked around. "Where am I?" Suddenly Barachil appeared before her and said, "Welcome. Welcome, child." Zong opened her eyes in shock and exclaimed, "Mother of Heaven." She heard Sang say, "Now, remove that useless shell." Barachil raised her hand and cut across Zong's neck. The poor girl's head rolled on the ground. Then Barachil used a golden cup to collect her blood. The flowing red blood moves from Zong's body into the glass as she brings it to her lips and says it will become the vessel of a holy soul. Barachil turns and walks toward a place where Aslan is chained to a rock. His blue heart was exposed. Barachil asked quietly, "Do you still refuse to accept the Titan's heart?" Then Aslan slowly opened his eyes and woke up, tiredly saying, "I have told you many times I do not want to become a monster." She does not understand human language. She says, "Refusing to become a Titan god is also part of your fate." Strange feathers appeared around them, and Barachil spread his wings wide. Aslan painfully opened his eyes to look at her. Barachil pressed the full blood-filled cup to his mouth, forcing him to drink. "It will help you become a god. Drink it." Aslan is forced to drink blood, a drop of it running down his throat. His green heart beats fiercely. Aslan, furious, said, "You gave me something to drink again." Barachil sternly replied, "If you agree to become a god, that pain will become easier and more pleasurable." Aslan screams in rage, "I will kill her. I will tear you to pieces. You bastard." She turns away and leaves him in agony. Suddenly, Barachil sees something in the sky. A hole appears in the sky. She screams in panic, "Impossible. Seal it." Scene transition. System notification. The power of the demon god has been damaged. The transformation level of the demon god has been reduced. Demon god transformation level 2. Demon god power reaches 100%. Skill available. The market is open. First skill, Ryuseum. Seidongqian. Third move. Please consider, the demon god transformation level has decreased. The Hell Secret technique has been sealed. The system appears again. The Eternal Torment of Hellfire technique has been sealed. The King's Judgment seal of the Demon Slayer has been sealed. Having removed the sealing spear, she received a special divine skill. The skill name has been adjusted to fit the characteristics of the demon god. Demon God's Kiss skill. The Demon God's Kiss heals negative statuses and physical injuries of the target. Desong remembered seeing kissing him and could not help but feel a chill down his spine. No matter how good the skill is, it should not be used. Pantheon speaks. Master, congratulations on regaining your strength. You cross your arms and look at it. What is this? Why are you suddenly so polite? Pantheon asked. I am programmed to display attitude based on my owner's status. It seems that my current owner now has the right to possess me. Desung asked, so that means there are no longer any restrictions on how to use the person, right? It replied. Yes, that is right. From now on, many powerful effects in the book can be used by consuming the host's divine power. The girl considers this. Really? So, is there anyone who can take me to where those bugs are? Pantheon then replied, I am sorry. You need a key to open the heavens. You hesitated to say, what? I did not ask for anything special, and yet you can't even do that. Useless. Useless. Pantheon says I can't open the heavens. But it seems a creature holding the key to the heavens has just arrived on Earth. This made Desum exclaim in surprise. Zico. The scene shifts to the headquarters of the Celestial Mother Society, where Umai seriously demands that I need stronger abilities. Ziz walks in through the door outside, clasping her hands and closing her eyes as she responds. Sir Representative, today another girl has been summoned. Unmai then said. Good, we plan to open more gates in residential areas, so try to spread the teachings on the streets. Z suddenly opened her eyes and looked at her as if she had something to say. Unmi asked, what is wrong? Do you have something to say? She eagerly asked. Honorable Representative, how many people need to be summoned to revive those lost in the apocalyptic battle 3 years ago? Unmi just closed her eyes and did not answer. Are you saying you lost your son in that apocalyptic battle? I also lost the person I loved, and we will definitely bring back our lost loved ones. Unmi said that was what the Heavenly Mother promised. Ziz clasped his hands in reverence and replied. I believe in the Heavenly Mother. Suddenly a beam of light enveloped Unmai. Zizi saw and called out to her. The representative. Then Unmai lowered her head. She had been possessed by Barachiel. Chaos and destruction were not yet ready. But the seal had been broken, and I must seal him again. Now Barachiel, using Umi's body, is speaking with Zez. She emotionally covers her face and exclaims, "Oh my God, Mother of Heaven." Then Zizi knelt down and begged. Heavenly Mother, please bring my deceased son back to life, I beg you. Barachiel placed a hand on her head and said, "Not yet." But she pushed Zezi's head down hard enough to make her faint. "And it is not hard for you to meet him in your dreams. Barachiel says that Senza has come to see me, outside the guild headquarters, and Disung is already here." The girl with the pointed chin thinks, "Huh, that damn divine bastard is with the little red demon." Following the star, Disung stepped into the headquarters. Alright, it is time to catch those worms. As he took a few steps, Senzo appeared out of nowhere all around him, and Disung looked annoyed. What is going on? He continued forward as the fog grew thicker. Suddenly something was rushing toward Disung. He glanced at it, then quickly drew his sword to strike. "I order you to go." My soldiers, as a hand emerges from the ground. The commanders slowly rise up, quickly standing ready to fight. One commander notices something strange. As the opponent struck faster, they launched a flurry of slashes, quickly knocking back a group of commanders. Disung charged wildly with his sword, slashing at Unmai and being blocked by her raised blade. She is indeed being controlled by Baradiel. Disung sneered and said, "Are you taking over her body this time? You evil thing," she coldly replied. "Not yet the time, but if the seal has been broken, could this also be fate? I will take your head and seal it. Do not resist." He pushed Unmai aside and retorted, "How ridiculous." Then the two of them charged into a sword duel. Disung recites a spell, exchanging territories, gradually revealing his domain. Unmai sneers, "It is useless." Disung fixes his gaze on his collapsing domain. "The territory exchange is happening." She asked with confusion, "You are not even human. Why are you trying so hard to protect this place?" You look at Unmai with a sinister smile. "What is this? Is this bug crazy? I am Handy Sum, from the Republic of Korea." He drove his sword into the ground and shouted. The soul flames burst out, quickly transforming into Dong Qian, Cho Jiang, and Seal Yan. Disung ordered them to charge and attack, while Unmai calmly raised her sword. Seal Yan tried to sneak up from behind to ambush her, but she threw a doll to help Unmai. She then unleashed her power, and Unmi's counterattack sent the doll flying away. Both Dong Qian and Chu Jiang were pushed back. She glanced at Disung and said, "It is useless." Then Unmai looked extremely surprised. "I do not know when she was drawn into Disung's domain," he whispered softly. "Finally, this is my domain." The three spirits lined up behind you. Disung shouted triumphantly, "You are finished." Barachiel decides to reveal her true form. A tiger. "It seems you have misunderstood something." She spreads her black wings wide. Barachiel confidently said, "I can use all my power here too." Then she launched her feathers to attack you. Disung punched away the pile of feathers, then launched an attack. But the chains wrapped around Barachiel, and she used her wings to block them. Disung quickly seized the opportunity, jumped up, and aimed to strike her. She shouted loudly, "Demon Godslay." Barachiel recites a spell, her Wings of Destiny. She uses her wings to block Disung's attack. An explosion of heaven and earth fire occurs. You continue to push the pain forward. Then Disung lunged forward and slashed at Barachiel. She immediately responded with her sharp claws. Those claws really did touch your face, but your body transformed into a mass of energy like a soul. Seal Yan quickly moved Disung away and looked at his bleeding hand, saying, "I almost had a few more holes in my body if it were not for her. I would have already met you." Seal Yan wondered silently. Is Disung in danger again? Chu Jiang asked beside him. "Captain, is that the enemy?" Dong Qian was so uncomfortable leaning on his hip. The explosion was so powerful and huge that I fainted. Disung looked at everyone and wondered if they had regained consciousness. Courageous, he looked at the enemy and said, "I will explain after this is over. Now let us beat that bastard to a pulp." Alright, everyone is united with Disung in purpose. Barachiel threatens, struggling in vain. "Your fate is to be sealed and destroyed." Seal Yan flips her middle finger at her. "Come on, charge in you bastard." Seal Yan slams her hand down to cast a water spell. A puddle of water spreads at Barachiel's feet, quickly turning into mud that clings to her legs. Barachiel sneers. Not yet defeated. Then she freezes the mud and shatters it. Seal Yan still does not give up. She plants 2 stakes into the ground and casts a spell, stabbing with thorns. The sharp spikes shoot out in a row towards the opponent, quickly piercing through Barachiel. Dong Cheon channels his strength into his punch. Uncle Jiang from above summons lightning, and he raises his hand to call down a bolt of lightning on her. After that attack, Barachiel still stood there unharmed. Dong Cheon muttered, "Damn it, is it nothing?" She really used her wings as a shield to protect herself. Barachiel, Jiang King, said, "They are so stupid for not realizing they will die here." She spread her wings to attack, determined to destroy all of you. Barachiel unleashed a wave of power that swept everything away. Warning system, all-powerful deity, detects planetary destruction energy. Disung's disciples try to hold their ground against the barrage of gunfire. Then Disung snapped his fingers, canceling the disciples' recall. The first to vanish was the one who thought Seo Yan believed he would choose her, so the girl happily turned to him and said, "Master." But she was disappointed. As he made the girl disappear completely, Disung said satisfied, "Everyone did well. Leave the rest to me." Then he charged at the enemy with full speed. Barachil kept firing wave shots. While Disung approached her with his sword was blocked by Barachil's wings. The system warns that the omnipotent being is activating the ultimate skill of hell. The success rate of the omnipotent being's hellish transformation is 100%. She looked surprised as Barachil was transported to another dimension. She looked around and wondered, "Where am I?" Here, Disung was already holding a shovel, waiting for her. "Your eyes light up. Your fate now lies in my hands." Disung gritted his teeth and said, "You have been sentenced to death." Then you unleash a massive source of power that engulfs Barachil. Eternal torment. Hellfire. She glances briefly behind her. Barachil turns to look at you and warns, "Once you step in, you will never be able to leave." She shouted loudly, releasing her spiritual form. Then Barachil's body swelled up. In the end, she transformed into a divine form. With eyes full of omniscience all over her body, Barachil was caught off guard and raised his hand to block. She shouted in panic, I can't get out." Disung jumped high and kicked down. Silencing her, you kick her right in the stomach and say, "Die." Barachil's eyes widen in shock. Unable to believe why fate has changed like this, her body was tightly bound by Disung's hell, turning into a mass of energy that eventually exploded. Returning everything to Disung's original domain, Barachil transforms into a seed sprouting a wing, and he stands before it. Staring intently, the system announces that the Chaos Realm's monster is praising the Almighty. Voices from the void echo. "Demon King. Deserved it, you damn angel. Destroy those angels. Free us from the abyss. At last, our long-awaited wish has come true." The system asks Disung, "Do you want to absorb the divine attribute of the level 3 angel Barachil? Yes or no?" You decide to absorb it. The Barachil seed glows. The system announces that you have absorbed the divine power of the level 3 angel Barachil. You can now use divine strength, the first authority, to end fate, the second authority, the call of fate, and the third authority, the twin guardians of fate. The system appears, and the heaven store is being upgraded. The transformation level of the demon god has increased significantly, reaching level 10, and the demon god's divine power has been fully restored. The seals on the hell secret technique have been completely removed, allowing you to use it even in other dimensions. The Pantheon appears and says, "Master, that is the key to the dimension leading to the world." Disung exclaimed in surprise, "What is this?" A yellow sphere appeared in front of him, and Disung reached out to touch it. Then he clenched and crushed the sphere, and a mark was engraved on the back of Disung's hand. The system announced that you have gained full access to the world, 3 out of 3, and he suspiciously looked at the seal on his hand. "Oh, is this the key?" Pantheon replied, "Yes, it is the key to open the world as space." Disung thought, "If I leave those people alone, they will keep attacking. Right?" Then he spoke up, "Hey, magic user, how do I get to the world?" Pantheon said, "I will create a gateway to the world for you." Then it made a blue sphere for you. Pantheon says, "Now you can control the celestial sphere with magic to open the gate to the world anytime." Master. Disung suddenly remembers something. "Oh right, the sphere was stolen from me." The scene shifts to the headquarters of the Celestial Mother Society. Jay loudly calls out, "Representative. Representative. Wake up." She tries to wake Mai, who is unconscious. "Come on, hang in there." Representative. Suddenly, a person in armor rushes into the room, and Jay looks up and loudly asks, "Who is that?" The special agents start splitting up to search the room and retrieve the sphere. Hurry up, and someone punches a cabinet. This sound makes Jay suffer from a severe headache as the person takes out a sphere. The Celestial Gate sphere is here. Then, likely team leader coldly looks at Jay and Unmi and orders to kill both of them. She gasped in fear at that. Then suddenly an explosion outside shattered all the windows, and Jay closed her eyes, raising her hand to shield herself from the flying glass. A Special Forces soldier looks toward the explosion, smoke billowing thickly, and figures gradually approaching. It is Disung, who glares at them. "Do not covet what is not yours. Have you never heard that saying before?" The Special Forces team raised their hands to cast spells at him. "Damn it. Everyone attack." Disung glared and said, "Let the one who is going to die, die." As soon as a soldier collapsed, Jay was filled with horror. The Special Forces soldiers were pinned down and could not move. Disung gathered the 2 blue orbs. He picked them up and said, "First, retrieve the 2s-class orbs." The moment he glanced at Jay and asked, "Sulji, is not she the executor?" She whispered to herself, "The world's #1 hunter." And Disung. Then Jay replied, "She is the representative, Sulanma." He closed his eyes and said, Sulanma. That is right. That must be the name." The system appears, showing that Angel Barachil has many followers. Do you want to turn them into followers of the all-powerful being through the call of fate?
Yes.
No. Divine power will increase with followers. Disung angrily shouted. That little girl has been manipulating everyone. You angrily order them to be freed. And suddenly a light emanates from the hall of the Heavenly Mother, waking up the girls in the prayer room. Everyone looked at each other in confusion, while Jay raised her face to the sky and sobbed loudly. She was dazed, wondering what she had done. The source of energy spreading through the hall of the society. Ajang was confused, wondering what on earth was going on. I am sure I am on my way to work, but where am I? Everyone in the room is crying. What am I doing here? Sorry. May I ask where this is? It says here that this is the Celestial Mother Association. Mother. Then Ajang stood up and declared, everyone stay calm. I am Kim Ajang from the Hunter Association. I will request support from the headquarters. At Didung's building, Chanho was on the phone calling Didung. Didung, I have heard the secretary's brief update. And you reply that everything here has been resolved and that you have also found the 2 lost celestial orbs. Chanho adjusts his collar and asks again. What? You have found the celestial orbs? And I heard you fought a very powerful creature. Is that right? Didung casually said. I've taken care of that monster. More importantly, I have handled the situation at the Heavenly Mother Society and plan to trace the one who attacked all the Heavenly Gate spheres. Chanho fell silent and then replied, I will contact Director Jin Ki-hong and head to the scene immediately. Didung wondered to herself, so should we find out where those bastards are hiding? The scene shifts to the Rocky Mountains, home of Darkseid, where everything is peaceful until a deafening explosion destroys the area. The culprit is Didung, surrounded by a swarm of aggressive robot corpses. Didung looked at Pantheon and said, it seems you are quite effective too. It politely replied, Master, I am truly honored to admit that my space tracking and teleportation techniques are impressive. The underground basement is built extremely solidly. Lai Dong's group descended together, and the old man asked, how could that monster have reached this place? Tiho adjusts Jun Gai's tie and says he probably won't go straight down to the basement. Dongquan stands beside Tran and the path to the basement has been buried by the explosion, so he won't be able to find his way down here. Lai Dong frowned and said, supporting the godmother was a mistake. Not only could I not retrieve the precious orb, but I was also being hunted. Their footsteps grew increasingly hurried, and finally they reached a room with an extremely sturdy iron door. Lai Dong pushed the door handle down, and the heavy iron door slowly opened, releasing dust from years of neglect. Inside the room was a giant robot painted in gold, and Disong touched it, hiding something like this behind it. Pantheon appears and speaks. No creature in this universe can escape my pursuit because I am the powerful space spellbook. Pantheon. This is Gigantus, a combat golem created by a divine mechanized race, designed to fight against Titan gods. Lai Dong's group was a step too late. Dong Hong exclaimed in horror. No way. How could he have arrived here? Disong split the golem in half. It exploded before him. Lai Dong took the blue viewbeak in his hand and said I will use absolute protection. Within a small area the viewbeak glowed and transformed into a screen covering them inside. Lai Dong says this will lure them away. Disong suddenly speaks from behind them. What is the lure for? They all showed extremely terrified faces, screaming in panic, and this guy stared at them coldly saying you will be executed. Then, Disong moved to punish them, leaving nothing behind but sounds of pain. You hold the sword and look down on them with contempt. These worms dare to betray me. Pantheon appears and asks, Master, do you want to go to the heavenly realm right now? Disong calmly replied no need. We need to discuss first. Returning to Disong's house, where everyone had prepared a lavish feast. Dongtheon, eating and praising how delicious it is. Oh my god! Madam, why did you prepare so much food? I will enjoy it very much. Bahan brought out a plate of food and told everyone it is not much. Disong suddenly called everyone to have a meal. She could not prepare much, and there is nothing special, so just eat freely. Everyone, she turned back to the kitchen and said, I think you should stop helping and sit down at the table. Thank you for helping me prepare the food. Chai Hong blushed and replied, oh my, I only helped a little. I did not do much. And I had a wonderful time learning to cook from my mother. Jisoo takes a piece of rolled egg and puts it in her mouth. She sighs in delight. Oh, this rolled egg is absolutely delicious. Sis, and smiles and says, that dish is made by Rang. She is very meticulous. I wish she were my daughter-in-law. Azan was holding a piece of chicken thigh. He was stunned by Mess Han's words about a daughter-in-law, and the girl, with a cunning fox face, thought to herself I made a mistake. The assistant manager, who would have thought she was a nine-tailed fox? The two of them quickly exchange glances, and suddenly a thunderous clash erupts between them. An from the sky asks, Disung, why did you call us here? He smirked and replied, I will leave Earth in 3 days. The atmosphere in the house suddenly became eerily silent. Hu then cautiously asked again, leave Earth? What do you mean? Disung, chewing the meat in his hand, said, those little ant worms are too dangerous if we leave them be. I will go to the heavenly realm. Ian smiled and asked, Disung, so we will go with you too? Right. He closed his eyes and thought, I can't say anything because she helped me pull out the spear. Disung said, hey kid, from now on, call me Big Brother Disung instead of Disung, I can't stand hearing that other guy anymore. That new nickname of yours sounds so adorable. Thinking that way, I slightly pursed my lips and wondered. Big brother Deseong, am I allowed to call you by such a cool title? Deseong declared. We can't go together. If you do not have the authority, you can't follow. Dongqian closed his eyes and asked. Captain Han, is something happening? If it is dangerous, you can do that, right? Assuming Wang Mang asked. Are you talking about our healing skills? Sunan confidently said. That is right. After all, Big Brother Desung can return to us quickly. Desung closed his eyes and said, we will only know once we try. So when I go, you guys stay and protect my home in Korea. Chano hesitated for a moment but had to respond. Then Mrs. Han worriedly said, I do not understand why my son keeps getting caught up in such big illusions. Jisoo sadly called out to her, Mom, Mrs. Han turned to ask Desung. But son, you will come back safely. Right, he replied confidently. Yes, I promise. Yeah. Mom, trust me. The system announced, remaining time 0 minutes 0 seconds no wire. Beginning teleportation through the portal. He stands before an opening portal. Desung commands, step into the world. The portal enlarges enough for him to enter, and Desung is immediately pulled into the teleportation tunnel. System notification. Connection to the portal complete. Body reconstructed with chaos energy. You can now travel across multiverses, with a maximum duration of 362 hours. Remaining time is 362 hours 59 minutes 54 seconds. He was terrified when he saw someone. What? In front of Desung stands Adi. Standing tall, the boy cautiously thinks, is not this Adi, the spiritual master I killed at the spiritual altar? He asked, who are you? This is not the spiritual energy of a cultivator. Adi said, the spiritual energy from my homeland. Desung activated his energy. Spiritual energy. Is this what you are talking about? He exclaimed in surprise. This spiritual energy. Odi kneels before you, the priest of the diocese, visiting the demon god. Desung asked, why has the diocese priest become a hunter of the world? He replied, my lord killed me, and I am trapped in the demon chaos realm, where I was enslaved and brought here to guard space monsters. I looked down at his back, the sword held upside down resembling a spear that once pierced me. Desung looked at the gate and asked, does that door lead to the heavens? Adi replied, yes. There are 100 trials before entering the world. The girl sighed and muttered, do I really have to go through some annoying challenge? Ban Theon reminded, Master, let the guardian see the key seal to enter the world. Suddenly remembering this, Desung showed Adi the carved seal on his hand and asked, Adi, can I use this? He bowed and replied, Great Lord, if you possess this seal, you can enter the world directly without having to pass any trials. Desung closed his eyes and said, Great, then let me in right now. Odi bowed in farewell and said, Great demon god, forgive me, but may I hold your hand? You asked again. My hand. And Desung placed his marked hand on Adi's. The system notified that the guardian's mark had been inscribed, and you can enter the world of your beloved. Suddenly his large hand began to shatter, emitting a blue light, and his body gradually cracked apart. Odi uttered his final words, Great demon god, I wish you victory in your battle against the world. After finishing, he disappeared. Desung said seriously, that was not a battle, it was a massacre, inside a place resembling a temple. In the middle of the hall, Aslan was chained to a pillar. He struggled to tell himself how long it had been. It is already past time and she still has not come. Suddenly a voice rang out, Oh, why should I feed the dog? I am busy too. You know, Aslan asked. Someone. He moved slightly and glanced at the person approaching. Orikeel crossed his arms and asked Aslan, so why did you refuse to become a Titan god when you are just a small seed? He glanced at her and said, Another angel. Huh, I told you, I do not want to become a hideous monster. Orikeel stepped forward and said, a hideous monster. She stared at Aslan and said, because you can withstand divine spirit, you are very valuable. But you are really stubborn. She snapped her fingers and said, fine, I will let you taste angel blood. Aslan cautiously asked, what is angel blood? Orikeel pinched his mouth and dripped her blood. Here. Drink it. You bug. The drop of blood emitting a purple glow slowly fell down. Aslan's eyes widened. Of course he did not want to drink her blood. Aslan's body swelled up and distorted grotesquely after drinking, while Orikeel laughed loudly. If he died, so be it. But if he survived, he would become an ugly Titan god. So be grateful for that. Suddenly she saw another person here. Desung teleported in front of her, sword ready for battle. He looked at Orikeel with the eyes of a predator. Desung immediately charged forward. You brandish your spear at the enemy and find one target. Orikeel unleashes his magic, summoning the spirit of the void. She turns her body into smoke, causing Desung's attack to miss. He instinctively slips through Orikeel, and she seizes the opportunity to return to her normal form. She grits her teeth and turns around to ask what the hell is going on. How can someone enter this world? You scoff and reply, tough, people are not easily defeated. Everything was more complicated than it seemed. Aslan's body swelled to an enormous, strange size. He cried out in pain. Save me. Anyone who saves me will be my master for life. Desung glanced at Aslan and asked, what is this? Orikeel. having drawn her sword again, said if I had been a moment slower, I would have been defeated. Desung quickly prepares to defend with his sword and leaps into the air. Catching Ori Keel off guard, Desung seized the opportunity and attacked her from above, unleashing his full power with the demon god slash. She drew her sword to block Desung's attack, and the two blades clashed instantly, causing a massive explosion. She was cut down from the beam. Ori Keel gritted his teeth and said, "Too close." Desung did not hesitate and charged forward, saying die. Her sword quickly pressed against Ori Keel's neck. She quickly shouted out loud, proclaiming divine law, a zone of peace. A purple light enveloped her. Desung froze, unable to take another step. What does she do? I can't move. Ori Keel gently tapped his tongue with his finger and sighed in relief. That was close. Almost. Banthian whispered into his ear, "Master, it seems the killing actions have been suppressed." Desung thought, so does that mean I have to abandon my plan to fight? Ori Keel continued confidently, the decree of the Supreme God has been proclaimed. This area is now a zone of peace. She stepped closer and looked at him. No one can violate the law of the Supreme God. Desung cursed her straight to her face. Peace. Since when could you bastards calmly talk about peace like that? Ori Keel scratched his chin and said, hung, with the law of the Supreme God. You now. Desung shouted, release your mana, which surprised her a little. What? Desung begins to transform, becoming the demon god, a source of overwhelming power that crushes the opponent. Ori Keel screams in horror. What, the demon god? Desung immediately charged forward and swung a horizontal slash at her. Ori Keel shouted loudly, no way. Can he really break the rule of suppressing divine enemies? Then she collapsed. Desung glanced at Ori Keel. Now that I have arrived, peace in the heavenly realm will come to an end. System notification. You have defeated rank 5 Angel Ori Keel. Do you want to absorb the angel's divine power? Yes or no? You look at the butterfly, the remaining piece of Ori Keel. So is this her divine power? The system says you have received a mask containing Ori Keel's divine power, allowing you to use her strength. Ori Keel's strength. The masquerade ball allows perfect copying of appearance and abilities if the target's level is lower. The demonic transformation level has increased to 15, and Desung glances to the side. Aslan throws 5 giant punches at you but is stopped by Desung with one hand. He looks at Aslan and thinks, then remembers, I think I have seen this face somewhere before. He transforms into a giant with broad shoulders and bulging muscles. Continuously shouting, Pantheon reminds you, Master, it seems this person is in the process of turning into a titan. Aslan tearfully pleads for help. Save me. Help me. Desung looks at him and asks Pantheon, can we stop the transformation into a titan? It replied that if you accept him as your disciple, it might be possible to stop him. The girl hesitated, considering accepting a titan as a disciple. Then Desung smiled smugly, finding it quite interesting. A roar echoes throughout the temple. Chants rise up, protect the demon god, praise the demon god, obey the demon god, protect the demon god. Aslan wakes up startled and keeps panicking. Stop. Stop immediately. You are awake now. Aslan turned to ask, oh my god, you saved me. Stone worker. Desung replied, I was just passing by. He looked at you silently for a moment, while Desung quietly stared into the fire. Aslan frowned and asked, are you the demon god? Desung glanced at him as if admitting he was the demon god. Aslan tore off the cloth covering himself, then bowed and swore loyalty. From now on, Aslan Anderson would serve the demon god as his master and submit to him. Desung replied calmly, from now on, you will fight for me. Aslan, at the temple, Simiaza, sitting with his chin resting on his throne, asked, has a cultivator broken the divine law? A demon servant stepped forward to report that countless dimensions of the heavenly realm had been connected, and this could not be confirmed. Then he handed over a scroll of gold. All the minions looked surprised. Wait, is not that the sacred object containing the divine power of the supreme god? Another minion spoke up. Simiaza. Hold on. Is not it a bit too much to use the divine power of the supreme god on such a lowly human? He calmly replied that a lowly human could not break the sacred laws of the supreme god. At least, he must be a creature of the same level as me. Then Simiaza unrolled the scroll, which began to glow, and he held it out before the assembled beings. Simiaza confidently declares that the demon creature will not escape the judgment of the supreme god. Aslan asks, so this is the heavenly realm in another dimension. I can't imagine this, Master. Desung hesitated. Damn it. I feel like we have been wandering around here forever. Pantheon reminded you, Master, if you get through this forest, you will surely see the path leading to the village of the world. Desung sighed. Because the space on earth and in the heavenly realm are different. I can't even fly. Suddenly, a beam of light shone into his face, and a golden scroll appeared right beside him. A voice emanates from the scroll. You insignificant creature, how dare you break the divine law? You have shattered the law of creation. By the authority of the gods I judge you. A surge of power appears beneath Desung's feet, and the judgment scroll declares the accused will be cast into the abyss of emptiness. Aslan did not bother to ask how much longer until they reached the heavenly village. When he turned to look for Desung, he had already disappeared. Master. In another place, Disung is being pulled into his memories, where he witnesses his father dying in the end. Disung sobs loudly. Calling out, he pursed his lips and continued. As the scene shifted to the moment he was attacked by a monster, then to Disung severely wounded, losing half his body. I want to go home. Disung as a child appears, starting over again, now lost in his endless painful memories. Unable to stop thinking, Banthian warns. Master. Something is coming. Disung opens his eyes and mutters, In front of him, a void worm is flying toward him, its mouth wide open, ready to swallow him. The void worm lunged forward, and you quickly drew your sword to confront it. Disung closed his eyes. Seems like it is hungry. Then suddenly he forcefully split its mouth open and said, Demon God / Eat this. Some spirits escaped from the space worm's body, shouting freedom. We are tired of that void worm. We do not want to live inside it anymore. He reappeared and looked ahead. In front of Disung was a pitch-black void. The monsters that escaped from the worm crawled up. Oh! The void worm had disappeared. They moved toward you. But it will come back. It never truly disappears. Who controlled that deep abyss monster? A horned beast snarling with fangs bared stands alongside its companions, blocking the way in front of Disung. You look confused and wonder what these things are. The system announces entry into the Chaos Realm, the deepest part of the monster world. The scene shifts to the Divine Temple, where a feather quill is automatically recording onto a scroll of yellow paper. Semiaza sits cross-legged in his study, with Arakiba standing before him, paying a formal visit. He asked, Sir Semiya, why are you forcing me to train? He closed his eyes and ordered, Arakiba, I want you to go to the demon Chaos Realm and confirm the identity of that demon. Arakiba widened his eyes at Semiaza, then softly replied, No one can escape that abyss. Are you planning to use me for something pointless? Semiaza said seriously. Arakiba, the body of the great demon god is there. This caught his attention. If that is the great demon god, does that mean the ancient demon god that the supreme god destroyed? And what if the demon creature invading the heavenly realm is acting on the will of the great demon god? Arakiba thought to himself, No, I have made a terrible assumption when I was writing my notes. Semiaza requests that to prevent any issues, a third-rank angel be brought along. Arakiba respectfully nods and replies, I will follow your command. In another place, someone is digging through the dirt. That person is the administrator of the Chaos Realm. Yen, the old man, exclaimed. There is nothing there. Yen dusts off his hands and wonders if a new demon has arrived since the void deep has disappeared. Suddenly, he looks up at the foot of the house and sees the surrounding space distorted. What is that? Arakiba and his subordinates land right on Yen's house. He, Uriel, and Semziel look around cautiously. Suddenly a cluster of trees floated up from the ground and quickly turned into Yen, who bowed respectfully. Why would Arakiba be hesitant to come here? He looked down and replied, Administrator Yen has opened the gate to the demon Chaos Realm. There are a few things I need to confirm with the body. A flash of light appeared in the Chaos Realm and quickly turned into a tree. From the tree, Arakiba's group emerged, and he stared fiercely at the person in front of him. Disung just defeated a monster, then turned to look at his new soldiers. Convenient indeed. All my subordinates are here. Two of Arakiba's disciples stepped forward. Uriel said that Arakiba, we will handle him. In the end, the two of them were chained tightly. What? Disung charged forward, hurt and furious. To their side, die. You damn hypocrites. Arakiba saw the guardian shout loudly and turned to observe. In an instant, Disung's powerful strike shattered all restraints. Suddenly, he staggered back, softly exclaiming in surprise, Huh. At that moment, a deafening explosion echoed through the sky, causing a powerful shockwave that pushed Arakiba and the two celestial guards backward. Based on his judgment, the intruder into the heavenly realm seems to be a new demon god. Disung stared intently at the person before him, thinking, those eyes. His face was full of excitement, his eyes blazing red with madness. I want them. Soon after, his magic erupted, and Disung's figure was engulfed in a sea of purple flames. This is the move, releasing mana to summon the demon god. At this moment, the entire space trembles violently, dust and smoke billow thickly, and a terrifying evil aura rises anew. Soon after, he could not help but feel excited. Suddenly, he sensed a murderous aura approaching, and he tensed up, his face full of tension. Amidst the mist and dust, your figure flashes. Disung tightly grips his sword and charges at Arakiba, shouting loudly, surrendering your divine spirit and accepting death. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupts, blasting him far away. Disung thought, trying to regain his footing, his eyes scanning around for the cause. It turns out that at that critical moment, he had cast a spell just in time to create a protective shield. This technique of Arakiba is called reversal observation. You swear angrily. Damn it, is that an upgraded version of my precious eyes? Banthian warns that his master's power seems to allow him to completely reverse everything. He pauses, deep in thought. Puzzled normally, monsters lose more than half their strength when crossing the abyss, so why does that bastard not lose any at all? Then Arakiba's face suddenly changed color, as if he had just discovered something terrible, and he shouted in fury. You bastard, did you absorb the divine nature of the heavens? Disung sneered and said, Oh, So you have been found out. Magic power erupts once again, swirling fiercely around your body. Immediately, from the chaotic light, countless monsters appear, and Desung immediately orders, "Attack." His voice echoed through the space, only 2 words filled with hatred and revenge, and they responded in unison, their roars shaking the sky. Obeying the demon god's command, the green dinosaurs charged like a storm towards the enemy, their eyes blazing red with fury, their roars echoing in unison. "We will owe blood for blood to these damn angels. I will tear them apart into pieces. I will devour and swallow them whole." Arakiba raises his hand, performs a spell, and the magic gathers to create a clone that looks exactly like Desung. His cold gaze made people shiver, boiling with murderous intent. Then, the clone mimicked Desung's swordsmanship, identical in every detail. He reacts instinctively, raising his sword to block the incoming attack like a flash of lightning. The shockwave crashes in violently, scattering the green dinosaurs in all directions. On the other side, Bung was also struck by a sharp sword. His body split in 2 as he screamed in agony. Desung swiftly swung his sword, slicing through the chains that were wrapping around him. Seeing that, Uriel and Sensil coordinated, one on the left and one on the right, closing in simultaneously to trap him. His face was full of determination as he confidently said, "We will." Uriel coldly added, "Eliminate them." They launched a relentless attack, leaving no gap for the enemy to escape. Spells and fierce clashes erupted, creating a thunderous explosion that lit up the entire sky. Sensil calmly asked, "Have we defeated them yet?" He hurriedly replied, "Not yet." The scene before them left them stunned and speechless, as Desung was now enveloped by enormous wings. Having swiftly wielded his power to activate divine authority, the demon wings, Desung proudly laughs loudly. "Well done. The wings I stole from that angel are the best defense." Araki, baking, wide-eyed with terror, screams in panic. That bastard absorbed Baradiel's divine power. He looked at him, thinking to himself that he could disable all his skills, copy and use them, and if he had his minions here, he could turn the tide. After a moment, Desung paused, muttering to himself, "I have my minions." He faintly smiled and snapped his fingers, summoning the legion of minions, the seeds of destruction. Immediately, amid the purple magic mist, a figure gradually appeared, and Eslan respectfully spoke. "My lord, you called for me." Desung immediately pointed forward and ordered, "My first task is to kill that bastard." He confidently replied, "Master, when you are away, I have tested all the skills I possess. Let me show you their true potential." The words you said next left Aslan speechless. "Oh, if you succeed, I will promote you from intern to official demon." He could not believe what he just heard, staring blankly at himself. "What? I am still just an intern," Desung calmly replied. "Yes, that is right. You are still just an intern." Aslan gritted his teeth, clenched his fists. "So I have to show you my true power then." Without hesitation, he quickly used his awakening and transformed into the Titan god form. Arakibi's eyes widened in shock as he shouted, "Oh my god! How can that bastard withstand the Titan?" In just a moment, Aslan had completed his transformation. Towering giant with an aura of dominance, he quickly threw a punch at the enemy, accepting his fate and death. Heaven's will, the opponent reacted in an instant, executing a series of skills. Nullifying observation, missing the chance to observe. Amidst the swirling light, a giant hand emerged, stretching out from the circle of spiritual energy, reaching straight for Aslan. Due to his overconfidence, he was caught a punch to the face, and that immense force made him fall backward, body flying straight through the middle. Seeing the opponent's figure standing firm in the sky, Arakiba chuckled happily. Overwhelmed, just like that, in that very moment, a sharp sword suddenly pierced straight through his body. Desung said coldly, "Got you now." My scent. Arakiba uses all his remaining strength to perform a move, shifting and observing, his body transforming into a thin mist to escape from your grip. Senshil immediately closes in on Desung, eyes blazing fiercely. Arakiba. Retreat now. On the other side, he clenched his teeth in pain. Uriel shouted in panic. Arakiba, struggling to use his spiritual power, hurriedly gave the order. "Stay calm. Take us away from here immediately." But just then, his eyes caught the moment his teammate's head was severed from his neck. Uriel stared in horror, screamed in despair. Senshil, feeling Desung's magic targeting him, he uses his body, his heart pounding rapidly. Uriel quickly uses his spiritual power to shift and narrowly avoids the sharp sword slicing toward him. In an instant, he had completely disappeared from your sight. Desung released wind magic to search. Once marked by me, no one can escape. On Yen's side, the ground trembles, the bookshelf shakes, and the glass bottles clink loudly, frightening the old man. After a moment, Arakiba and Uriel suddenly appear. He was coughing violently, constantly spitting blood, causing him to panic and shout out, "Arakiba, hold on to your divine nature and the barrier." At the same time, countless vines wrapped around Yen's feet, grabbing him tightly, and he was terrified, shouting out loud, "What is happening here?" Arakiba seems to have reached his limit, his soul almost completely overwhelmed by dark magic. He lost control, and his sharp hand immediately slashed across Uriel's face. He was terrified, shouting for Yen to repair the void quickly, as he hurriedly acted with a tense face and sweat pouring down. Outside, Disung kept absorbing Arakibe's power, the blazing golden spiritual energy flowing into his body. In that moment, the system displayed information about absorbing Arakibe's second-level divine eye. The demon eye of the all-powerful being had transformed into a demon eye. The power of the demon god, the demon eye, can disable or copy the actions of the selected target. 2. Can read and extract all past actions of the target. It can detect the flow of space-time and determine the rank of the targeted entity. Suddenly, Disung's eyes lit up brightly, filled with powerful spiritual energy. Immediately after, 2 blazing beams of light shot out from his eyes, like 2 fiery arrows soaring straight into the sky. It tears through the darkness, causing everything to shift with each step of the light. In an instant, the magic dissipates, and the absorption process is complete. Yin raised his fist defiantly. "You fiend. I will never hand over the authority to govern the Chaos Realm to you." You purse your lips, curiously speak up. "Oh, the right to govern." Only then does the old man realize he has been rude, and he fears and exclaims, "Damn it, I slipped up." Disung immediately uses magic, activates his power, and the voice of the demon god forces lower creatures to obey him. You grit your teeth and hold on. "Follow me, the administrator of the Chaos Realm." Immediately, countless voices echo in Yen's mind, defending the demon god, praising the demon god, obeying the demon god, serving the demon god, as the desperate screams of the old man echo through the forest, making the space tremble with despair. After a moment, Yen's eyes became vacant and expressionless, and he bowed deeply, respectfully saying, "Oh, demon god, from now on, I will follow you." Disung quietly pondered, a gleam of pleasure mixed with a hint of malice in his eyes. "Oh, mind control, this is useful. I will transfer the management of the demon chaos realm to you." Just a month later, a magic lock appeared floating in front of him, and without hesitation, Disung immediately reached out and grabbed it. As soon as his fingertips touched it, a burst of magical light erupted, and the scene before him left him speechless. At this moment, Disung is standing in the middle of a strange alley, surprised and exclaiming, "What is this?" At the end of the street, a strange door draws all his attention. Behind the door, strange sounds echoed like they were coming from a distant sky, and no one knew what awaited the sword spirit there. At the same time, elsewhere, a mysterious phenomenon suddenly appeared in the dark sky, causing someone to cry out in amazement. "The sky." He hurriedly continued to speak, explaining the eclipse, while the person beside him was stunned, unable to believe what they were seeing. How could this be? Suddenly a bright golden light burst through the window, shining directly into the room, startling Semi-8. Instantly, he stood up sharply, his eyes fixed on the light, eager to find out what it truly was. Semi-Aza quickly approaches the window cautiously, then swiftly moves toward the palace of the Supreme God. But as he approached the gate, Semi-Aza was stopped by the guards who warned sternly that he could not enter. He frowned, growing angry, and stepped aside. "I need the prophecy from the Supreme God." The guard's eyes narrowed and repeated once more, "We have received the decree. No one is allowed inside." Semi-Aza remained silent. So even this was part of the plan of the Supreme God. He turned away in frustration, his eyes filled with dissatisfaction and anger. Semi-Aza channels his energy, transmitting a call to his subordinates. "Oh angels, heed my call." The sound echoes through every alley and corner. "Listen up." Amidst the crowd, Rank 3, Sahariel stumbles slightly, his hands trembling, his eyes flashing with surprise before immediately turning toward the source of the sound. His voice still echoed continuously, each word like engraved in emptiness. "Listen here." Second rank Ramiel clenched his weapon tightly, his whole body tense, ready for the clash. Soon, the summon arrived. Second rank Kokopil looked up, eyes wide with curiosity, wondering what urgent matter could have prompted this call. On this side, third rank Duriel was attentively playing the instrument while listening to the orders. Semi-Aza spoke seriously, "Prepare for the battle between angels and demons." At the same time, Disung quickly approached the door, his footsteps echoing in the silent corridor. After a moment, he stood in front of the door, his eyes determined, his breath slightly rapid as if ready to face whatever was waiting behind it. Disung quickly inserted the key, and the door slowly creaked open. He pushed it gently and stepped inside, the dim light illuminating his face, but the scene before him made Disung momentarily stunned. Behind the door was just a normal classroom with neatly arranged desks and chairs, a clean blackboard, sunlight streaming through the window, and an unbelievably quiet atmosphere. Disung suddenly stopped. "Wait a minute. This is my middle school." Suddenly, he was surprised to see a figure. The girl was bowing her head, focused on doodling something in her notebook. Sensing the intense gaze from him, Lucifer gently lowered his hand, lifted his head, and her eyes widened in surprise. "Oh, finally, you are here." Lucifer laughed excitedly, a crisp sound echoing in the quiet space. Disung gently pulled out the chair from the desk in front, then quickly sat down, his eyes fixed on the girl before him, and in a deep voice he asked, "Who are you?" She tilted her head slightly, a smug smile on her lips. "Who do you think I am?" Seeing the opponent's hostility, Disung immediately cast a spell. He immediately focused his mind, activating his third demon eye power to read the target's rank. What appeared before him shocked Disung greatly, and he muttered to himself, Who is this little girl with such power? At this moment, a shadowy figure suddenly appeared behind Lucifer, tall and shrouded in swirling black smoke, with glowing red eyes and sharp teeth forming a terrifying grin. At the same time, a system notification appeared. You have encountered the ancient demon god, Satang. I wonder, Satang. She chuckled happily, and the person even has my demon eye. That is incredible. Disung wondered, why did she call me here? Lucifer's next words stunned him, revealing the hair, the one who possesses the key to the abyss and can meet me. I secretly set a trap to activate it. She was excited, her eyes blazing with madness. Just as I thought. Finally, the chance to defeat him has arrived. Lucifer burst into loud, ringing laughter that echoed throughout the room. Fentung whispered to Disung, are you ready yet? I am sure he is already prepared. She flicked her finger playfully, her tone teasing. He is still a newcomer. We need to help him. It immediately split into 3, ghostly figures appearing all at once, surrounding him and pressing down with heavy pressure, making Disung feel as if his heart was being squeezed and his breath becoming heavy. I am annoyed, gritting my teeth and saying these guys are really something. Disung, do not get involved. I refuse to back down. I just came to do my job and then go home. Lucifer warns, Hung, if you leave now, you will die. Disung's face is full of rage, veins bulging on his temples. Die. Me. She continued, the rookie has potential. I will show him. Lucifer without hesitation spun around and delivered a powerful kick towards him. Disung quickly raised his hand to block her strike. Do not even dream about it. But he did not expect that kick to contain such incredible power. Disung's whole body was thrown backward, crashing into the wall with a deafening bang. The water wall burst, bricks shattered and fell apart. He sat up quickly, his sharp eyes fixed firmly on the figure before him, determined not to give in. In an instant, Phantom Toad's clone lunged right in front of Disung, sly smile curling on its lips. He immediately activated his first power, reversing his perspective, and a thought flashed through his mind. What if I change my point of view? Henel smirked and said, unfortunately, we can't be observed. Rookie. In an instant, Disung's figure floated in midair. A blinding flash erupted, engulfing the entire scene, and everything vanished into the white light. Suddenly, his eyes widened and his body froze. The scene before him left Disung stunned. Am I dreaming? Below, a ruined city appears, as if a fierce battle had taken place here, and he feels confused. Are these illusions? At the same time, Heron anxiously calls out, Changzik, hang on. At this moment, a shimmering illusion surrounds them, her voice full of determination. He cannot die. On the other side, Henian lies motionless on the ground, her arm cut in deep wounds all over her body. Suddenly, a deafening explosion shook the ground violently, rocks flying everywhere, smoke and fire billowing. As the dust settled, Dongxian appeared amidst the wreckage, Yinjiang shouting angrily, motherfucker, an aerial attack, is not that cheating? Semiaza said nothing, her eyes shot out cold magic, tearing through the air and rushing toward Dongxian. She hurriedly turned back and asked, Captain Seo, are you okay? He rushed toward Mai Xuang, his face filled with anger, feeling the approaching aura, her whole body tense like a bowstring. But before she could do anything, a slash cut through Mai Xuang. The angry uncle shouted, damn it, how dare you? Semiaza's magic erupted once again, swirling violently and rushing straight at Dongxian. He is sure that Han Disung is the one responsible for driving your race to extinction. Hearing that accusation, Disung clenched his lips, trying to contain the anger and pain rising within him. You land on the ground, look around cautiously, and your eyes settle on a group of people in the distance. A hint of doubt in your heart about where you are. Currently, they are trying to hold their position. Jisoo panicingly calls out, Seal Yan, own. Stay calm, own. Your illusion can still help us escape the storm of wind. Hesitant and confused, but they look like the ones Disung already dealt with. Seal Yan snapped angrily. What do you mean? Are you saying Disung was defeated by those brainwashed fools? Suddenly, a giant axe swung down and struck the barrier, causing the protective layer to crack and almost shatter. She jolted in fear and exclaimed in panic, what the hell? How? Before long, the barrier was pierced with a large hole, and Demian's figure appeared right in front of her, making Seal Yan unable to help but tremble with fear. He immediately raised his weapon, his eyes full of murderous intent. So the one hiding here is the Trung race, the offspring of the demon god's original curse, the one who caused chaos in the world. Everything happened so fast that Seal Yan could not grasp what was happening. Her body froze, and she could only sit still, awaiting her fate. In that tense moment, a small dagger suddenly flew in and clashed against the giant axe, blocking the deadly attack. Chucky gripped the small dagger tightly and charged straight at the enemy. Owner. Run now. Damien's giant hand quickly grabbed it. In just a moment, Chucky's entire body was crushed into pieces, struggling to utter its final words. Master. Run now. She clenched her fists, her eyes filled with pain and fury, her lips pressed so tightly they turned pale. Chucky, then, soon gritted his teeth, his voice as cold as ice. Death imminent. At this moment, his whole body seemed to be squeezed by an invisible force. Damien clenched his jaw, straining against the crushing pressure. After a moment, he finally subdued the magic within his body and quickly escaped from the dangerous trap. Damien chuckled triumphantly. He. Too bad. If it had been a weaker trap, he would have died right away. Without hesitation, he crazily charged at Xian like a storm, his sword slashing down like lightning. She could not dodge in time and collapsed under that terrible force. Jisoo shouted desperately, "Soon." Sister Hen cried out in shock, "Soon." Chano clenched his gun tightly, gripping his hatred and growling, "You bastard." A series of gunfire rang out, bullets raining down on the enemies. While behind Damien, the angels charged into battle without hesitation. Chano struggled to hold his ground amidst the relentless encirclement, but he quickly was overwhelmed, blood splattering everywhere. Seizing the opportunity, another angel stepped forward. Aiming at the remaining two, she shouted in fear, "Brother Chanho," but in the end, that was the last thing Soon could say. Her life had come to an end, leaving behind dark red bloodstains on the cold ground. Witnessing everything, Jisung froze in place, fists clenched tightly in anger and helplessness. He growled fiercely, "These damn dogs, I will kill all of you." Phantom sternly explained, "Rookie, this is what happens after death, it is unavoidable." Jisung's eyes turned bloodshot as he shouted loudly, "Be quiet." Then Lucifer suddenly spoke, "Have you seen the future yet?" Jisung stood stunned, her eyes narrowing. "The future," she said faintly, "if nothing changes, these things are unavoidable." He sneered contemptuously, full of disdain. "You are not even close to being ready. It is really sad. So pathetic. You wonder what scheme we are up to by showing you such cheap tricks." Lucifer said confidently, "Do not worry. I will help you." Jisung trembled, her eyes wide open as she stared intently at the person before her. "Help me." She made incredibly tempting promises. "I will lend you my ghost. I will help you kill the creatures Zora created and bring you back to Earth intact." Phantom's face twisted with discomfort. "What? We have not agreed to this yet." You look at Lucifer with suspicion. "Why are you helping me?" She stroked her chin thoughtfully, then nodded and whispered close to his ear, "Your body, your body." Lucifer stepped forward. "Ah, of course, to get my body." Jisung was stunned and exclaimed, "Her body." She angrily steps aside, splitting my body into many pieces and stuffing them into his pitiful creature. "It is a long process. She has no physical form. That is why we can leave this place. The one who must kill the angels, gather the fragments, and restore the body for this child." Lucifer continued, sounding like a fair translator. "Right. After all, you intend to kill all of Viram's creations, do not you?" You did not rush to agree, instead asking back, "I have a question," she asked curiously. "What is the question?" Jisung tilted his head and asked, "Are you the one who took me to hell?" That question makes Lucifer happy. Her lips curl slightly. She answers softly, "Maybe or maybe not. Just tell me clearly." Lucifer immediately pulls out an item. "The one who sent people to hell is because of my artifact. But I am not the one who used it to send people to hell." Dae-sung's eyes fixated on the book. Could that item be the Pantheon? His face paled at Phantom's response. Pantheon excitedly repeated, "System panel. System panel. System panel." It stared intently at Pantheon with shining eyes. "The system developing a demonic god." "Show off. The Pantheon spellbook is something I created to generate variables. I send it into the universe to avoid Rudra's sight." Hearing this, Dedung was stunned. "Is this girl the creator of Pantheon?" He questioned. "So who used it?" Lucifer calmly replied, "Who knows? Now, the one who answers my question will accept my proposal." He pondered silently, thinking that accepting her offer might be a good idea, but suddenly Pantheon appeared, urging, "Master, accept this person's offer," and Dedung silently wondered. The spellbook. At this moment, a thought flashed through his mind. "Wait, you are also part of Pantheon." It hurriedly explained, "My name is indeed Pantheon, but I am not Satan's creation." Dedung shouted in shock, "Are you a fake?" Pantheon looked questioningly and asked, "Do you want to hear my story first?" A mirage barrier enveloped the two of them, preventing anyone from hearing their conversation, making Phantom think that you were just silently contemplating. What are you doing? Huh. Caught off guard by our story. You have no choice but to accept the offer." He sneered coldly, as if waiting for this moment, then pointed and said, "Fine, I will accept your proposal." The scene shifts to the Great Wall of Heaven, Elysian, where angels gather in full force, and Semiza with her subordinates are also present. Ramian wondered, "Semiza, if this is a battle between gods and demons, then has the ancient demon god already returned?" He calmly replied, "The 7 solar eclipses are a sign of Satan's return." At this moment, the eyes of the angels are filled with worry as Semia's voice continues. "It is another brutal battle." Duriel is confused, so he is trying to regain the strength he lost. He asked again, "What is the will of the supreme god?" And replied calmly, "We simply do what must be done. That is the will of the supreme god Utera." Suddenly, an urgent alarm blared out. Cabal tensed like a stretched string, vigilantly watching from above. He immediately drew his bow. As they finally arrived, Arrows filled with magic shot through the air straight at the enemies. Below, the wind howled as if swirling, and soon Desung's figure appeared. Feng moved like a flash, and he remembered Lucifer's words, "I will deal with the supreme god Udra, and you need to gather all the pieces of my body while clearly defining your current objective. First, I need to eliminate all these damn winged angels." At that moment, Cable's arrows also shot toward me. Desung swiftly cast a magic spell, his eyes spinning and shining brightly. The arrows continued to fly forward without stopping. Quickly, Desung's eyes turned bright red as he cast a spell, creating a surveillance gaze that suddenly stopped. Unexpectedly, the arrows halted and hovered in midair. Then, they suddenly changed direction at your shout, creating observation and communication. The traitorous arrows turned back to where they were shot from. At that moment, Cable realized that the man had stolen Arakima's observation eye. He quickly dismissed it, withdrew his divine power, and soon the arrows vanished, leaving only a faint mist behind. The scene before him made Semiaza so angry that he stomped his feet loudly. He quickly ordered all the angels to attack together, and in an instant, the angels charged forward with fierce eyes full of bloodlust. Immediately, Young Sword was ready to counterattack if they tried to swarm like rats. Then, at Desung's command, the space gate opened, revealing eternal suffering, the gates of hell. From within that gate, a giant hand with sharp claws emerged, unhesitatingly stretching out and smashing down onto the ground with terrifying force. He quickly stepped forward, each step causing the ground to shake violently. Aslan stared fiercely at the angels closing in on him, laughing excitedly. "Oh, so this is war." Then, the battle erupted fiercely, with both sides attacking each other, smoke billowing everywhere, and explosions filling the sky. He leapt arrogantly, and the divine attacks from above were shattered by his magic. Immediately after, Aslan descended with a powerful kick, knocking the enemies below to the ground before they could lift their heads. He roared triumphantly, "I will kill you all, you damned angels," as monsters poured out from the gate, eyes blazing with fiery hatred. They are brimming with fighting spirit, determined to crush and avenge the angels, following the command of the demon Lord Aslan. At this moment, thought arises in Aslan's mind, feeling that he is probably qualified to become an official disciple. Seeing their side weaken, Juriel immediately broke the lute, the music resonating, as if boosting the angels' power, making their eyes shine brightly. Once again, they rose up, charging at the enemy with fierce momentum like a storm, causing the monsters to be shattered, blood splattering everywhere. An angel pierced its arm into the beast, and spiritual energy immediately poured into its body. Suddenly, the beast's body transformed, and it screamed in horror, "No way, I am turning into those damn angels." Her eyes flashed with a cold glint. She refused to retreat. At the same time, on the other side, Aslan threw a punch like a sunset toward the enemy. Ramian immediately raised his hand to block the incoming attack. He angrily cursed, "You damn Hika. Do you dare attack the heavenly realm? Have you forgotten the destruction of the Hika planet?" He keeps throwing another punch. What the hell is he talking about? Ramian can't dodge in time and takes the hit. Aslan roared in anger, "I am a human from Earth." The punch sent the guy flying backward, body crashing down amidst thick dust and smoke. At the same time, Cabell jumps down, pulling her bowstring tight, and the arrows from her fingertips shoot out like flashes, raining down on the 7 monsters like a deadly storm. In just a moment, he landed with heroic grace, like a war god in battle. Cabal silently thought that her arrow chamber would pave the way for the heavenly army. Dugong's voice suddenly rang out, catching him off guard. "Here you are, my right arm." At that moment, he had been standing behind Kubal for some time, but in that instant, a spear was suddenly thrust directly at Dugong. He gently raised his sword, blocking the powerful attack. Desung was pushed back, slipping on the ground as dust billowed around. Sahariel gritted his teeth, his voice full of frustration. "Why can't these filthy shadows defeat the Abyss army immediately? You sneer. You know how to use that filthy beak of yours." Immediately after, Call and her subordinates launch a new attack together. He confidently asserted that even if you had keen eyes, you could not dodge my illusionary arrows. But at that moment, he also quickly wiped his weapon. "Death to you, fiend." The scene before him made the phantom within him burst into a cold, mocking laugh, cruel smile curling on his lips. They all attacked each other simultaneously, with fierce combat and relentless strikes. Kokobul quickly landed and immediately took a defensive stance, her whole body tense with alertness. Seeing the dark magic spreading toward him, he exclaimed in surprise, "This is a world without darkness, so why him?" Quickly, the spear materialized, grabbing Kabul's arm instantly, his face showing a cold expression. In that brief moment, his arm was torn away from his body. Kibble froze in shock, her eyes filled with terror, unable to believe what had just happened. You grinned triumphantly. He caught another one. Suddenly, through the thick fog, a brilliant beam of light pierces the bone screen and rushes straight at Desung with terrifying speed. Everything happened too quickly for him to react, and Desung stared in shock as the beam of light pierced straight through his body. Simiasa's cold voice echoed, "I have always been watching you, Srazan. Black energy swirling around you. seeping through your wounds and closing them in an instant. Fentong emerges from within Desung, a twisted smile echoing, hee, so that is it, so Rura gave you my right eye without a word. He activates his spiritual power. The third eye on his forehead opens, shining with blinding light. Then, the spiritual energy surged fiercely, illuminating the entire sky. The explosion plunged everything into a thick cloud of dust. All the nearby monsters were greatly affected, and a nearby beast could only watch helplessly without knowing what to do. A different version of Desung gradually appears beyond the foggy village. He laughs cunningly and says, "Ha! So you really know how to deal with me?" Semiaza coldly replied, "It is over." He raised his hand to direct that power toward Desung. It was speaking strangely. What the hell is that rookie doing? Suddenly, something moved at lightning speed past the two of them, took one of Semiaza's eyes, and in just a moment, a different version of Desung had already left them far behind, and as he passed by, he realized he had lost an eye and shouted. Desung looked at the eye in his hand and praised it. "This eye looks pretty powerful." The system announced that the Call disguise ability has been activated if the target's level is lower than the user. The user can perfectly copy the target's appearance and abilities. Deactivating the power of Semiaza covers his eyes with his hand and speaks. "That guy, he has absorbed the essence of Call. While he was distracted, you inserted the eye from earlier into your own. Now Desung has two different colored eyes." At the same time, the system notification appeared. "You have absorbed the right eye of the ancient demon god Sadang. Now you possess both demon god eyes, and from now on, you can use the secret techniques from the Pantheon spellbook when in the human world." A different version of Desung scolds, "You rookie brat, why are you so late?" And he replies, "I was just waiting for the right moment." In another dimension, Lucifer's voice catches Desung's attention. "Quickly take out the binding chain." Then the fiery, lava-like chain appears, wrapping around her and him, and Desung, sensing something's wrong, stays silent. Lucifer grabs the chain, shouts, attaches his sword to it, and uses it, enabling him to unleash his special skill. Desung asked again about the special skill, then used the chain in the current dimension, wildly swinging it, attacking the demon lord, unleashing continuous moves that Semiasa could not defend against, creating a radiant sphere. Their powers collide to form a massive explosion, and Desung shouts out in front of such a scene. Semiasa closes her eyes tightly, not daring to look directly, as the two energies meet and create a tornado. He was extremely tense about what was happening, and the tornado was heading straight for Semiasa. There was no way out left, so he had to accept his destruction. The heavenly realm was collapsing, the tornado dissipated, and behind the smoke, a sword and a fiery chain appeared. "You slowly walk closer. In the future we saw, you killed my family." Sahariel anxiously holds Gabriel as he lies there. "Semiasa, we have to leave here now." That sword suddenly appeared from Safai de Vunvut, piercing through the guy and making him scream in pain. Desung stepped forward and retracted the sword, while Gabriel just woke up and swore to the heavens. "Damn it. He lay there watching you approach." Suddenly Gabriel's fierce glare surprised everyone. Amidst the thick fog, you and that sword appeared. Then something caught Desung's attention, making him turn his face away. Ramian with his giant body appears. "You bastard. You pretend to be surprised. Oh, you bastard." He angrily curses and yells, "How dare you?" Hearing that, Desung also became angry and grabbed the chain. Then with all his fury, he repeatedly struck Ramian. Desung only looked with a fierce gaze. This is because of Chucky and Seal Yan. He has also transformed into Hugo. "Now only you remain." And then the system sounds echoed repeatedly. He kicked away the great demon god's leg, kicked away the great demon god's foot, kicked away the great demon god's left arm, kicked away the great demon god's hand, and kicked away the great demon god's spine. Another version of Desung laughed happily. "Ha ha ha, I am about to regain my body." You smirk mischievously, confusing it your body. Desung pout. "Do you mean my body?" Making it surprised. "What are you talking about? It split into multiple bodies around you and started bothering you. Have you forgotten our agreement?" "You bastard." Desung waved his hand. "Calm down. I was just joking." "Just joking? Oh my god, you are so serious. Do not make everything so awkward. It seriously asks you to hurry up and call me by my real name." Desung interrupted. "Wait a minute. Before that, you shout loudly, 'Hey, fake Pantheon,' and the fake Pantheon immediately responds, 'Master, fake Pantheon.' What do you mean by that?" Desung turns away. "Are not you the fake Pantheon? You are not even real." Then you ask again. "Anyway, fake Pantheon, how much time do we have left?" It responds, displaying the remaining time across the multiverse. Then the system appears, showing the remaining time, 1 hour 59 minutes 30 seconds. At this moment, Desung became more serious than ever. "About what you said earlier, is it true? Pantheon is honest." "Of course. Even though I am a fake, I use it as well as a real one, so you can trust me." You turn to the other version and ask, "So I just need to call your real name, and then what should I say?" It replies, "Just call my real name and tell you to return my body. That is all." Suddenly, a great burst of power erupts behind the city wall. Desung turns back, confused about what is happening. The other version announced that it was here, then looked around. "It is coming," and with a triumphant expression said, "Finally it is arrived." A massive explosion erupted in front of the Grand Castle, and the gate guards could only turn to look at each other. Then the one on the left side nervously said, "Supreme God." And the other also added, "The day has come." On Desung's side, the other version continued urging him, "Hurry up and call my real name. It keeps flying around bothering Desung. There is no more time." Hurry up. At this moment, Desung closes his eyes to calm himself and ignores his surroundings, then opens his eyes and says, "Let me see who that is." That version is extremely impatient, flying back and forth. Then Desung soared high into the sky, leaving them behind. "Hey idiot, stop right now. Do you think you can use all my power as I move? I feel the power surging within me now. I can use Pantheon's ultimate move." The sky around the castle has turned pitch black and the two guards hurriedly stop. Then they were attacked by a massive wave of power, knocking the soldier into the castle. He could not hold his breath and kept coughing as he rushed forward, eventually dissolving into a cloud of mist. Only Rudra remains sitting there calmly reading a book, muttering to himself. Desung quickly approaches Ada, then uses the fire chain to strike Rudra. Ada seemed to be protected by an invisible wall, preventing him from reaching out. Desung, with his red eyes, asked, "Are you Rudra?" Ada says your name, and Desung, and you ask with an exasperated look, "Do you know me?" Rudra points to the book he is holding. "The book about people." Desung was a bit surprised. "The book about me." Ada lowered his head. Looking sad, Rudra feels extremely disappointed. Rudra clenches his teeth. Disappointed, you suddenly realize something. This is dangerous. Then an enormous object rushes toward you. It almost crushed Desung. He looked at it with fear. Knowing he could not stop it, Rudra chuckled and extended his hand. The giant hand moved toward Desung. He immediately shouted when he saw it. Rudra continued to use his hands. Ada's hand moves everywhere. He has to dodge immediately. Desung has to keep moving because Rudra's hand is too big. You fought while shouting in anger. Then Desung gathered all his strength and struck back. Suddenly, Desung froze, his mana depleted, now lying in Ada's palm, and then Rudra ruthlessly crushed him. Desung is now crushed like a bug. Ada still won't forgive. Just die. The surrounding space is so affected that it wavers. He struggles to stay in Rudra's palm. "I can't control the mana inside me. A different version of you surrounds me. Just die already, you damn rookie. Without us controlling your mana, you are nothing. Once you die, we will take over your body." Desung forced a smile, just as I expected. "These guys." Then he laughed loudly and activated the resurrection point. Immediately after, a system notification announced Pantheon's ultimate move, the resurrection point, returning the user to the designated time. After the notification, all of Desung's memories up to that moment were erased. "That version of you urges you to call my real name quickly. There is no time left." "Hurry up." Desung just turned away and smiled, betraying himself at the critical moment. "No wonder they are such damn demons." Pantheon keeps reminding you, Master, that even if you give the body back to the Demon Lord, you will still retain the power stolen from the angels. And if you use the Demon Lord's strength, it will be recorded by the system, allowing you to use the Demon Lord's skills. It reminds you that the most important thing is to limit your time in this world, regardless of what the Demon Lord has or has not given you, because once the time runs out, you will be forcibly returned to Earth. Desung, seeing a new opportunity, realizes that if he times it right, he can get what he wants and escape. Then you shouted loudly, "I will return the body inside you." Lucifer, that smug smile on her face, was satisfied. Good, just as I thought." Immediately after, a surge of power surrounded you. Lucifer appears with a sinister smile, as if reborn, full of power. She then turns to look at the tall wall, and in an instant, she disappears. Turning to the magnificent white altar, Lucifer quickly approaches it, with her powerful body exuding dangerous aura. Lucifer then smiles. "It has been 6,000 years. Rudra." Lucifer appears through the thick fog, gazing at her opponent as if trying to hypnotize. Immediately after, Rudra emerges full of overwhelming power, and she speaks as if she has been waiting for a long time. "Oh, Rudra has come out. Huh." I stay still with the mist swirling around me, and Rudra's non-human feet appear. Lucifer laughs mockingly. "Do you dare to create the twisted creatures of the original woman instead of playing in the pavilion?" I whisper softly, my face darkening. "What?" Then Rudra recites a spell, needing a new creature. Lucifer is the perfect material. Lucifer grew restless, not understanding what was happening. Then she angrily approached and said, "Do you want to use me for the stupid games of the primordial maiden?" 6,000 years ago, on a distant planet, Lucifer stood watching the scene before her. She gazed at it for a while and then said, "If you can't pass the test, it is a pity." Then suddenly a huge vortex of power appeared. Lucifer was at the center of the vortex but remained unharmed. Then Rudra appeared right behind her. Furious, Lucifer turns back to respond. "Your creation was flawed, that is why it self-destructed." But Ada screams out, "It is all Lucifer's plan. Lucifer's fault." Then part of her body slowly peeled away, caused by Ada's sharp claws attacking. Lucifer is in pain. "What the hell is going on?" Rudra simply said. Lucifer's body. Then Ada revealed her glowing red eyes. The source of her power while Lucifer remains silent because her eyes had been taken away. Lucifer's arms and legs are gone, and her dismembered body falls before Rudra's eyes. Then Ada uses her power again. Rise up. The soul inside her body slowly emerges from her eyes, nose, and mouth. Those severed words also have souls, and then they gradually turn into bizarre faces. Those faces transform into strong bodies that kneel before Rudra. Mother. 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 Lucifer's body is now just a soulless corpse. Suddenly a massive energy source strikes the bodies. A coil of information rolls out from the black mist, soaring up to the sky without falling down. Then it made a sound and said, Rudra, I will wait until your twisted creation is finished. I will returning to the present. That black energy source is Lucifer's. She smiles with satisfaction. I told you I would return. Rudra uses her power, the hand of creation. Thousands of long hands appear and rush forward, clashing with Lucifer's strength, creating a chaotic scene. She shouted loudly, from today on Yuan will forever become my toy. Ada continued. Lucifer cannot refuse the creative material. Lucifer can no longer stay calm. She uses the dark fire to try to engulf Ada, but Rudra is very confident. Lucifer's domain is useless. Ada unleashes a fire suppression move, sparks of creation. Water and fire clash. Who will emerge victorious? Lucifer rages forward in a furious attack. Rudra refuses to give in easily, and Ada manages to dodge her strikes. Desung sat watching and swore, damn it. We can really leave when the time is up. Moving to Desung's building. His portrait is printed as a large photo on the wall. That portrait was also printed as a mousepad. My trunk sat seriously working with intense focus. Then she sighed. Captain Hen did not come today, and suddenly the landline phone rang. The landline phone rings. Captain. There is a guest. You can't just walk in like that. Celine enters from somewhere. Hello, Captain Shane. Mai was startled because she did not know when the girl had entered. Immediately after, she collapsed in front of Celine's witness. Mai Trong asked nervously why she suddenly appeared without warning, just as a fast-moving object was descending from space outside. The girl sat chatting, unaware that Captain Shin was secretly inspecting Desong's products. Feeling guilty about all this, then Celine took charge. I thought about this and realized it would be better if we handled it ourselves first. Mai was a bit stunned but still listened. Then she replied seriously, I will never stop chasing Captain Han. You should give up. Right, you Celine. The girl could not take it anymore and stood up suddenly. What? So you want to play like that? Outside the glass, an object is rushing towards them at incredible speed, and both are stunned by everything happening. In the clear sky above the city, mysterious space gate appears, and from the outside, all you see is a deep, swallowing blackness. The helicopter is gradually approaching, and the media are reporting on it. Breaking news. A gigantic portal suddenly appeared in the center of Seal after a bright explosion. Many hunters are gathered, observing the space portal through screens and listening to the news broadcast. Since the apocalyptic battle, this is the first time a giant portal has appeared so suddenly. The Hunter Association and the government are investigating the cause and severity of this portal. After the news ended, everyone's expressions turned serious, with only a few faint murmurs. The display on the inspection device showed a schematic of the portal and measurement data. Ajang placed one hand behind his back and stepped closer, asking what level the gate was. Moon kept staring at the screen and exclaimed, "Oh!" Branch manager Kim Ajang. She bent down to examine it more closely. The aura level is extremely high. Moon sat on the chair and added, "The numbers are still rising." He frowned in suspicion. Clearly a level or higher gate. Sang shone his glasses, making them glow, and Ajang closed his eyes and muttered, "Just as I suspected." Moon tilted his head and asked her if the decision on which guild would handle the gate had been made. Ajang pushed up her glasses and confidently replied to him, "A yes." On the other side, Dongxian's whole body trembled and his mouth gaped at the scene unfolding before him. It has been a long time since I saw a gate this huge. Suddenly a voice from behind made Dongxian turn his attention. "Please. Ajang, you would better keep your promise." Understood. When he turned around, he saw Ajang walking over and saying, "I am the one who should be saying that. You should keep your promise." Captain Viu, Celian, standing beside her, just snorted. As they approached, Dongxian greeted them with a smile and a wave, but both Ajang and Celian ignored him and walked past. Both hands simultaneously reached out to the space gate, beginning to sense it. Then Ajang quickly pulled her hands back, confirming firmly that it was indeed Captain Han's mana. Celian standing beside her also agreed. Desung's excess mana is overflowing. Dongxian stood behind, rubbing his arms and thinking to himself that it seems both of them noticed this point. He then approached, put his arm around their shoulders, and suggested let us go meet Desung quickly. Ajang, confused, is pushed forward. Celian also calls out uncertainly. Sir, Dongxian just pulled the two of them inside the space gate and urged us to go. Let us go. Over here. Han Yuhan tilted his head to confirm again. You mean, isn't Han Desung the commander of this operation? Ajang stood upright and replied vaguely. I only said he is not present at the scene right now. Han Yuhan looks at the scene before him with concern, wondering how they can handle the gate without Han Desung. A Jang informs him that Captain Han Di-sung will be joining them from inside the gate. Han Yu-hun took a deep breath, silently repeating the words he just heard from within the void. The massive space gate stood still, the fog hung motionless, and the wind whistled through the air. Inside the gate, Dong Trian and Seal Yan slowly lead a Jang forward, causing a loud sound as they stomp on the ground below, with thick fog surrounding their feet. Seal Yan, walking at the back, sighs and wonders what this dense fog is all about. A Jang shouted at the girl to hurry up, after what felt like forever. Dong Trian suddenly stopped walking and stared intently ahead with wide eyes. A man with long yellow hair appeared in front of them, standing there as if waiting for them. Thinking he looked extremely cautious, I asked him, "Are you? So that is not Di-sung." Only then does Dong Trian suddenly remember, isn't this Di-ren's younger brother? Finally, a Jang spoke up. "Hold on, you must be Su-hyu and Su-they," the expressions of the three people. Seal Yan. All became blank at the name he just called Su-ho and Su-the-dik-e. A Jang closed his eyes, placed one hand in front of him to introduce himself. "I am a Jang Anderson, the official fourth disciple of Captain Han Di-sung." Still grinding his teeth and not fully trusting his words, Dong Trian asked again, leaning on one hand and beginning to analyze. "Because he knew we were Captain Han's disciples, so he must be trustworthy." Seal Yan remained silent, her face turning fierce as she quickly stepped toward a Jang. She placed her hands on her hips, lifted her chin, and shouted at him, "Han Di-sung." Aslan did not immediately answer the girl's question, but turned and headed toward the cave where a large rock was blocking the way on the other side. He gently lifted the massive stone with both hands and then threw it forcefully to the side. Aslan stands silently, the stone entrance to the cave now crumbling and impassable. He quickly signals to the others, "Follow me." On the walls and floor of the cave, countless glowing colorful stones are embedded. Aslan, leading the way, reminds everyone to be careful from now on and to use protective mana. Before he could finish speaking, a sudden burst of intense fire shot out from deep inside the cave, startling him and causing him to glance forward. Aslan reacted quickly, raising both arms to create a shield to protect himself and the others. Dong Qian's face was covered in sweat from the intense heat of the flames, but Uncle had quickly used mana to protect himself, believing that Seal Yan and he were also hit by the orange-red fire. The two of them activated mana within their bodies. After a long while, the flames retreated deep into the cave, and when everything returned to normal. Feeling puzzled, he asked what was that. Aslan closed his eyes and dusted himself off, seeming to have just unleashed his mana again. Next, he led the three of them into a room inside the cave, where a man was lying on a bed. Seal Yan was shocked to see the person on the bed and ran over to the side, calling out loudly. Dae-sung. Dae-sung's unmoving hand suddenly started to move. His eyes widened as he tilted his head back and let out a terrifying scream. Dae-sung floated in midair, emanating an extremely powerful energy that prevented Seal Yan from approaching. Thinking of approaching the bed, she raised her hand and recited an incantation, creating an extremely negative energy barrier that encased Dae-sung's entire body inside. Believing to hold your position, trying to focus your mind to maintain the protective circle. Dong Cheon whispers a prayer. Captain Han, stay strong. Seal Yan is beside you, calling your name anxiously. Dae-sung. Aslan touches the barrier. She really managed to block the mana surge with the extreme negative barrier, explaining to Han, "It won't last long. Tell us what happened." Both Seal Yan and Dong Cheon, as if they had a limited role, turned their heads to stare at Aslan, waiting for Han's answer. Aslan bowed his head and recounted that Han Dae-sung had saved him when he was captured in the heavenly realm, and then they fought against them. The past scene unfolds, with Rudra floating in the air surrounded by three phantom-created shadows, their black forms intertwining like tangled cords, trapping Ada with no way to escape. A surge of energy from beneath the ground shot straight into the sky, destroying the phantom's tangled strings and causing a massive explosion. Rudra's body, after breaking free from the three shadowy forms created by the phantom's split, fell heavily to the ground in front of Lucifer. A triumphant smile spreads across her face as she raises her foot to declare, "This time I win." Rudra. Lucifer exerts all her strength and stomps hard on Rudra's head. One cheek of Ada was pressed firmly against the ground by Lucifer's foot, causing her to whimper softly, but soon her crying turned into excited laughter, and Rudra lifted her head, her neck stretching out as if without bones. Ada shouted and stood up. Immediately Lucifer's arm deformed, swelling into a heavy mass covered with lumps that seemed to move, rapidly spreading toward her shoulder. Rudra extends his long tongue, smiling with delight, as Ada has planted seeds of creativity within the corpses. Rudra opens his mouth wide, revealing sharp teeth, silently reciting a spell. Human flesh is the soil that nurtures the seeds, allowing them to sprout and bloom. My children. One of her arms swelled up more and more, so heavy that it just slammed down onto the ground, rendering Lucifer completely immobile. Her face was covered with blue veins, and she shouted angrily, "Rudra, the one who set the trap for me." At the same time, in a space as dark as ink, a bright orange flame suddenly appeared, illuminating the area. Behind the fire, a person's face was revealed, with hair hanging down covering their eyes, and a smile curled at the corner of their lips. The demon's face is illuminated by the flames. His eyes turn sharp as he asks, "So even humans can't do anything?" Lucifer bows his head, seeing the flames appear out of nowhere and burning his arm, gradually returning it to its normal shape. She widened her eyes and stared intently at her arm, wondering how it happened. Just as Lucifer was about to stop the evil, a voice echoed in her ear, "Now it is my turn, give me back my body." And as soon as she finished speaking, a hand pierced through her stomach to emerge outside. Lucifer was startled and shouted, "What?" As the white smoke gradually dissipated, Lucifer's image had completely vanished, and the person standing there had become a Disung holding a sword and laughing loudly. He raised his sword parallel to his face, sighing to himself that he finally regained his body. His demon's eyes flashed red as he lifted his sword and assumed a fighting stance. He shouted loudly and swung a powerful blow at Rudra, the great demon god slasher. The strike from the top of his head extended downward, splitting at his body into two halves. Disung was also pushed back by the force of the previous blow, but in an instant, a few strands of beard sprouted from both of Rudra's separated bodies, twisting around each other. Finally, Ada's two halves fused back together into a whole, completely intact without a single crack. Rudra extended his long tongue and shouted angrily, "You are nothing but Lucifer's trash. Why are you here?" One side of Disung's face twitched as he repeated the word he just heard. "You trash." He clenched his fist tightly, angrily shouting back at the bastard god. "Who do you call trash?" An information panel appears, displaying a message that the multiverse travel has ended and the entity is being reconstructed with void energy. Disung frowns as if sensing the change, then bows his head to observe, his entire body showing signs of gradually vanishing. Disung curled his fingers, keeping only the middle finger, and threatened fiercely, "You should feel lucky. Next time we meet, I will teach you a lesson." Rudra extended his arm, rushing towards him at lightning speed. Her hand clenched tightly around one of Disung's legs, but he remained calm, bowing his head to look at what was clinging to his leg. Her grip tightened even more, and Rudra confidently declared, "You can't escape now." At this moment, Disung has gone berserk again, searching frantically, and Banthian appears to remind him that the owner should return before the gate closes. Suddenly, Aslan jumps, directly elbowing Rudra in the face, knocking her away and causing her to fall to the ground unconscious. The hand gripping Disung's leg releases. Aslan turns back and shouts, "Master, you must leave now." The space gate appears behind you. Disung smiles and calls out to him. That Aslan, a chain of iron emitting a golden-orange glow was thrown behind, accompanied by a shout to catch it. Aslan did not understand what was happening but still acted quickly without hesitation to catch it. "Master." Disung, holding a piece of chain as she steps inside the space gate, glances and says, "We will leave together." Aslan, my fourth model. Aslan looks at the person standing far away, instinctively muttering the words he just heard. Fourth model. Disung's woman has entered the space portal, and Aslan, holding the chain, is gradually being pulled inside. Rudra straightens up, furious as he sees them about to escape, and screams out, "You bastards." Ada runs towards the portal with both hands and feet. Rudra's extended hand trying to grab the portal, but it has already closed tightly, unable to catch them. Ada roars, "How dare you interrupt my process of creation?" A voice full of anger echoes through the space. And Disung, the one waiting there, inside the space portal, after flying for who knows how long, Aslan is being pulled along by the chain and, upon seeing something floating in the distance, reports that Earth is right in front of them. "Master." Disung flew ahead silently, as if sensing something strange, and muttered under his breath, "Damn it." He looked at the black streaks appearing on his arm, thinking to himself that something was rebelling inside his body. Disung ordered the fake Banthi to open a portal at the landing point as soon as we arrived on Earth, and when he received the order, he responded yes. When we were close to Earth, he turned back and told us land behind him. "At the moment we reach Earth, I will open a portal and go through it." Disung continued flying toward Earth and added, "If I go crazy, stop me." Aslan's forehead beaded with sweat as he nervously asked, "Go crazy?" Back in reality, Disung was lying still on the stone bed, surrounded by a source of energy emanating from him. Aslan recounted a few events that happened upon arriving on Earth with the others. "After entering here, we dealt with the monsters inside the gate, and I have stopped a few mana explosions of his, but when he fainted..." Seal Yan, standing with her hands on her hips, smiled confidently and said, "How I am an expert in this field." Dong Cheon stood on the right, open-mouthed, asking Celia, "Do you have any way?" Meanwhile, on the left, she closed her eyes and straightforwardly concluded that it would not work. Celia did not give up at all, and she smirked. So how did she know it would not work when she did not even know what that method was? Facing Celia directly, without any hesitation, she asked outright, "Are you planning to kiss him again?" Celia pointed and proved herself, showing that last time it worked because his power was suppressed. This time, his power is out of control. Aslan, after repeatedly analyzing and absorbing the power of angels during battles, must be the cause of this. Dong Cheon crosses his arms and comments that Captain Han is now like a ticking time bomb, thinking of looking at the others, but then suggesting a method. "So what if we try to absorb Captain Han's mana, the four of them Aslan?" Thinking of Seo Yan, and Dong Cheon stood in a line next to the stone bed where Dae Sung was lying, thinking for a moment. She looked down at her wrist. So what if we try to absorb Captain Han's mana? Seo Yan and Dong Cheon were extremely focused, both raising their hands. Aslan silently raises his hands like the others, while Dae Sung, lying on the bed, has glowing red eyes and black veins spreading across his hands, crying out in intense pain. Seizing the opportunity, he shouted a signal to the others. Now is the time. Dae Sung's body shone brightly as all four of them simultaneously reached out to absorb the mana dispersing in the air. Dae Sung's face was covered in sweat, clenched his teeth, and let out sounds that seemed extremely painful. In another dimension, Dae Sung opened his eyes to see a sword stabbing directly at him. Fawn Tun, now in the form of a spear in Lucifer's hand, is stabbing continuously at him, but Dae Sung swiftly blocks the attack with a quick punch. Her legs submerged in the water were pushed back, the heels of her shoes scraping the ground and leaving a trail. Dae Sung, facing her, also retreated after the previous strike, creating a long ripple across the water. You look at the person in front of you and ask nervously, "Do we really have to fight now?" Lucifer sneers, pointing her sharp tongue forward. "No. We have assessed and found that the danger is greater." A sudden movement catches her attention as she looks up and observes. From beneath the water, many dark figures with wings on their backs have risen to the surface. Those shadows are angels. Azura's minions, each wielding a sword. The black angel leading the others hovers in front of a giant shining circle and loudly demands that everything follow Lord Azura's will. "Surrender and let me absorb you," it screams loudly, accepting to be devoured, while the remaining angels rush towards the demon. Lucifer's eyes flashed with a fiery red as he seized this moment to swing his sword, ending the life within him. The angels and Lucifer seem to work together, attacking Dedung simultaneously. You lift your face, gritting your teeth as you curse. "Damn it, these bastards are working together against me." Suddenly, from the bright circle above, a surge of intense energy descends, targeting the angels below, causing them to scream. Lucifer was also struck by those energies, grimacing in pain as he knelt down, trembling on the ground, silently questioning what was happening. Dedung looked at their condition, excitedly asking, "Is not this a great opportunity?" He presses his face with a fierce expression, gathers all his strength into his arm, and raises his sword. "To hell with you, damn parasitic weapons." Dedung constantly weaves through the angels and Lucifer, his hand wielding the dagger moving swiftly and lightly, slashing non-stop at them. Lucifer's face grimaced as he could only stand and endure, his current image becoming blurry, while the angels around him clenched their teeth, their bodies beginning to dissolve. Finally, Dedung suddenly jerked awake, opened his eyes wide, and returned to the real world. Then, he sat up abruptly with his hands empty, not noticing that 4 people were unconscious beside his stone bed. Dedung furrowed his brow, staring intently at his 2 hands, one white and one black. He wondered if he was absorbing their power correctly. Suddenly the white hand became twisted and moved strangely, and Dedung frowned in annoyance. Damn it. Without hesitation, he slammed the black hand with powerful strikes while saying, "Die." After a long while, Dedung saw that his white hand had returned to normal, so he stopped hitting it. But in the blink of an eye, his normally black hand transformed into the shape of sharp, thorn-like tendrils. Dedung had to once again wildly punch the black hand with the white hand. Stop, stop, stop. I do not know how long it took, but both of his hands returned to normal. I sealed their power into my hands, but they still remain rebellious. Dedung suddenly fell silent, as if sensing something, and turned to look to the side. He saw the 4 people Dong Cheon, Seo Yan, Cho Jang, and Aslan lying unconscious on the ground, and uncertainly asked if they had saved him. Dedung stepped down from the stone bed and walked a few steps to where one of the 4 people was lying on the ground. He called out, "Hey, Ryu Siam, wake up," and Seo Yan, hearing the call, also reacted. The little girl, hearing her name called, raised herself up with empty hands, her face still confused from just waking up, while Seo Yan kneeled, straightened her back, and gasped when she saw the person standing in front of her. The little girl happily ran to hug Dung. "Big brother Dung, you are alive." I smile and reply, "Thanks to everyone I survived." Nearby, Chojang also woke up and smiled, calling out to you, "Captain." Dung tilted her head and glanced at her. Chojang wraps her arms around him, feeling relieved that he is safe. Dedung, being embraced by both, is a bit stunned but still responds to her, "Yes, thank you, Captain." Seolyan was dissatisfied with the request, saying, "Hey, I think you hugged him a bit too tightly. Stop and go away with that." Chojang also refused to give up and fought back. "You should let go first, Captain Ryu." Dedung, standing in the middle, is sweating all over. Seolyan's eyes sparkled like lightning as she thought to herself, "This girl is just like a sly fox." Chojang faced the girl and also thought, "Yeah, I won't give up." Dongcheon also woke up, stood up straight, ruffled his hair, and called out, "Hey Dedung, I heard you fought a pretty intense battle in the world." Dedung was freed, and immediately left the 2 women fighting behind. Running up to greet him, Dongcheon turned his shoulder and asked, "Why did not you invite me?" Aslan standing nearby explained, "Master, I have explained everything that happened to the senior brothers and sisters. Didung closed her eyes and sighed. Anyway, I am glad everyone is safe. Thinking it was awkward, I suggested absorbing the captain's mana, and I also transferred mana to him. Didung nodded and replied, "Oh, so that is why I felt the order from him." Suoyan stepped forward, pretending to ignore her, and hurriedly said, "Big brother Didung, do you know your mana explosion almost destroyed me?" Hearing her words, he twitched the corner of his mouth. "Well, you did a good job." Didung quietly wondered to himself why they kept sticking to each other, and then put his hands in his pockets, turning to the others and asking, "Well, should we head back now?" Somewhere, a man appears on the screen and introduces himself. "Hello everyone, I am Anchai from D7. He squints to interact with the camera. It is Yunchai with the cheering team in front of the gate. Below the screen, numerous notifications appeared. Unchai's dungeon was live streaming. Bayup had donated 5,000 coins. The signal has been so good lately that he could broadcast from a C-grade gate. Lotus sent 5,000 coins. I heard they installed fiber optic cables inside the gate. Phones also have signal. Hunter sent 5,000 coins. Damn it, the world has advanced so much. Luffy donated 5,000 coins. On the broadcast screen, the cheering girls are lined up, cheering enthusiastically. "Hey brother, we have arrived, and the notifications keep popping up below. Oh wow, the Z Society girls are still as charming as ever." The number 1 Z Society donated 10,000 coins, and their cheerleading team made a comeback. The 18th Z Society donated 20,000 coins. Crazy, cheering as they walk through the gate. Who came up with this idea? I can't stop laughing. Anonymous donated 10,000 coins. Enchai is truly a content creator god. Unpen donated 30,000 coins. In the scene, a spiked truncheon is swung at the goblin's head, killing it as Jin Sang's eyes glow red and he leaps forward. On the screen, the goblin completely disappears after being hit, leaving only a small light. Jin Sang, carrying the spear on his shoulder, strikes a confident and cool pose, then declares that these goblins are no big deal. Below the comments, people keep saying, "Wow, it looks like Sung has awakened. Look at the blood red aura on his spear," and the hunter who donated 10,000 coins. Yun Che stands on the other side, holding his phone live streaming all of Jin Sang's actions. Then he turns and points in another direction, as Sung just defeated a goblin. "Let us go." The screen switches back to the cheering squad, where the girls in uniform enthusiastically dance and cheer as notifications pop up one after another below. Amethyst has gifted 100,000 coins, and Aoksu has gifted 200,000 coins. Whoa. Amazing Hunting and Cheering Squad and One Zoro has donated 100,000 coins. Jin Sang looked at the screen, raised 2 fingers to his forehead, smiled and said, "Thank you everyone. Humble C-rank Hunter and Sung greeting you." He raises the item he is holding to promote it. This spear makes Basilisk's fangs feel and touch the best. Currently, this spear is on a 50% discount at the Jaya Society store. The comments suddenly became lively. "Oh my god, that is Sung. What? Why is Sung here? I heard he appeared from an S-rank gate. Azlan, so why is he coming out of there? What? And Sung appeared, so where exactly did Captain Sung appear?" The viewers are taking turns answering his question. Live, a grades gate suddenly appeared in Seal. "You must have missed the news while preparing for the live broadcast. Hasn't it been 3 months since Sung disappeared? The D-Sung Association cleaned up the gate within 6 hours of it appearing. No wonder this country has no gates." Standing nearby, Jin Sang took out his phone to look up the news. "Oh, this is about Sung." Che glanced over and exclaimed, "Oh wow, it is really him." He hesitated silently, thinking to himself that if he could record Sung inside the portal, he would become famous. Chai suddenly raised his phone, closed his eyes, and said, "Hey, it is me. Che. Someday I hope to collaborate with Sung in S-rank portal." Jin Sang was startled and asked him, "You want to do a live broadcast in the S-rank gate with Sung? Are you crazy?" The comments keep jumping. "Oh, collaborating with an S-rank is legendary. Please broaden our horizons with a live broadcast of S-rank with Sung." Goss Greed has donated 1,000,000 coin, and Chai explains to the viewers, "Guys, it is just a dream. Is that okay? Just a dream. You have to dare to dream big to achieve great things." Jin Sang bowed his head and sighed. "Can't you be satisfied with me?" Unnoticed by them, from the corpse of the goblin, strands of beard quietly grew, and a voice echoed in the space. Blooming, in a high-rise building of the Korean Hunter Association, in a room, porcelain coffee cup steaming hot was placed on a coaster. The branch manager looked at the person sitting on the long sofa and said, "I am truly grateful, Captain Sung." He smiled and replied, "It is nothing." Ajang also nodded and said, "Haha, it is all because of you, Captain Han." She recounted how Sung helped them, the previous incident caused by the Wind Goddess, and now this rank gate in Seal. Ajang shows her sincerity by bowing to the person sitting opposite her. "Once again I sincerely thank you, Captain Sung." Sung closes his eyes and waves dismissively at her. "Oh, this rank gate was handled by Ajang and the other team leaders. I did not do anything." The branch manager, feeling curious, asked casually why Captain Ajang was accompanying Captain Han Sung. According to North American Association information, Ajang closed her eyes and ignored his words, saying I have been listed as missing or presumed dead. Sung said nothing, only nodded to confirm Henta's words, and the entire room fell into silence. Waiting for Ajang's next words, Henta opened his eyes and said, I was caught off guard by a creature from another dimension. Both the branch manager and Ajang looked surprised upon hearing this. Sung looked at the two of them and said, so I think we need to talk. The ceramic coffee cup on the table was now cold and no longer emitting white steam. At the same time, in the Hunter Detention Center outside in the old courtyard area surrounded by high fences, this is the time when prisoners are allowed to move freely outside the cell. On the path, there is a girl with shoulder-length short hair wearing a prisoner's bracelet around her neck. Unmai lowered her head and took a step forward. Suddenly, several women appeared out of nowhere, laughing as they blocked her in front and behind. Unmai slowly lifts her head, her eyes showing displeasure as she loudly asks them what they want, while the scarred woman on one cheek cautiously turns her head to assess the situation at the guard post. A tangled mass of fabric strips, like a rope, swinging in the air, as the scarred woman viciously tightens it around Unmi's neck. Sneering, well, I never expected to meet an inspector in a place like this. Another girl with a lot of freckles on her face is twisting her arm. I guess you want to know who we are. Right, in my struggles to break free, she frowns and sneers back. I have detained so many petty criminals that I can't even remember their faces. Are not you just a few insignificant petty criminals? The freckled girl grits her teeth and says, you insignificant petty criminal. Then go end your life at the hands of those petty criminals. The four of them immediately become frantic, kicking Unmai hard and shouting insults. You wicked evil bitch. Unmai clutching her head, lying on the ground, hears curses in her ear. Do you know how long we have been stuck in here? Go to hell, you bastard. After an unknown amount of time, a guard blows a whistle from afar, ordering not to move, and the scarred woman stops her movements as she sees the guard approaching. She and the other three turned around and ran away, but before leaving, the freckled girl left a threatening message. You are lucky this time, but do not think you are safe because you are in prison. We can break into your cell anytime. Unmai lay motionless on the ground, her eyes hazy. Suddenly a sound bloomed beside her ear, and she widened her eyes, her mouth making strange sounds, as if something was affecting her and emitting a glow. She sat up, clutching her head with both hands, whispering that strange voice again. Mysterious particles of light floated in the air, then fell from above. Over here, Jisoo gently shakes her arms and calls out softly. Big brother. Dae-sung stiffens when she hugs him tightly and asks, what is so exaggerated? It is not like you at all. Jisoo protests. What are you talking about? I am always like this. Her face was covered in sweat, her lips pressed tightly together, as she remembered Chanho's face and his words of advice. Jisoo. Dae-sung is the one who makes the final decision about our marriage. No matter what happens, you must earn his trust. Sis. Han approached without any mercy, pushing Jisoo aside with her hand. Move away. I also want to see my son. She held Dae-sung's face, worriedly asking, oh no, son, are you hurt anywhere? Oh my god, what is this? In the room, Sis. Han's panicked voice rang out. Why are your hands still blue? And Jisoo also widened her eyes, calling out, Mom. His right hand is all black, Sis, and gently shed tears as she looked at Dae-sung's pale hand. Once white hair, now his hand, and he smiled reassuringly. It is just part of my hunter skills. Mom, do not worry too much. Dae-sung scratched his cheek and changed the subject. Mom, can you cook kimchi soup for me? I am so hungry. Sis. Han wiped her tears and agreed. Yes, I will cook kimchi soup and grill some beef for you. Wait a moment. Jisoo naturally puts her arm around her and leads her into the kitchen, then turns back with a loving look at Dae-sung. Mom, let me help out. I want to cook a proper meal for my older brother. He watches Hanbei and Jisoo's backs, strokes his chin, and silently ponders. This girl is definitely up to something. Dae-sung, sensing something unusual, glanced at his black hand and saw it trembling slightly. Elsewhere, the sun shone brightly over a residential area with tall brown apartment buildings. The woman's hands are clutching the frame tightly. In the photo are a mother and her child smiling happily. In a room, the woman sitting on the sofa stares intently at the picture in her hands. Kim Ji-hai, a priestess of the Heavenly Mother sect, tearfully clutches the photo to her chest, crying out loud, calling the name Jong-min. Jong-min, the past scene seems to replay, with Kim Ji-hai standing on the street, facing a monster. She was terrified by the scene before her whole body completely frozen in place, only able to scream loudly. The giant arm of the monster slowly lowered, and in that life and death moment, Jong-min appeared. Shouting loudly, Mom, the boy rushed forward, attacking the monster with his baseball bat, dying. You monster, Kim Ji-hai, panicking, tried to stop him. Jong-min, no. As her scream ended, Jong-min was already crushed by the monster's huge arm. The baseball bat flew away and fell to the stone floor. The memory ends with Kim Ji-hai sitting on the sofa, crying uncontrollably, when suddenly a ringing sound echoes through the room, making her turn her head towards the door. The lamp on the foot of the house emits a white light as Kim Ji-hai walks toward the door, silently wondering who it is. She pushes open the wooden door and asks the person outside, "Who is it?" Standing at the door is Jong-min with a blank face. And behind him there are strange-looking strands of hair. Jong-min's eyes are vacant, and he softly says, "Mom, I am home." Kim Ji-hai's whole body trembled, her eyes wide with disbelief as she called out the boy's name. Jong-min, a panicked voice echoed in the room, Kim Ji-hai asking what happened, saying that the monster had attacked him. Jong-min's lifeless eyes look at the person kneeling before him. "I do not know anymore. I hear someone trying to wake me up, and when I open my eyes, I am already standing in front of my house." Kim Ji-hai, crying, holds the boy tightly in her arms. "I never thought you would come back. I was so stupid. I even joined a cult." Jong-min's eyes flash with light as he repeats the words he just heard. Cult. Then suddenly he thrust out his hand, forcefully pushing Kim Ji-hai backward. Jong-min's body emits a glow. His red eyes radiate danger as he stares intensely at her. The boy's face becomes extremely serious, and he begins to mutter a declaration that it is the god Yudra. "I need to tell everyone that it was Yudra who saved me. The world needs to know this. That is why I came back. That is why I am alive." Kim Ji-hai only then sensed something unusual and, frightened, called out her son Jong-min. On the TV, the face of the news anchor appeared, focused on reading the latest news. The missing persons from the apocalyptic battle 3 years ago are starting to return around the world. They are preparing for any possible emergency situations. The large screen in the control room is also showing the news segment just now. The branch manager closed his eyes, crossed his arms, and wondered how the people who died 3 years ago could possibly come back. According to the survivors of that battle, they should have been dead. A Jiang, standing beside him, handed him the document he was holding and called out, "Director, please take a look at this." The branch manager flipped through the newly received documents, reviewing what was written inside, then asked again, "Are all the rescued individuals connected to members of the Celestial Mother Society?" Ajang replied, "Yes. Those who were rescued are actively spreading that information." The branch director took a deep breath and ordered, "Did not Hende Sung say that the gods in heaven would invade the earth? So prepare for the official announcement from the association." In a room, many representatives from different agencies are seated on ready chairs, surrounded by numerous reporters with microphones to record the upcoming announcement. The woman's slender fingers gently tapped the microphone a few times as Ajang stepped onto the podium to speak. The Hunters Association announced that those returned from the apocalyptic battle would be called the Returned. All those brought back are required to cooperate with the investigation if they do not do so voluntarily. Her voice echoed throughout the room. "We will have to use the authority of the government." The Hunter Association considers this incident a major disaster and asks the families of the returnees to advise them to cooperate with the investigation. "This concludes our announcement. We will not accept any questions." After hearing Jian's announcement, all the reporters at the scene looked visibly confused and anxious. Then another news report aired on TV, saying that gatherings are being held worldwide to worship the goddess Rudra. These gatherings revolve around the carriers and their prayers for the goddess Rudra to descend to earth, as they are protected by the participants who deeply believe that Rudra will resurrect their loved ones. Many people have lost loved ones in the apocalyptic battle and are participating in these gatherings, with the number of marchers increasing exponentially. Meanwhile, at night, the sky above the Hunters' detention center is covered in darkness. In a certain prison cell, the entrance is locked with a metal door, and Unbi is sitting with her back against a wooden shelf, her head bowed low as she falls into sleep. A sound reached her ears, making her alert and slowly open her eyes. Unbi calmly looked up, and a pair of shoes approached her. The freckled girl pursed her lips and looked down from above. "Oh, you are awake, huh?" The long-haired woman behind her laughed smugly and mocked, "Ha ha. You only wake up because we come into your cell every day." A freckled girl asked, "Are not you curious why we visit you every day?" The long-haired woman answered herself, "Ha ha. Guess what? Even the guards here hate you a lot. He said he lost his wife because of your useless antics." A hand reaches out and grabs Unbi's hair, forcing her to tilt her head back. The freckled girl asks calmly, "It is great that our goals are the same, is not it?" Unbi just slightly pursed her lips and said 2 words. "Blooming." The freckled girl looked confused and asked again, "What?" Strands of hair are growing and wriggling on her hand. Powerful energy bursts out from Unbi, causing countless strands of oil to sprout all over the people in front of her. Long strands of hair also hang down from the top of the cell. Unbi straightens up, raises her voice, and says, "That is enough." 2 angels reveal their true forms in front of her. They quickly move to stand beside Unbi. At this moment, the situation outside the city has become chaotic. Right in the main hall of the Heavenly Mother building, many civilians are gathered along the roadside, and below the street, black cars are parked disorderly in a long line. The group on the sidewalk held up a piece of paper and kept shouting, "Please, Heavenly Mother, bring back my son. My mother has not returned. I will join the Heavenly Mother Church. Please bring back my daughter." I stood aside, watching them go into the building while shouting, "I believe in Heavenly Mother. Please bring my child back." He hesitated for a moment, wondering what this chaos was about. Then he turned to the black-clad soldiers behind him and said, "Do not use too much force. Disperse the crowd." And all the soldiers responded in unison. "Yes, sir." They formed a barrier, blocking the people trying to enter the building, and kept urging them to disperse. "The Heavenly Mother Church is dangerous. Everyone, disperse quickly." The villagers, seeing the black-clad soldiers not letting them inside, became agitated. "Who are you to tell us what to do? If you can't bring my daughter back, then get lost. Where is your superior? Call them out here. Just because you are the hunter soldiers, you want to do whatever you want." The group of soldiers still insistently urged the panicked crowd to disperse, and at that moment, a group of people steps out from inside the building. A man seeing them get excited. Someone steps out. They are from the Heavenly Mother Church. Dong Bin is the leader of that group, and they are heading toward the crowd, but stop just a short distance away. All the people here looked at Dong Bin's group with hopeful eyes as the boy loudly introduced himself, saying hello to everyone. "We are the ones who have returned." Kai Hong, sweaty-faced and tense, is watching their every move. Dong Bin begins to call out, "If everyone wants their families to return, pray for the Heavenly Mother to come to the earth." The boy finished speaking and turned to face Kai Hong, who was already there. He directly asked the boy to return with Dong Bin and to quietly follow us. Dong Bun's face was covered with stubble as he indifferently asked why he had to go with him. The tiny hairs silently curled around Kai Hong's arm, controlling him to reach out and grip Dong Bin's neck tightly, causing the boy Jensi to cry out. Kai Hong wondered silently in his mind, "What is this? I did not do this." The others in Dong Bin's group seized the opportunity to accuse. "The hunting teams are attacking the returning people. Everyone stop them now. If you want your children to come back, stop them now." The villagers once again panic and shout, "Stop I1T, let them take him away. Turn back and post it online. Catch me first, you bastard." The reporters arrived at the scene, their cameras flashing nonstop, and one man, witnessing what had happened, asked in confusion what was going on here. When Dong Bin and his group were taken away by two soldiers, he turned to look at them. They cursed and swore, "That bastard had used me." Two soldiers holding his arms tightly whispered, "Let us get out of here quickly." Suddenly, in the high sky, the blinding sun was partially obscured by a faint shadow emerging from somewhere, blocking some of the light. Suddenly, a deafening sound echoes through the space, causing everyone to cover their ears. Long legs stump firmly on the ground, white dust and fragments of rocks flying everywhere. Camera flashes flicker rapidly, and the reporters gasp in shock. It is Hendy Sung. Hendy Sung. Sung pursed his lips, stood upright, and was surrounded by a surge of energy. Calmly, he announced, "Stop pretending to be dead. Follow me." Your words made everyone there tremble with fear. Immediately after, Jong Min loudly asked, "What do you mean, pretending to be dead?" The boy insisted that we are those who returned thanks to the mercy of the goddess Vudra. Hearing that, Sung simply nodded and calmly replied, Yes, I know all of this because I also came back from hell." "Actually, you could say I am your senior in terms of returning people," Jong Min asked in surprise. "So you too, thanks to Vudra." Then, he slowly approached and replied, "I was once a plant person and then returned. In the hospital, but how and where did you come from to come back?" Sung's questioning left the boy at a loss for words. Then Jong Min, overwhelmed, shouted out that we can't prove it, but we truly have come back to life. Ignoring the boy's answer, he crossed his arms and stood firm. If it is for family, he should not have to revive monsters. Do you know how terrible Vudra is before trying to revive Ada? Reluctantly, Jong Min is too grown up, and the Divine Mother Vudra has come to Earth to guide us. A new world will be revealed. As soon as the boy finished speaking, Sung gently waved his hand, calling Jong Min over. Then, he spoke up, "Before that new world opens, I need to talk to you guys." Suddenly, the boy unexpectedly pulled out a small knife and held it high. In an instant, Jong Min used his body to test the sharpness of an object that should have been in the kitchen, causing Sung to narrow his eyes in suspicion. Even while bleeding, the boy stubbornly said, "I will prove I am real. Please do not hurt others." The other children saw this, and followed suit. "We will go with you." Seeing this scene with her own eyes, Kim Ji-hai immediately shouted in panic, "Jong Min!" She quickly rushed to hug the boy in her arms. Jong Min. The crowd around immediately started to stir. Jong Min whispered a warning. "Mother, when the Divine Mother withdraws, she will come again." The villagers immediately took out their phones to record and accused Sung. Hendy Sung has returned as a murderer. They keep discussing, what? Did the group that returned give up their lives on their own? Maybe that is Hendy Sung's power. Damn it. Does he have the ability to make them give up their lives? In the blink of an eye, I realized it. Damn it. This was all your game. Just a moment later, the latest news about Jong Min appeared here on social media. Breaking news. Hendy Sung returns after killing someone, sparking an immediate outcry with many opinions. Are all returnees monsters? Is Hendy Sung a hero or a villain? The returnees are also our family. Hendy Sung is the culprit. The returnees gave up their lives voluntarily, and Hendy Sung still wants to come back. Please update us on the investigation. Inside the meeting room, after reading the article, The branch manager angrily slammed his hand on the computer on the table. Kai-hong spoke up to explain on behalf of Di-sung. I was at the scene. But Hen-Di-sung did nothing. Those who returned had already taken their own lives. Hearing that, he could not help but fall into his thoughts, as the situation grew increasingly strange. The next second, the ringing of the phone caught the branch manager's attention. He calmly asked, "What is going on?" Kim Ajang calmly replied, "Chairman, Seo Eun-mai has escaped from the Hunter's prison." Hearing this, the branch manager opened his eyes in shock. Seo Eun-mi, despite delivering extremely shocking news, still spoke in a steady voice. Seo Eun-mai is the leader of the Heavenly Mother Church. Then he quietly ordered Captain Kim Kyung to lead the team to hunt down the escaped Seo Eun-mai immediately. The crowd around the blazing fire is gathering closely. Then, the host loudly asks, "Everyone," Henta seriously asks, "Do you want your loved ones to come back?" The Nave villagers quickly replied, "Yes, we want to." At the same time, Jin Sang silently thought, if only he could bring his daughter back. The host quickly cuts in, introducing our guide. According to the hand's words, Eun-mai slowly lowers her head and removes her hat. She respectfully prays, asking the goddess to come to this land. As Eun-mai finishes her prayer, the flames before her burn even more brightly. The flame gradually spread around. Then she shouted loudly, "Vudra, Mother of Heaven, let this new life flourish on this land." From within the flames, angels appeared, causing those present to gasp in surprise. "Look, angels. Angels have arrived." It seems Eun-mai is very pleased with their reaction. "And you will witness the appearance of the goddess Vudra." This scene leaves Jin Sang stunned with his mouth agape. Back with Daesung, Chanho angrily slams his hand on the table. "Daesung, are you just going to sit there?" he shouted anxiously. "Everyone outside is going crazy and saying you killed someone. But the bigger problem is that the number of civilians and hunters joining the returning group is increasing exponentially." Despite Chanho stumbling forward, Daesung remains calm, which only shows how many people have lost loved ones to the monsters. While they were talking, suddenly footsteps sounded from outside. Turning around, Chanho was surprised and asked, "Captain." "Excuse me, why are you here?" Koi Jing hesitated to speak, but before she could finish, Captain Han had already narrowed his eyes as if he had anticipated it. Seeing that, she avoided his gaze and pressed her lips together. After a while, Daesung gently pats Choi Jiang on the shoulder to comfort her. "Koi Jiang, joining the Church of the Heavenly Mother cannot bring back your parents, who were killed by monsters." With a surprised look, Chanho told Jiang that if she needed family, we would be her family. After a moment of reflection, she gratefully agreed. "Okay, next." Chanho curiously asked Han what he planned to do with the Celestial Mother Church. Daesung's tone suddenly turned serious, and after a brief pause of about 2 seconds, he said firmly, "Let us just let them do as they wish." Right now, at the hotel where Jin Sang and Eun-chil are resting, Yoon-chil anxiously shouts, "Daesung, are you really planning to hang out with those returnees again?" Even under questioning, he remains calm and explains, "Eun-chil, if I could see Juzian again, I would not care if it is a demon or not." He is still trying to help Jin Sang stay rational. "You have heard what Chanho said, right? They, who claim to be the returnees, are all fake. Do not be fooled." My friend, ignoring Eun-chil's warnings, he gently gazed at the picture of himself and Juzian, and his lingering sorrow only made Jin Sang more determined no matter what the world says. "I will bring my daughter back." Seeing his stubbornness, Eun-chil angrily stood up and shouted, "I will expose those frauds with video evidence." Ignoring Eun-chil's anger, Jin Sang continues to gaze at the photo. On the table is a flyer for the Apocalypse Festival, where we will bring back the family lost to monsters. The scene shifts to the desolate wasteland, where a lively tune suddenly echoes across the vast emptiness. It turns out this is where the Apocalypse Festival is held, with the crowd continuously cheering. "Rudra, Rudra," the gentle singing of the singer on stage echoes. "Revive, revive, those who have overcome death. Praise, praise, praise," as they draw their weapons. Similar chants continue to resound. As the song ended, the singer on stage spoke up, thanking everyone, saying that was the group praising the goddess and wishing Rudra's blessing upon you all. The excited shouts from the crowd echoed even louder, and as expected, locations like London, Tokyo, and China were all broadcasting the Apocalypse Festival live. Soon after, Yumi appeared and spoke, "Followers of the Heavenly Mother Church from around the world, we sincerely await you. From now on, we will hold a reunion of returnees to pray for the appearance of Heavenly Mother Rudra, along with believers from all over the world." From afar, a dark figure swiftly runs by, creating a cloud of dust and smoke. It turns out that Yumi's pursuit team led by Kyong has already begun their action. In the car, Giselle curiously asked why Elite Hunter Hen was not involved in this operation. Kyong replied in a low voice, "This is unofficial news." He said he would not participate in any actions related to the returning event. Hearing that, he became even more curious. Is it because of public opinion that he is not involved in this? As if he is used to it, he calmly explained that he does not care about public opinion at all. At this point, Kaehong seriously reminded him to focus on our mission, capturing Cell Yumi. Back at the Apocalypse Conference, Yumi quickly spoke up, saying that they would now select a believer to participate in the return ritual. After observing for a moment, she confidently pointed ahead, revealing that Yumi had chosen Jin-sang. The one to come up here. He looked surprised and asked again. She asked seriously. What is your name? You seem quite worried. Yes, I. Before Jin-sang could finish speaking, Yumi interrupted. And Asum. Right. I can see you want your daughter to come back. Hearing this, he quickly confirmed. Yes. Then she waved to the people inside the wing. A fierce demon was brought onto the stage, and Yumi's two subordinates tried their best to subdue it. Her accomplices immediately drew a sharp sword and stabbed the demon fiercely. This scene immediately made the audience turn pale with fear. Jin-sang was no exception. What is this? The wound on its thigh made the demoness kneel in pain. Yumi calmly approached, cast a spell, and in an instant, she launched her attack with a smile. The agonized scream of the demon immediately echoed, and it began to transform, its head gradually replaced by vine-like tendrils resembling tree branches. Thanks to Yumi's magic, Juzin was restored. This horrifying image made Jin-sang angry. A moment later, the little girl called out, Dad. After regaining his composure, Zhang hid his tears of emotion and called out Juzian. 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 And the father and daughter immediately embraced each other. Yumi confidently announced, Did you all see that if the Celestial Mother withdraws, everyone here can reunite with their loved ones? But I could not believe my eyes as everyone kept talking. One person returning. It is crazy. I do not know when Ki-hong got so close to the stage and allowed himself to open fire. The explosion caused the believers to panic and scream, what is going on? Chaos quickly erupted to hold them back and protect the returning people. After evacuating the crowd, Giselle's team and Ki-hong were ready to act. He quickly ordered, aiming to capture Cell Uni. Everyone move into position. Immediately, he and everyone else rushed forward like a gust of wind, secretly thinking to himself, I must control Cell Uni first. Ki-hong rushes toward the stage like a flash, but the civilians and believers remain oblivious, trying to stop them. Protect the people returning. They keep blocking his way. But in just a moment, Ki-hong is very close to the stage, calling out to Cell Uni. At this moment, a muscular thug stepped in front of Ki-hong. Where do you think you are going? Without hesitation, he kicked straight into his face to gain momentum. The next second, Ki-hong soared onto the stage. Filled with boundless fury, he launched an attack at Uni, who seemed to have been provoked. How dare you? Right in front of Jin-sang. Uni delivered a strike that pierced through Ki-hong's neck. Before he could finish his move, blood was flowing like a river, and Ki-hong's head was severed from his body. In Jin-sang's panic, he opened his eyes wide and called out Captain Jin. Jin-sang shouted code across the stage. Captain Jin. Even after taking a life, Uni remained so calm. It seems the situation has eased a bit. She continued speaking. All right. Believers, now it is time to welcome the goddess Yudra to this land. Following their screams, Ki-hong's teammates were thrown back and then pushed into a nearby dirt patch. As two angels gradually appeared on the scene, they used their power to crush the brave soldiers. And the aura of the angels was so overwhelming that it covered everything. The believers were amazed and exclaimed in awe, while Jin-sang grew even more terrified. What is happening? Seeing his frightened expression, Unbai gently turned away. Then she spoke, telling him to stay here, as a sacrifice was needed to open the gate. And look, we already have some people offering their lives. O goddess Yudra, we offer them as flesh and blood to you. Next, a giant demon has been summoned. The pressure of this demon seal made Ki-hong's allies scream in pain. No! Save me! The curious followers looked up at the sky where the demon seal was growing larger and larger, and that terrifying power quickly corroded the soldiers. In the blink of an eye, they were torn apart and turned to dust. Unbai roared loudly. Yudra! Come now. Jin-sang's face turned pale with worry. This is not what I wanted. From the sky, a beam of light begins to pour down to the ground, shifting scene to the hellish wasteland inside the Pantheon, where the sound of hurried footsteps echoes across the vast land. The Fan Tun keep appearing, blocking Dongxian and Koijang's path. Seeing that, she immediately strikes with a move. Using extreme cold and ice, Koijang's attack aimed directly at them. Not to be outdone, Dongxian also unleashes his magic, executing the Heavenly Slash. Uncle Chu's technique combined with Koijang quickly took down the phantom monsters. From above, Daesung smirked and praised. Not bad, but he is ready to unleash an even more devastating attack. Dongxian and Koijang could not bear this light and had to cover their eyes. Oh my eyes! But at this moment, Xiuyan stepped in front and started singing. According to her awakening, a dark singing circle gradually appeared from the sky, but it seemed like that attack was only meant to distract. In the blink of an eye, a giant foot was very close to Daesung. It turned out Aslan had arrived, the core of power. Fortunately, he managed to react in time and block his punch. Dongxian also charged forward with a spear attack, but Uncle's powerful kick was quickly deflected by Daesung. He immediately stepped back and let out a thunderous sound. Xiuyan continued the fight. The oceanic domain. The water streaks around Daesung started to vaporize before exploding right in front of her eyes. A moment later, Dongxian gently sighed and said that he thought we defeated him as if we wanted to take his life, but I wonder if he is okay, and immediately adding, The captain must be shocked, with a look of surprise on their faces. Siu Yan said with boredom, Tech. In the end, we could not even make him exert himself. As soon as she finished speaking, a huge beam of light shot straight down from the sky. So Daesung is holding a black orb and a white orb floating above him. And in the next moment, he uses his strength to make the two orbs merge into one. Even though Daesung was grinding his teeth, the two spheres still could not merge. Seeing this, Dongxian on the ground muttered anxiously. No way. He would not throw it at us. Right, while Daesung was still trying, suddenly the two spheres exploded, causing him to scream in pain. Daesung observed the opposing forces in his hands and thought to himself, damn, he needs to pull this out of his body if he wants to attack Rudra. At the same time, your phone suddenly rang. Hello Chanho, what is going on? Turns out Chanho was urgently checking in. Daesung, where are you right now? I am at the Pantheon. His tone became very serious. We have a big deception here. Next, a shocking news was announced by Chanho. Daesung, Rudra has appeared. Which is hard to believe. You asked back. What? Has it really appeared? At this moment, a blinding light suddenly appeared in the gloomy sky, shining down onto the ground. Just as predicted, this strange light stopped right on the stage of the Apocalypse Festival. Then, the beam of light gradually disappeared and a faint misty village appeared, with Rudra's shadow looming behind it. Ombai respectfully bowed in reverence. Greeting Mother of Creation. Rudra. The villagers and believers saw this and followed suit. Mother Goddess Rudra. Oh Rudra. God Rudra. Other followers around the world were no exception. Oh Mother Goddess Rudra has appeared. Rudra. Rudra. Oh my god. Amidst the worshipful gazes, she slowly stepped forward, then Rudra spoke. Listen well, you lowly beings. I am informing everyone that your offerings are too little for Rudra to survive. The next second, a gently sheds tears. Rudra controls creation. I need your lives. In an instant, Rudra creates a mysterious barrier. No longer hiding, reveals an aggressive face. I need your lives. From the sky, flames rained down onto the stage where the followers were gathered in worship. As soon as they were burned, they screamed nonstop. Too hot. My body, it is melting. The believers scream in pain, crying out for help. What is happening? A monster. A demon. In the end, they also realize Rudra's true nature. Hurry, inform the Hunter Association. The previous Hunter team has already been wiped out. At the same time, Jin Sang hurriedly embraced Joseon and ran away from there. Despite being terrified, he stubbornly convinced himself that Jin Sang was not doing wrong. If he wanted to protect his daughter, he had to leave this place. The girl calmly asked, Dad, where are we going? Jin Sang hurriedly replied, Joseon, I am taking you somewhere safe. Please stay still. Just listen to me. Joseon hesitated and said, Dad, but her eyes quickly clouded over. Mother Rudra is calling you. His voice grew more frantic. Do not listen to her. You are my daughter. You must only listen to me. As Jin Sang continues to run, the flames grow thicker and more intense. And exhausted, he stops and looks back. The desolate scene immediately comes into view. And at that moment, a familiar figure appears before him. As soon as he heard footsteps, Jin Sang shouted loudly, No! Huh, so Daesung has arrived. What is this? It is that woman again, that old man. As soon as he saw him, he was surprised and thought to himself. Breathing heavily. Daesung, why are you here? Daesung immediately sensed something unusual about that kid from Joseon. Is it the one who has returned? Jin Sang firmly denied. This child is not. Regardless of his answer, you still silently thought. Well, the girl will disappear soon anyway. Next, Daesung rushed toward the stage where Rudra was causing chaos. Seeing that, Jin Sang was surprised and guessed that he was just pretending not to see us. First, Joseon, we need to take the girl somewhere no one can find her. He immediately continued to hold Joseon tightly and ran away quickly. The imperial city now looked extremely devastated, a stark contrast to the lively scene earlier. Rudra and her subordinates are looking around. Then, she speaks and orders Rudra to bring more living beings to her. Yumi respectfully obeyed the order. Your Majesty Rudra. As she was about to leave, a moving portal suddenly appeared. This scene makes Rudra marvel. The legacy of the spirit race is truly astonishing. From the portal, a strike with immense power shoots out. Her minions rush to protect Rudra, trying to block his attack and hold him back. But it was useless. Rudra's subordinates were swallowed up by this power. Daesung's family has arrived, and Rudra's fate is sealed. You did not hesitate to call her out. Hey, after causing all this chaos, you run away. You lying god. Yumi opened her eyes wide in shock. That bastard. Daesung's appearance made Rudra grind his teeth in fury. Daesung, remnants of Lucifer, the one who betrayed Rudra. Her baseless accusations made him lose his temper and curse her out. From above, the drones are getting closer and closer to the stage, their numbers increasing. In the observation room, an officer announced loudly that the hunters at the scene had been eliminated. Unmanned fighter aircraft had arrived, and most of the participants in the rally were dead. Those crazy people have unleashed a monster. We are receiving countless emergency reports from civilians, and immediately after, a serious voice echoes, showing images from the scene of the rally. It turns out to be Tom Garan, director of the US Federal Hunter Bureau, zooming in on the screen, and the staff immediately comply. Yes, sir. On the large screen, Disung's image appears right before his eyes. Unbelievably, Tom was horrified and exclaimed, "Oh shit." The staff in the room also quickly recognized Disung. Han, he thought anxiously. Thousands have been killed. If we want to overcome this crisis. After a moment of thought, Tom clenched his fist as if he had made a decision. Next, he asked, "Can we broadcast this scene worldwide via satellite?" The monitoring officer hurriedly replied yes. "We can't delay any longer," Tom said, "then broadcast it now." "Yes, sir. We need a hero to turn the tide." In the hotel, Yun Chiu anxiously thought to himself, how could he persuade Jin to come here? Suddenly, someone kept sending messages and notifications to Unchia. Unche. Something's happening. Hendisong. Hendisong. Hendisong appeared on the American Hunter Agency's TV channel. Here's the link. YouTube. Com shared Arma Hunter. As he followed the instructions, he was surprised. What? Hendisong. As the message said, images of Disung are flooding social media, with the most prominent being a video of Hendisong appearing at the returnees convention, uploaded by a travel blogger and viewed 15 million times. Chiu immediately realized that this was not the returnees conference where Hendisong was participating. Seoeon eagerly asked again, "What do you mean?" Brother-in-law Seoeon. Her way of calling him made him look confused and annoyed. Brother-in-law Seoeon, ignoring Chanho's surprise. Seoeon calmly explained, "I will call you that first because we are about to become family after all, and assuming it is almost impossible for that to happen." Miss Ryu Seoeon. Hearing that, Seoeon also did not back down and pushed her aside. Zico. Miss Ryu Seoeon. Amidst the tense atmosphere between the two girls, Dongcheon spoke to reassure Chanho, saying, "Do not worry. Captain Han is the strongest person in this universe." Their dismissive attitude made Chanho furious. Are they serious? Doesn't anyone seem worried? The being summoned back is truly a god from another world, with great confidence. Aslan replied, "If they are gods, we are also gods, the demon gods." Returning to the battle between Disung and Rudra, he kept cutting through her tentacles. As soon as he got close, Disung swung his sword to attack Dai. "You disgusting soul stealer." In the blink of an eye, Rudra was surrounded and protected by the tentacles, but he still charged forward without hesitation. Suddenly, Disung slid back and saw Rudra still safe and sound. "What is going on? Did I dodge it? It is amazing how I took your arm without you noticing." This scene surprised Disung so much that he quickly checked his body. He became furious when he realized his arm had been stolen. The next moment, Rudra put Disung's arm into his mouth, first reclaiming what had been taken from him. Seeing that, he sighed in admiration, already lost in the deliciousness before even realizing it, ignoring Disung's frustration, and his arm quickly regrew to its original state. It seems Disung has truly been driven mad. Clenched fists ready to fight. Disung mutters to himself, "So half-hearted attacks won't work?" Right. Then he unleashed the suppressed power, fully transforming into his demon god form. A quick notification appeared, 100% demon god form unleashed, activating the bright demon god state, duration 6 minutes and 66 seconds. The incredible surge of power continues to pour down onto the ground where Disung is standing, making Yumi grit her teeth in fury. Immediately after, he completed his transformation. The sword in Disung's hand gently said, "Master, if you put all your strength into this one strike, I will disappear, but I will carry out your will." Rudra immediately went into emergency defense mode, neutralizing the attack with a powerful shockwave that caused the surrounding area to be shrouded in a haze of smoke and illusion. The next second, Disung charged forward. Caught it. Rudra's tone remained calm, embodying the primordial flame. He still eagerly launched an attack. This is the form of the primordial demon god. She quickly reacted and countered. Their collision caused a massive explosion, damaging the drone severely. Inside the situation room, a Federal Hunter Agency staff hurriedly reported. The screen went dark as Disung defeated it, yet an employee immediately reported that the flight path of the drone fighter had been cut off. Hearing this, he sharply ordered to deploy more drones immediately. In an instant, the staff followed the orders. Alert! Open the backup drone channel immediately, as a drone approached from the sky above the battlefield of Disung and Rudra. Following that, a series of helicopters arrived on Tom's orders. On the ground, their battle had nearly destroyed everything around them. The entire stage was no exception. The shadow of Disung lying in pain gradually became clear. Damn it. At this moment, a notification screen flickered into view. The message appears, the demon god form is at 0% and is self-recovering. Recovery time, 66 hours 66 minutes 66 seconds. Regeneration rate, 33%. Rudra's cold voice echoes, neutralizing the apocalyptic level disaster. Disung is near death. I breathe a sigh of relief. All threats have been eliminated. Suddenly, a familiar shadow rushed toward Desung. It turned out to be Unmi charging forward in fury. She grits her teeth. It is over now. Desung, Unmi's sharp sword swiftly strikes. Die. Exhausted beyond measure, Desung could not dodge or take any other action. But luckily, he managed to activate the respawn point just in time. The screen immediately appears, activating Pantheon's ultimate skill, the resurrection point, bringing the user back to the designated moment. The space around Desung has shattered into pieces. As I fell freely, I shouted, "I will return, wait for me." After the time reversal spell was used, everything around was pulled into an ancient book. The books keep moving into an old library. It turns out this place is the Akashic Library. Rudra has been released from the book, and the sudden change in scene leaves a confused. Rudra watches intently as strange books fall to the ground. In just a moment, I realized that Desung, that bastard, had changed the outcome. A beam of strange light shone down from the sky. From above, Rudra's shadow gradually became clearer. Like a lightning bolt, he descended straight to the ground. Scene showing it just appearing in front of Unai. She respectfully speaks, "O Rudra mother, please come to us." The believers started to shout as well. "Rudra! O Rudra! Save us! Rudra, please bring back my lost daughter. Rudra, please grant my wish." They keep crying and praying. "O Rudra, Divine Mother Rudra." Rudra narrows his eyes in suspicion. This scene feels so familiar. I have seen it somewhere before. Suddenly, sensing something, I quickly looked up. A faint shadow gradually appeared in Rudra's eyes. So it turns out Desung has returned, his surrounding energy gathering as if ready. In the next second, Desung vanished, transforming and rushing straight down at lightning speed. Desung thought to himself, "Try again. Attack." But Rudra was not willing to be outdone and clenched the sword tightly in his hand. An enormous wave of magic immediately enveloped the sword. And not only that, the power spread outward. It was so terrifying that it could cause a skyscraper to collapse and disintegrate in an instant. Everyone present there also vanished into thin air. In just a few seconds, everything around them gradually fell into ruin. Only Rudra and Desung remain on the battlefield. Atomo turns and asks if the fleeing traitor caused the recording error. As soon as he hears it, he quickly identifies the key point. The revival point is considered an error. Desung replied softly, "Yes, I did that." Rudra slowly made his judgment. The lawbreaker Desung, the one causing chaos. Rudra will verify himself. Ignoring a sudden move, he launched his attack, causing the gift to fall. As Desung just caught the ball, two streams of magic gathered near Rudra. On the opposite side, a similar situation is happening. It turns out you have summoned all four of them, including Atlan, Dongqian, and Celian at the same time. Dongqian quickly rushes over, not willing to fall behind, and Atlan and Choijiang also run over. Uncle Vung clenched his fist, taking the form of a demon god, wielding a lightning spear, while Atlan was unleashing an attack, in the form of a titan, with a core of power. Koi Jiang, with his sword in hand, advanced, taking the form of a demon god, wielding an ultra-negative spear. Like them, Celian shouted loudly, bound, weakened, bleeding, terrified, and overwhelmed by this wave of negative emotions. The four of them simultaneously threw punches directly at Rudra's face, causing it to deform. Nevertheless, Rudra still has enough strength to counterattack. The branch of the world fire, sharp shards quickly grow out of his body. Koi Jiang, Atlan, Dongqian, and Celian had not yet injured Rudra when they were stopped. Although pierced by thorns, Dongqian and Atlan still grit their teeth and endure. Koi Jiang and Celian made no sound at all. Enraged, she shouted, "I will send you to be reborn." Faced with this situation, Desung quickly changed tactics and cancelled the resurrection. To avoid more serious injuries, the four of them quickly disappeared. Seeing that, Rudra furrowed his brow in frustration. Desung still refused to give up and continued. The demonic god's mixture touched. Immediately, he charged forward to attack, causing Rudra's sword to be forcefully driven into the ground. Sharp thorn fragments continued to appear as if to block Desung's path, the pitiful sight of a wounded beast. Not only that, they also rushed to stab straight into your body. In a flash, Desung realized that this damn branch was draining his energy. Seeing that you are weakening, Rudra unleashes another overwhelming attack, her arm extending to strike where Desung is standing. Luckily, he managed to step back in time to avoid it. Rudra's overwhelming power makes Desung furious and desperate. Damn it. There is no chance at all. Without giving him a moment to rest, she continues to attack. Even just dodging the attack has drained Desung's strength quite a bit. Seeing this, Rudra angrily declares, dispersing Desung's power across the entire planet. "This world's destruction is your fault," she said, just as the surrounding rocks began to rise into the air. Next, Rudra shouted loudly, transforming into dust along with the departing planet. And Desung's face shows no sign of fear, just a faint smile. His strange words confuse her. "What do you mean?" "Smell something." Ignoring Rudra's questions, Desung gradually disappeared after saying goodbye. "See you again, Rudra. Right in front of you. You have lost your mind and disappeared." It seems Rudra still can't quite understand what is going on. For the 17th time, Desung was caught by Rudra as usual. Once again, Desung angrily leaves. "I will return." Respawn point. By the 40th time, Rudra burned you to pieces again. This made you a bit annoyed. Damn it. Nullified skill. Checkpoint. This time is the 79th. Disung is furious and shouting out loud. Is she a rat? Can't kill her no matter what. Respawn point. And at the 89th time, you still use it. Respawn point. Then again at the 100th time. Once again, using the resurrection point. The 114th time. Still the resurrection point. The 140th time, a revival point. Fighting and reviving again and again leaves Disung exhausted and breathless. Are you grinding your teeth and being extremely mean to her? That damn Rudra. That damn bastard Rudra. Won't die. Chanho, who was playing on his phone nearby, asked in confusion. What? Rudra appeared somewhere. Disung tiredly breathes out and says, forget it. Just do your work. Suddenly, someone approaches their spot. Changsik shyly stands behind Heron as she hands the wedding invitation to Disung and Chanho. Captain Han, we are getting married soon. Unlike Chanho, who is surprised and asks loudly, huh? Getting married. Disung once again acts sulky because he was left out. Only then does Changsik awkwardly explain the reason for their early wedding. Finally, Heron opened her heart to me, so I had to get married before she changed her mind. Disung received the wedding invitation from a colleague feeling extremely gloomy. While I was busy outside, they were talking about marriage. Seeing you like that, Heron hesitated and asked, Captain Han, will you come to congratulate us? Chanho politely replied while helplessly watching Disung go crazy. Of course, we will definitely come to celebrate. Disung still pouting inwardly. Cursing quietly, celebrating this familiar chaos, maybe I will need to use my revival points after all. But still, I will go to my two colleagues' wedding. Fine. I will wish them well properly. Later at Pantheon, Disung looked at his blackened hand and called out, Hey, I know you are in there, come out. Suddenly a strange energy emanated from that hand as if something was escaping. The surroundings around Han Disung suddenly turned pitch black. In the darkness, a muffled voice speaks. At last you call me Han Disung. Without hesitation, Han Disung coldly asked, I will get straight to the point. How do I destroy and extract? Lucifer suddenly appeared behind Disung, acting savage before asking, Han Disung, can you destroy the darkness? As soon as she finished speaking, something suddenly happened. Lucifer seemed to transform into a classroom, sitting lazily on a chair and calling out nonchalantly, Han Disung. Then she asked again, can you defeat Brother Sang? I do not understand what she is rambling about. Disung almost lost her voice asking, what the hell is she talking about? Speak normally. Lucifer simply said one thing. That is divinity. She asserted that is why gods cannot be destroyed. So Disung retorted sarcastic. But is not it true that you, Demon King Lucifer, have been sealed for thousands of years? Lucifer calmly admitted. Yeah, that is right. I think there is a way, but it is hard to do. Suddenly she took out a powder and drew something on the board. Like this. And this. I do not know what she drew, but she loudly claimed that to keep expanding this infinite universe, we need that thing. Moreover, she straightforwardly said that if the universe begins to collapse, you and your planet will be doomed. After hearing this, Disung immediately understood Lucifer's point. Damn it. She means I will have to keep this cycle going forever. Suddenly Lucifer mentions your dream. But Han Disung, you have a strange power. Right, I have seen your illusion of constantly fighting Rudra. Then she revealed something, and after each time, Rudra grew weaker. Suddenly her voice turned lower and hesitant. Disung. Perhaps, she smiled and directly asked, you can turn back time. Seems Lucifer asked about my dark secrets. So I hesitated for a moment but then admitted that I can reverse time to a specific point. Lucifer, upon hearing this, happily said, so that is how it is? That is how you overcome the Pantheon's challenge. Now I understand everything. I never thought a weak person could become a demon god. I can't believe the Akashic would grant you such incredible power. When Disung heard the place name she mentioned, he was a bit curious about the power from the Akashic increase. And she revealed an important piece of information to him. Han Disung, Rudra, and I were once one, which made him exclaim in shock. We are one. Lucifer calmly explains how to merge Rudra. Now we are split into two. But if we become one again, the warped space of the universe will return to normal. However, Disung still did not quite understand and asked again. So what does that mean? Lucifer mischievously smiled and said, as you wish, we will disappear. More precisely, we will return to a divine form that you cannot see, existing only as air or wind, as a true god. When Disung heard this, he hesitated for a moment. Lucifer's voice continued steadily. And you, the one with the power of the Akashic tapestry, can use your white hand to pour all our strength, including mine, into Rudra. Her eyes fixed on Disung's glowing hand and she continued, if our powers are balanced, this method will work. At that moment, Pantheon appeared and confirmed everything Lucifer had said so far. Master, the power of Akashic surpasses even Satan and Rudra. What she said is true, and seeing it firsthand, Disung was a bit surprised, so he asked Pantheon the old man, who has not appeared since we returned from the celestial realm. What happened? He honestly explained that when I returned to Earth, I created a portal without using the power of the Void Core, so I had no choice but to enter in sealed state. After hearing that, Disung had no objections and returned to Lucifer's matter, so if I try her method and fail, there won't be any real danger. Right, Pantheon quickly gave an answer. Yes. The vital point is the extraordinary ability that allows him to return to the moment stored in the Akashic record. Since she already said that, Disung also dared to try Lucifer's method, but before doing so, he had to warn her. Hey Lucifer, if you mess with me, you are done for. Your words make Lucifer realize that you are going to try her way. It seems you have made your decision. As the wedding of Trang-sik and Heron approaches, everyone is present at the ceremony. Jisoo saw Celian's face all messed up and immediately asked, "Are you okay?" Sister, Celian, exhausted, sighed and complained, "I do not know, and Daesung is really annoying." He is. Meanwhile, Koi Ryang is happily praising his mother. "Mom, your husband still looks handsome as always." Hearing that she happily takes her hand and blushes. "Oh Koi Ryang, you still tolerate me." Over in the corner, Dong Cheon tilted his hips and wondered to himself if that kid Trang-sik could do it. Aislan beside her was clapping and praising. What a wonderful wedding. It seems it is time for the ceremony, so the host has started checking the microphone. Trang Ho, representing the couple, announces to the guests that the simple and intimate wedding of Le Trang-sik and Baek Heron will begin in just a few minutes. Just as the bride and groom were entering the ceremony hall, Heron suddenly felt something that startled her. Seeing this, Trang-sik asked worriedly, "What is wrong?" Suddenly, a beam of light from the sky shone directly onto their wedding ceremony, piercing through the hall and destroying everything. Is there a shadow of someone emerging from the middle of that beam of light? The guests in the hall are extremely surprised by this terrifying phenomenon and can't help but be alarmed. What is it? What is happening? A wedding. Who is this? The one responsible for all this is none other than Rudra. Now she finally spoke, so everyone closely connected to Handisung is here. It seems Aslan recognizes her, so he immediately shows hostility, gritting his teeth and calling out Rudra. Dong Chan, of course, does not know who she is, so he asks quite menacingly, "Huh, Rudra." Why is On quickly switching to a fighting stance, standing up and shouting. The enemy, Jisoo sitting beside her, stopped her evil words and exclaimed, "The enemy," on the side. She immediately drew her sword and stood in front of her mother. "Mom, I will protect you," her mother anxiously asked. "Is that a monster?" Realizing the danger ahead, Heron loudly commanded, "Everyone, evacuate immediately." Before she could do anything, Changzik stepped in front of her and said, "Heron, let us get everyone out of here." Now everyone at the wedding hall started to panic. That is a monster. Aislan and Dongchan hurriedly moved forward. Rudra, now filled with excitement, loudly declared, "I will recreate you all in a new world." Before Ada could show off, someone suddenly punched him right in the face. Disung appeared out of nowhere, rushed over, and hit Ada hard, then sighed. "This really is a wedding gift. Your present surprised Sioyan so much he shouted out, 'That is big brother Disung.'" Jisoo then called out loudly, "Captain Han." At this moment, Disung turned to look at everyone and ordered, "The wedding is postponed until this bastard is dealt with." "Got it." Heron and Changsik, hearing that, called out together with a mixture of anger and confusion, "Captain Hendisung, back with Yudra." After taking a punch from Disung, Ada also realized his strength and thought to himself, Hendisung's aura is completely suppressed, and he is balancing on the edge. Suddenly, Disung shouts out loud, "It is really time for someone to die," as he uses his ability to switch locations in battle, exchanging electricity and hell. Suddenly, flames burst out fiercely, and the scene around Disung and Yudra shifted from the wedding hall to a fiery courtyard, as both sides fell into contemplation before fighting. Disung was trying to figure out how to pour Satan's power into Person 8, while Yudra was still looking around, wondering if this was Handisung's space. After a moment of silence, Disung almost shouted, "Yudra, no one invited you. Why are you causing trouble here?" Yudra ignored him and began transforming her own power. Ada's voice, both arrogant and calm, rang out, "Handisung, the threat to creation, must be eliminated." As for Disung, he turned around and quietly asked Phantom, "You are ready, right?" The Phantom gradually materializes and eagerly responds. Of course, its power entities rush towards Yudra and Dong Then Ho, bringing destruction, chaos, darkness, chaos, and death. Disung stands still and signals, charging forward, while Yudra, not waiting to die, scolds or immediately attacks. Ada's tentacle rushes toward Lucifer's true form. Both sides fought fiercely, the power of the Phantom gradually fading as it clashed with Yudra's Suck 2. At the same time, Ada was horrified to realize it was an old friend. Unable to distinguish Handisung's or Lucifer's strength, Disung quickly activates his ability, switching to Satan's shadow state. Seeing the situation, Yudra immediately uses his skill to reassess Disung's strength, not to be deceived. With 10 eyes watching, eyes begin to grow all over Ada's body. each with its own purpose and the ability to observe every corner. Not stopping there, Ada also uses a manifestation, the Sword of Life. Then Ada launched an attack to disable him. Disung also did not stand idly by and used his skill, the Demon God Chain. Your sharp chains grab Yudra's hands. Another binds Ada's neck, and now Ada is under your control, making you boast triumphantly. Just as I thought. The weak one in this form, Yudra responded with a hearty laugh. Then Ada arrogantly declared, "It is useless. Yudra is immortal." Disung also did not hesitate to use this information. "That is right. No one understands it better than me." Then he calmly asked, "So Yudra once shared a body with Lucifer?" "Right." His question made Yudra pause, unsure how to respond. Ada's expression made Disung even more confident as he said, "Look, that bastard is really confused according to Lucifer. My left hand that was absorbed earlier is the contact point with your body." "Right." After a moment of confusion, Yudra finally regained her composure, struggling and loudly affirming that Lucifer is a deceiver. "She wants to take over Yudra's body and destroy this universe. Your choice will make the whole universe regret it." Leaving no chance for Ada to escape, Disung clenched his fist with full strength. "Of course you do not believe Yudra's words and instead rush forward." Growling, "Maybe I should follow Lucifer's advice." You punch the hand holding Lucifer and Yudra and quickly give the order. "And go." Lucifer, receiving the signal from you. Lucifer appears, smiling with satisfaction and saying, "Finally I have become one with this bastard." Disung is still struggling to transfer Lucifer into Yudra's body, his fist deep into Ada's body, causing Ada to panic and scream, "Stop, stop quickly." Of course Disung could easily stop. He roared and used even greater strength to hold his ground. Suddenly, a beam of power descended from the sky, dust and smoke billowed everywhere, and thunder roared loudly. Disung's steps remained steady after the series of events earlier. The system simultaneously displays a message. All power in demon god form has been exhausted. Satan's major demon state has been deactivated. Mana is depleted. An emergency recovery mode has been initiated. Now exhausted, Disung gasped for breath and wondered if he had succeeded. Then, as a shadow appeared in the smoke, this figure calmly declared, "Finally." Lucifer in his new form after merging with Yudra stepped out of the dust and joyfully announced, "It is done." Seeing him silent like that, Disung felt a bit strange and asked, "Does it work or not?" Suddenly, the all-powerful one approached him and asked, "Who are you?" This question leaves Disung a bit stumped and he responds evasively, "What kind of dog is this? Does merging bodies make people lose their minds or something?" The all-powerful figure did not quite understand what was said and asked again. Fusion. After some thought, he also realized that it seems I have been temporarily separated. Disung gradually lost his composure and continued in a near whisper, "I made a deal with Lucifer. If I help you fuse with Yudra, I will completely disappear." The all-powerful being, hearing this, also understood one more thing. So that is why people can see me. At this point, Disung hesitated and asked, "So are you planning to disappear now?" The all-powerful being honestly says, "I will not disappear. The reason you can see me is because part of me is inside you. No one else can see me." Hearing this, Disung feels exhausted inside. Damn, of course it won't be that easy. "So you decided to start over from the beginning." The resurrection point. Just as everything was rewinding, suddenly those fragments of the past shattered into pieces. This made Disung panic and exclaim, "What?" Lightning strikes thunderously once again. The all-powerful being, angry at Disung's actions, loudly questions, "How dare you turn back time before my eyes?" Disung was unbothered by him and wondered in surprise. As the distant resurrection point stopped at the face without features of the all-powerful being, which seemed to want to cover this place with his body, and then Disung was taken into a space outside the universe. This made him a bit uncomfortable. "Damn it, this bastard dragged me into another space." Now the all-powerful one appears with a huge body and loudly commands, "Speak." He furiously questions Disung, "How can a tiny being like a speck of dust reverse time?" Disung calmly smirked and retorted, "You crazy idiot. As if I would tell you the truth. I will wipe you out." The scum of the universe. Knowing he could not fight him, Disung shouted for help, calling Lucifer, that bastard, to appear and do something. Just when it seemed like he was about to be doomed, the all-powerful being appeared and stopped this furious attack. "Please wait." The all-powerful one. As soon as he saw its form, Disung was startled and thought to himself, "Fake Pantheon." The all-powerful being also recognized who it was, the one who is not the supreme knowledge overseeing the Akashic records. It is another familiar name that makes Disung mutter to himself, "Akash does not have time for this person. It is me." Moreover, it also confirms one thing, and you are wrong. This universe is polluted because of you. This statement makes the all-powerful being stunned and ask again, "Because me," Pantheon calmly explains, splitting himself in two and arguing with himself, continuously polluting the universe. And the one I chose to stop this is Disung. Of course the omnipotent one does not believe that the universe's collapse is because of me. It is absurd. Regardless of this fool's disbelief, Pantheon calmly continues, "To restore cosmic order, I must become your reason." The Almighty stands stubbornly claiming that there is no reason for the separation of the Almighty to pollute the universe. And if there is, it is your fault. Supreme wisdom. Faced with this absurdity, Disung could only sigh inwardly. This crazy man has forgotten what he did, and still dares to call himself the Almighty. Reading his thoughts, the omnipotent being shouted angrily. Shut up. How dare a filthy little ant like you insult me? Realizing he could hear his thoughts, Disung was a bit panicked. Damn it. Can he really hear my thoughts? But then he quickly regained his composure and said, I understand now you are very strong, so stay calm. I won't waste more time. The omnipotent one decided to solve the pollution by destroying and recreating the entire universe. That is my answer. With this situation, Pantheon can only borrow Disung's body to stop the Almighty. And Disung, I will become your reason for a moment, so please stop the Almighty. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly used his fusion ability with Disung. The system notification appeared. Mana has been restored. Mana consumption restrictions have been removed. All demon god forms have been restored. Demon god power restrictions have been lifted. You can now use time powers, death powers, life powers, chaos powers, and DevOps powers for equality. A statement from the system confirms that you can now use the power of exchange to achieve equality. At this moment, Pantheon and Disung merged into a sinister laugh from Disung's mouth. His power had been elevated to a new level. The all-powerful being, witnessing this scene, asked in a broad tone, Supreme Intellect, are you trying to stop me? Suddenly the scene shifts to a school, and Disung unexpectedly appears behind the Almighty One, biting his ear and then walking away. After saying that, he punches the Almighty One hard, causing him to stagger back. At the same time, it drove him crazy and made him growl, and suddenly 5-colored light appeared on his face like a human. Disung challenged him without hesitation, saying I want to fight you properly, so I used my power to exhaust your strength. Now it is a fair one-on-one fight, and there is no reason for you to refuse. His words along with the 5-colored glow appearing on his face made the Almighty furious and roar, impossible, you limit the power of an Almighty. I said nothing more to him. Disung delivered a punch to his stomach, causing him to bleed profusely. As he prepared for the next strike, he loudly declared that it was time to fight and be reborn as a new person. As soon as he finished speaking, he punched the Almighty One again, his strikes causing the Almighty to feel both pain and frustration. Before he could counterattack, Disung went berserk and delivered a few more blows without power. You are nothing, stop pretending to be so superior. Just as the fight was reaching its peak, Pantheon appeared and praised Disung, as expected of him. Disung, that is very much your style, suppressing the Almighty in your own unique way. As soon as I saw it, I asked, hey fake Pantheon, is the real one finally here? And he just smiled cryptically and replied, you are still as interesting as ever. He did not bother asking more about it and turned to ask about the Almighty. So what should I do with this guy now? Pantheon calmly states that you have done enough and it is his turn now. From now on, let me handle it. Pantheon commands firmly, now, come with me, Almighty. And then, as if obeying his order, the Almighty begins to float and refuse. Suddenly the Omnipotent One clenched his fist and called out, Supreme Intellect. Seeing him act like that, he quickly raised his fist and threatened him further, saying try saying one more word. Fearing you might attack the Omnipotent again like before, Pantheon hurriedly intervened. Ivan. The Omnipotent then turned to ask Pantheon to release him immediately. Following him, Pantheon calmly releases him. Then he solemnly says, I was truly surprised using your power to balance and restrain my strength. Then he asked, is this also part of your plan? Pantheon simply replied, I only guessed Disung's choice beforehand. The Almighty looked surprised upon hearing this, glancing at Disung and wondering if he chose to suppress his own power to stop me. And this statement made Disung feel uncomfortable and sigh. What is this? Are you reading my mind again? Now the omnipotent figure calls out, Disung. Then at this moment he made a decision. I will postpone the destruction and reconstruction of the universe. However, he also faces some difficulties, but we cannot restore the universe right now. This made Disung grit his teeth and shout, what? You can't make a peace deal. Seeing them argue like that, Pantheon could only think to himself, so this is how things operate, and Disung felt uneasy. Damn it. I had a bad feeling something was about to go wrong. Just as you predicted, at that moment Pantheon spoke up, saying that the rules you imposed on us were too harsh, and we could not immediately activate the universe restoration. Furthermore, it even proposed that until we are restored, you will have to help us. When Disung heard this part, he was so shocked he shouted, what? You are so furious that you are trembling. After all the nonsense I have been through, is not there a happy ending for me to live peacefully? Of course, Disung did not care and shouted back, shut up. You bastard. You know everything. You have been using me and now you want me to suffer more. After being overwhelmed by you like that, Pantheon could only sigh and complain. Still as sharp as ever, the Almighty standing beside him quickly spoke up to defend him, saying, see, we have temporarily postponed the destruction and reconstruction of the universe. Such a huge task, even humans should understand. Disung does not care and actually finds it annoying and pointless. He should have just destroyed everything, including reincarnation. I have endured over 800 years, and now you want more. Should I let everything be destroyed? Pantheon knows you are angry but keeps trying to persuade you. Come on. Sung, you can still relax on your planet like usual. Just work when we call you back, like a freelance collaborator. Even the Almighty himself has spoken, the one who can rule the earth like a god, of course with some limitations, but Sung's answer remains the same as always. I said no. Are you crazy or what? At this point the all-powerful just resort to threats. If you refuse, you will have to stay here with us forever. Pantheon also did not hesitate to add his words. There is no other way. Thanks to you, we have lost our powers too. Which made Sung so furious he could not speak. These bastards really threaten me. Damn it. So I let you think for a moment. The omnipotent figure whispers to Pantheon. Is there no one more effective than him? Pantheon quickly signaled for him to lower his voice and explained that he was the best choice we had. After a moment of thought, Sung asked, but my power is limited. How can you bring me back to Earth? Pantheon happily replied, oh, now you are interested. Huh, the omnipotent one arrogantly said. Be grateful that I forgive you for your insult. Now, Pantheon shows Sung how to return to Earth. I will reactivate your system and you will be able to go back to Earth. Seeing it fluttering in front of him, Sung looked annoyed and asked, do I have to decide right now? It nodded and replied, yes. Right now. And the omnipotent being beside it added, if you do not promise, we won't act. Unable to do anything against these two, Sung nodded and said fine. I will try to be the universe's cleaner. Take me home. Pantheon happily chuckled and praised. Good choice. Now rest. And Sung, isn't it enough? Sung still wants to ask for more. And hey, can I choose the time to return to Earth? Back at the wedding hall, a car has arrived at this chaotic scene, and Che adjusts his tea and asks Jinsang. Brother, it is not too late yet. Right, Jinsang said annoyed. We are already 30 minutes late. Doden suddenly appeared with a portal in front of them, causing an old man and a young man to step back in shock, while Unchai shouted, what is this? What is this? Sung walked out casually from the gate, and as soon as he saw him, they both jumped in surprise and shouted, Sung, Lord Sung. Seeing them, Sung still looked dazed and asked as if nothing had happened. Huh. They are also invited. The wedding is back to how it was. Sung takes his position, watching the sacred ceremony unfold. I feel no emotion at all. In fact, I yawn repeatedly. Chanho, in the role of host, loudly announces, please welcome the bride and groom to the hall. To the melodious music, bride Heron, arm in arm with groom Chingsik, enters the ceremony hall. They all wore happy and satisfied smiles, and Sung sitting below also smiled as he watched the scene. He silently thought to himself, this is a wedding gift for the two of them. I kept my promise. And the sky at the wedding hall that day looked beautifully blue. However, elsewhere there was a thunderous roar as a whole group of monsters gathered together. Antithesis stood as the leader, and the declaration was made, with the power of the universe. Everything has been accomplished, and a new continent will be built across the cosmos. In response to his words, the monsters cheered, and something unexpected appeared that caught Antithesis' attention. He seems quite surprised to see it. Turns out it is Sung carrying the entire rocket launcher on his shoulder. The appearance of him makes Antithesis confused and asks, who are you? He casually replied that he was a cleaner cleaning up the universe. Angered by his arrogance, Antithesis tensed up and shouted loudly, nonsense. You are a god from another dimension. Not bothering to waste words on him, Sung quickly struck him a few times. His lightning-fast rexes made Antithesis terrified and stammer. What kind of monster is this? The other monsters were so stunned and panicked that their mouths nearly dropped open. Just as Antithesis was reduced to a few pieces of meat, Sung calmly signaled a warning to the remaining monsters. He then casually left, but before going, he did not forget to say, live well, or so he claimed. Though he did not really care and was just thinking about what to have for dinner. 3 years later, when the gates disappeared from the world, countries began seeking diversification of new energy sources, and a rapid transformation was happening in core industries. With a tea host mentioning that hunters losing their abilities were emerging as a new social issue, Sung Corporation is running a large-scale social project to support their reemployment efforts. At the same time, at the Sung Recruitment Fair, a slogan hangs right outside the company building. Come on. Ordinary hunters. There were many people gathered there, pushing forward with hope of being hired. Watching that impressive scene, Chanho could not help but marvel at how many unemployed hunters there were. Just then, Jisoo appeared with a bright smile and called out, hey. Your presence surprised Chanho, who asked, what are you doing here? Jisoo casually said, my mom said she wants to have dinner together at home this weekend. Her words made Chanho wonder, mom, so she explained, mom said your older brother has been away for a long time so she is bored. Hearing this, Chanho immediately understood the issue and asked directly, still no news from Sung. Right, Jisoo could only sigh and admit, yes. This made Chanho both worried and angry, wondering what the hell he was doing. You bring this rank fried chicken from Seo Dongqian, with crispy hot golden pieces, then coated in delicious sweet and sour sauce. Dongqian proudly presents his creation. Door number 3. Rank fried chicken is ready. Koijang listened and Jisoo Jang replied yes. Her coming here to help made Dongqian very grateful. Koijang sincerely thanked her for helping even when she was busy, and she kindly responded, "After all, it is a new shop. Of course I have to help. The current situation can only make the uncle sigh. We can no longer be hunters now. All we can do is fry chicken." Koi Jiang looked at the number of customers in the shop and could not help but add that the place was also busy. Quite a light crowd. At that moment, Dongxian also mentioned an old friend he had not seen in a while. "But I wonder what Dae-sung is doing. I have not seen him around lately." She smiled and said he told her he did not want to do anything. At least for now. Her words made the uncle curious and asked, does he contact her? Realizing he might have said too much, she hesitated, unsure how to respond. Well then. Just at that awkward moment, the customer at table 3 loudly asked, "Hey, is my chicken ready yet?" Koi Jiang eagerly replied, "Yes. I will be there right away." Elsewhere, a large crowd is gathered as Jin Sang stands on a high platform and proclaims loudly, "Dear citizens of Seal and Dae-sung, will dedicate my soul and body for the benefit of Seal and the welfare of the hunters." In response, the hunters cheer loudly, and Dae-sung, and Dae-sung. Below, Yuncha also loudly shouts and Dae-sung, and Dae-sung. At the same time in South America, a loud cheer echoes. Everyone, this is not the end. The appearance of the Heavenly Mother. A young girl stands in the middle of the street trying to say something to everyone. Soon the Celestial Mother will appear. Loving everyone, Unmai's voice echoes everywhere. The Celestial Mother is also very strict, and just then someone stops nearby. Suddenly the paper in her hand flew everywhere. As if someone had suddenly grabbed her wrist, a female police officer was about to arrest Unmai, for escape and murder. This situation makes Unmai feel a bit confused and panicked. Unlike the chaos in South America, at that moment on a beautiful beach, sitting gently on the sand, a young man leisurely sunbathing and drinking coconut water. That person is none other than Dae-sung. Suddenly Seol-yeon appeared out of nowhere and called out Big Brother Dae-sung. Her presence startled Dae-sung, who asked, "What the hell? How did you find me?" The little girl smugly pulls out a puppet and replies, "You think you can escape from me?" Dae-sung ignores Seol-yeon and whatever her purpose is. "Right now, I just wish you would not disturb my peace. I need a few years to rest." But Seol-yeon hesitated and called out, "But Dae-sung, Big Brother, my strength, it is gone." Seol-yeon immediately showed her attitude. "So bored. I fought monsters before and now I have nothing to do, so I am super bored, like a lizard." At that moment, the system sent a notification. A new space water source was discovered. Invasion in 3 minutes. This message made him jump in fright and shout loudly. Damn it. Only 3 minutes left. So he snapped his fingers, and time immediately froze. A portal appeared, then disappeared after a while, and soon after, Dae-sung returned. He sat down on the chair, sighed, and snapped his fingers to rewind time. Immediately Seol-yeon asked, 3 minutes. What is left in 3 minutes? Dae-sung tiredly replied, "You do not need to know." Before he could rest, another notification came. A new space water opening detected. Invasion in 1 minute. This drove him crazy as he cursed. Motherfucker. Are they cursed today or what? So he had no choice but to go quickly. Right now. Right now. After the fight, Dae-sung returned to the beach. He sighed tiredly. Damn it. Dying young is really disgusting. When Sil-yeon saw him step out and walk through the portal, she immediately shouted in panic, "It is crazy. Big brother Dae-sung. Having this girl see what I do makes me pretty unhappy." "Oh right, she is here too." So the girl happily asked Dae-sung if the gate and the monsters. "You just returned from a monster slaughter." Right. This made Dae-sung feel a bit annoyed. Damn it. Caught red-handed by the most troublesome one. Sil-yeon could not help but say, "Hey, do not be so happy all by yourself. Take me with you." But of course Dae-sung would not allow it and chased the girl away. Quietly heading home, the little girl stubbornly refused to leave him and kept following. "No, I won't go." No chasing away. Unable to resist her, Dae-sung finally gave in and let her come along. "Alright then, let us go. With the permission of the boy. Sul-yeon was so happy she started jumping around. "Wait a moment, you damn monsters, deep sea sorceress Ryu Sul-yeon is here." And suddenly Dae-sung realized something.